to help all kinds of beautiful women. I chose to become a sewer cleaner. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse suddenly broke out while I was unclogging the university's women's bathroom, trapping me inside with 2 campus bells. Fortunately, I awakened an emotional system that rewards me with various supplies as long as I keep winning over goddesses. So, in this dire apocalyptic situation, I began thinking of ways to leverage this system to survive. At that moment, I rushed straight into the women's bathroom, quickly scanning the area. The spacious bathroom had only 4 or 5 girls showering. Upon seeing me suddenly barging in, they screamed in panic, covering their bodies as they fled toward the changing room. I had no time to admire the view, nor did I have the heart to play the saint and warn them about the zombies outside. In this life or death moment, their fleeing could help slow down the zombies. I'm not heartless, it's just that in this apocalyptic world, survival is hard enough without putting others first. I scanned the empty bathroom again and noticed that the small shower stalls didn't even have doors. Forget hiding from zombies, even a game of hide-and-seek would be over in seconds. Just then, I spotted a separate room at the far end of the bath area, its frosted tempered glass door tightly shut. Without hesitation, I sprinted toward it. After all, it was the only place in the bathroom with a door, my best shot at evading the zombies for now. I hadn't even reached the room when screams erupted from the direction of the changing room behind me. What are you doing? Don't bite me. No, help. Not daring to delay, I rushed to the room's door and pushed open the frosted glass door. What greeted me was a scene of pure white, 3 girls leisurely sitting together, chatting and laughing while enjoying the sauna. Startled by my sudden intrusion, they screamed in panic, scrambling to grab their towels and cover themselves. Almost immediately, the system notification chimed, *negative emotion value +1 from Yang Xiaoqian, pervert, +1 from Xia Meng, freak, +1 from Li Han, *, peering through the frosted glass to assess the situation outside. I roared at the girls inside, "Stop screaming, or you'll attract the zombies." The 2 girls furthest inside were stunned into silence by my shout, but the girl closest to me kept shrieking, "Let me out! Someone, help! Catch the pervert! Catch the freak!" As she tried to push past me and escape, her screams were disastrous. The zombies outside immediately honed in on the noise, surging toward us. Without hesitation, I slapped her hard across the face and snarled, "Shut up!" The screaming stopped abruptly. The girl clutched her reddened cheek, frozen in shock. "You hit me?" she stammered. "No one has ever dared lay a finger on me. You pathetic loser. Just wait, when I get out, my boyfriend will make you pay." Then, like a madwoman, she lunged at me, clawing and scratching. Enraged, I yanked the door open, grabbed her by the hair, and kicked her out of the sauna before slamming the door shut and bracing against it. She tumbled to the ground, and before she could get up, a horde of zombies descended upon her. "Open the door. What's out there? Please, big brother, let me in. I was wrong. I beg you, open the door. I'll do anything," she wailed in despair. The girl, wrapped in a pink towel, arms crossed tightly over her chest, frowned and spoke up. "Let's talk this out. Just let her in first." The other girl nodded in agreement. I glared at them. "Shut up." She wanted to leave. "Keep talking, and I'll throw you both out too." The 2 girls immediately fell silent. Outside, Li Han continued pounding on the glass door until, a second later, blood splattered across it. Her pounding weakened, her cries faded, replaced by the horrifying sounds of chewing and tearing. The 2 girls inside were petrified. Though the frosted glass obscured the details, the blurred shapes outside were unmistakable. Holding my breath, I pressed against the door, not daring to make a sound. Minutes later, the zombies at the door finally dispersed, their feast complete. The girl named Li Han had become one of them. After confirming through the frosted glass that the zombies had retreated, I finally relaxed a little. I rummaged through my backpack and pulled out a large wrench, then turned to the 2 girls huddled in the corner, their faces pale. "Take off your bath towels," I said. The girls exchanged glances but didn't move. Impatient, I urged, "Hurry up, or if the zombies come back, I'll throw you 2 out first." Terrified, the girl wrapped in a pink towel asked timidly, "Can we use small towels instead? If we give you the bath towels, we won't have anything to cover ourselves." I glared at her and snapped, "Stop whining, do it now." Their faces turned ghostly white as the memory of Li Han being thrown to the zombies flashed before their eyes. Reluctantly, they handed over their bath towels under my threat. Without the towels, the girls curled up tightly, trying to cover themselves with the limited items in their hands, though the small towels were far from enough. After scanning them, I wrapped one towel around the wrench and wedged it between the door handle and the side railing, creating a makeshift lock. The towel prevented the wrench from slipping and protected the tempered glass from damage. Then, I took the other towel and carefully taped it to the frosted glass door with waterproof adhesive to block most of the view. After all, moving shadows could attract zombies, and that would be trouble. Next, I used 2 more rolls of waterproof tape to seal all the gaps around the tempered glass door. which helped muffle sounds. As long as the zombies weren't right outside, we could talk normally inside the sauna room. After all that work, I was drenched in sweat and finally felt the stifling heat of the sauna room. The electric stones under the floor were still radiating heat relentlessly. Earlier, the sudden zombie attack had sent my adrenaline soaring, masking the heat until now. Soon, I found the thermostat by the door but couldn't locate an off switch, so I set it to the lowest temperature. Once done, I stripped off my sweat-soaked clothes. The two girls trembled at the sight, clinging to each other, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Down to just my underwear, I felt much more comfortable and leisurely sat on a nearby bench, ignoring the frightened girls as I focused on studying the system. As I focused my mental energy, the system prompt sounded, emotion system activated. Negative emotion store now open. System reminder, negative emotion points exceeding 1,000 will trigger a cursed state lasting 1 hour. Following the instructions, I curiously opened the emotion system interface, and two options instantly popped up, host attributes and negative emotion store. I chose to open the negative emotion store, and 4 items appeared on the shelf before me. 1 bottle of purified water equals 1 negative emotion. 1 loaf of coarse bread equals 1 negative emotion. 1 apple equals 1 negative emotion. 1 banana equals 1 negative emotion. Seeing that everything inside was food and water, I couldn't help but cheer for the system. For someone like me stranded in the apocalypse, this store was practically a cheat-like existence. I then curiously opened the host attributes interface, which displayed name, Tangwei, age, 23, level, 1, upgrade experience, 0/1000, ability, ordinary, strength, 100, speed, 100, stamina, 100, mental power, 80, fatigue, 40, positive emotion points, 0, negative emotion points, 0, admiration points, 0. Staring at the attribute panel, I pondered silently. Both positive emotion points and admiration points were at 0. Positive emotion points were easy to understand. They'd probably increase if someone expressed gratitude or something similar. But how exactly could I earn admiration points? I tried communicating with the system in my mind and received the reply, rating meets the standard. Emotions flawless. Admiration points can only be generated after submission. Seeing that I needed a qualified goddess to submit before generating admiration points, I turned my gaze to the two girls curled up in the corner. These two were undoubtedly campus belle level beauties, but I wasn't sure if they met the system's standards. Tang Wei scanned with his system, and information about the pink bath towel girl appeared before his eyes. Name, Yang Xiaoqian. Sex, female. Age, 21. Level, 1. Experience value, 0/1000. Capability, ordinary level. Power, 70. Speed, 70. Endurance, 70. Bone strength, 1. Face value, 92 points. Body, 92 points. Temperament, 93 points. Sentiment, 0. White. Overall charisma score, 92. 3 points, meets the criteria for a goddess. The rating given by the system was as high as 92. 3 points, and Tang Wei was secretly happy in his heart before casting his eyes on another girl. Her message followed immediately afterward. Name, Xia Meng. Sex, female. Age, 21. Level, 1. Experience value, 0/1000. Capability, ordinary level. Power, 70. Speed, 70. Endurance, 70. Bone strength, 1. Face value, 90 points. Stature, 90 points. Temperament, 91 points. Sentiment, 0. White. Overall charisma score, 90. 3 points, meets the criteria for a goddess. So these two women are the rightful owners of those licking dogs waiting to send flowers. Tang Wei looked at the two women with a bit of playfulness in his eyes. In order to obtain the adoration value, he decided to start with the two of them first. Tang Wei reached into his toolkit and spent 1 point of negative value in the negativity mall to exchange for a bottle of pure water. Instantly, a bottle of pure water appeared in Tang Wei's hands. Tang Wei took out pure water from the toolkit, unscrewed the cap, and then gulped it down. The two women hiding in the corner, seeing the way Tang Wei's throat knots rolled up and down, couldn't help but feel a dryness in their throats. Growing thirstier, sweat steaming led to the rapid loss of water in the body. They already needed to hydrate, and now that they saw Tang Wei drinking water freely, they felt even more dry mouth. Tang Wei ignored the blear-eyed second daughter and took out bread, bananas, and apples from his kit again. He carefully washed the apples with the remaining purified water and then began to eat them with gusto. The two women were in the corner, gagging uncontrollably. The two of them and Li Han didn't eat dinner last night in order to lose weight. I was planning to skip class and go out for a nice meal after the sweatshirt today. But now, at this time, Yang Xiaoqian braced herself and opened her mouth. Big brother, can you lend us the clothes you're not wearing? Good thinking, no borrowing. Tang Wei didn't hesitate to directly rebuff. If he let them put on their clothes, how could he still enjoy the scenery? Negative emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Negative emotional value from Natsuki +1. Big brother, can you give us something to eat and drink? Bananas are fine. Xia Meng stared at the bananas and bread beside Tang Wei, swallowed her saliva, and timidly asked, want to eat a fart? You want a banana? I've got some imported bananas for you. Negative emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Negative emotional value from Natsuki +1. Tang Wei crossed his legs and couldn't help but grin as he looked at the increasing negative emotion value. Taking out his cell phone, he intended to check on the outside world. Just opened the green bubble. He saw hundreds of business group messages are 99+. Check some of the majority of the release of distress information. Some tried to call the police, but the response was that all heat weapons were strangely deactivated and no rescue was possible. Tang Wei opened a certain voice again, and the news about the end times was all over the place on the certain voice. Not only in Bin Chang, all over the world, blood rain fell at the same time, and all those who were drenched by the blood rain, without exception, all turned into horrible zombies. Big brother, can I borrow your cell phone? Our cell phones are all in the locker room. I want to contact my family. You, don't worry about not using it for nothing. I'll give you money. When Xia Meng heard what was in a certain voice and was worried about her sister, she blinked her big watery eyes and said in a soft and sticky voice, money? Is money any good? It's too hard for me to wipe my ass. Tang Wei sized up the two women with interest and continued to speak. You heard the message in a certain voice just now. It's the end of days now, and in this end of days, everything has to be equaled. I have all these supplies like cell phones, water, and food. Do you two want to exchange them? Saying that, Tang Wei's gaze unapologetically traveled back and forth over the two women. The two women felt Tang Wei's unbridled gaze, and their bodies once again cringed, blocking their vitals with towels as much as possible. At the moment, the two women had nothing to trade for anything but their own bodies. But the two women were departmental flowers and high-minded goddesses, and there were countless people pursuing both of them. So how could they possibly surrender their bodies over a little food and drink? No need. The two women waved their hands in refusal. The two women bit their lips and no longer dared to make any demands. This person had thanked God for not taking advantage of the chaos to use force on them. As the day passed, Tang Wei lay comfortably on the wooden chair, charging while listening to the soothing music in his headphones. At the same time, he was pleasantly receiving the negative emotional values from the two girls, Xia Meng and Yang Xiaoqian. Kozuli, negative emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Negative emotional value from Natsuki +1. Xia Meng and Yang Xiaoqian, who were huddled in the corner, were starving and hadn't eaten or drank for 2 days. Combined with the fact that the steam room is kept in the 30s, the body loses a lot of water, already showing signs of dehydration. I'm afraid it won't be long before I go into dehydration shock if I don't rehydrate in time. The two women were groggy and had thought that this zombie fiasco would soon be resolved and they would soon be rescued. It was only gradually that the seriousness of the situation was realized, and the end times were really here. The two women were so dehydrated and extremely sleepy that before they knew it, they both passed out. Negative emotional value from Natsuki +1. Negative emotional value from Natsuki +1. Tang Wei couldn't help but feel a trace of doubt in his heart, clearly looking at both of them asleep. How come Xia Meng's negative emotion value was still increasing? However, he didn't make a sound, but quietly squinted his eyes and pretended to be asleep, intending to see what Xia Meng was up to. Only Xia Meng gently moved and looked at Yang Xiaoqian to make sure she was asleep before she slowly got up. Her proud figure was also exposed in the air as she got up, and she tiptoed toward Tang Wei. Chapter 4. I'm with my best friend's heart. My best friend plays with my head. Tang Wei thought that Xia Meng was trying to sneak attack or steal supplies, and was secretly preparing to strike. But suddenly, he felt softness in his arms, and the slippery touch instantly spread all over his body. When he opened his eyes, he saw a red-faced Xia Meng with an inquisitive face. Tang Wei, faced with such a good learner, naturally came to teach him. The good teacher, Tang Wei, teaches by hand. 2 hours later, congratulations to the host for successfully accepting the goddess. The positive emotional value of the accepted goddess will be automatically converted into the emotional value of adoration. Due to the fact that it has not reached the heart-pleasing and sincere obedience, it is not possible to obtain the additional adoration value reward. If the goddess has fallen in love with the host, she will be able to achieve the reward of heart's delight, which will increase her adoration value by 50 points. The satisfied Tang Wei was slightly stunned when he heard the system's prompt. Reaching heartwarming actually awards an additional 50 points of adoration. That's a lot of money. Xia Meng was wearing Tang Wei's wide t-shirt and sat beside her obediently. She held the bread in her hands and wolfed it down, eating so quickly that she choked and rolled her eyes as she swallowed. Seeing this, Tang Wei took out a bottle of pure water from his kit. After gently unscrewing the cap, he handed it to Xia Meng. Thank you, brother. Xia Meng squinted those big beautiful eyes and said in a sweet voice, "Admiration value from Natsuki +1. System alert, emotion mall unlocked." Tang Wei froze and conjured up the adoration emotion mall. Only 7 different grades of cards were seen on the shelves. F-Class Alien Ability Card, limited to 100, equals 100 adoration value. Class E ESP Card, limited to 80, equals 200 adoration value. D-Class Ability Card, limited to 60, equals 500 adoration value. C-Class Ability Card, limited to 40, equals 1,000 adoration value. B-Grade Alien Ability Card, limited to 20, equals 2,000 adoration value. Class A ESP Card, limited to 10, equals 5,000 adoration value. S-Class Alien Power Card, limited to 5, equals 10,000 adoration values. Tang Wei's eyes widened. The adoration value could actually purchase an ability card. After using it, wouldn't you just transform into an alien? Tang Wei pulled out another apple and a banana from his bag and handed it to Xia Meng. "Thank you, brother. Brother, you're so nice," Xia Meng said delicately. Admiration value from Natsuki +1. Admiration value from Natsuki +1. Another series of adoration values put Tang Wei in a good mood and opened his mouth. "My name is Tang Wei. Just call me Brother Wei from now on." "Brother Wei, how come you can't get all the things in this bag of yours?" Xia Meng asked with a curious opening. "This bag of mine is a gem. It can take out unlimited supplies." Tang Wei didn't want to expose his system, so he used his bag as a cover, babbling with his mouth and a pair of big hands. Xia Meng's face was flushed, and at this time, she was a bit more delicate than a few hours ago, which was very tempting. Xia Meng subconsciously reached out to block Tang Wei's hand, but thinking that she had just been like that, she stopped resisting. After more than 10 minutes, Xia Meng was hot. Her face was as red as a ripe apple, and she opened her mouth shyly. "Brother Wei, can you lend me your cell phone? I want to make a call to my sister." Tang Wei didn't talk nonsense and directly handed his cell phone to Xia Meng. "Thanks, brother." Admiration value from Natsuki +1. Xia Meng quickly dialed a number. The phone was quickly connected. The phone came from the other end of a crisp and pleasant female voice. "Hello? Yo, where are you? How is it now?" As soon as Xia Meng heard the phone being answered, she was relieved and asked eagerly. On the other end of the line, it was an equal surprise to hear that it was his sister's voice. "Sis, I'm now in the dormitory with my roommate. It's quite safe at the moment. It's just that I'm running out of food. How are you doing? Why don't you answer your phone?" "I'm fine. You mustn't run around and stay in the dormitory." Before Xia Meng finished speaking, Xia Yao's suppressed voice came from the other end of the phone. "Sis, I'm hanging up now. There's a noise outside my dorm room. Do. Xia Meng's eyes reddened, hearing the busy tone of the phone before handing the phone back to Tang Wei, hesitating for a moment and opening her mouth. "Brother, my sister is in the women's dormitory. Block A, 608. Can we go find her?" When Tang Wei heard this, he shook his head like a rattle. "No, the situation outside is unknown now. Going out is not looking for death?" Xia Meng bit her lip, and she understood in her heart that it was indeed very dangerous outside right now. And with the situation uncertain, the best thing to do is to hide for a while and observe what's going on out there. The smart Xia Meng knew in her heart that in this apocalypse, the only one she could rely on now was Tang Wei. Other than that, the bag that can take out unlimited food is enough to guarantee their survival in the end of days. And Tang Wei was not a bad guy. At least he was generous to himself. Just make him happy by studying well every day yourself. It wasn't out of the question for him to save his sister later. Just then, it was probably the sound of Xia Meng's phone call that woke up Yang Xiaoqian. She slowly opened those big beautiful eyes and realized that Xia Meng beside her was gone. Turning her head to look around, she saw a scene that shocked her extremely. Xia Meng was snuggling in that man's arms. You two are together?" Yang Xiaoqian asked incredulously. Xia Meng's face was red hot, and she gently nodded her head as an acknowledgement. Yang Xiaoqian was completely dumbfounded. Before they had discussed well, they absolutely could not let that man have his way. If he dared to use force, the two of them would resist together. But now, Xia Meng actually took advantage of her sleep and got involved with that man? It's a case of I'm with my best friend. My best friend is with me. Yang Xiaoqian's beautiful eyebrows were tightly wrinkled. Her nice face was covered with frost, biting her small silver teeth with a face of indignation. Tang Wei ignored Yang Xiaoqian's fire-breathing gaze and pulled out several bottles of pure water and various foods from his bag as if he was doing a magic trick, handing them to Xia Meng. Yang Xiaoqian's eyes were glowing, and she unconsciously licked her lips that were a bit dry and cracked due to the lack of water. After she hesitated for a moment, as if she had made some kind of determination, she stood up with a red face, shyly, her devilish figure on display, and walked slowly toward Tang Wei. Chapter 5, Life Reaches Its Climax. Tang Wei looked at the walking Yang Xiaoxian. The corner of his mouth rose. His eyes nonchalantly swept back and forth on Yang Xiaoxian, who was 172 cm tall and had white skin and long legs. Positive emotion value from Yang Xiaoxian +1. System alert, positive emotion mall unlocked. What made Tang Wei quite surprised was that Yang Xiaoxian had instantly changed from the negative emotions she was full of before to positive ones. This situation is somewhat similar to the Stockholm Syndrome, an automatic protection mechanism of the human psyche, whereby obedience, the cult of the strong, and survival in the face of a death threat leads to the transformation of what was originally hatred into adoration. Feeling Tang Wei's fiery gaze, Yang Xiaoqian forced herself to hold back her inner shame and glanced provocatively at Xia Meng, secretly slandering in her heart. Humph, claiming to be a good bosom friend, actually backstabbing me? Then don't blame me for not being polite. It's not just about seducing men. I may not necessarily lose. Thinking like this, Yang Xiaoqian moved lightly, walked to Tang Wei's side, slowly kneeling on the ground, stretching out her slender little hands, gently helping Tang Wei knead up his calves, said in a delicate voice, "Brother, can you give me some food and water? I'm willing to trade." Tang Wei reached out his hand with interest and gently pinched Yang Xiaoqian's pointed chin. Not only was Yang Xiaoqian not the least bit displeased, but instead her face was filled with smiles, a look of letting the king have his way. Tang Wei reached out and picked up a bottle of pure water and a loaf of bread, handing them to Yang Xiaoqian. Yang Xiaoqian's eyes instantly lit up, and she was busy thanking him gratefully. "Thank you, brother," said. Usually can't even unscrew the cap of the bottle, but at this moment she easily opened it, tilted her head back and gulp drank up. After drinking the water, he hastily grabbed the bread again, tore open the package and gobbled it up. Positive emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Positive emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Tang Wei naturally will not give food to Yang Xiaoqian for nothing. His hand is not idle. It is considered to collect some interest. Seeing this, Xia Meng, who was left out in the cold on the side, beamed her little mouth, a little unhappy in her heart. She got up and, as if fighting for favor, endured the pain and gave Tang Wei a massage. Yang Xiaoqian quickly finished eating, wiped her small mouth, and after glancing at Xia Meng who was massaging Tang Wei, she took out a bottle of essential oil from her bath bag and said in a manner, "Brother, massage which has spa comfortable I give you essential oil open bucket." It was as if these two women were secretly competing, pulling out all the stops to perform in front of Tang Wei. Tang Wei cozily plopped down on the wooden chair, enjoying the services of the two schoolgirls. It was a moment that felt like life had reached its climax. After enjoying, Tang Wei opened the positive emotional mall. Shelves placed on the 4 kinds of goods into the eyes. Power fruit 1 is equal to 10 positive emotions. Speed fruit 1 is equal to 10 positive emotions. Endurance fruit 1 is equal to 10 positive emotions. Reinforcement fruit 1 is equal to 10 positive emotions. Just by looking at the name, it was clear that these fruits should be able to enhance the corresponding attributes when used. Tang Wei had held off on his intention to push Yang Xiaoqian down because of the extra rewards from the system, and the positive emotional value that Yang Xiaoqian's constant supply was of great use. Bang bang bang. Just then, a sudden crash came from outside the door. The two girls, Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng, were so frightened by the sudden sound that they hurriedly hid behind Tang Wei. Tang Wei quickly got up, took out a large screwdriver from his toolkit, and walked quickly to the door. Through the frosted door, he could vaguely see that outside the door was a shirtless female walker who was slamming her body hard and constantly against the tempered door. Tang Wei was slightly relieved when he saw this. With that kind of impact, it would be impossible to damage the tempered door. However, he was a little concerned about another problem. The temperature in the sweatshop was kept at more than 30 degrees. It feels about the same temperature as summer, but if you are in such an environment for a long time, your body will definitely not be able to handle it. And to turn off the power to the sweat lodge, you have to go to the switchboard. Thinking of this, Tang Wei hurriedly opened the system and checked the number of emotional values. Positive emotional value, 15. Negative emotional value, 316. Admiration value, 8. The current positive emotion value was already enough to exchange for a fruit, but Tang Wei wasn't in a hurry. He planned to wait for the positive emotion value to reach 20 in exchange for 2 fruits before going out to look for the tourmaline switch. After this thought, Tang Wei bent down to pick up the jacket thrown on the ground and gently draped it over Yang Xiaoqian's body, then handed her his cell phone. Positive emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Yang Xiaoqian tilted her head back to look at Tang Wei, autumn waves flowing in her beautiful eyes, full of gratitude as she thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you, brother." Positive emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Positive emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Hearing the constant beeps coming from the system, Tang Wei smiled and nodded, saying, "From now on, you're just like Xia Meng. Just call me Brother Wei." "Aha, good Brother Wei," Yang Xiaoqian whined, her voice soft and charming as silk, alive and well as a hooked little goblin. After she put on the clothes Tang Wei handed her, she hesitated for a moment and handed the cell phone back to Tang Wei again, saying in a delicate voice, "Brother Wei, I don't have a call to make." Tang Wei nodded and took the phone before turning on a certain tone. He chose to watch the videos posted by users in the same city, and most of what caught his eye were distress videos and messages of high prices for food and water. Soon, a video caught the trio's eye. Judging from the angle of filming, it should be in the school building, and the video shows hundreds of zombies on the playground, wandering around aimlessly. Seeing this, Xiameng's face revealed a look of panic as she opened her mouth. This is our school. I think it was taken from the third school building, and that playground is the north playground, not too far from us. Yang Xiaoqian also couldn't help but frown her pretty eyebrows and nodded her head repeatedly in agreement. Tang Wei, however, didn't think so. He just had to meddle for a few days and get an ability card out. Killing a few zombies at that time shouldn't be a difficult task. Tang Wei turned off his cell phone, then turned the lights in the sweat room to their dimmest. "You two get some sleep. I'll guard the door for the first half of the night and then switch to you two for the second half." The two daughters nodded obediently and lay down softly on the wooden chairs. It wasn't long before the two women were in dreamland. After seeing the two girls sleeping, Tang Wei consumed 20 points of positive emotional value to exchange a strength fruit and a speed fruit. With a thought, two fruits the size of sand fruits appeared in his hands out of nowhere. One with a brilliant red color was a power fruit, and the other with a lush green color was a speed fruit. With the arrival of the fruit, a system prompt note followed. Chapter 6, Green Tea Bitch Yang Xiaoqian. System tip: eating the fruit can increase the experience value and attribute value. Each attribute can be increased for the first time with 100% probability of success, and the success rate will be reduced after eating the fruit. Tang Wei didn't realize that there was such a thing as a success rate for improving attributes, and first picked up the red power fruit and put it in his mouth to chew on it gently. In an instant, the sweet and crunchy texture blossoms between the taste buds, and the rich juice overflows in all directions. Immediately afterward, he took a bite of the green speed fruit. When the fruit entered his mouth, it was sour at first, but as he chewed, the slightest hint of sweetness gradually emerged. After eating these two fruits, Tang Wei only felt a fiery heat welling up in his stomach. This heat flowed like a raging tide and quickly swept through his body. Tang Wei clearly felt the muscles on his body squirming slightly, as if a new force was flourishing in them. System alert: power fruit boosts attributes successfully. Strength plus 50. System prompt: speed fruit enhancement attribute successful. Speed plus 50. At this time, Tang Wei felt full of strength and his body was much lighter. Even his abdomen appeared to have visible abs. Tang Wei hurriedly opened the attribute panel to check his own changes. Name: Tang Wei. Age: 23. Level: 1. Upgrading experience: 200/1000. Capability: ordinary level. Strength: 150. Speed: 150. Endurance: 100. Bone strength: 2. Mental power: 100 out of 100. Fatigue value: 100/100. Positive sentiment value: 7. Negative emotional value: 316. Admiration value: 8. After checking his attributes, Tang Wei closed the attribute panel. Immediately after that, he swung a fist at the air in front of him. At this moment, the speed and strength of his punches were already comparable to those of a professional boxer, and his experience value had also changed from 0/1000 to 200/1000. After Tang Wei finished reading the attributes, he swiped the video beautifully, and the crashing sound that came from time to time outside the door faded away. In the early hours of the morning, the two girls, Yang Xiaoqian and Xiameng, were still awake. Tang Wei couldn't help but feel a bit dissatisfied. These two slept, actually not even providing him with emotional values. It seemed that they would have to appropriately shorten their rest time in the future. "Wake up, it's your two's turn to watch the door." Tang Wei woke up the two girls. Yang Xiaoqian and Xiameng woke up sleepily, especially Xiameng, yawning one after another. Yang Xiaoqian had rested more than 2 hours more than her, which made Xiameng look a little haggard. Tang Wei took out 2 bottles of pure water from the side and handed them to the two women respectively. The two women, who were extremely dehydrated, instantly brightened up. Their sleepiness was gone, and they were busy thanking each other for taking it. Positive emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Positive emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Admiration value from Natsuki +1. Admiration value from Natsuki +1. Hearing that familiar prompt, Tang Wei then revealed a satisfied smile. He understood in his heart that he couldn't let these two girls be fed and watered. He had to use the strategy of fine water and warm water to boil the frog. If they eat too much, they may not have other thoughts, and to use starvation marketing tactics. Once they take everything for granted, they also do not know how to be grateful, and then how to get their own emotional value. Waiting for the two women to finish their water, Tang Wei unhurriedly took out a roll of waterproof tape, walked over to them, and said, "In order to prevent you two from messing up, I'll just have to commit you. The two girls did not refuse, and obediently put their hands out. Tang Wei smiled and shook his head, adding, "It's safer to tie your hands behind your back. After all, if they were tied in front of their bodies, they could use their mouths to pull the tape off a little bit, whereas if they were tied behind their backs, they could only be untied if the two of them worked with each other." Although the two women were a little reluctant, they obediently put their hands behind their backs. No one wanted to leave a bad impression on Tang Wei, and after a few minutes, Tang Wei tied them both up. Xia Meng skimmed her small mouth, feeling in her heart that Tang Wei was being a bit mean to herself. How can I say that I'm also his woman now? But the treatment is actually the same as Yang Xiaoqian. Brother Wei, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on Xia Meng for you. Yang Xiaoqian tilted her little head and said to Tang Wei with a smile on her face. Xia Meng's beautiful eyes were rounded, angry, and she hurriedly opened her mouth. Brother Wei, I'll keep an eye on Yang Xiaoqian for you. She's got a belly full of bad water. She might be holding something bad. Good. You guys supervise each other. Call me if something happens. Tang Wei was naturally happy to see the two women at each other's throats. It was safer to keep each other in check this way, and walked inside on his own, lying down on the wooden bench. Through the emotional value of the two women, he could actually feel their attitude towards himself. Currently the two had no negative emotions. They shouldn't sneak up on themselves, but it was better to be careful. The only person you could trust in the end times was yourself. The next morning, Tang Wei slowly opened his eyes and saw Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng staring at each other wide-eyed like cockfights. Seeing Tang Wei get up, the two of them immediately turned around, revealing sweet smiles one after another, their faces full of pleasing looks. Good morning, Brother Wei. Good morning, Brother Wei. Tang Wei stretched his muscles for a bit before he walked towards the two girls and made a move to undo the tape on their bodies. Since Yang Xiaoqian was closer to him, she was untied first. Yang Xiaoqian moved her strangled red little hands while bimboing like a green tea whore. Thank you, brother. Brother Wei is so nice. He loves me the most. The first one to untie me. You. Xia Meng was so infuriated that she raised her eyebrows in a willow, glaring at Yang Xiaoqian half unable to speak. Tang Wei mouth corner twitching. He just because Yang Xiaoqian close to the first to unlock her. Did not expect that this has become her attack Xia Meng weapon. Tang Wei laughed and shook his head, then took out 2 loaves of bread from his toolkit and threw them to the two. Eat something. The two women were busy thanking him repeatedly, and Tang Wei reaped another wave of emotional value. Tang Wei ate his bread while swiping his cell phone to see if there was any latest news. Soon, 2 messages caught his attention. The first message was that the drinking water system had been contaminated, and the water that was released had turned the color of blood, and there was a live video recording of a boy who was so thirsty that he couldn't stand it, and drank that water, and within a few minutes, turned into a zombie on the air. The second piece of news is that there has been no official news about this zombie outbreak, but a certain power expert has deduced that the power system should be able to sustain itself for another 3 months, after which the world's power will be paralyzed. These 2 pieces of news were like heavy bombs, instantly sending all the survivors into a panic. The first piece of news, Tang Wei did not feel too much impact. After all, he had enough supplies. The second piece of news was a little more worrying, as in 3 months' time, when the electricity would be cut off, the nights would be dark and communication would be impossible. The 2 daughters also watched from the sidelines, both looking sad. Tang Wei quietly waited for the 2 women to eat and drink before slowly speaking. I'm going to go out and find the switchboard later and turn off the tourmaline. Otherwise we'll turn into dryads before we turn into zombies. You 2 come with me. I'll turn off the electric switch and you gather some supplies that can be used. Chapter 7, First Grade Corpse Pill. Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng, 2 girls, although the heart panicked a batch, but in order to show value in front of Tang Wei, or have hard head nodded and should down. When Tang Wei finished speaking, he rummaged around in his toolkit, and it didn't take long to find pliers, screwdrivers, and a wallpaper knife. He then walked over to the unused wooden seat on the other side and proceeded to dismantle the square wood on it. After a bit of picking and choosing, he found a 4x4 square of roughly 1.5 meters in length. Immediately afterward, he picked up a wallpaper knife and skillfully sharpened one end of the square of wood, and then carefully rounded off the end he was holding. With that, a simple spear was made. This thing is used to beat the zombies since it is not a problem. The critical moment can also be used as a sharp weapon. Stabbing is really a good self-defense weapon. After Tang Wei made his spear, his gaze swept toward the 2 women and opened his mouth. You 2 each find a handy weapon for defense as well. Upon hearing this, the 2 women hurriedly came over to the pile of scrap wood that Tang Wei had dismantled and rummaged around inside. Soon, each of them picked a 4x4 wooden cube over half a meter long and held it tightly in their hands as a defensive weapon. Tang Wei put on his pants, then looked at Yang Xiaoqian and said, "Give me the jacket." It's just a jacket, but it's more or less protection, so it might come in handy at some point and save your life. He wouldn't be stupid enough to go out naked and fight walkers for the sake of his 2 daughters. With a red face, Yang Xiaoqian took off her jacket and subconsciously covered the vital parts of her body with both hands, her eyes filled with sorrow as she looked at Tang Wei. Seeing this, Xia Meng, who was on the side, couldn't help but reveal a gloating look and was about to open her mouth to taunt Yang Xiaoqian for a few moments. Tang Wei then turned his head and said to Xia Meng again, "Give me the t-shirt too." In this way, the 2 original goddesses, who had been in great shape, returned to the state they were in when they first met. Fortunately, Tang Wei wasn't the kind of pervert who loved to make things difficult, and after removing the bath towel hanging on the door as well as the one wrapped around the wrench, he handed it to the 2 women. As for the large wrench, he was told to put it back in his toolkit. After doing so, Tang Wei gently pulled the door open a crack and cautiously looked out. Seeing that there was no sign of zombies outside, he took a deep breath and took the lead in stepping out the door. Whispering, "Go!" Tang Wei gripped his homemade weapon tightly in both hands and walked out with light but cautious steps. The 2 girls, on the other hand, wrapped in bath towels and holding up wooden sticks, looked nervous as they followed behind Tang Wei. Li Han's blood at the doorway had already dried up, the blood-stained bath towel was thrown aside, and the entire bathroom was empty. Only the sound of the shower dripping water droplets from time to time, which appeared extraordinarily clear in this silent environment. The 2 daughters followed closely behind Tang Wei, like 2 kittens that had exploded their fur, nervously looking east and west, their eyes filled with fear. The trio made their way silently to the corner of the bathroom and locker room. Tang Wei sneaked a peek into the locker room, only to see a few streaks of blood on the floor. An inchless zombie was standing still, twitching its body every now and then. This zombie was no one else but Li Han, who was kicked out by Tang Wei. Tang Wei made a shushing gesture to the 2 women, then took out a screw from his toolkit and gently threw it in the opposite direction of the trio. Bang! The sound of metal colliding with tiles rang out abruptly in the silent bathroom, and Li Han turned back sharply, taking a step in the direction from which the sound came. Put! Tang Wei saw the right time to launch a sneak attack from behind Li Han, his spear ruthlessly stabbing through Li Han's snow-white back, directly penetrating his body. However, this penetrating wound did not put it to death, and it waved its arms, desperately trying to attack, but the spear was stabbed from behind, and it was firmly held by Tang Wei, so it could only frantically wave its arms. Tang Wei frowned. The heart area was penetrated but still not dead. It seems that it's really like the movie. You have to explode the head to deal with zombies. You 2 take the hold. I'll take care of it. The 2 women's faces were white at this time, and they were not scared into screaming in shock, which was already considered to be a relatively strong determination. Hearing Tang Wei ask them to hold the spear, after hesitating for a moment, the 2 women still stiffly went forward to hold it. After all, in their hearts, there were times when Tang Wei was even more terrifying to them than this zombie. Both women knew full well that as long as they had no value, they would soon be abandoned. Tang Wei let go of his spear, and the 2 women were instantly driven back a few steps by the zombie-turned Li Han. Tang Wei quickly pulled out a large wrench from his toolkit, held it tightly in both hands, and aimed to swing hard at Li Han's head. Boom! The power of 150 was not comparable to that of a normal person, only to see that Li Han's head directly exploded, with red and white things splattered all over the wall. The body with only half a head left slowly fell to the ground, too dead to be seen. The 2 women never realized from the beginning that this zombie was their best friend Li Han. Only witnessing the bursting brain matter made them both feel their stomachs flip and an intense nausea hit them. They hurriedly covered their mouths tightly with their hands, trying their best to hold back the vomiting feeling that almost rushed out of their mouths. They were afraid of making noise and attracting more zombies. Tang Wei was still satisfied in his heart when he saw the 2 girls' performance. He walked nonchalantly over to the body, bent down, and pulled out the spear that was stuck in it. Just then, the blood on the walls as well as the ground seemed to be absorbed by the ground and the walls, disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, followed by the corpse, leaving behind only a purple bead resembling a glass ball. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Tang Wei's head. Kill a zombie, gain 10 points of experience. Tang Wei walked up suspiciously, picked up the purple bead, and viewed it through the system as information surfaced. First order corpse Dan, there is a 20% probability of obtaining this item when killing a zombie. After using it, there is a probability to increase 10 points of random attributes, 100% increase for the first time, 50% increase for the second time, and 25% increase for the third time. Note, too much of the corpse elixir will lead to a buildup of necrotic venom in the body of the user, and in serious cases, the person will lose his or her mind and turn into a zombie. Tang Wei frowned. The effects of this corpse Dan were similar to the effects of the fruits in his mall, both of which were to enhance attributes. However, the corpse pill could only raise 10 points after successful consumption, and the fruit could raise 50 points, and the fruit didn't have any side effects. Tang Wei put the corpse Dan into the toolkit. He didn't dare to eat this thing, in case he turned into a zombie after eating it. The joke would be too big. The two women stared with wide eyes and unbelievable faces. Seeing that the corpse disappeared, the discomfort in their stomachs was also alleviated by a few points. Tang Wei took a step and walked in the direction of the locker room, and Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng followed with trepidation. Chapter 8, Search and Examination. Entering the locker room, Tang Wei pointed to the neatly arranged closet on one side, signaling the two girls to gather supplies. Instead, he was in the locker room, carefully searching for the switchboard. Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng first moved to the front of the cabinet where they placed their clothes and gently opened the door with the key, with a bit of nervousness in their movements. When they opened it, they hurriedly took out their own clothes and put them on after fumbling around. Then he began rummaging through the other cabinets one by one, trying to find useful supplies. However, most of these storage cabinets are empty. There were only a handful of cabinets that should have something in them, but they were locked. Tang Wei searched the locker room carefully and soon found the electrical distribution box at the entrance. He carefully opened the door of the distribution box. His eyes quickly scanned through the dense and intricate switches, and after a few moments, he found the switch labeled tourmaline. Without the slightest hesitation, Tang Wei decisively reached out and pulled down the switch. Boom! A dull sound rang out. The sound of an air switch tripping echoed through the bathroom, breaking the otherwise dead silence. Immediately afterward, there was a clear sound of footsteps in the hall outside the bathroom. The footsteps stood out in the almost eerie silence, and each sound seemed to step on the tips of the three men's hearts, making them tremble with fear. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the footsteps to fade away. Thinking that the sound of the trip just now wasn't too loud and didn't attract the attention of the zombies, Tang Wei couldn't help but let out a secret sigh of relief. But just at this moment, ringing, a crisp cell phone ringing without warning suddenly rang. Tang Wei's pupils instantly contracted sharply as he fiercely looked in the direction the sound came from, only to see the two girls, Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng, similarly staring with wide eyes, panic written all over their faces. Eyes flicked to a locked closet, and it was from that closet that the crisp ringing of a cell phone came from. Knock knock, a messy and rapid footsteps from far and near. Tang Wei instantly turned around and pulled his legs to run. Run, he shouted. His body shape was like electricity, and he rushed out in an arrow step. The speed was simply amazingly fast, easily breaking the world record, and in the blink of an eye, he left the two women behind. The two women were so scared that their hair stood on end and they ran wildly with all their might. After they rushed into the bathroom, they turned their heads in the direction of the locker room, only to see more than a dozen grim-faced walkers rushing into the locker room. The blood on the ground caused the two zombies to slip on their feet and instantly trip over a piece, and this unexpected turn of events gave the two women a valuable chance to escape. Tang Wei ran to the sweat room in a few breaths. With his hand on the door handle, he waited for the two women. After all, these two daughters were an important source for him to gain emotional value. Of course, if the two girls couldn't outrun the walkers, he would have to endure the pain and close the door to protect himself. Luckily, the two women rushed into the sweat room with no danger. Tang Wei quickly closed the door behind him, using his own body to deaden it, and shouted at the panting second woman, "Get over here and help me against the door." Boom boom boom. As Tang Wei's words fell, the sound of a violent crash came. More than a dozen zombies blocked the doorway, their mouths emitting shrill cries like rats as they kept banging against the tempered door. Fortunately, the domestic tempered glass is of high quality and remains rock solid under the constant impact of the zombies. After more than 10 minutes, the group of zombies gradually weakened their impact and eventually receded. When the zombies completely disappeared into thin air, the two women were physically exhausted and directly paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily. Tang Wei, on the other hand, bent down to pick up the bath towel that the two women had thrown on the floor and reinserted the door. He blocked the door with another bath towel and later reinforced it with another seal of duct tape. Only after doing this did he sit down on a wooden chair to the side and look at the two panting women. Yang Xiaoqian was wearing a set of pink sportswear at this time. Her body was curvaceous, concave and convex, and she was a bit beautiful and touching in her youthful vitality. Xia Meng, on the other hand, was wearing a long floral dress. Due to the rush and panic, did not have time to wear underwear. Some parts of the hidden inadvertently added a few points of tantalizing style. Tang Wei appreciated the scene in front of him for a while before pulling out 3 bottles of water from his backpack and handing one over to each of them. "Thank you, Brother Wei. Thank you, Brother Wei." The two daughters thanked each other, and like hungry wolves pouncing on food, they crawled to Tang Wei's side, took the water bottle, unscrewed the cap and then gulped it down. Positive emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian +1, admiration value from Natsuki +1. Tang Wei also opened a bottle of water and drank it in one gulp before snickering at the two women. "I provide food and drink. Shouldn't you two thank me more?" Positive emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian +1, admiration value from Natsuki +1. The two goddesses nodded their heads approvingly one after another, and their mood values increased one after another. Tang Wei grinned, secretly happy in his heart. It seemed that this method really worked. In the future, when there was nothing else to do, he would have to make these two little ninjas thank himself more. Tang Wei was in a good mood, and after resting for a while, he got up and checked the thermostat, making sure that the power had been cut off before completely putting his heart down. Turning his head to the two girls, he asked, "What kind of supplies have you all searched for?" Yang Xiaoqian handed Tang Wei a pink shoulder bag and a designer lady's bag. "Brother Wei, the backpack is the one I put in the locker room earlier. This small bag is Li Han's, and the other lockers are either empty or locked. I didn't find any other supplies." Yang Xiaoqian finished carefully, secretly observing Tang Wei's expression as she spoke. Seeing that he wasn't angry that he hadn't searched for supplies, she was slightly relieved. Tang Wei nodded, and without ceremony, reached down and pulled open the duffel bag to check the supplies inside. A set of underwear, a cell phone, a makeup bag, and nothing else. Li Han had a few more things in that designer bag: cosmetics, a cell phone, a couple of small umbrellas and a box of small emergency pills, and a paper packet of white powder. Tang Wei hooked his finger at Yang Xiaoqian. "Come here, I'll see if you're hiding anything on you." Chapter 9, The Schoolgirl Who Was Almost Drugged. Yang Xiaoqian didn't squirm and obediently came forward. Tang Wei began to search carefully from top to bottom, inside and out, especially focus on ditches for inspection. It took more than 10 minutes of groping before Tang Wei stopped and snapped off the two cell phones and the small umbrella and pills. Everything else was handed back to Yang Xiaoqian. Yang Xiaoqian was searched softly, her face flushed as she retreated to the side with the two bags. Xia Meng also turned in the supplies she had found, a set of underwear and a lady's bag. "Brother Wei, I didn't search anything. This bag and underwear are all mine." When I opened the bag, it contained nothing but a cell phone and some cosmetics. Tang Wei hooked his finger, signaling for a body search and inspection. Xia Meng was dry, directly took off the floral dress, unfolded his arms, and greatly turned around twice in front of Tang Wei. Tang Wei was uneasy and still searched carefully. After 10 minutes or so, this was done before the phone was snapped off and allowed to leave. Tang Wei first put the collected cell phone into a silent state, and then asked the two women for the unlock code. He picked up Xia Meng's cell phone first, only to see dozens of missed calls and nearly 100 green bubble messages displayed on the screen. Checking the missed calls, all of them are marked as Xia Yao called. Tapping on the green bubble, the entire interface was filled with unread messages, most of which came from some pandering lickspittles, while the rest were from Xia Yao. Tang Wei patiently looked through them one by one, and found that a few lickspittles said in their messages that they had stockpiled quite a lot of food, which they couldn't afford to eat, and were specifically reserved for Xia Meng. What's more, a message from a guy known as the King of Dog Lickers said, if there's no more food, he's willing to cut his own flesh for Xia Meng to eat, and says that as long as Xia Meng can live well, that's his greatest happiness. Tang Wei looked at his scalp for a while, and secretly spat in his heart. There are thousands of stupid BS in this world, and licking dogs can account for half of them. With a hint of curiosity, Tang Wei directly used Xia Meng's cell phone to send a message back to the ultimate licking dog. It didn't take long for the other to reply. "Mo, you finally returned my message. It's really great that you're okay. I'm willing to cut my meat to you as long as you're willing to. Just wait for me." Not long after, the King of Dog Lickers sent a video. Tang Wei was a little curious to click on, only to see that in the video, the guy actually really took a fruit knife and cut off a piece of meat on his leg. I come together. This ing, which is what licking dog ah. This ing is simply crazy dog ah. 2 arms it, just for a pussy. Is it worth it? Tang Wei chill, did not hesitate to pull this mad dog black. The goddess you thought you couldn't play with is now at my disposal? Putting down Xia Meng's cell phone, Tang Wei picked up Yang Xiaoqian's cell phone again. There were dozens of missed calls on the cell phone, all from 2 numbers with no names stored. But these are not simple numbers, with tail numbers 8888 and 6666. If it were in the past, someone with such a number would indeed be someone Tang Wei couldn't afford to mess with. But now the world has changed, and in these last days, when a loaf of bread can determine life and death, everything is different. Tang Wei opened the green bubble. The situation was similar to Xia Meng's cell phone, the screen full of mostly a group of dog lickers who were frantically expressing themselves. However, there are 2 contacts that stand out, one noted as dad and the other as a distant cousin. Click on the chat record with the dad. Between the lines are revealed a father's deep concern for his daughter and worry. Then look at the chat records with the cousin. The same is anxious to ask Yang Xiaoqian's safety, and the latest few pieces of news have lifted Tang Wei's spirits. "Si Yao Tsing, how are you now? In what position? Can you give me a message back?" On my side, I organized more than 20 people in the boxing gym and set up a small team. I have already killed more than 10 zombies. There is a chance that the zombies will burst out beads when they die, and when you eat them, they will strengthen your body. I ate 4 of them and managed to strengthen my body twice. I heard from one of the guys at the gym that there was a boxer who accidentally awakened a G-rank strength-type psychic ability that could kill a cow with a single punch. When I'm stronger, I'll bring someone to rescue my aunt. When you see the message, Tell me your location. I'll bring someone to pick you up then. Tang Wei couldn't help but frown, secretly pondering in his heart, is there already someone awakening their psychic abilities right now? Grade G? The lowest one in his own Amity Mall was F rank. What the hell is this G rank? Tang Wei then picked up Li Han's cell phone, only to see the same cell phone displaying dozens of missed calls and hundreds of green bubble messages. Needless to say, pretty girls get a lot of attention no matter what. Even in this post-apocalyptic world, there are still so many people who are thinking about it. On the contrary, he has not received a single call of concern until now. Tang Wei tried to open his cell phone to take a look, but realized that he needed a password. He looked up and asked Yang Xiaoqian and Xiameng for the password, and both of them shook their heads. Tang Wei then beckoned Yang Xiaoqian to bring Li Han's bag. Flipping Li Han's ID card in his bag, he tries to enter her date of birth and is prompted with an incorrect password. Tang Wei thought for a moment, took out his own cell phone and opened the calendar, checked the lunar birthday of Li Han's birth year, and then re-entered it. With the last password entered, the phone is successfully unlocked. Tang Wei grinned, not expecting it to unravel. The two young girls on the side were gently clapping their hands, their eyes full of little stars and a look of adoration as they spoke in a manner. Wow, Brother Wei is so great. Brother Wei is great. Tang Wei awkwardly realized that these two girls, who hadn't provided any emotional value at all, were clearly acting. The next time the two of you act, can you really worship in your hearts? Tang Wei wasn't polite, and directly opened his mouth to point it out. Positive emotions from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Admiration value from Xiameng +1. The effect was obvious, and after Tang Wei finished speaking, the emotional value began to prompt. He continued to check Li Han's cell phone. Missed calls, all of which were from a person with the note Fu Er die. Opening the green bubble, it was mostly filled with the same messages from suitors. Soon, however, Tang Wei's attention was drawn to a man named Fu Er die. Payday sent dozens of messages in a row, the first few sent before the zombie outbreak. Payday, baby, when are you going to bring them both? Fu Er die, you can just sneak the medicine I gave you into both their drinks when the time comes. Fu Er die, baby, if you can get Yang Xiaoqian and Xiameng here, we'll give you $500,000 for your hard work. Fu Er die, hurry back I and a few brothers' video equipment are ready. Zhangzhuila Hotel waiting for you. When Tang Wei saw this, he realized that the unknown white powder in Li Han's bag was ecstasy. Chapter 10, Advertisements for Beautiful Women. Tang Wei couldn't help but frown. So this Li Han was preparing to mesmerize Yang Xiaoqian and Xiameng. Luckily, because of the zombie outbreak, it was destroyed by himself. Otherwise, what happened to these two girls could be imagined. The rest of the dozens of messages were sent after the zombie outbreak, with the general content asking where Li Han was, if there were any supplies on her side, and so on. This Fu Er die was lucky enough to escape the zombie outbreak by hiding in the Zhangzhuila Hotel with a few of his fox friends. Tang Wei stood up and held out the chat logs of Fu Er die and Li Han to Yang Xiaoqian and Xiameng, and the two girls blinked their big eyes and curiously came over. Upon seeing the content of the chat, the two of them instantly opened their almond eyes. Their pretty faces turned red, their small fists clenched, obviously angry to the extreme. The two of them never thought that Li Han would actually unite with a few men and try to spoil them, and it looked like they were going to record a video. As soon as they thought of this, the two of them couldn't help but feel a pang of fear, and their eyes were filled with gratitude as they looked at Tang Wei. Positive emotions from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Admiration value from Xiameng +1. After Xiameng read the chat records of Li Han and Fu Er die, worrying even more about his sister's safety, he hesitated for a moment before speaking in a soft voice. Brother Wei, can you let me make a call? Tang Wei is not a mean person. A phone call won't do anything, and although he is not a saintly mother, he is not cold-blooded and heartless. Handing his cell phone to Xiameng, Xiameng hurriedly took it and thanked him. Admiration value from Natsuki +1. Admiration value from Natsuki +1. A few minutes later, Xiameng hung up the phone and let out a long breath. Although there were no more supplies on Xia Yao's side, the good thing was that it was still safe for now, and holding out for 2 days was still doable. Yang Xiaoqian, do you want to make a call as well? Your father and your cousin are quite worried about you. When Yang Xiaoqian heard Tang Wei mention his cousin, her heart panicked. Fearing that it would cause unnecessary misunderstandings, she hurriedly explained, Brother Wei, don't get me wrong, this cousin of mine is a distant relative. We really don't have anything. You can look at the records. I don't even reply to his messages. He has been stalking me and pursuing me. I've rejected him so many times, and I haven't even had my hand held by another man. Tang Wei naturally knew that he could see Yang Xiaoqian as white as a sheet of paper through the system, and smiled and opened his mouth. Why don't you call your father? It feels like he's worried about you. Yang Xiaoqian bit her lip. After her parents divorced, her father was busy with his career and rarely contacted her. In addition to the $100,000 of living expenses that arrive on time every month, Yang Xiaoqian can't feel any fatherly love. This led to some resentment towards her father by Yang Xiaoqian. After hesitating for a while, Yang Xiaoqian took the cell phone from Tang Wei and dialed her father's number. Soon the call was answered. The moment he heard the voice of Yang Xiaoqian, nearly 100 years old, Yang Feng was so excited that he burst into tears, and repeatedly asked for his daughter's location. Yang Xiaoqian hesitated for a moment and ultimately did not say where she was. Instead, he lied, claimed he was in his dorm room, and hung up after a few more brief conversations. Tang Wei nodded slightly, looking at Yang Xiaoqian with approval in his eyes. In the end, people who can get into 985 colleges and universities, their minds are just not ordinary. If she had foolishly exposed her position, Tang Wei would definitely throw her out without hesitation. Tang Wei took out a few apples and bananas and handed them to the two girls as a reward for their good behavior. This action allowed him to reap another wave of emotional value. Positive emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Admiration value from Natsuki +1. Tang Wei opened the emotion system to check the current emotion value situation. Positive emotional value, 16. Negative emotional value, 287. Admiration value, 28. The positive emotional value can be exchanged for another fruit, but the adoration emotional value is only a pitiful 28, which is still far from purchasing a great F ability card. Now this emotional value growth rate, it's really too slow. It seems that we need to think of a way to expand the team of goddesses around us. Tang Wei thought for a moment before taking out his own cell phone, opened the green bubble, in hundreds of groups, selected a few neighborhoods closer to the Bincheng University group message. Professional unclogging sewers, taken goddesses, face value, body, temperament must be online, bread, pure water, fruit tube enough, if you think you meet the requirements, report your circumference, send a full body photo, no makeup, no beauty face, and chat privately. The message was followed by photos of several bottles of purified water, bread and fruit. Once the message was sent out, the owners group of the nearby neighborhood instantly exploded. For a while, the major group messages instantly 99 plus. Bingcheng Xiaobao, I come. This professional unclogging sewer is Hua. Run this beauty pageant to come? Professional with a bowl at professional drain unclogging dude. Bull asterisk. My professional is not as good as you. A proud little fairy, bah. Downhead man, perverted man, scum man, sisters, wipe your eyes. This kind of person is typical in cheating bubbles. People don't believe it. Auntie Lee of the neighborhood committee, young man, are you from our neighborhood? It's a special time now. You should take out your food and water and distribute it to the elderly and children. Tang Wei watched the group's various performances, smiling without saying a word, and his address book lit up with a red dot. Someone had applied for a friend. Prissy Fairy from the group chat has requested to add you as a friend. The corner of Tang Wei's mouth twitched. Wasn't this the same little fairy who had just scolded his lower head man in the group? Dare to scold yourself. Direct refusal. This time dredging company Zhao Lang sent a separate message. Zhao Lang, your kid is good. You're mixing well. There are quite a lot of resources. Hurry up and find a way to send me some. I'll wait for you at the company. If you don't send the supplies today, don't blame me for taking back the house. When Tang Wei saw this message, he was all pissed off and laughed, and directly returned a path. Professional sewer unclogging. I'll send your sister. You send me your daughter. I can consider giving you a bottle of water. After Tang Wei sent the message, without waiting for Zhao Lang to reply, he directly pulled his black, this sooner or later to clean him up. Negative feelings from Zhang San +1. Negative feelings from Li Si +1. Negative feelings from Wang Er +1. Negativity from Rogue +1. Negative emotion from Zhao Lang +1. As the news fermented in the major groups for a while, the negative sentiment values began to soar wildly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 500 negative sentiment values were received. The corners of Tang Wei's mouth couldn't help but twitch, not realizing that he could receive negative emotional values even across space. Just then, a system alert sounded. Negative emotion value has reached 900. After reaching 1000, a new negative emotion value item can be unlocked. At the same time, the host will turn on the power of the curse. In the cursed state, the host loses 50% of his sanity. All attributes X2 lasts for 1 hour. Before Tang Wei had a chance to figure out what was going on, the negative emotion value had already surpassed the 1000 mark, and it was still rising. System alert, the power of the curse has been turned on. System alert, new items have been unlocked in the negativity mall. Tang Wei only felt that the originally colorful world in front of him gradually became strangely colored, and the world in his eyes was only black and white and blinding red. He felt his body muscles bulge slightly, his vision more than doubled in width, and he was filled with a violent aura. At the same time, he could clearly hear his rapid breathing and war drum-like heartbeat as his sanity faded a little. Without the constraints of reason, certain deepest primal desires and thoughts of killing kept churning in his mind. Yang Xiaoqian and Xiaomeng also noticed Tang Wei's unusual change. When they saw that Tang Wei's eyes had become as red as blood, and his neck and face were crawling with black lines like sinews, the two women were so frightened that they shrieked in unison. Tang Wei was attracted by the two men's shrieks and jerked his head around to look. After seeing the two women huddled tightly together, their figures flashed, instantly appearing in front of the two women like a ghost. Chapter 11 Brother, don't do this. Tang Wei's eyes became more and more crimson, his innermost primal desires completely ignited, and he fiercely looked towards Yang Xiaoqian and Xiaomeng. Yang Xiaoqian and Xiaomeng were scared out of their wits by Tang Wei's rough and ferocious appearance. Tears slid uncontrollably down her cheeks, and she prayed bitterly with a trembling sob, "Brother, what's wrong with you? Don't do this. Wake up." The two women's voices with their crying voices were like a faint light that shone into Tang Wei's chaotic consciousness, allowing him to slightly regain some sanity. The hand that was originally frantically tearing the clothes of the two women slowly stopped. In this instant, Yang Xiaoqian and Xiaomeng were like two little rabbits that had escaped from the dreadful clutches, panicked and backing up, shrinking into the corners, shivering. The gazes they looked at Tang Wei were filled with terror and awe. Tang Wei stood upright like that, not moving an inch for more than a dozen seconds, as if he was experiencing a fierce heavenly battle inside. A moment later, his crimson blood-like eyes slowly looked at the two women, then flashed and appeared in front of the door, violently pulling the door open. The tempered glass door was overwhelmed and blew right through. Tang Wei, on the other hand, was carrying the large wrench and striding towards the outside. Tang Wei didn't dare to linger any longer, and it was with great difficulty that he managed to suppress the primal thoughts with his reason. Now one must go out and kill walkers to take out the negativity. The sound of the tempered door bursting attracted the attention of the zombies. A few zombies ran from the direction of the locker room. Tang Wei didn't dodge, brandishing a wrench, charging head-on towards the zombies. As soon as they met, Tang Wei violently raised the wrench in his hand and accurately smashed it towards the head of the zombie that rushed at the front. Bang! The wrench collided violently with the zombie's head, and the zombie's head instantly exploded, splattering plasma like fireworks. The scarlet blood stung in this gray, dead world. Kill a zombie and gain 10 points of experience. Kill a zombie and gain 10 points of experience. A series of system beeps continued to ring in Tang Wei's head. In a few minutes, these few zombies were turned into experience value. Tang Wei didn't dare to stop. Only by killing could he suppress the primal urges within. After Tang Wei cleaned up the zombies in the bathroom one by one, he dragged his somewhat tired yet excited by the kill's body out of the female bath. Coming outside the women's bath, it immediately attracted a number of wandering walkers. The wrench in his hand swung without stopping, and each fall was accompanied by a splash of blood. It wasn't until the power of the curse faded and his sanity slowly returned that he dragged his heavy steps back into the middle of the women's bath. At this moment, the colors in front of Tang Wei's eyes gradually became clearer. When he returned to the sweat lodge, there was a mess in front of him. The crumbs from the broken tempered glass were scattered all over the place, and bath towels, washcloths and other items were randomly discarded everywhere in a mess. Yang Xiaoqian and Xiaomeng were cowering in the corner like two frightened deer. Their hair was disheveled, their faces were full of panic and helplessness, and their eyes were still streaked with undried tears. Seeing Tang Wei return, the two men's bodies subconsciously shrunk back. Obviously Tang Wei had scared them enough earlier. The eyes that looked toward Tang Wei were filled with awe. Tang Wei didn't pay much attention to this, and walked to the side to sit on a wooden chair by himself. As the power of the curse subsided, a monstrous wave of exhaustion swept over him like a tidal wave, causing him to nearly collapse into his chair. Tang Wei slowed down and checked the negative emotion value, realizing that it had accumulated to over 1,500 without realizing it. He knew in his heart that with another 400 or so negative emotion values, he was afraid that he would fall into that dreadful cursed state again. I still remember when the negative emotion value reached 1,000 before, the system prompted them all to unlock a new item. Tang Wei opened the emotion arcade and his eyes fell on the newly unlocked item at the top, which was surprisingly a roast chicken. Exchanging a roast chicken required 2 points of negative emotion value. At this time, Tang Wei was nearly deflated and his physical strength was seriously overdrawn. So without the slightest hesitation, he directly exchanged 6 points of negative emotional value for 3 roasted chickens. He picked one up and gobbled it up, his strength returning gradually. At the same time, he handed the other 2 roasted chickens to Yang Xiaoqian and Xiaomeng. The moment the 2 women saw the roasted chicken, their originally fearful eyes instantly lit up, especially when they smelled the tantalizing aroma. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They hurriedly thanked and received the roasted chicken. "Thanks, brother. Thanks, brother." Positive emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Admiration value from Natsuki +1. A series of emotional value beeps sounded in Tang Wei's head. The 2 girls, who had just been terrified of Tang Wei, seemed to have instantly forgotten their previous fears when they saw the roasted chicken, and affectionately called out brother as they began to feast on it. The three of them fought on their own. In no time at all, Tang Wei had eaten the roasted chicken in his hands cleanly. He looked up and realized that Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng were making similar progress. Tang Wei didn't expect these two little girls to be able to eat so much. The two women were a little embarrassed by his look, and Yang Xiaoqian, with a red face, stammered and opened her mouth to explain. This roasted chicken is really too delicious. So, that's why I ate more. Tang Wei waved his hand indifferently. After all, with his current situation, acquiring negative emotion values wasn't a difficult task. Find a few random groups, post a couple ads, and the negativity value isn't at your fingertips. Just then, Tang Wei, who had recovered quite a bit of his physical strength, suddenly felt a fluttering in his abdomen. Apparently the past few days has been eating too light. Just those few roasted chicken oil and water is more. The stomach and intestines for a moment some cannot withstand. Upset stomach. There was no bathroom in the sweat room, so Tang Wei had no choice but to take Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng to the bathroom. It was a good thing that he had cleared the bathroom of walkers earlier, which gave him a little bit of peace of mind. Came to the bathroom. Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng, two girls outside sentry. Tang Wei is inside the flood. Fortunately, the two women still have a lot of paper towels, otherwise Tang Wei can only perform one sun finger. Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng both had their stomachs grumbling at this time. When Tang Wei came out, it switched again to Tang Wei standing sentry outside the bathroom while the two women went in to address their physical needs. After they were all settled, Tang Wei brought the two women to the female bath hall. The tempered glass door handle of the hall had been damaged and could not be unlocked, so for safety's sake, Tang Wei's trio could only pile the sofas, seats, and other items in the hall laboriously up to the doorway, barely acting as an improvised barrier. Even so, Tang Wei knew in his heart that such defenses were not considered safe at all. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Wei finally decided to change shelters. Thinking of this, he looked up at Xia Meng and opened his mouth to ask, Xia Meng, is your sister far from here? Chapter 12, Going to Female Dormitory Block A. Xia Meng instantly came to life when she heard Tang Wei mention her sister, and hurriedly ran to Tang Wei, reaching out to take Tang Wei's arm. His body pressed up tightly. Looking at Tang Wei with an expectant face, he said, Brother Wei, my sister is not far from us in the women's dormitory, Block A, 608. At this time, Yang Xiaoqian, who hadn't said anything on the side, opened her mouth and interrupted. Brother Wei, don't listen to her. It's not far below the women's dormitory is the north playground in the video. There can be hundreds of zombies there. We have to go through a corner of the north playground to get to the women's dormitory. Block A. You. Xia Meng was choked by Yang Xiaoqian's words, and in her heart, she was worried that Tang Wei had changed his mind. If Tang Wei didn't go to save his sister, then she could only starve to death or be bitten by the zombies. The thought made his eyes redden with anxiety, and teardrops welled up in his eyes. Yang Xiaoqian, on the other hand, tilted her little head like she had won a battle. Of course Yang Xiaoqian, she also has her own little plan in her heart. Here Tang Wei is still good to her. She can also slightly suppress Xia Meng. If he went to Xia Yao's place and the two sisters ganged up on him, then he definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. And Xia Yao she had also seen. Both body and appearance are excellent. According to Tang Wei's degree of lust, surely like a lot. Tang Wei secretly pondered, deciding that it was better to head to Xia Yao's dorm room. After all, there was no good place to go now. Xia Yao's side at least had a receiver, and could send Xia Yao a favor. The main thing was that Tang Wei had seen Xia Yao's photos in Xia Meng's cell phone, and Tang Wei wasn't being horny, he just simply wanted to expand the goddess team. Xia Meng, use your cell phone to navigate the women's dormitory. Block A. I'll look at the route and distance. When Xia Meng heard this, her eyes lit up like bright stars, as if she had grasped the last straw, nodding her head repeatedly. Admiration value from Natsuki +1. Admiration value from Natsuki +1. Admiration value from Natsuki +1. A series of several adoration value increase alerts came. Soon enough, Xia Meng mapped out the route on her cell phone, and then began to give Tang Wei a careful explanation. The straight line distance is just over 400 meters, but it's through that walker-strewn corner of the north playground. Tang Wei pondered for a moment and opened his mouth. Xia Meng, I can go and save your sister, but the principle of quid pro quo you know, I won't give her supplies for nothing. Xia Meng's face blanched slightly, of course knowing exactly what the principle of equivalence in Tang Wei's mouth was, although he didn't want to involve his sister. If he didn't, Tang Wei definitely wouldn't have gone to her rescue, and Xia Yao would have had to wait to be starved to death or bitten by a zombie. Natsumi said with a nod. Aha, I understand. The next morning, Tang Wei's fatigue was swept away, and after taking his cell phone and deducing the route again, he asked Xia Meng to contact Xia Yao. briefly inquired about the situation over there, informed Xia Yao that they would go to her immediately, and told him to prepare to open the door to receive her, and then hung up the phone. Tang Wei repeatedly pondered the feasibility of this operation, although there was a risk in bringing 2 girls along with him. As far as self-preservation was concerned, he felt he was still in control. If the situation really gets out of hand, the worst thing you can do is run away. With everything ready, Xia Meng looked eager to try, while Yang Xiaoqian was full of anxiety. Tang Wei turned his head to the 2 of them and spoke bluntly, "You 2 stay close to me. I can't care about you if something happens." Tang Wei's words were blunt and cold, and after the 2 women heard them, their faces instantly turned as white as paper. Tang Wei first used 20 points of positive emotional value to exchange endurance fruits and reinforcement fruits respectively. In an instant, 2 fruits appeared in his hands. The fruits were the size of a sand fruit. One was yellow like the warm sun of an autumn day, and one was blue, just like a deep lake. Without much hesitation, Tang Wei picked up the fruit and ate it. Soon after the 2 fruits went down, a warmth welled up from the abdomen and flowed throughout the body. He felt an itch in his bones, as if there were countless little worms gently squirming. If X-rays were used at this time, one would be surprised to find that the density and thickness of Tang Wei's bones were magically and slowly increasing. After a few minutes, the wonderful feeling faded. System alert, endurance fruit boosts attributes successfully. Endurance plus 50. System alert, strengthening fruit to enhance attributes successfully. Bone strength plus 1. Tang Wei let out a long sigh of relief when he heard the system prompt. He opened his own attribute panel. Name, Tang Wei, age, 23, level, 1, upgrading experience, 570/1000, capability, ordinary level, strength, 150, speed, 150, endurance, 150, bone strength, 3, mental power, 100 out of 100. Fatigue value, 150/150, positive sentiment value, 9, negative emotional value, 1894, admiration value, 38. After Tang Wei looked at the attributes, he found that the experience value had once again increased by 200 points. Also noticed that the fatigue value actually increased after eating the endurance fruit. Tang Wei put the toolkit and useful items into Yang Xiaoqian's duffel bag, then carry it on your back, followed by a washcloth in front of your belly to fasten the 2 backpack straps together. In this way, the pack is able to fit more securely against the body and avoid getting in the way during a fight. With everything ready, Tang Wei removed the items piled up in front of the door of the female bath, took out his cell phone, found a few random groups, and sent the advertisement of taking in goddesses to the groups. After a few minutes, the negativity value kept climbing. Tang Wei put away his cell phone and held the large long wrench tightly in his right hand and the wooden spear in his left. The 2 women also each gripped their wooden sticks tightly and stood by. The colors faded before Tang Wei's eyes, his vision widened, and the sound of his heartbeat and breathing became clearer. It wasn't really a heightened heartbeat or breathing, but his hearing was amplified. His neck and cheeks were slowly covered with black lines, and his sanity dissipated a little bit, as his thirst for killing and primal urges continued to emerge, his negative emotions exploding, with only killing and desire in his mind. With only half of his remaining sanity, Tang Wei endeavored to suppress his primal urges, and soon the murderous thoughts struck like a raging tide, and Tang Wei took a step to follow the preset route. The 2 women couldn't help but take 2 steps backward when they saw Tang Wei turn into that appearance again, but after a brief hesitation, they rushed to follow Tang Wei again. Tang Wei ignored the 2 people behind him and stepped straight out. The trio stepped out of the large female bath, the first time they had felt sunlight since the calamity had occurred. Yesterday, although Tang Wei also walked out of the women's bath, but it was dark and there was no sunshine. At this time in the morning, the sun was blazing. The sun shone warmly on his body, but it gave Tang Wei an unspeakable sense of bondage. Tang Wei frowned tightly, the strong sunlight making him feel a bit tingly all over, as if the sunlight contradicted his cursed state. Even his sanity was gradually returning, and he was a little surprised in his heart. Although I didn't feel the ability flow for a while, I could clearly feel the time of the cursed power shorten. Tang Wei didn't dare to delay. Moving quickly with the 2 women, a few zombies in the distance saw the trio and rushed desperately. Chapter 13 is Zombies Have a Mind Too. The zombies that were originally quite fast. In Tang Wei's eyes at this moment, all the movements were like slow motion. Just by raising his hands and throwing his feet, he had already blown out the heads of these zombies. 10 experience points for killing zombies. 10 experience points for killing zombies. 10 experience points for killing zombies. A series of beeps sounded in Tang Wei's head as the blood, flesh, and corpses slowly disappeared, leaving only a corpse Dan. Yang Xiaoqian saw Tang Wei staring at the corpse Dan on the ground and hurriedly ran over to pick it up, her voice trembling. Brother Wei, I'll help you pick up the stuff. You're responsible for killing the zombies. Just Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng were frightened by Tang Wei's brutal appearance just now, and they realized that as long as Tang Wei entered this strange state, he became particularly terrifying. Tang Wei turned his head, not responding to Yang Xiaoqian, and continued to walk forward. In the corner, two zombies suddenly rushed out and pounced on Tang Wei. Tang Wei flickered sideways. The spear in his hand was like a dragon coming out of the sea, swiftly passing through the temples of the two zombies, easily accomplishing a double kill. Pulling out the spear, the two bodies slowly disappeared, and the blood that had invaded the spear slowly receded. Tang Wei followed the preset route and began to charge forward quickly. Along the way were scattered zombies in twos and threes, and after walking more than 200 meters, they came across a group of nearly 30 zombies. The group of zombies gathered together, and as Tang Wei looked over, he realized that the black eyes of one of the zombies were obviously slightly larger than the others. Similarly, the zombie had also spotted Tang Wei's trio, its dried-out vocal cords emitting a sound like a rat's squeak. The zombies looked like they had received an order and came towards the three like a tidal wave. The two women were frightened by the group of zombies that rushed in, and they hid behind Tang Wei. If you are still standing foolishly in front at this time, you will surely be dead. Tang Wei stared with scarlet eyes, stabbing left and swinging right, rather like a man who could not be defeated. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 zombies were killed. Under Tang Wei's intentional protection, the two women behind him were unharmed. After all, these two girls were a source of adoration value, and there weren't many goddesses that met the criteria, so it would be too much of a loss if they lost two more halfway through the process. Right at this moment, that particular zombie suddenly lunged swiftly towards Tang Wei. Its speed was incredibly fast, and it looked like the speed attribute had reached at least 200 or more. However, in the eyes of Tang Wei in his cursed state, such a speed was still very slow. Tang Wei was a bit curious, so he used his system to scan this unusual zombie, and immediately afterward the information panel appeared. Zombie, grade, G, ability, agile zombie, power, 120, speed, 200, endurance, 120, bone strength, 2, spiritual intelligence, level 2, a normal zombie with level 1 spiritual intelligence will search for food by instinct. Level 2 has an intelligence level equivalent to that of a normal human 5-year-old. Levels 3 and 4 have an intelligence level equivalent to that of a normal human 10-year-old. Level 5 has an intelligence level equivalent to that of a normal human 13-year-old. Level 6 is the same as that of an adult human being, and level 7 exceeds that of a human being. G-class zombies? Tang Wei froze slightly after reading the data, not realizing that there were actually G-class zombies, so it seems that there may be F, E, D, C, B, A, or even S-class zombies behind them, just like the human ability class. And this zombie actually had a spirit. No wonder it could command other zombies to attack. Tang Wei stabbed his spear towards the lunging G-class zombie. The zombie reacted quickly, reaching out and grabbing a normal zombie next to him to block himself. The direction of the spear changed after it pierced into the ordinary zombie's head. Although the spear also stuck on the G-rank zombie, it didn't hit the head vitals. This G-grade zombie ignored the spear that had penetrated its body, and still waved its sharp claws towards Tang Wei in a frantic lunge. If it was scratched by its knife-like claws, it would be seriously injured without dying. Tang Wei sneered, letting go of the spear and swinging the wrench with both hands. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. This G-class zombie couldn't withstand Tang Wei's terrifying burst of 300 strength after all. The head was instantly blown off, and the iron wrench became somewhat bent by the force. 100 experience points for killing a G-class zombie. Positive emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Admiration value from Natsuki +1. Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng's emotional values kept increasing. After all, everyone worships the strong, and women even more so. Seeing Tang Wei like a god or devil descending in a killing spree among the zombie hordes made the two women's hearts flutter with fear, their eyes full of little stars of adoration. Tang Wei didn't stop moving, and as the last zombie fell, a pleasant system alert sounded. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to level 2 and unlocking the twister function. Tang Wei felt like his entire body was bathed in the spring breeze, as if his entire being had been sublimated once. He opened the character attribute panel and saw, name, Tang Wei, age, 23 years old, level, 2, upgrading experience, 30/5000, ability, G-rank strength, speed, and defense type psychic, power, 200, speed, 200, endurance, 200, bone strength, 4, mental strength, 130/150, fatigue value, 110/200, positive sentiment value, 14, negative emotional value, 2394. Admiration value, 40. Tang Wei realized that he hadn't actually unlocked any new items after his negative emotion value reached 2000, and he didn't know how much negative emotion value would be needed to unlock them next time. After this upgrade, all the attributes were as if they had eaten the fruit all over again. Even the mental strength had grown by 50 points. At the same time, Tang Wei realized that his original ability was ordinary level, and when his strength, speed, and endurance reached 200, and his bone strength reached 4, he actually became a G-grade multi-attribute alien. It seemed that as long as a certain attribute reached 200, one could be called a G-ranked exalt, and with multiple attributes of his own reaching 200, he had become a G-ranked multi-attribute exalt. Filled with joy, Tang Wei closed the attribute interface and continued on. He didn't dare to waste time. Now that he had regained 70% of his sanity, he felt that the power of this curse would disappear in another 10 minutes or so. After the bodies of the zombies disappeared, the two women began to clean up the battlefield. At the place where the corpse of the G-rank zombie had disappeared, a black-green corpse Dan appeared, very different from the corpse Dawn seen in the past. Yang Xiaoqian took one look at it and put away the corpse Dan, then continued to clean up the other loot. A few minutes later, Tang Wei's trio arrived at the most dangerous section. At this point it was only a few dozen meters away from Block A of the girls' dormitory building. To the right is the North Playground, with hundreds of walkers roaming back and forth on it. If Tang Wei was alone, he would be able to rush over in the blink of an eye, but there was no way to bring these two girls with him. Tang Wei's gaze swept around the playground, and his enhanced gaze quickly locked onto a zombie 100 meters away. This zombie's face was full of pus. Yellow and green liquid flowed out from the ruptured pus, and the black eyes in its eyes were a bit bigger than the G-rank zombie before. The sickening zombie seemed to sense something and jerked its head toward Tang Wei's side. Chapter 14, The Other Side of Yang Xiaoqian. As this zombie's gaze looked over, the surrounding zombies immediately stirred, and a few even rushed towards Tang Wei's side. The two women subconsciously tried to run when they saw that the walkers had spotted them. Just then, Tang Wei's beast-like low roar came. "Don't move!" Hearing Tang Wei's words, the two women's legs that had just stepped out were retracted again, their whole bodies trembling with nervousness. Tang Wei and the zombie stared at each other across the air. Soon, the zombie bared its teeth and hissed, and the few zombies that had already rushed out hurriedly stopped, somewhat unwillingly returning to the corpses. Tang Wei secretly let out a sigh of relief. This zombie's spirit was obviously much higher. It should have sensed the aura of danger on him, and that's why it ordered the zombies under it not to attack easily. It seems that zombies can also be upgraded, and at this rate, I'm afraid that it won't be long before these zombies will be hunting humans in a planned manner. Let's go! Tang Wei retracted his gaze and unhurriedly led the two women toward Block A of the women's dormitory. Hundreds of zombies on the playground were watching the trio, and if Tang Wei showed a hint of timidity, it would undoubtedly trigger a siege by the corpses. Both Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng's legs were a bit weak, especially seeing hundreds of zombies staring at them in unison. If Tang Wei wasn't around, I'm afraid that just the eyes of these zombies would be able to scare the two girls out of their wits. When they arrived at the downstairs of Block A, all three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he walked into the building, a huge middle-aged female zombie lunged towards Tang Wei with her teeth and claws open. Tang Wei solved this zombie with a single spear. There was a muffled thud as the massive body fell to the ground, followed by a rush of footsteps in the hallway next to him. Tang Wei didn't stop and immediately ran towards the upstairs. He could already feel that there was not much time left in the cursed power, and his fatigue value had already bottomed out. If it wasn't for the power of the curse holding him up, I'm afraid he would have collapsed to the ground by now. Tang Wei took the two girls and quickly ran upstairs, taking care of any zombies he encountered along the way. When they rushed to the 6th floor and cleared the few zombies in the corridor, the black lines on Tang Wei's face slowly receded, and the colors in front of him gradually returned to normal. Tang Wei said to Xia Meng as he ran in the direction of the 608 bedrooms, "Let her open the door. I can't hold on much longer." Tang Wei's words hadn't finished when another rush of footsteps came from the hallway. It didn't take much thought to realize that the sounds of the fight over here had attracted the walkers from the other floors. Xia Meng answered and hurriedly ran to the 608 door, knocking hard and shouting, "Yo, open the door, we're here." Just then, the power of the curse disappeared completely, and exhaustion came in like a tidal wave. If it wasn't for Tang Wei holding on with his strong willpower, I'm afraid he would have passed out at this moment. Yang Xiaoqian saw that Tang Wei was not in the right state and hurriedly went forward to support him, while turning her head to anxiously say to Xia Meng, "You quickly let Xia Yao open the door. The zombies are about to catch up." Cluttered footsteps approaching. 608 in the bedroom. The atmosphere was as tense as a tightened bowstring. Zhang Lily blocked the door to the bedroom in her pajamas, not allowing Xia Meng to open the door. Yao, you must not open the door. We don't even know if those people outside are infected. If they are infected and let them in, we'll be finished." Xia Yao's brows were tightly wrinkled together, her small face icy cold as she shouted urgently, "Lily, open the door." it's my sister outside. Open the door quickly. Before the words left her mouth, she reached for the door handle. Seeing this, Zhang Lili hurriedly reached out to block it, and the two girls instantly tangled together. Outside the dormitory, Xia Meng was as anxious as hell, disregarding whether or not the sound would attract zombies, desperately slapping the door of the dormitory with great force, her voice full of anxiety. Yo, open the door, open the door. Just then, a zombie running at the front rushed out of the building, directly hitting the opposite wall of the building before stopping, turning its head and running towards the three. You hurry to let your sister open the door off. Yang Xiaoqian glanced at Tang Wei, who was already unconscious, and stomped her feet anxiously. Yang Xiaoqian took the spear that was no longer sharp from Tang Wei's hand and prepared to fight for her life. It wasn't her character to sit and wait for death. Just in the nick of time, the door to bedroom 608 creaked open. The door is open. The door is open, said the two women as if they had grabbed a lifesaver. It took the two women a great deal of effort to drag Tang Wei into the dormitory, but before the door could close completely, the zombie that ran at the front had already rushed to the door. It had one hand and head stuck hard in the crack of the door, and its face full of pus as well as its protruding eyeballs scared a few girls in the dormitory into letting out shrieks of horror. Yang Xiaoqian resisted the door while shouting at the screaming Xia Yao and Zhang Lili, "Don't just stand there. You two, come together against the door." The two women then snapped out of their shock and rushed over to help. Yang Xiaoqian, on the other hand, gripped the spear with both hands, clenched her teeth, and used her whole body's strength to poke fiercely towards the zombie's head. PFF. The spear accurately pierced through the zombie's right eye. The zombie's protruding eyeball instantly burst, and the white brains and dark red blood splashed Yang Xiaoqian's face. But Yang Xiaoqian didn't flinch at all and still fought to push outward with her spear. After seeing the walker pushed away, she hastily drew her spear back. Boom! With a loud bang, the door to bedroom 608 finally closed. Those white and red liquids on Yang Xiaoqian's face and body slowly disappeared, so it must be that the zombie whose head she had blown up had completely died. After Xia Meng unlocked the door, her eyebrows knitted slightly and she said to Xia Yao with a slightly reproachful tone, Yo, what took you so long to open the door? Xia Yao stammered a bit, not knowing how to explain for a moment. She didn't want to betray her roommate who was usually on pretty good terms. Right at this moment, Zhang Lili, who was on the side, opened her mouth in a conspiratorial manner, her voice a bit snarky. "It's not like I know if you're infected. What are we going to do if we let you in and you turn into zombies?" Pa! Without saying anything, Yang Xiaoqian directly raised her hand and flung a slap. A clear 5-finger print appeared on Zhang Lili's face immediately. Zhang Lili's eyes widened, her eyes filled with resentment as she tried to fight back. But when she saw Yang Xiaoqian's cold, knife-like gaze, as well as Xia Meng, who was also staring angrily from the side, the color of resentment in her eyes disappeared. She covered her face and slunk back to her bed in ashes. The three of them scrambled to carry the completely unconscious Tang Wei to Xia Yao's bed. In accordance with the only simple medical knowledge, they checked Tang Wei's pulse and heartbeat, and only after determining that he was still alive did they let their hearts drop a little. Xia Yao hesitated and opened her mouth a little embarrassed. Sister Xiaoqian, do you have anything to eat or drink? I'm starving to death." Chapter 15, A Watery Woman. Yang Xiaoqian gently shook her head. She actually did have a little stock in her bag, but those were all given to her by Tang Wei, and without Tang Wei's consent. She really didn't dare to just give them away. The simple-minded Xia Meng didn't think too much about it, and directly took out a bread and a bottle of pure water that she had saved earlier from her bag and handed it to Xia Yao. Xia Yao's eyes lit up and she couldn't wait to unscrew the cap of the bottle. Drinking most of the water in one gulp, tearing open the bread, he wolfed it down in one big gulp. Zhang Lili on the side watched and gulped, but unfortunately she hadn't drank any water for more than 2 days, and there was no saliva in her mouth at all. She said to Xia Yao with a face full of humble currying favor, Yao, it was my fault just now. I shouldn't have stopped you from opening the door. I know I was wrong. Can you give me some bread and a sip of water? I'm really hungry. Xia Yao frowned her pretty eyebrows, although she was still angry about Zhang Lili stopping her earlier, but seeing her pitiful look, she softened a little. After hesitating for a moment, she broke off a third of the bread and handed the rest of the pure water to Zhang Lili. Thanks Yo-Yo. When Zhang Lili saw that she was only given 1/3, the color of resentment in her eyes flickered, and on the surface, she thanked and took it, and immediately wolfed it down. Although this amount of food and water didn't fill her stomach at all, it did allow her to regain a lot of strength. Xia Yao quickly wiped out the bread, licked the crumbs of bread in her hand, and raised her head to say to Xia Meng with some embarrassment, "Sis, I was so hungry I couldn't resist eating it all." Xia Meng smiled and shook her head, saying, "It's okay, Brother Wei has a toolkit that is amazing and can change food. When Brother Wei wakes up, let him show you." After Xia Meng and her sister were reunited, she was in an extraordinarily good mood, and unconsciously talked about the fact that Tang Wei's toolkit could change things. Yang Xiaoqian frowned her pretty eyebrows, feeling that Xia Meng shouldn't have said this matter out. After all, Xia Yao wasn't the only one here. Zhang Lili, who was lying on the bed on the side, didn't rest, but instead perked up her ears and secretly listened to their conversation. When she heard that Tang Wei's bag could turn out food, her eyes lit up. She quietly took out her cell phone and pretended to go to the bathroom and secretly called her new boyfriend, Fu Er Dai, and when the call was connected, Zhang Lili eagerly lowered her voice. "Hubby, Xia Yao, her sister, brought someone here. A woman even slapped me with her hands. Hubby, when are you coming to take revenge for me?" After Fu Er Dai heard Zhang Lili's words, he couldn't help but stare and opened his mouth to ask, "Who? Xia Yao's sister? Isn't that Xia Meng? How many others went with them? Did Li Han go?" Zhang Lili lowered her voice when she heard Fu Er Dai's series of questions. "I didn't see Li Han. There was an unconscious man, and a pretty girl. Xia Yao called her sister Xiao Qian, and it was this woman called Xiao Qian who hit me." A hint of lechery flashed in Fu Er Dai's eyes as he muttered to himself, "It's Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng. Damn, where did that Li Han go?" Lily Zhang whispered again, "By the way, hubby, I just heard from Xia Meng that man has a toolkit that can conjure up supplies." "Oh, you can actually change supplies? Keep an eye on them, especially to figure out if that bag can actually change supplies." After finishing in a commanding tone, Fu Er Dai had added, "I'll come to you when the men my father sent arrive. I'll teach them a lesson for you then. He. Zhang Lili of course knew what the lesson in Fu Er Dai's mouth was, and although she was a bit unhappy, she could only force a smile. "Thank you, hubby. Hubby, you're so nice. You need to come to me soon. I miss you." After Fu Er Dai gave a soft he hung up the phone. After Zhang Lili finished her phone call, she calmed down a bit before opening the unlocked bathroom door and returning to her bed. At this time, Tang Wei, who had awakened for a while, heard all the contents of Zhang Lili's phone call in the bathroom, word for word. Although he didn't know who was on the other end of the phone, he already knew that someone behind Zhang Lili was coming to beat them up. South Gate of Benduon University, Shankarwala 5-star hotel. Inside the presidential suite, Fu Er Dai reclined on the leather sofa. He threw a corpse pill into his mouth. As the corpse Dan went down, his body jerked violently, as if it was viciously clutched by an invisible force, and the muscles of his entire body contracted violently. The black eyes instantly contracted to only the size of a wheat-on with a chilling, ghostly light. Then it slowly returned to normal. Only the madness deep in those eyes grew stronger. In the presidential suite, there were also more than a dozen men standing with knives and clubs, each with a ferocious look on their faces. And on the ground, there were several shivering women kneeling. They were disheveled and their eyes were full of fear and despair. These women, ranging from hotel waitresses to female guests who were unfortunate enough to be stranded here. The entire hotel, which has fallen under the control of Payday. Those men who dared to resist, and those who would not follow him, lost their lives to his cruelty. A group of men trample on the slightly attractive women here on a daily basis. Some women are so overwhelmed by this humiliation that they choose to end their lives. Instead of caring about it, Payday uses their corpses as bait to lure the walkers. Ever since he discovered that zombies had the probability to burst out corpse pills and that corpse pills were able to enhance his own strength, he was completely driven into a frenzy. In order to achieve a better luring effect, he even heartlessly bled the living, listening to their miserable screams and watching the blood gurgling out, as a way to attract the zombies to fall into the trap, and then to hunt the zombies. The darkness of the end times and the ugliness of human nature are dramatized in this hotel. Tang Wei saw Zhang Lili return to her bed before pretending to have just awakened. Yang Xiaoqian, who was sitting on the side, saw Tang Wei turn awake. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, and hurriedly helped him up, her movements gentle and eager. Afterward, Yang Xiaoqian took out a bottle of pure water, gently unscrewed the cap, and carefully fed it to Tang Wei to drink. Xia Meng on the side also looked at Tang Wei with a concerned expression, her eyes filled with worry. After drinking the water, Tang Wei began to look around his surroundings. The dormitory is more than 40 square meters, spacious and bright, with 4 single beds neatly placed on the left and right sides, all equipped with a study table at the head of the bed, giving people a simple but comfortable feeling. On the opposite side of the 2 beds, 2 girls were staring at themselves with unblinking eyes. Tang Wei turned on the system and directed his gaze at the prettiest of the girls. Name, Xia Yao. Sex, female. Age, 20 years old. Level, 1. Experience value, 0/1000. Capability, ordinary level. Power, 70. Speed, 70. Endurance, 70. Bone strength, 1. Face value, 92 points. Body, 94 points. Temperament, 93 points. sentiment, 0, white, overall attractiveness score, 93, meets the criteria for a goddess. He then turned his head to the other girl, and a system message then surfaced. Name, Lily Zhang. Sex, female. Age, 20 years old. Level, 1. Experience value, 0/1000. Capability, ordinary level. Power, 70. Speed, 70. Endurance, 70. Bone strength, 1. Face value, 79 points. Body, 76 points. Temperament, 73 points. Sentiment, 39. Watery. Overall charisma score, 76. Doesn't meet the criteria for a goddess. Unsurprisingly, Xia Yao meets the goddess standard. And that sneaky caller Zhang Lily not only does not meet the standard, emotional experience is even richer. Actually, 39 men have rolled in bed. Chapter 16, Xia Yao's body. Tang Wei somewhat disgustedly averted his gaze from Zhang Lily and resized up Xia Yao. Beautiful face, white and red. A large wave of curly hair casually draped over her shoulders. Each strand of hair exudes a charming charm, and her eyes are bright like stars, animated and playful. She was wearing a white t-shirt with a cute bear print on her chest, which looked extremely three-dimensional because of its size, adding a bit of seduction. Under the t-shirt was a pair of snow-white long legs, perfectly proportioned and overflowing with youthful vigor. Tang Wei was sizing up Xia Yao, who had a very wowed body, and Xia Yao was likewise sizing up Tang Wei. Seeing the two of them staring wide-eyed, Xia Meng hurriedly opened her mouth to introduce them. Brother Wei, this is my sister Xia Yao. Yao, come over and say hello to Brother Wei. Xia Yao tilted her little head, blinking her big, soulful eyes as she playfully opened her mouth. Viagra? Viagra? Does your bag change into food? Can you show me how? Tang Wei frowned slightly when he heard this, then asked Xia Yao with a smile on his face. Oh, how did you know? Xia Meng then remembered that she had accidentally blurted out this matter before because she was too happy. Seeing Tang Wei's smirking expression, she couldn't help but shiver, her heart screaming that it was not good. The naive and kind Xia Yao still didn't know what had happened, and continued to open her mouth. My sister. The words were not finished. Standing aside, Xia Meng directly plopped kneeled down. The body cannot help but trembling. With a trembling voice opened his mouth to explain. Wei, Brother Wei, I unintentionally let my mouth slip. You spare me for once. Xia Yao froze, a bit naturally dull. She simply did not understand what was going on. How did her sister suddenly kneel on the ground and beg? Tang Wei still had a smirking expression on his face, ignoring Xia Meng who was kneeling down and begging for mercy, but instead turned his gaze to Xia Yao and spoke faintly. Why didn't you open the door for so long? At this time, Tang Wei had killing intent in his eyes, and had already killed nearly 100 zombies, and the overriding murderous aura in his eyes seemed to materialize. So how could it be resisted by a world-weary little girl? Xia Yao was frightened by Tang Wei's harsh gaze and stuttered. I froze after half a day, unable to get a complete sentence out. Xia Meng hurriedly explained for her sister. Brother Wei, it's none of my sister's business. It's her roommate who won't let the door open. At this time, how could Xia Meng care about anything else? Bent on saving herself and her sister, she sold Zhang Lily without hesitation. Tang Wei shifted his stern gaze to Zhang Lily. You, what are you looking at? Your eyes are fierce, thinking that I'm afraid of you. You still dare to kill someone. Zhang Lily was similarly frightened by Tang Wei's gaze, but her mouth remained strong as she let out harsh words. The corners of Tang Wei's mouth slowly hooked up with an evil smile, only to see his figure steeply flash, just like a ghost instantly appearing in front of Zhang Lily, stretching out his right hand. His movements were precise and incomparable, and in an instant, he strangled Zhang Lily's neck, easily lifting her entire body up. At this moment, Tang Wei's strength and speed had soared to 200, which was more than twice the value of a strong adult male. It was effortless for him to lift a girl weighing less than 100 pounds with one arm. Zhang Lily's face instantly turned red like a ripe tomato. Her hands were like pincers, grasping Tang Wei's hand with a death grip, trying her best to break it off. Yet all of this struggle was nothing more than futile. Her resistance paled into insignificance in front of Tang Wei's powerful strength. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Xia Yao was so shocked that her eyes widened like two bright jewels. Tears came out uncontrollably and rolled down in puffs. Immediately after that, with a plop sound, her legs went limp and she fell straight to her knees. Big brother, let her go. No, don't blame her. I was too stupid. Door was unlocked. I didn't open it. Xia Yao was so scared that she was incoherent. Even in this state of extreme panic, she still tried her best to plead for Zhang Lily, and even did not hesitate to take all the faults onto herself. Tang Wei turned his head to look at the Madonna like Xia Yao, secretly thinking in his heart, if not for the fact that she meets the standards of a goddess, I'm afraid that he would be the first to lay hands on this Madonna. Tang Wei threw his hand violently, throwing Zhang Lily onto the bed viciously. He spared Zhang Lily's life for the simple purpose of waiting for Zhang Lily's so-called husband to come to his door and cut off his roots. Cough cough cough. Zhang Lily covered her neck tightly with both hands and breathed in the air greedily in big gulps. The sudden rush of air in her lungs irritated her into a violent cough that stung in the silence of the room. Give me all the cell phones for safekeeping, and the lock screen passwords are all cancelled. Tang Wei spoke coldly. Xia Yao and Zhang Lily, how dare to refute, have taken out their cell phones to delete the unlocked password. Zhang Lily, on the other hand, secretly deleted the chat records with Fu Erdai in the previous green bubble. Zhang Lily's small movements didn't escape Tang Wei's eyes at all, but Tang Wei didn't poke at them. After putting away the two women's cell phones, he no longer paid attention to the sisters Xia Meng and Xia Yao who were kneeling on the ground, and returned to the bed on his own. Yang Xiaoqian stretched out her small hand to tenderly massage him. Yang Xiaoqian saw that Tang Wei didn't throw Xia Meng and Xia Yao out in a fit of anger, and the big stone hanging in her heart fell to the ground. This at least proves that although Tang Wei acts in a ruthless and decisive manner, he is by no means a heartless person. As long as he performs well in the future and pleases Tang Wei, he will definitely be able to live peacefully in the future and not have to worry about food and drink, especially when Tang Wei hacked away at the zombies earlier. That valiant, fearless, and domineering stance instantly struck the heart of Yang Xiaoqian. Which young girl is not pregnant? Which beautiful woman does not love heroes? Xia Meng and Xia Yao both knelt on the ground, their tearful eyes hazy, neither daring to get up nor make a single sound. Tang Wei, on the other hand, remembered that when he upgraded, the system had reminded him that he had unlocked the twister function, so he curiously opened the system interface. A new twister option had been added to the system interface, and when you tapped in, you saw a twister reflected in front of you. System note: corpse dan can be exchanged for the number of times the twister can be used. 1 corpse dan equals 1 use. After seeing the system prompt, Tang Wei was somewhat curious as he reached into his toolkit, holding the corpse dan in his hand, and after choosing to redeem it, the piece of corpse dan instantly disappeared. Number of times a twister can be used: 1. Tang Wei hesitated for a moment before pulling down the twister switch. The twister started up, and the twister spun wildly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 fruit of strength. Will you receive it? Tang Wei's heart jumped. He didn't expect a random draw to be a power fruit, and after choosing to collect it, the fruit appeared in Tang Wei's hand. Tang Wei casually threw the red power fruit to Yang Xiaoqian, who was at the side, and said, "Give me all the corpse pills." Yang Xiaoqian took the fruit handed over by Tang Wei and hurriedly handed over 5 purple corpse dan and 1 black-green corpse dan to Tang Wei. After Tang Wei received the corpse dan, he put it in his tool bag and exchanged all of it for the number of times the twister had been used. Chapter 17: Lily Zhang's Plot. Yang Xiaoqian took the red fruit Tang Wei gave her and just took it as an ordinary fruit and took a big bite. The sweet, juicy flesh instantly exploded on her taste buds, the wonderful flavor intoxicating her. 2 mouths will eat it clean. Let Yang Xiaoqian some surprise is that this fruit actually has no kernel, are all flesh. As the fruit went down, a fiery sensation came to his abdomen and his muscles squirmed. Yang Xiaoqian's beautiful eyes opened wide, shocked, looking at Tang Wei, wanting to open her mouth to thank, but was stopped by Tang Wei shaking his head. Yang Xiaoqian would understand. Her face flushed red, and her eyes were filled with strong love when she looked at Tang Wei. Positive emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Positive emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Positive emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Tang Wei didn't pay attention to the continuously increasing positive emotional value. As the corpse pills were put into the machine, the number of times the twister points could be used became 10, and the corpse pills popped out by the G-class zombie could actually be used to top 5 ordinary corpse pills. Tang Wei didn't hesitate and directly opened the 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a box of skin care treasures. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a box of small umbrellas. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of men's underwear. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of erotic lingerie. Do you want to receive it? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a rusty firewood knife. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of stomping villain red socks. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 pack of Vampire brand anti-towels. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 pack of Vampire brand anti-towels. Is it claimed? Tang Wei's face turned green when he saw the system prompt in front of him. This egg twister seems to be straight through the department store. 10 draws actually a fruit did not draw. In addition to daily necessities is livelihood supplies. What's funny is that there's actually a rusty wood chipper. Tang Wei originally thought that this egg twister guaranteed to draw attribute fruits. Otherwise he wouldn't have generously rewarded Yang Xiaoqian with the fruits. After messing up half the day he was bursting with luck and a shot in the arm. Tang Wei helplessly chose to collect them all. The parched kit instantly swelled. Tang Wei didn't cover it up, and even made a point of letting Zhang Lily see it, because he knew from Zhang Lily's increasing negative emotion value, as well as the resentment that flashed in her eyes from time to time, that this must have something to fall back on, or else a weak woman would have long since obeyed. The four women's gazes all looked in unison at the canvas kit in Tang Wei's hand. Tang Wei reached out and pulled out. A box of small umbrellas appeared, and Tang Wei directly threw it to Yang Xiaoqian for safekeeping. Yang Xiaoqian took it, and when she saw what it was, she couldn't help but blush with a pretty face. Another dig. A set of purple lace erotic lingerie appeared in Tang Wei's hands. The four women's faces were all red. They all felt that Tang Wei was a bit perverted. How could he even take out these things? Tang Wei looked at the sexy lingerie, and after a moment of hesitation threw it to Xia Yao, who was kneeling on the side with tears in her eyes. This one is better for you to wear. Xia Yao's face was red. She didn't want to take it, but if she didn't take it, she was afraid that Tang Wei would get angry, so she could only put it away and thanked him profusely. Thanks. Why? Positive emotion value from Xia Yao +1. Positive emotion value from Xia Yao +1. Tang Wei froze, originally thinking that Xia Yao's thanks was just a mouthful, but he didn't expect it to actually come from the heart. Tang Wei looked at the dumbfounded Xia Yao. This girl was also really naive and kind. The man sent her erotic lingerie, and she was still genuinely grateful. Tang Wei shook his head with a bitter smile and continued to take the supplies out. Red socks, skin care treasures, men's underwear and other supplies were thrown to Yang Xiaoqian for safekeeping. Yang Xiaoqian, on the other hand, was overflowing with excitement, feeling that she had been reused, first giving herself fruits that could enhance her strength. Now that she was handing over the supplies to herself for safekeeping, it was clear that she was trying to cultivate her towards the position of the first lady. Xia Meng on the side, on the other hand, her eyes were dark, her heart was sour. It was hard to say, although Tang Wei didn't blame her, but ignoring her like this was better than scolding herself a few times. Tang Wei took out the last piece of the wood chipper, which was rusted as if it had been pulled out of a junk market. However, upon closer inspection, Tang Wei realized that although the knife was rusty, the body of the knife was pitch black, unlike a mortal product. Scanning with the system, the attributes of the firewood knife came into view. Name, rusty. Category, weapons. Strength, 8. Grade, second rate, inferior. Second rate, good. Top rate, high quality, very good. Description: the original is a good quality sword, only because of dusty too long, the blade rusted and damaged down to second rate, but still cut iron like mud. Tang Wei couldn't help but light up when he saw the attributes of this firewood knife. This knife was simply a divine weapon for him right now. At this time, Zhang Lily, who was on the side, opened her mouth somewhat timidly. Duh, big brother, I want to make a phone call. I made a deal with my family to give a report every afternoon. Tang Wei naturally knew who she was going to call, and nodded graciously. Handing his cell phone to Zhang Lily said, "Take my cell phone and call." Zhang Lily thanked and took the cell phone, then walked towards the bathroom. Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng's two daughters were confused. When did Tang Wei become so good at talking? Not an equal exchange? Saying borrow and even letting it out of sight to make a phone call. Tang Wei has his own plans. He now has a huge improvement in his hearing and eyesight. Deliberately lending his cell phone to Zhang Lily, the purpose is to hear her plans. Know your enemy to know yourself. Zhang Lily unlocked the bathroom door, which secretly dialed a phone number. The phone was connected, and Zhang Lily lowered her voice and spoke. "Honey, it's me, it's Lily. They confiscated my cell phone. That man seems to be a sewer man. His clothes and that bag say unclogging sewers, and that bag does turn out supplies." Fu Er Dai on the other end of the phone brightened up when he heard Zhang Lily's words and laughed sorrowfully. "Oh, really turning out supplies? Interesting. Hey, didn't you let the man stop your itch? Darn, he'd like to. How can I let him get away with it?" Fu Er Dai smiled lewdly and continued to speak. "You pay more attention to them. Expect 2 days. I'll pick you up when the people arrive. You give me a call every afternoon. I'll tell you the exact time then. Before the action, you must find a way to get them to take the medicine I gave you. When I do, I'll send those S to a certain sound, to give you out of anger. Thank you, husband. He's the best to me." Negativity from Lily Zhang +1. Negativity from Ferndale +1. Chapter 18. Ex-girlfriend Li Jiaomei. After making the call, Zhang Lily deleted the communication record, then dialed the home phone and chatted loudly for a while before walking out of the bathroom. Zhang Lily handed the cell phone back to Tang Wei with both hands with a smile on her face and returned to her bed with a thank you. Tang Wei took his cell phone, opened the green bubble, and saw that there were more than 10 people in it who had sent friend requests. After Tang Wei agrees to all of them, he lets them go from picture to picture. He went through them one by one, only to find that there was actually not a single one that met his requirements, and there were even a couple of Amazons who rode the subway for free who were furtive. The quality of beautiful women in this nearby neighborhood is really poor. Either they don't meet the goddess standard or their private lives are chaotic. After thinking for a moment, Tang Wei had an idea. Where are the most beautiful young goddesses? Naturally, it's the university. He didn't have a college group, but they all did, and there were quite a few class groups, department groups, and the like on Lee Han's phone. Donovan picked up 5 cell phones to pull his green bubbles into various groups. Even the girlfriends group and the carpooling group didn't miss a beat. Soon Tang Wei's green bubble was filled with over 40 groups. Tang Wei was so happy in his heart that he didn't dare to send more, fearing that the surge of negative emotional values would cause the curse power to open. After a moment's hesitation, an advertisement was sent to Lee Han's large art department group to test the waters. Professional unclogging sewers, take in the goddess. Face value, body, temperament must be online. Roast chicken, bread, pure water, fruit tube enough, self-identified to meet the requirements of the burst photo. Must send a full body photo, no makeup, no beauty face. Interested in private chat, can pick up at home. The message was followed by photos of several bottles of pure water and roasted chicken. Negative emotional value from Tao Kai +1. Negative emotional value from Jia Yang +1. Negative emotion value from Song Ting +1. Negative emotional value from Ferndale +1. Tao Kai, who is this professional sewer unclogging? Pervert, right, take in your sister ah. Freshman counselor Song Ting, Lee Han, who is this person you invited? Student council president Zhao Yang, who is this professional sewer unclogging? There are so many resources that should be turned in and deployed by the student council so that all the students can make it through. Ferndale? Who the hell are you? How come Lee Han invited you into the group? Tang Wei couldn't help but grin when he saw that Fu Er Dai was actually in the art department's large group, and used Lee Han's cell phone to send a message. Lee Han, he's my boyfriend. What's wrong with me inviting him into the group? Fu Er Dai. Lee Han, you're ing crazy. You wait, payday, send a video. Tang Wei was full of curiosity. His finger gently tapped on the screen of his cell phone, and clicked on the 5-minute video. In an instant, the unbearable scene came into his eyes, and the image was so obscene and messy that it could not be described in words. The chaotic scene of 5 or 6 people in the video made Tang Wei's brows furrowed, and he really couldn't bear to look at it. After watching it 5 times, he couldn't help but call out pervert. After Fu Er Dai sent this video out, the entire art department large group instantly exploded. The message beeps rose and fell like a lively but chaotic and disorganized orgy. Holding his cell phone, Tang Wei tapped his fingers quickly on the screen and sent a message. Professional sewer unclogging, thank you for sharing with Director Fu Erdai. I hope that Director Fu Erdai will continue to work hard and create more masterpieces so that the little ones can learn new poses. Fu Erdai, I'm on the morning 8. You wait for me. Don't let me find you and Lee Han that, or I'll kill you. Tang Wei did not pay the slightest attention to Fu Erdai's threats, and sent all the screenshots of the chat between Lee Han and Fu Erdai, who conspired to drug the two, to the large group of the art department in a brain. Such explosive content instantly set off a shockwave in the group. Many people dealt with Erdai have been verbally attacked. On Tang Wei's side, he also received wave after wave of emotional values. Negative emotional value from Ferndale +1. At this time the furious Fu Erdai gradually calmed down. This person green bubble named professional dredging sewer. And there are so many resources. Will not be Zhang Lily said that person? The corners of Tang Wei's mouth rose slightly, and after closing the group chat with a smile, he directly changed more than 100 bottles of pure water to consume a little bit of the negative emotional value to prevent entering the cursed state. The two girls, Xia Yao and Zhang Lily, stared wide-eyed when they saw the large pile of pure water that Tang Wei had thrown out. Although he already knew that Tang Wei could take out supplies from his bag, he was still shocked to see such a large pile of pure water. That's when he realized that a few more people had applied to add their friends. Clicking on it, in the list of applications, the first in line is actually his ex-girlfriend Li Jiaomei. When he thought about it, Tang Wei's company was pitched away by Zhao Lang, and even his real estate was mortgaged. Li Jiaomei then announced without hesitation that she had broken up with Tang Wei and turned into the arms of a rich young man in their class. Not only that, she also joined hands with that rich kid to report Tang Wei's involvement in gambling to the school, which led to Tang Wei's expulsion from the school. Tang Wei directly chose to agree. He wanted to see what tricks this Li Jiaomei was going to pull again. Just after it passed, Li Jiaomei's message was sent. Li Jiaomei, Tang Wei, I heard my girlfriend say that she saw you posting a message in the art department group saying that you have a lot of supplies in your hands. So send me all your supplies and I can continue to be your girlfriend. Tang Wei couldn't help but feel a little ridiculous as he watched his ex-girlfriend send an overbearing message. He laughed badly and tapped a line on the screen to snicker. Professional drain unclogging? Oh, be my girlfriend? Would your rich dippy boyfriend, Li Wang, agree to that? Li Jiaomei, what has it got to do with him? Tang Wei, don't misunderstand. I was just angry at you for gambling at that time. That's why I left you. In fact, I only have you in my heart. Even after I separated from you, I didn't let anyone touch me. I'm still guarding my body for you. Tang Wei smiled and checked through the system, then saw Li Jiaomei's detailed attributes. Name, Li Jiaomei. Sex, female. Age, 23 years old. Level, 1. Experience value, 0/1000. Capability, ordinary level. Power, 70. Speed, 70. Endurance, 70. Bone strength, 1. Face value, 80 points. Body, 80 points. Temperament, 81 points. Sentiment, 416. Human being. Overall charisma score, 80. 3 points, too much emotion. Doesn't meet the criteria for a goddess? Seeing the information panel, Tang Wei was truly taken aback. Although he knew that Li Jiaomei was not a peaceful person, he did not expect it to be abusive to such an extent, and could not help but mutter in his heart, this would not be in the skin and flesh business. Chapter 19. Beautiful instructor Song Ting. Not long after Li Jiaomei followed the rich second-generation Li Wang took Li Jiaomei back to his home, and after getting her drunk, Li Jiaomei was spoiled by Li Wang's father. After that, Li Wang gave her a sum of money, and she became Li Wang's father's bargaining chip, taking her with him whenever he talked business. Sometimes, even more perverted, they would make Jiaomei Li kneel down on the round-table turntable, and whoever the turntable turned to could do whatever they wanted to her. A meal often lasts several hours, and the 20 or so people are all satisfied after they have had their fill of wine and food. Tang Wei saw that it actually happened with so many people, could not help but be dumbfounded, and after the shock, tried to send a message to ask, professional drain unclogging, are you in business now, Li Jiaomei? What do you mean? Nothing. Professional drain unclogging, you must be in business. Selling meat, think about it carefully. Joyce Li, no. After pulling Li Jiaomei's green bubble black with a smile on his face, Tang Wei continued to check the added friends. It was only at this point that Li Jiaomei had the hindsight to understand the meaning of Tang Wei's words, although the truth was indeed similar. Still, she was furious at being humiliated by her ex-boyfriend in such a way that she stormed off and yelled angrily into her cell phone. Li Jiaomei, Tang Wei, you're looking for death. You wait, don't let us find you. Voice over, you have been blackballed from. Negative emotion value from Li Jiaomei +1. Negative emotion value from Li Jiaomei +1. Li Wang, who was playing riding a big horse, rolled over and dismounted after hearing Li Jiaomei's furious voice, gesturing for the next person to continue. He then wiped the sweat from his face and spoke slowly. Jiaomei, why are you so angry with him? If we can't cheat him out of supplies, we'll just wait for our team to grow stronger and find a chance to get him killed. I've already contacted. In the afternoon, the sports department side, there are more than 10 brothers are willing to join us. When they come, still need you to treat them well. Only if you treat them well, they can single-mindedly stay to fight for us. Li Jiaomei's face turned white as paper when she heard that more than 10 more gym students would be coming in the afternoon. Right now 30 or so people already have her dealing with this the rest of the time except for eating and sleeping, and if there are a dozen more gym students, she doesn't dare to think about it any further. Tang Wei was still searching for beautiful women who met the criteria in the friend application list, and suddenly Tang Wei actually saw the friend application of Counselor Song Ting in the friend list. After curiously agreeing to the other party's friend request, Tang Wei didn't hesitate to send a message over. Professional sewer unclogging, exploding photos. Soon after, Song Ting replied, Song Ting, classmate, I'm a freshman counselor in the art department. I added you as a friend because I wanted to ask if you could send us some supplies. I have a classmate here who's sick and in desperate need of supplies. After Tang Wei read the message sent by Song Ting, without saying anything, he directly deleted her WeChat. The old man is not a charity organization. Why should I give you supplies, and also deliver them to your door? It is simply a joke. Tang Wei had only just deleted Counselor Song Ting's green bubble, and in the blink of an eye, Tang Wei saw Song Ting send another friend request. Tang Wei originally wanted to reject it outright, but after hesitating for a moment, he still chose to pass the application. Professional unclogging sewer. First explode the photo. If you don't report it, delete it. Tang Wei's words were concise and dry, clearly stating that if he didn't explode, he would directly delete his friends. There was a momentary silence on the other side, and no message was returned after a long time. Tang Wei skimmed his lips and was about to click OK to delete his friend when Song Ting sent a picture. Tang Wei clicked on the picture and was instantly enlightened. Song Ting in the picture, dressed in a set of ladies' suit, with delicate and picturesque features, eyebrows as beautiful as faraway daisies, and a pair of danfang eyes with waves of light flowing, as if hiding thousands of flavors, seducing people's heartstrings. Under the high bridge of the nose, the red lips seem to hold a light smile. The figure is tall and delicate, and the delicate curves are revealed under the package of professional clothes. Although the expression is slightly unnatural, but the imperial lady style is full. Tang Wei used the system sweep, and Song Ting's attribute interface was instantly presented before his eyes. Name, Song Ting. Sex, female. Age, 24 years old. Level, 1. Experience value, 0/1000. Capability, ordinary level. Power, 70. Speed, 70. Endurance, 70. Bone strength, 1. Face value, 94 points. Body, 95 points. Temperament, 96 points. Sentiment, 0. White. Overall attractiveness score, 95. meets the criteria for a goddess. Tang Wei could not help but be a little surprised that the rating was as high as 95 points, and did not expect the other party to be a college counselor at the age of only 24, and surprisingly, has never had a boyfriend. Tang Wei sent the message with a bad smile. Professional unclogging sewers, figure and appearance is barely passable. 24 years old as a counselor, but also really the pride of God. Ah, Santin, how do you know I'm 24? Tang Wei laughed more than a bad joke and continued to flirt. Professional unclogging of sewers, of course it was calculated. I also calculated that you will have a bloodbath next month, when you are bound to vomit blood from your mouth, and it should last for about 7 days. Song Ting on the other side of the phone was suddenly confused. After a while, before reacting to what he said about the bloodbath and mouth-spitting blood means, face immediately red with shame, only to feel that this person is simply a sex maniac. Song Ting, you rascal. Negative emotion value from Song Ting +1. Negative emotion value from Song Ting +1. If it were in the past, if someone had slighted her like this, she would have pulled the plug on them without hesitation. But now that he was begging for help, he could only force down his inner revulsion and tried to calm down before sending a message. Song Ting, I'm trapped with a girl in Dance Studio 508 in Building 4. Do you really have supplies? Tang Wei laughed and sent a photo of a pile of pure water on the ground to Song Ting. Song Ting, so much? Can you send us some supplies? Professional sewer unclogging, where are the benefits? What can you give me? Song Ting was silent for a long time before sending a message. Song Ting, I can thank you. Professional unclogging sewers, I come together. I thank you 8 generations of ancestors. Others at least draw a big cake. You don't even draw a cake. Directly change the robbery, is it? I don't have time to accept your good guy card. Don't add my friend. Then add my friend. Be careful, I let you have no blood next month. After sending the message, Tang Wei directly deleted Song Ting's friend. Just after deleting it, Tang Wei once again received Song Ting's friend request, which he directly chose to ignore. As the sky grew dark, Yang Xiaoqian gently massaged Tang Wei while speaking softly. Brother Wei, let the two of them get up. If you still don't feel relieved in your heart, punish them both for washing, massaging, and warming the blanket. Chapter 20 Pure Water Bath. Tang Wei glanced at Yang Xiaoqian approvingly. He was more appreciative of Yang Xiaoqian's character that was icy smart and knew how to judge the situation. This kind of thing has to be someone singing in black face and someone singing in white face. So he borrowed the slope and slowly nodded his head, which was considered to agree with Yang Xiaoqian's proposal. Seeing this, Yang Xiaoqian smiled sweetly and turned her head to Xia Meng and Xia Yao. You two get up. Why don't you quickly come over and give Brother Wei a massage? As she spoke, she had quite the demeanor of a great lady. Xia Meng and Xia Yao, two girls, hurriedly got up. Due to kneeling for too long, their legs had long been numb, and walking appeared to be very strenuous. The two sisters, Xia Meng and Xia Yao, began to give Tang Wei a vigorous massage. Xia Meng acted naturally, while Xia Yao's expression was much richer. Both aggrieved and scared. While gently massaging with her small hands, she sneaked a glance at Tang Wei's face from time to time, fearful in her heart that Tang Wei would be upset and give her a one-armed lift. More than an hour had passed, and it had long been dark outside the window before Tang Wei waved his hand, signaling the two women to stop. Tang Wei got up and took out his kit, from which he took out several loaves of bread, 2 roasted chickens, and a number of fruits. Yang Xiaoqian, Xia Meng, you two eat. Positive emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Admiration value from Natsuki +1. Negative emotion value from Lily Zhang +1. Yang Xiaoqian walked up with joy and started eating without any hesitation. Xia Meng looked at her sister, who was gluttonously gagging, and in her heart, she wanted to plead with Tang Wei so that her sister could have something to eat as well. But when he thought that he had just upset Tang Wei in the afternoon, the words that came to his lips were swallowed back hard, and he didn't dare to go up to eat himself, so he could only endure the hunger pangs in silence. Tang Wei turned his head to look at Xia Meng and asked with a raised eyebrow, "Aren't you going to eat?" Xia Meng swallowed hard and forced out a smile that was harder than a cry and said, "Brother Wei, I'm not hungry. You guys eat." Tang Wei also stopped talking nonsense, and the two of them, Yang Xiaoqian, began to enjoy the food to their heart's content. The tantalizing aroma of roasted chicken instantly filled the entire house, and the scent seemed to have a magical power, seducing people to salivate. Xia Yao's greedy little mouth opened and closed, a pair of big eyes staring straight at the roasted chicken on the table without blinking, her eyes full of longing. Zhang Lily on the side was even more gluttonous, although she was fearful of Tang Wei in her heart, but under the strong temptation of food, she still summoned up the courage to speak. "Big brother, I know I am wrong. Can you give me some food?" Tang Wei didn't even look at Zhang Lily and said in a cold tone, "That's fine, but you should understand the principle of equal exchange, right? If you want food, You have to pay something. With many boyfriends, like a bus, Zhang Lili naturally understood the meaning of Tang Wei's words. Without the slightest hesitation, she stood up and stripped down to her pajamas in 3 tries, making a point to puff out her chest. The handprints left by Tang Wei on her neck were still clearly visible, which inexplicably added a few points of strange beauty to her at the moment. Tang Wei wasn't polite either, his gaze sweeping back and forth over Zhang Lili's body with reckless abandon. The dumbfounded Xia Yao looked directly dumbfounded. Her pretty face instantly became red, just like a ripe apple. Her gaze darted back and forth between Zhang Lili, Tang Wei, Xia Meng and Yang Xiaoqian. Certain images involuntarily surfaced in his mind, and his face was as red as if it was dripping blood, so shy that he couldn't immediately find a crack in the ground to drill into it. But strangely enough, a small hint of anticipation grew in my heart, and my eyes drifted uncontrollably over and over again. Zhang Lili twisted her waist and walked to Tang Wei with an enchanting posture. The voice was so soft and feminine that it could drip. Brother, of course I understand the principle of equal exchange. You let me eat something, so that I have the energy to serve you well, okay? Serve you sister, How do I know if you're sick or not? Get the hell out of here and put your clothes on. This foul odor is smoky. Tang Wei cannot dare to touch this woman, the heart straight muttering, afraid of catching any disease. Zhang Lili knew that she was amused by Tang Wei, just about to have a fit, but glanced at Tang Wei's gaze that was as cold as frost, as if it could freeze a person, and the harsh words that came to her mouth could only be swallowed back hard. She huffed and puffed her way back to the bed and didn't get dressed. She just sat there. Tang Wei withdrew his gaze and looked at Xia Yao, a bad smile floating on his face as he opened his mouth to ask, Xia Yao, do you want to eat something? Xia Yao looked like she had been hit by an electric shock. Her body trembled violently and she hurriedly waved her hand back and forth, stuttering, no need Viagra. I'm on a diet. I'm not hungry at all. Growling, as if to purposely break up her lie. At that exact moment, her stomach growled quite untimely. Tang Wei smiled without saying anything. This dumb Xia Yao is still a bit interesting. Takedown is not in a hurry. There is a time when she takes the initiative to wear lace. After Tang Wei ate and drank his fill, he paced to the bathroom to put on some water, and at a glance, he saw an inflatable bathtub in the corner, and decided right away that he wanted to take a good bath. He asked Yang Xiaoqian to fetch water and boil it, while he himself moved to inflate the inflatable bathtub. He then asked Xia Meng to pour the pure water on the ground into the inflatable bathtub. Xia Yao's big dripping eyes turned, and hastily took the initiative to apply for help, and in a short while, nearly 100 empty bottles were casually thrown aside. Xia Yao saw that some water remained in some of the water bottles, so she said to Tang Wei with a pleasing face, Why, brother, why? Can I throw away this empty bottle for you? Tang Wei nodded indifferently, so Xia Yao cheerfully collected all the empty bottles by her bedside. Then Xia Yao began to pour and fold little by little, bringing together all the remaining water in the bottle. It didn't take her long to actually get half a bottle of water out. Zhang Lili saw the half bottle of pure water in Xia Yao's hand. Her cracked and peeled lips trembled slightly, and she subconsciously licked it, her eyes full of desire. She deliberately put on a pitiful look and played the emotional card to Xia Yao. Yao Yao, good Yao Yao, you're the best. Can you give me some to drink? I'm so thirsty I can't stand it. Xia Yao's good-looking brows gently wrinkled, quite dissatisfied with Zhang Lili's unproductive behavior. She hesitated for a few moments before speaking slowly. You come and get it yourself. The rest of the bottles are for you. Xia Yao couldn't afford to directly give the water she had managed to collect to Zhang Lili, although Zhang Lili was full of unhappiness, but there was nothing she could do. She could only get up and follow Xia Yao's example to operate. Chapter 21, Mandarin Bathing. After Xia Yao gave Zhang Lili some empty bottles, she didn't stay idle. Her hands and feet were very skillful, and in no time, she put together another half bottle of water. She tilted her head back and drank dun-dun, until she had swallowed the last drop of water in the bottle, and then reluctantly put the bottle under the bed. To think that Tang Wei was so extravagant as to take a bath in pure water, while he himself could only lick the cap of the bottle pitifully. Such a stark contrast caused Xia Yao's eyes to flood with tears once again. She was filled with aggression and felt how her life was so bitter. At this time, in the bathroom, Tang Wei cozily soaked up the bath. Curls of water mist rose up, the warm water gently wrapped his body, and the fatigue in his body instantly dissipated without a trace. Yang Xiaoqian carefully adjusted the water temperature and was about to leave, but was pulled by Tang Wei with a bad smile. Why don't you come in, too, and have a love bath together? Yang Xiaoqian's face blushed and did not refuse. Tang Wei lay comfortably in the bathtub, enjoying Yang Xiaoqian's scrubbing service. His left hand fiddled with his cell phone, and his right hand wasn't idle. Tang Wei opened the green bubble to see if there were any beautiful women to add their friends. As soon as I opened my address book, I saw hundreds of friend requests in my address book. There were dozens of friend requests from Song Ting among them, and there was also a friend request with the note Zhao Yang, the president of the student council. The rest were sent by girls who thought they were in good condition, and Tang Wei directly chose to pass them all. Just after passing the friend request, he received a video from Zhao Yang. Tang Wei curiously opened the video, which showed an empty hall with hundreds of students gathered inside. The gate was closed and students armed with knives and clubs guarded the entrance. Tang Wei had just finished watching the video, followed by another message from Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang, brother, you see, I have the manpower on my side, and you have the supplies on your side. As long as you provide the supplies, I'll provide you with security. By the time the two of us brothers integrate everyone at Binchang University, the entire Binchang will have a place for our brothers. Professional sewer unclogging, you have so many brothers under you. You can just take them to search for supplies. Why are you looking for me? Zhao Yang, brother, you don't know. I took people there, and all the supplies from a supermarket were eaten up in less than 2 days. With a small 200 people under my hand, the daily consumption of supplies is astronomical. Professional drain unclogging, not interested. I can defend myself and I don't have many supplies left. Zhao Yang, brother, don't you like beautiful women? I have countless beautiful women here. As long as you come, everything is negotiable. I guarantee to let you be the groom day after day and change brides night after night. Tang Wei didn't expect Zhao Yang, the president of the student union who had always boasted of working for the welfare of the students, to be so heartless as to use girls as bargaining chips. Tang Wei was too lazy to bother with this kind of person, and after taking a screenshot of the chat record, he directly blacked out his green bubble and started checking out his other new friends. After Zhao Yang realized that he had been blackballed by Tang Wei, his face was instantly gloomy as if it was the sky before a storm. The stout man on the side, carrying a composite bow, saw this and rushed to speak. Chairman, what if this kid can't be tricked? We don't have many supplies left on hand. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhao Yang's eyes, as if he was a vicious wolf in the dark night, and he spoke coldly. Tomorrow, think of a way to trick a few students to act as bait to lure away all the zombies in front of the supermarket over in the East Playground. After that, bring our minders to that supermarket and claim to the public that we are going to collect supplies. Humph, leave all those who are of little use here to fend for themselves. By the way, pick a few good-looking girls to take with you, so that if the brothers get bored later, they can have fun. The gym student next to him, after hearing Zhao Yang's words, his eyes instantly lit up like thieving stars flashing in the night sky, with a lewd and lascivious smile on his face. He busily nodded his head and responded, by the way, President, your art department freshman counselor Song Ting asked us for help again today. She is a famous beauty. Can you get her here? Zhao Yang flashed Song Ting's marvelous figure in his mind and nodded with a lewd smile. Well, tomorrow, all the zombies in the North Playground will be lured here, just in time to clean up the tiredness for us, while the zombies are being lured away. You should bring a few people and get Song Ting to the supermarket in the East Playground as well. Everyone will get a share of the brothers at that time. Tang Wei one by one to check the photos sent by new friends. After the system of some view, but no one to meet the requirements, either does not meet the standard or people all can be. Just then, Song Ting, who had just added her friend, sent a message. Santin, is it in? I wanted to check on your supplies first. When Tang Wei saw Song Ting's message, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile as he dodged Yang Xiaoqian and took a picture of the bathtub and the water, then sent the photo to Song Ting. Professional unclogging of sewers. Too much pure water. Cannot drink it all, can only be used to take a bath. Pure water bath. The more you soak, the better. Song Ting, you tell me, what do I have to do for you to send us some supplies? Professional sewer unclogging. I'm having no fun in this bath. Do you want to come along? Song Ting, professional drain unclogging. Don't want to forget it. Friend, delete it. After Tang Wei finished speaking, he didn't really delete his friend, but waited for Song Ting's reply. Sure enough, Song Ting's side soon sent a message. Song Ting, don't delete it. I agree. I'll stay with you as long as you send us supplies. The corner of Tang Wei's mouth hooked up a smug smile. In the high cold imperial sister does not also have to be obedient. He messaged nonchalantly. Professional drain unclogging. Send location and I'll look at the route. Santin, I initiated location sharing. After checking out the route, Tang Wei agreed with Song Ting to go over and find her tomorrow during the day. Tang Wei was in a good mood and reached out to hook Yang Xiaoqian's chin. Yang Xiaoqian tilted her head up and pouted her sour little mouth, not knowing whether it was due to watery breath or shyness. Her stunningly beautiful face was flushed, and her big watery eyes locked eyes with Tang Wei. Tang Wei resisted the urge and asked Yang Xiaoqian to go and call Xiao Meng over. Yang Xiaoxian dressed up before walking out of the bathroom. Seeing the gazes cast by the three women, she shyly said to Xiaomeng, who was on the side, "Brother Wei told you to help him take a bath." Xiaomeng's face was flushed after she heard Yang Xiaoqian call herself. Of course she knew what Tang Wei was calling her for. Glancing at Xia Yao, who was hiding under the quilt, she entered the bathroom with a red face. Xia Yao similarly blushed scarlet, cat in the quilt, leaving a gap to sneak a look in the direction of the bathroom. Her heart was like a deer in the headlights. Chapter 22 Hot Pink Balloons. Xia Yao was a little nervous and scared, afraid that in a moment Xiaomeng would come out and say that she should help Tang Wei take a bath too. 2 hours later, Tang Wei walked out of the bathroom with Xiaomeng, whose legs were weak. Xia Yao didn't dare to utter a single breath, her heart full of worry, afraid that Tang Wei would have any indecent requests. As soon as she recalled the horrifying scene of Tang Wei's one-armed lift, Xia Yao's heart was so tangled that it felt like a mess. She kept asking herself in her mind, if Tang Wei really made a request, should she agree or not? It was a good thing that what Xia Yao was worried about didn't happen. Only Tang Wei directly drilled into Yang Xiaoqian's quilt and went to sleep. Xia Meng, on the other hand, was red-faced, her eyes flickering as she quietly glanced at her sister and said in a very soft voice, "Yo, I didn't put the water on, do you want to go wash up?" Xia Yao hadn't washed her face for days, let alone taken a shower. Hearing her sister's words, she subconsciously turned her head to look at Tang Wei, and when she saw that the other party didn't have much of a reaction, and didn't have any intention of stopping her, she busily nodded her head. She hurriedly grabbed her toiletries and ran to the bathroom on her feet, making sure the door was locked again and again before letting go. At the moment, the bathroom still smelled like a panic attack. Xia Yao stripped off her clothes and slowly laid into the bathtub where the water had already cooled, and began to bathe. When she was washing comfortably, Xia Yao inadvertently turned her head and her sight fell on the trash can next to her, only to see 2 weird pink balloons inside. Filled with doubt, she reached out and picked it up, and when she saw what it was, she felt like she had been electrocuted, and her body shook so violently that she almost screamed. She rushed to throw it back in the trash like a hot potato. Even though it was thrown back, Xia Yao's pretty face was red all the way to the roots of her ears. All sorts of humiliating images raced uncontrollably through her innocent little head. Half an hour later, Xia Yao walked out of the bathroom with a red face. Seeing this, Zhang Lily immediately rushed into the bathroom like a hungry wolf. Looking at the water in the bathtub, she couldn't care much about it. She just plopped down on the floor and gulped it down. Negative emotion value from Lily Zhang +1. Negative emotion value from Lily Zhang +1. Negative emotion value from Lily Zhang +1. Tang Wei, who was in a tender place, suddenly received a large wave of negativity from Zhang Lily. The next morning, a ray of sunlight passed through the window and gently sprinkled Tang Wei's face. Yang Xiaoqian in her arms slowly opened her big sleepy eyes, then leisurely got up. Tang Wei generously took out several bottles of pure water and handed them to Yang Xiaoqian and Xiaomeng to use for washing. Xia Yao and Zhang Lily could only look on with envy in their eyes. After washing up, Tang Wei took out another pile of food and feasted on it like nobody's business. Xiaomeng hesitated for a moment, biting her lip, looking nervous, and carefully opened her mouth. "Brother Wei, can you give Yao Yao something to eat?" Tang Wei turned his head to look at Xiaomeng. His gaze was sharp. Xiaomeng was flustered by him. Her eyes dodged, not daring to meet his gaze. Tang Wei looked at the red-eyed and pitiful Xia Yao again and said, "For the sake of the massage you gave me yesterday, I'll give you half a roasted chicken." After saying that, he reached out and tore off half a roasted chicken, handing it to Xia Yao. After all, in the future, they are all women who are going to follow them, and they still need to rely on them to provide adoration value, so they can't really starve people. Xia Yao's eyes were full of surprise, but once she thought of the so-called principle of equal exchange, she was a little hesitant, and her outstretched hand stopped in mid-air, not daring to pick it up. After all, taking a man's hand is short and eating a man's mouth is soft. What if after eating, Tang Wei asks for meat payment? Don't want it? Don't even if you don't want it. Tang Wei made a gesture to take back the roasted chicken. To be. Thank you, Brother Wei. Seeing the situation, Xia Yao couldn't care less and hurriedly went forward to receive the roasted chicken and wolfed it down. Positive emotion value from Xia Yao +1. Positive emotion value from Xia Yao +1. A series of positive emotional values came through. Tang Wei saw Xia Yao, this little girl, knew how to be so grateful. His mood was so good that he casually rewarded her with another bottle of pure water. This time, another series of Xia Yao's positive sentiment values came in, receiving more than a dozen in just a few minutes. Tang Wei checked the mood value. Positive sentiment value, 52. Negative emotional value, 24.99. Admiration value, 62. The nerdy Xia Yao alone provided Tang Wei with more than 20 points of positive emotional value. Moreover, the admiration value had already reached 62, and there were still 38 points left before he could exchange for a Class F exotic energy card, and by then his strength would definitely be able to go to the next level. Tang Wei spent 50 points of positive emotion value to exchange 5 power fruits. In the blink of an eye, 5 fruits appeared in his hands. Tang Wei took one bite and the fruit crunched. After the first 3 fruits are eaten, there is no significant effect other than an increase of 300 experience points. Until the 4th and 5th fruits were consumed, the familiar feeling came again. The muscles began to wriggle slightly, and actually succeeded twice. Tang Wei opened the attribute panel, and his own attributes were clear at a glance. Name, Tang Wei. Age, 23 years old. Level, 2. Upgrading experience, 330/5000. Ability, G rank strength. Speed, defense type alien. Power, 300. Speed, 200. Endurance, 200. Bone strength, 4. Mental strength, 130/150. Fatigue value, 110/200. Positive sentiment value, 2. Negative emotional value, 2,499. Admiration value, 62. At this time, really hungry cannot stand Zhang Lilyflop fell to his knees. A little climbed to the front of Tang Wei, tightly grasping his legs, said pitifully, "Big brother, can you give me something to eat? I'm starving to death. Just give me a bite to eat and let me do whatever I want." Negative emotion value from Lily Zhan +1. Negative emotion value from Lily Zhan +1. Even when kneeling down and begging Tang Wei, Zhang Lily's negative emotional value still kept increasing, which really deserved the old saying that you don't know the face of a person. Tang Wei casually threw the bones and ass of the roasted chicken he had just finished gnawing on the ground, saying with disdain, "Eat, reward you." Zhang Lily froze slightly when she saw the chicken bones and chicken butt on the ground. Just as she was fuming, Tang Wei directly put his foot on it. "Oops, I'm so sorry for stepping on your breakfast." Zhang Lily gulped, already hungry to the point of losing her mind. She couldn't care about anything else. Lying on the ground, she wanted to pick up and eat it. Tang Wei, however, stopped her with his foot and pointed to the grease stains on his foot and said, "Look at your breakfast. You're getting my feet dirty. Aren't you going to clean me up first?" Without saying a word, Lily Zhang cleaned it up straight away. Chapter 23, Your husband is here. With a disgusted look on his face, Tang Wei rinsed his feet with pure water. Zhang Lily, on the other hand, was lying on the ground, sideways, her mouth wide open as she continued the water that spilled from Tang Wei's feet. Xia Yao, who was on the side, witnessed the scene and her face instantly turned as white as paper. The originally fragrant roast chicken in her hand suddenly felt unscented, and her fear of Tang Wei added a few more points. This man, too scary, more villainous than those villains inside the novels. Tang Wei casually wiped the water stains on his feet on Zhang Lily's body, then unhurriedly pulled off the chicken head and the chicken bones that didn't have much meat and casually threw them to Zhang Lily. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother." Negative emotion value from Lily Zhan +1. Negative emotion value from Lily Zhan +1. In the past few days, the negative emotion values obtained from Zhang Lily had not stopped. After breakfast, Tang Wei called Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng to the bathroom and urged them to watch out for Zhang Lily. After Tang Wei finished his instructions, he handed the cell phone back to the two men and then went out fully dressed, with a toolkit on his back and a wood chipper in hand. Tang Wei is not very worried about the 608 bedroom, not to mention the fact that the three of them were more than enough to deal with Zhang Lily alone. Even if it was just Yang Xiaoqian alone, it would be easy to clean up Zhang Lily. Tang Wei had just stepped out of the door of the 608 dormitory when he attracted the attention of 2 zombies not far away, only to see the 2 zombies lunging at him with their teeth and claws open. Hissing, Tang Wei's eyes were quick, his hands rose and fell, and the sharp firewood knife ruthlessly chopped on the zombie's head as smoothly as chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Tang Wei looked at the firewood knife in his hand and couldn't help but marvel. What a fast knife! This firewood knife is only 3 pounds heavy. Comfortable grip in the hand, wielded with ease, can be carried then before the large wrench to save too much energy. Tang Wei killed all the way downstairs, and after resolving the zombies, he didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, he patiently waited until the corpse had disappeared and made sure that no corpse pills had fallen out before he turned to leave. This corpse stand was of great use to Tang Wei. After all, such a sharp wood blade could be opened in the twister, so it might be possible to open an even more powerful treasure. The journey was smooth and unobstructed, and without even encountering a decent obstacle, Tang Wei smoothly arrived at the downstairs of the No. For teaching building. He stepped in, only to see more than a dozen zombies gathering in the hall on the first floor. Tang Wei didn't rush upstairs, but unhurriedly began to clean up one by one. He killed zombies while collecting corpse pills. By the time he arrived at the door of classroom 508, Tang Wei had already managed to collect 6 corpse pills. Tang Wei gently knocked on the classroom door, and soon, a rustling sound came from inside, followed by a somewhat hoarse voice. "Who? Open the door." your husband is here, Tang Wei joked without a straight face. Song Ting inside was slightly stunned, but hearing this gangly accent from the other party, it didn't take much thought to realize that it must be the guy who had taken in the beautiful girl who had come. Song Ting was a bit surprised that the other party actually came. Originally she didn't hold much hope. Hurry up and open the door. I'm leaving if you don't. Squeak. The classroom door slowly opened. Song Ting, although her face was haggard, but it was still hard to hide her natural beauty. Tang Wei looked her up and down before smilingly stepping into 508 dance studio. Song Ting lying in the doorway to probe the left and right to look, only to see the corridor is empty. Neither saw the helpers, also did not see the zombies. Cannot help but be full of doubts, lowered his voice and asked, Did you come by yourself? Tang Wei scanned the spacious 508 classroom and realized that there was still a girl in a dance costume leaning against the innermost wall. The girl's face was as white as paper at this point. Her lips were dry and cracked and skinned, and she didn't move a muscle. Tang Wei skimmed his lips. Of course a person, and is not to receive the marriage. Do you still need 8 carry sedan chair? Song Ting opened her mouth, but ultimately didn't continue to argue. After she closed the classroom door, she looked Tang Wei up and down carefully. When she saw the dried-up bag that the other party was carrying diagonally, she couldn't help but slightly knit her eyebrows, feeling that she was being teased, and said with a displeased face, You're lying to me? I lied to you? What did I lie to you about? Tang Wei asked suspiciously. Sung Ting took a few steps backward warily and said, You couldn't have come alone. I've asked many people for help and they couldn't get through. How could you have gotten here by yourself? And you promised to bring me supplies, but you don't have any on you. Tang Wei ignored the wary Song Ting. In this apocalyptic world, it was only human to be cautious. If they were all like the naive and dumb Xia Yao, I guess the smarter zombies wouldn't have eaten her because eating her would affect their IQ. Tang Wei didn't open his mouth to argue, but instead reached into his toolkit, subsequently pulling out a bottle of pure water, and then once again yanking a fragrant roast chicken out of it. Song Ting instantly froze on the spot, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Tang Wei's two simple actions were like a sudden storm, completely disrupting this proud daughter of heaven's past perceptions. At this point, the unique mellow aroma of roasted chicken filled the air in an instant and wafted through the air. Song Ting only felt that the fragrance straight to the nasal cavity, involuntarily gently licked his lips, eyes full of eagerness and desire. Cannot wait to reach out his hand to go to get that tempting roast chicken. Tang Wei, however, took a light step backward in his figure, easily dodging Song Ting's hand, a small, mischievous smile hanging on his face, his eyes teasingly looking at Song Ting as he leisurely opened his mouth. Hey, take it easy. What about the conditions you promised me? Song Ting's stunningly beautiful face was instantly colored with a flash of brilliant redness. She was a bit flustered and didn't dare to look directly into Tang Wei's eyes, slightly lowering her head. Her voice said faintly, There's nothing here. How can I wash it? When I'm in a position to do so in the future, I'll keep my promise. Yo, learning to paint a big picture. Ha, haven't you ever heard of dry cleaning? The corners of Tang Wei's mouth rose, a bad smile on his face, and his eyes still held a few unintentional, colorful flirtations. Song Ting's face grew redder and hotter, like a ripe apple, and she looked at Tang Wei pitifully, a hint of pleading in her voice. Please, just give me the supplies first. I swear I'll keep my word from now on. Tang Wei's eyes rolled, his mind playing tricks on him, and he opened his mouth. I can't have a lovebird's bath for a while, so let's hear it for a while by calling out for my husband, and when I'm satisfied, I'll give you the supplies. Song Ting instantly glared angrily at Tang Wei, her eyes filled with petulant anger, but Tang Wei was not moved, smiling and staring at her with a see what you can do to me meaning in his eyes. Soon enough, Song Ting was defeated in this silent contest, her tone stiff with a hint of embarrassment as she stumbled over her words. Old, gong, damn it, big sister, can you please bring some emotion? Calling out to the soul is even better than what you're doing here, Tang Wei exclaimed exaggeratedly. Chapter 24, A Flower of Bincheng University. Song Ting was ashamed and annoyed, that pretty face instantly red as a ripe apple, as if it would drip blood in the next second. She glared fiercely at Tang Wei, and there was anger and shyness in those eyes, but there was no way around it. People had to bow down under the roof. She took a deep breath and tried to calm her disorganized heartbeat. Clearing her already dry throat, she cried out in a delicate, sweet voice, Husband. The voice was like a silky charm tone, gently slipping into the human heart, permeated with endless temptation. Tang Wei only felt an electric current instantly spread throughout his body, and his entire body was tingling with impatience. Goblin. The two words bubbled up uncontrollably from the back of his mind. Sung Ting herself was startled by the sound of her own voice. On weekdays, when had the high and mighty she ever made such a delectable sound? At this moment, she only felt that her face was as hot as if it was on fire, and she was so ashamed inside that she wanted to find a crack in the ground. In a panic, she reached out and grabbed the roasted chicken and pure water in Tang Wei's hand, said thank you, and ran towards the girl in the corner with hurried steps. Positive emotion value from Song Ting +1. Positive emotion value from Song Ting +1. Positive emotion value from Song Ting +1. Tang Wei looked at Song Ting's voluptuous figure that was perfectly wrapped in a short suit skirt. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, hanging a bad smile. He couldn't help but sigh. This iceberg imperial sister was much more interesting to flirt with than that Xia Yao girl. If he were to molest Xia Yao like this, I guess that girl would have to be scared to the point of crying. Thinking so, Tang Wei also slowly followed Song Ting towards the girl in the corner. Song Ting walked quickly to the girl's side and gently pushed her shoulder, calling out softly, Yaxin, we have food and water. When the girl didn't respond, she increased her voice again, Yaxin, what's wrong with you? However, there was still no movement, and Song Ting couldn't help but call out again, Yaxin, stop screaming, she's already dead. Before even getting close, Tang Wei acutely realized that the girl named Yaxin had no breath. When Song Ting heard these words, her body stiffened slightly, her face filled with incredulity. She subconsciously reached out and probed Yaxin's nostrils, then jerked her hand back as if she had been electrocuted. Tears instantly blurred her eyes as she turned her head to angrily glare at Tang Wei, her voice accusing with a sobbing tone. It's your fault. She wouldn't have died if you'd come sooner. I told you before, she was sick and desperately needed supplies. Pa! Tang Wei didn't wait for Song Ting to finish her sentence, directly raised his hand and threw a loud slap on her face. Did I give you face? You can't ing, and you have to blame the blue star's gravity for not being enough. Tang Wei scolded nonchalantly. The slap woke Song Ting up, 5 striking red marks instantly surfacing on her face as tears slid uncontrollably down her cheeks. She knew in her heart that she really couldn't blame the other party for this, and it wasn't like they were obligated to come to the rescue of herself and her students. At this time, Song Ting is full of remorse. If he did not let Yaxin early to the dance studio to practice dance, will not happen such a tragedy. Tang Wei glanced at Song Ting, who was standing in place silently shedding tears, and coldly said, if you want to follow me, follow. After saying that, he took a step outside without looking back, without the slightest pause. Standing in place, Song Ting's body trembled slightly, but her feet did not move half a step as if they were nailed down. Tang Wei pushed open the door to the dance studio and walked cleanly toward the outside without hesitation. As much as he needed the adoration value provided by the beautiful woman, he would never force the other party. Since the other party doesn't want to follow, it's better to stay here and fend for yourself. It wasn't until the door to the dance studio was closed again that Song Ting came back to her senses as if she had awakened from a dream. In her heart she wanted to catch up with the man, but that last shred of dignity kept her from taking a step. Tang Wei had just reached the stairway when he heard a rustling of footsteps and a faint whispering coming from downstairs. Brother Mang, why can't we see a single zombie in this building? A voice asked with doubt. What do you know? Of course you're too scared to come out when you see our fierce brother. Another voice responded curtly. Ha ha, it's still you kid who can talk. A rough voice chuckled. Brother Mang, that Song Ting is the famous one flower of Bincheng University. By the time you and the president are done playing, can you give the brothers a good time as well? He. A voice with a lewd smile. No problem. At that time our brothers everyone has a share. We can serve our beautiful counselor Another burst of lowered voice lewd laughter came. Tang Wei frowned, then slowly walked up the stairs to avoid a few people. A few minutes later, 5 men with weapons cautiously arrived on the 5th floor. Leading the way was a lanky young man with a composite bow in his hand, and he was aggressive. The remaining 4 were carrying machetes, baseball bats, and other weapons, full of ferocity. Soon, the 5 of them found the 508 dance studio, and they pushed the door directly into the room, where they saw the haggard and tearful Song Ting. At this time, Song Ting just cried, eyes slightly red. The already beautiful face at this moment added a few points of choo-choo pour. Let a person cannot help but feel protective. 5 bloodthirsty young men recklessly looked up and down at this dream girl in the hearts of countless men. In the past, they didn't even have the courage to look directly at Song Ting when they saw her. But now, in this chaotic world, they could freely desecrate the beautiful person in front of them. Song Ting was slightly stunned when she saw the few people who suddenly barged in, and before she had the chance to speak, the man across from her named Zhang Mang smiled lewdly and opened his mouth. Teacher Song, we're here to save you. As he spoke, his eyes stared straight at Song Ting's chest, his eyes filled with obscenity and greed. Song Ting felt the other party's sickeningly lecherous gaze, and although her heart was filled with displeasure, she still forced herself to speak. Thank you. The knots in Zhang Mang's throat rolled up and down as he gulped a mouthful of saliva, while one of the juniors on the side came to his ear and whispered, Brother Mang, there are no zombies here either. Why don't we just do her here? Let the brothers have a good time first. Zhang Mang was a little hesitant, but looking at Song Ting's pitiful and absolutely beautiful appearance, the fire of desire in his heart was really hard to suppress. He gritted his teeth, glared at his little brother and whispered, "Close the door." The little brother understood and quickly turned back to unlock the door to the dance studio. Seeing this, a strong uneasiness surged in Song Ting's heart, and she subconsciously took a few steps back, vigilantly looking at the several men who gradually surrounded her, her voice trembling. "What do you want? What do you want to do?" "Of course I want to you." The 5 men laughed lewdly as they continued to surround Song Ting. Chapter 25, The Hero Saves Beauty. Zhang Mang's gaze wandered back and forth over Song Ting's body with reckless abandon, a flippant face and a lecherous smile on the corner of his mouth as he slowly approached towards Song Ting step by step, his mouth saying, "Teacher Song, don't you understand by now? Nowadays, there are zombies everywhere out here, and only we can protect you. As long as you're obedient and serve us well, you'll be guaranteed food and clothing." Zhang Mang's tone was cold and threatening. "If you don't listen, don't blame us for having to make a video and send it to various groups after we've played with it, so that others can see how the first flower of Bincheng University looks like underneath a man." Saying that, his hand couldn't wait to grab towards Song Ting's chest. Song Ting stepped back and dodged, her eyes glaring angrily at Zhang Mang as she said loudly, "Don't you fool around or my husband won't let you go." "Ha ha 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 ha." Zhang Mang laughed openly. "Your husband won't leave us alone? What can he do? Can't he still come to your rescue with his feet on the 7-colored auspicious clouds? You call him out instead. I'd like to meet him." The few juniors behind Zhang Mang followed suit and laughed, their eyes filled with greed and naked desire. Boom! With a loud bang, the door of the dance studio was kicked off by a strong force so hard that even the doorframe came off with it, making a crackling sound. Carrying a wood chipper, Tang Wei plodded into the dance studio. "Who wants to meet me?" Zhang Meng and the others were subdued by Tang Wei's impactful entrance. Kicking an aluminum door off with a single kick is not something that can be done by the average person. However, Zhang Meng and the others didn't have too much fear. After all, there were many people on their side, and Zhang Meng had eaten corpse dance several times and had his attributes boosted twice, so he felt self-conscious about a few things. "Kid, who are you? Mind your own business. If you're sensible, get lost." Zhang Meng couldn't fathom Tang Wei's depths, so he didn't make a rash move, but opened his mouth to try and drink the other party back. Tang Wei, however, acted as if he hadn't even heard Zhang Meng's words, hooking his finger at Song Ting, who was hiding in the corner, and said in a domineering manner, "Come here." The broken glass Song Ting held in her hands loosened, and she, who had just been ready to commit suicide, saw hope again. The moment Tang Wei appeared, her heart couldn't help but jump violently. Although it was vulgar for a hero to save a beauty, it was also the easiest way to touch a woman's heart. Song Ting's face was as white as paper, and without the slightest hesitation, she pressed herself against the wall and carefully walked towards Tang Wei. Seeing that Tang Wei had completely ignored himself, Zhang Meng's eyes widened, and with a wave of his hand in annoyance, the 4 minions around him waved machetes and baseball bats, and rushed towards Tang Wei aggressively. Tang Wei's figure flickered like a ghost, easily dodging the baseball bat swung by one of the juniors, and in the process, he kicked the other party hard in the stomach. That little brother stifled a grunt, and his entire body flew directly backwards, hitting the wall heavily. Then he slid down and curled up like a shrimp, rolling on the ground in pain. At the same time, Tang Wei quickly reached out again, accurately grabbing the wrist of another minion who was swinging a machete and slashing at him, and twisting it with force. With a click, the little brother's wrist was directly twisted off, and the machete fell to the ground with a clang. The little brother screamed in agony and crouched on the ground holding his wrist in pain. Seeing this, the remaining 2 little brothers, although there has been a fear in their eyes, but relying on the number of people, still hardened their heads and attacked towards Tang Wei. Tang Wei, however, was calm and unhurried, and seeing the right moment, he rushed forward with an arrow step and punched one of them solidly in the face. The man's nose blood instantly gushed out like a fountain, and his entire body was knocked backward and fell to the ground. Another junior brother took the opportunity to sneak attack Tang Wei from behind. Tang Wei keenly sensed the movement behind him and quickly turned around, lifting his leg and kicking his opponent in the chest. That little brother was kicked back and forth, and finally sat on his butt on the ground, unable to get up for half a day. Zhang Mang was shocked and angry when he saw that his minions had been beaten by Tang Wei in the blink of an eye. He hastily raised his composite bow, knocked an arrow, aimed it at Tang Wei, and then violently loosened the bowstring. Whoosh! The sharp arrow cut through the air with a sharp sound. "Be careful." Seeing this scene, Song Ting, who was standing by the wall, was so frightened that her face turned as white as frost and hurriedly opened her mouth loudly to warn. Tang Wei's muscles instantly tightened, having been prepared. Just at the moment Zhang Mang loosened the bowstring, he dodged sideways and the arrow grazed his clothes. Pop! The steel 3-pronged arrowhead shot above the wall, stirring up a burst of fire, and the carbon fiber arrow body couldn't withstand it, and it directly burst open. Tang Wei took this opportunity to quickly rush towards Zhang Mang like a tiger descending from a mountain. Before Zhang Mang could knock another arrow, Tang Wei had already arrived in front of him and smacked Zhang Mang's face heavily with the side of his firewood knife. Instantly, Zhang Mang fell straight to the ground, blood gushing out of his mouth and nose, with several teeth mixed in. Song Ting's eyes widened, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with disbelief as she stared blankly at Tang Wei. Originally, she thought that Tang Wei couldn't dodge that arrow and would surely die, but she didn't expect him to actually defuse the crisis so easily. Tang Wei stepped on Zhang Mang's head with his foot and spoke in a flat tone. "Don't you want to know who I am? Then let me introduce myself. My name is Tang Wei, and I specialize in unclogging sewers." Zhang Mang's eyes widened when he heard Tang Wei's words. The man who Zhao Yang had contacted last night slumped on the ground, slurring his words. "So it's you. Since you already know, it's time to send you on your way." With that, Tang Wei raised his firewood knife, ready to raise his hand. Right at this moment, Song Ting's motherly heart on the side flooded out to block the way. Don't kill, don't kill." The several people lying on the ground on the side moaning in pain, seeing Song Ting actually pleading for them, as if they had grabbed the last straw. Ignoring the pain on their bodies, they hurriedly crawled to Tang Wei and Song Ting's body, kneeling on the ground, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. "Instructor Song, please be generous and let your husband spare us this time. We won't dare to do it next time. We really are all first-time offenders, and you are just too beautiful. That's why." Tang Wei shrugged his shoulders, removed his foot from Zhang Mang's head, and took half a step backward, saying, "It's you they're trying to bully. It's up to you whether you forgive them or not." After hearing Tang Wei's words, Zhang Mang's few people kowtowed to Song Ting and kept begging for mercy. After Song Ting walked to Tang Wei's side, she spoke faintly with a calm demeanor. "Let's go." Tang Wei, on the other hand, glanced at Zhang Mang, reached out and gently wrapped his arm around Song Ting's slender waist, his large hand deliberately going down to cover the tight, round, plump buttocks before turning around and walking out. Kneeling on the ground, Zhang Mang's eyes narrowed slightly as a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. After seeing Tang Wei turn around, he didn't move and picked up the compound bow on the ground, drew out an arrow feather with his right hand and hitched it to the compound bow. Then aiming at the back of Tang Wei's head, he violently loosened his right hand. Whoosh! The black carbon fiber arrow feather shot toward Tang Wei like a black lightning bolt. Chapter 26. I want to take a bath with Mr. Song. The brain-splattering scene that Zhang Mang and the others were expecting did not appear. Instead, Tang Wei quickly raised his firewood knife with his right hand and easily blocked the arrow. The entire process was light and breezy, and Tang Wei's left hand on Song Ting's rounded area hadn't even been loosened. It's hard to persuade the damn ghost with good words. Tang Wei shook his head and smiled as he opened his mouth to Song Ting. In fact, Tang Wei hadn't directly killed these people just now, just to give the Holy Mother Song Ting a lesson, to properly cure her Holy Mother's heart, so that she could properly see the sinister nature of the human heart. Zhang Meng's pupils shrunk violently, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could he not expect that Tang Wei would be so raw? A full bow strike from a 70-pound compound bow, and the other party was actually able to block it with ease. A full blow from a 70-pound compound bow can kill even an adult boar in one blow. Zhang Mang, heart of fear like a surging tide, like surging, legs soft, once again flopped kneeling, voice trembling said, "Big brother, I'm really wrong, please spare my life. Big brother, spare our lives. It's all because Zhao Yang and Zhang Mang forced us to come. Yeah, it's all because they instructed us. If we didn't listen, we wouldn't be able to live today." Zhao Yang and him are working together, and they even pitched dozens of classmates to death this morning. And the zombies in this north playground are all because they used their classmates' lives to lure them away. Song Ting's beautiful eyes rounded in disbelief after hearing the words of the group. Tang Wei had long known Zhao Yang's face and calmly took out his cell phone, recording all the words of several people before putting it away. Staring with interest at the 5 people kneeling and begging for mercy, he smiled and opened his mouth. "Of the 5 of you, only one of you will survive. You decide." The moment these words were uttered, it was like a life-altering talisman. The person whose right hand had just been broken by Tang Wei used his left hand to pick up the sharp knife on the ground, and with the swiftness of lightning, stabbed fiercely towards his companion who hadn't had time to react. The blade pierced straight through the opponent's chest, and his companion fell down with wide eyes in disbelief. Seeing this, Zhang Mang immediately stood up, copied the compound bow as a weapon, and violently swung it towards his companion who was holding a sharp knife, and the man stumbled and fell to the ground. Zhang Mang drew out another arrow immediately afterward, and without hesitation, shot it towards the head of the fallen man, the tip of the arrow piercing deeply into his skull. Although Zhang Mang was not worth mentioning in front of Tang Wei, he had an overwhelming advantage over several of his other companions. Miserable screams and the stench of blood filled the air uncontrollably, but in just a few moments, the only person left on the ground was Zhang Mang, who collapsed to the ground. In the fierce fight just now, he was also stabbed several times viciously by those two companions who fought back before dying, and blood gurgled out from the wounds. At this time, Tang Wei wrapped his arm around Song Ting's slender and soft waist and walked over to Zhang Mang. Song Ting had long been dumbfounded by the bloody and cruel scene in front of her, and it was as if her entire body had lost its soul. She was like a mechanical doll that had been wound up, and was walked to Zhang Mang with Tang Wei's arm around her. Tang Wei shoved the firewood knife hard into Song Ting's hand, and immediately afterward, he gently stood behind her. The scent of her body, if anything, light and fresh, lingered on the tip of his nose, and then, his left hand slowly probed out, gently encircling her slender, soft waist from behind, and his right hand followed suit, gently holding Song Ting's small, cold hand that was holding the wood chipper. Zhang Mang, who was paralyzed on the ground, saw this scene and opened his mouth with wide eyes and slurred his words. Didn't you say you could live one? Yeah, I said I could live with one person, but my wife didn't say that. Immediately afterward, Tang Wei held Song Ting's small hand and raised his hand. In an instant, blood splashed out like a fountain and a head rolled aside with a grunt. Song Ting was completely frozen. She killed someone and her mind went blank. Tang Wei expressionlessly took the firewood knife and casually wiped the blood on it on Zhang Wei's clothes. Afterwards, Tang Wei took Zhang Mang's compound bow and a quiver with 13 carbon fiber arrows in his hand, and searched through several bodies, finding only 2 corpse pills on Zhang Mang. As for the 2 machetes that had already rolled their blades, Tang Wei didn't even look at them and directly discarded them. What are you waiting for? Why don't you leave? Tang Wei turned his head to Song Ting and said coldly. Only then did Song Ting come back to her senses as if waking up from a dream, looking at her own blood-stained hands, and then at Tang Wei, who had already lifted his feet to walk out. She knew in her heart that this was her last chance, and if she didn't follow this man now, she wouldn't have another chance later. The fear on Song Ting's pretty face gradually faded away, replaced by a resolute firmness. She took one last look at Ye Xian's corpse, then gritted her teeth and took a step toward Tang Wei's back to chase after him. The corner of Tang Wei's mouth hooked into a faint smile. Let this proud daughter of heaven see the darkness of the end times properly. Only in this way could she adapt more quickly to this cruel and incomparable post-apocalyptic world. More than half an hour later, Tang Wei brought Song Ting back to the door of the 608 bedrooms. On the way back, I passed a couple of girls on the women's dormitory, Block B, lying on the windowsill upstairs calling for help. Tang Wei directly ignored away. Song Ting frowned a little heartily, but after seeing Tang Wei's oblivious appearance, she could only grit her teeth and follow behind Tang Wei, pretending not to hear. On the way back, he sporadically ran into a few zombies, all of which were easily solved by Tang Wei. Tang Wei raised his hand and knocked on the door of the 608 bedroom, and soon Xia Yao's small and soft voice came from inside. Who? Your husband. The corners of Tang Wei's mouth rose with a few teasing smiles, and he flirted laughingly. Xia Yao's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, but hearing that it was Tang Wei's voice, she no longer hesitated and hurriedly reached out to open the door. She didn't want to be lifted high in the air with one hand by Tang Wei because she opened the door late. Tang Wei brought Song Ting into the dormitory, and instantly, the gazes of the 4 women in the dormitory focused on Song Ting in unison. It was striking to see Song Ting dressed in a black lady's suit, with yet-to-be-dried bloodstains on her hands and snow-white legs. Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng were both juniors, and although they were not from the art department, they had long heard of the beauty of Song Ting, the freshman counselor of the art department. Even Xia Yao and Zhang Lili, who were sophomores, had heard Song Ting's name like thunder. After all, Song Ting was one of the 4 great beauties of Bincheng University, and was a star-level figure in the school. Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng stared blankly at Tang Wei, their eyes filled with surprise. It's only been a few hours since we've seen each other, and Tang Wei actually brought back the most beautiful counselor. After Song Ting noticed the surprised gazes thrown by several women, she fell to smiling faintly at them and said softly, "Hello guys, hello, Mr. Song." Yang Xiaoqian's few people hurriedly greeted enthusiastically. Tang Wei didn't have the heart to pay attention to the pleasantries between the several women. Handing over the compound bow and quiver to Xia Meng's hands, and walking towards the bathroom on his own, his mouth said loudly, "Yang Xiaoqian, boil water, I want to take a bath with Mr. Song, my body is dirty." Chapter 27, Do you want to take advantage of me? Yang Xiaoqian glanced at the blushing Song Ting with some surprise, not realizing that the one flower of Bincheng University had actually been picked by Tang Wei in a short period of time. There were countless people who pursued Song Ting, and all sorts of heavenly pride and rich second generation were ruthlessly rejected by Song Ting. Although Yang Xiaoqian was surprised, she had always known how to judge the situation. Without any hesitation, he took out more than 10 bottles of pure water from under Tang Wei's bed and began to busy himself with boiling water. Don grinned as he took his clothes off in the bathroom, wearing only a pair of pants. Seeing this, Xiaomeng hurriedly put the clothes Tang Wei had taken off into the basin and started to do the laundry. Song Ting first went to wash the blood on her hands, and then she took the initiative to help Xiaomeng wash Tang Wei's clothes together. When the clothes were washed, Tang Wei took out some food and water and handed it to Song Ting. Song Ting was also not polite. At this moment she had long since lost her goddess image and wolfed it down. By the time she had eaten and drunk enough, Yang Xiaoqian had also adjusted the water temperature. "Bath time," Tang Wei shouted, and walked toward the bathroom with a big grin. Song Ting only felt her heartbeat accelerate and her face roll, but she still bit her lip and stiffly got up, following Tang Wei's lead as she walked toward the bathroom. Song Ting followed behind Tang Wei and walked into the bathroom and gently closed the door. Tang Wei, on the other hand, took off the only pair of underwear he had on, and lay down naked into the inflatable bathtub where the water was just the right temperature. The warm water wrapped around his body, bringing a pleasant rush of comfort. Song Ting prodded and stood still, her face crimson, especially when she saw Tang Wei's strong and robust body. Her breath instantly caught and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a lot. It was the first time she had ever seen a male body. Tang Wei leisurely soaked in the water, his gaze looking over at the stunningly beautiful and shy Song Ting, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a bad smile as he snickered. "I'm taking a bath. What are you doing following me in? Is it hard to believe that you want to take advantage of me?" When these words came out, Song Ting's face became increasingly red like a ripe apple. In the past, I'm afraid she would have turned and run away in shame, but now that she is in the end times, she has seen the cruelty and horror of the end times. Tang Wei possessed a strong fighting ability, as well as that bag that could take out unlimited resources, and in this post-apocalyptic world, these were undoubtedly key abilities to survive. Song Ting knew that if she wanted to live longer in this crisis-ridden post-apocalyptic world, she could not do so without the shelter of the man in front of her, and she wasn't disgusted with him herself, even though he was a bit of a badass. But from the moment he broke in the door, her heart really fluttered. Thinking of this, Song Ting no longer hesitated and began to slowly undress in front of Tang Wei. Even though she had mentally built herself up countless times in her mind, this was the first time after all, and her small pair of hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. Tang Wei, on the other hand, cozily leaned back in the bathtub, enjoying the fragrant scene in front of him with great interest. Soon, Song Ting, red-faced, carefully stepped inside the bathtub and sat down on her knees at one side. She stretched out those small, soft, boneless hands and gently helped Tang Wei bathe. It wasn't hard to feel her inner nervousness and shyness from her small, slightly trembling hands. Tang Wei naturally wasn't the kind of person who only knew how to enjoy himself without knowing how to return the favor. He also stretched out his hand and began to help Song Ting meticulously bathe. Tang Wei resisted the urge. After all, the 50 points of adoration value rewarded by Heart's Delight was too tempting, so he could only cultivate his feelings for a few days first. After washing, Tang Wei walked out of the bathroom in his underwear with a satisfied look on his face. He walked straight to Xia Yao, who was sneaking glances at himself, and ordered, "Find Song Ting a dress to wear." Xia Yao and Song Ting had similar figures, both with good front and back figures. Xia Yao, who dared to have the slightest hesitation, hurriedly answered, turned around and picked a set of gray sweatshirt from her own clothes, and quickly sent it to the bathroom for Song Ting. It wasn't long before Song Ting, dressed in sportswear, walked out of the bathroom. Unlike her previous imperial lady style when she was wearing a suit, the one wearing a sportswear at the moment perfectly outlined the hot figure with a convex front and a thin waist and plump hips. On her delicate face, her eyes are as agile as twinkling stars, her eyebrows are as beautiful as distant daisies, and her skin is even more fragile. Walking around, youthful vigor overflowing, exuding self-confidence. However, Song Ting couldn't help but blush again when she saw Tang Wei, who was looking at her with a bad smile. At this time, Yang Xiaoqian and Xiaomeng enthusiastically pulled Song Ting to sit on the bed and chatted away. Tang Wei was generous. He took out food and water from his kit and distributed them to the three girls. Positive emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Admiration value from Natsuki +1. Positive emotion value from Song Ting +1. Xia Yao looked blearily at the lack of her own share, and after hesitating for a moment, she still got up and brought over the boiling water that had just been boiled. She used her own water cup to pour a cup of hot water for Tang Wei, and then summoned up enough courage to walk over to Tang Wei and gently place the hot water on the table in front of Tang Wei, then proceeded to stretch out his small hands and carefully help Tang Wei squeeze and massage his legs. "Wei, I'll give you a massage. Will you give me something to eat?" At this time, Xia Yao had improved quite a bit, at least when facing Tang Wei. She was able to say a complete sentence, no longer stumbling like before, unable to hold a complete sentence for half a day. Seeing Xia Yao's pitiful appearance, Tang Wei couldn't help but tease with a bad smile. A massage can only be exchanged for a loaf of bread. Why don't you rub me next time? That one can be exchanged for a roast chicken. Xia Yao was startled after hearing this. Her little face that was just piled with smiles instantly collapsed and said weakly, No, I like bread. No roast chicken. Tang Wei grinned, casually handing Xia Yao a bag of bread and a bottle of water. Thank you, Wei. Xia Yao pressed harder. Positive emotion value from Xia Yao +1. Zhang Lily, who had been watching from the side, couldn't help but swallow her saliva. After hesitating for a moment, he walked forward with a fawning face and said to Tang Wei, Why, can you give me some more chicken bones to eat? Pa! Tang Wei raised his hand and slapped it. Is Brother Wei something you can call? Tang Wei coldly and sternly reprimanded. Zhang Lily covered the red and swollen right side of her face, and a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. However, he quickly covered it up and hastily bowed his head and admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, big brother, can you give me something to eat? I'm really hungry. Tang Wei raised his head, and when Zhang Lily saw this, she excitedly cupped all of Tang Wei's leftover chicken bones in her hands and returned to the bed to start gnawing on them. Chapter 28 Broken Beast Skin Armor. After Tang Wei simply ate a mouthful of bread, he converted all 8 corpse dawn he had harvested today into twister points. Number of times the twister can be used, 8. Without the slightest hesitation, Tang Wei directly began 8 consecutive draws. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 pack of Angel brand anti-towels. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 pack of Angel brand anti-towels. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a box of cold medicine. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 bag of laundry detergent. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 bag of Mountain Deer milk powder. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 spirit fruit. Will it be claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 piece of broken animal skin armor. Is it claimed? Tang Wei immediately had a black line on his face, not realizing that he had drawn an ant's N. Apkin 4 times in a row. It's a good thing that you drew spirit fruit and a piece of beast skin armor later on. Tang Wei chose to collect it, and he handed Yang Xiaoqian 2 large packs of Auntie's napkins and 2 boxes of medicines. As for the white spirit fruit, Tang Wei directly threw it into his mouth and ate it in 2 bites. As the white fruit went down, Tang Wei only felt his mind clear up like never before, and it was as if his spiritual power was able to be externalized. He was surprised to find that his spiritual power was actually able to see the contents of the book in Xia Yao's hand. Bearing in mind that the book had its back to him, Tang Wei was ecstatic, and took out the tattered animal skin armor from his kit again. This beast leather armor body light gray, fur luster glistening, cool to the touch. The texture is soft like clouds, light as thin wings. A few shallow cracks can be seen on close inspection. Viewing it through the system, the attributes of the beast skin armor appeared clearly in front of Tang Wei's eyes. Name, tattered orc skin armor. Type, defense. Defense, 8. Grade, second rate, inferior. Second rate, good. Top rate, high quality, very good. Description, this is made from the fur of an unknown animal. Although the fur is slightly cracked due to lack of maintenance for a long period of time, it still has a certain degree of defense and can effectively withstand a lot of damage. After Tang Wei read the attributes of the beast skin armor, he was instantly brightened. He reached out and took the composite bow aside in his hand, once again using the system to check its attributes. Name, 70 pounds compound bow. Category, weapons. Strength, 5. Grade, inferior, good, superior, fine, very fine. Introduction, compound bows. As a type of modern bow, utilize a pulley and cable system that makes drawing the bowstring much easier. The archer can keep the bowstring at full draw for a long period of time, which in turn improves shooting accuracy and reduces fatigue at the same time. An idea popped into Tang Wei's mind. He wanted to verify if this beast leather armor with a defense value of 8 could withstand a strike from a compound bow with a strength of 5. Saying yes, Tang Wei immediately got up and carefully wrapped the animal skin armor around his pillow before placing it in the bathroom. He himself retreated to the far side, raising his compound bow to draw, aim, and fire. Although Tang Wei had only played with a bow and arrow in the shooting gallery twice before, he was not very skilled in its operation. But at the moment, with the addition of strength and mental power, it wasn't difficult for him to shoot a pillow wrapped in animal skin armor at a distance of more than 10 meters. Whoosh! The carbon fiber arrow was like a bolt of lightning, instantly shooting out. Boom! The 3-pronged arrow had hit the animal skin armor heavily, and then the arrow body fell off. Tang Wei hurriedly stepped forward to check, only to see that the part of the beast skin armor that had been shot was only slightly whitened, and surprisingly, there was no damage at all. Seeing this, Tang Wei's heart rejoiced. This result sideways confirmed his idea that as long as the defense value was higher than the weapon strength value, he would be able to successfully defend against the attack. Such a rare treasure. Tang Wei wore it directly on his body. The animal skin armor was icy cold on his body, and even though it was like an undershirt without sleeves, it was able to protect the important parts of his body very well. Just as Tang Wei was immersed in joy, Zhang Lili spoke softly. "Brother, can you lend me your cell phone? I want to make a call home." Without much ado, Tang Wei directly nodded and signaled Yang Xiaoqian to hand the phone back to Zhang Lili. Zhang Lili said thank you, took her cell phone and walked into the bathroom, quietly dialing Fu Dai's number. Soon, Fu Dai's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello?" Zhang Lili lowered her voice and said eagerly, "Hubby, when will you guys come over? If you guys don't come, I'll die here." "Hey, baby, don't worry, I'll bring someone there in 2 days at most." Fu Dai's sinister voice came from the microphone, which was occasionally interspersed with women's screams. Zhang Lili heard that Fu Dai would have to wait 2 more days before he could come, so she could only continue to hold her tongue. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Lili quickly deleted the communication record, and then pretended to make a phone call to her home before she walked out of the bathroom. She handed the cell phone back to Yang Xiaoqian and returned to her bed, secretly putting the hidden packet of ecstasy into her pajama pocket. Tang Wei, on the other hand, was currently lying on his bed, leisurely checking his attribute panel. Name, Tang Wei, age, 23, level, 2, upgrading experience, 980/5000, ability, G rank strength, speed, and defense alien, power, 300, speed, 200, endurance, 200, bone strength, 4, mental power, 155/200, fatigue value, 110/200, positive emotional value, 32, negative emotion value, 2739, reach 3000 to unlock new items, admiration value, 76. Seeing that the adoration value was only 24 points short of being able to exchange for an F-class exotic card, Tang Wei directly opened his mouth and asked Xia Meng for it. "Xia Meng, shouldn't you thank me properly?" Xia Meng was slightly stunned and hurriedly thanked him in a row. Admiration value from Natsuki +1. Positive emotion value from Xia Yao +1. Xia Meng had not only provided the adoration value, even Xia Yao, who was watching from the side, had contributed 1 point of positive emotion value. Tang Wei exchanged 1 speed fruit and 2 strength fruits and handed them to Yang Xiaoqian, Xia Meng, and the 3 girls Song Ting. Positive emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Admiration value from Natsuki +1. Positive emotion value from Song Ting +1. Yang Xiaoqian excitedly received even thanked Xia Meng and Song Ting, 2 girls, although some doubts in mind, but see Yang Xiaoqian so excited, will know that this is certainly good stuff. Thank you after a word, without saying anything to eat. A few minutes later, positive emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Admiration value from Natsuki +1. Positive emotion value from Song Ting +1. Chapter 29, Activating F-Class Abilities. The 5th day of the end times. After Tang Wei's special care and solicitation over the past 2 days, Xia Meng had finally provided her adoration value to 100 points. System tip. Congratulations to the host for reaching 100 adoration value. The host can exchange items in the adoration value mall. Tang Wei immediately opened the adoration value mall and prepared to pick an ability card. The F-class ability cards are categorized into 5 abilities: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Metallic F-grade ability. It can enhance one's attack and defense ability, and can reach the state of copper skin and iron bones. Characteristics. The skin of a metallic ability will emit a metallic-like luster. Would attribute Class F ability, able to manipulate plants to aid in combat, can utilize plants to heal in small amounts. Characteristics. Female would attribute psychic, with a relatively large amount of milk. Water attribute Grade F ability, can utilize water to attack, can walk and breathe in water. Characteristics. Can refer to the water child in King Kong Hulua. Fire attribute Class F ability, can manipulate flames and attacks with fire attribute. Characteristics, can refer to the fire baby in King Kong Hulua. Earth attribute F-grade ability, can use earth and rocks for attack and defense. Characteristics, can perform the earth escape technique, and can travel freely through the land itself. Tang Wei couldn't help but be a bit speechless as he looked at the somewhat odd introduction. Originally, he had planned to choose the would attribute F-class ability card, but once he thought of the milk quantity issue mentioned in the introduction, he was a bit hesitant. The would attribute ability card was more suitable for Xia Yao and Song Ting to use, absolutely full of milk. Getting it wrong could be a living death. Tang Wei was lost in thought, and for a while he didn't know which one he should choose. Tang Wei was internally entangled for quite a while before he finally made up his mind to exchange his would attribute ability card. Even if the amount of milk is insufficient, it is enough to be able to have plants to assist in combat. After all, zombies have been around for a long time. As Tang Wei confirmed the redemption, a silver light flashed and a glittering card appeared in his palm. On the card, the words Class F would attribute alien energy card were printed in large letters. Yes or no to use the Class F wooden power card? Without the slightest hesitation, Tang Wei directly chose to use it. A warm power, like a spring breeze, gently wrapped around his entire body. He only felt as if he was in a vibrant forest, with every cell cheering and his spirit sublimated like never before. At this moment, Tang Wei was keenly aware of the presence of the two potted succulents on the windowsill. The feeling was marvelous, as if the two pots of succulents had established some kind of connection with him, and if he gave a command, he could make them charge. Unable to hold back his inner excitement, Tang Wei hurriedly opened his own attribute panel to check. Name, Tang Wei, age, 23 years old, level, 2, upgrading experience, 980/5000, ability, Class F would attribute alien, activate Class F attribute card to add 50 points to all original attributes, power, 350, speed, 300, endurance, 300, bone strength, 4, mental power, 300, wood property affinity, 0, plant storage bits, 0/3, fatigue value, 250, positive emotional value, 23, negative emotions, 2539, reach 3000 to unlock new items, admiration value, 0. Tang Wei realized that all the other attributes had been raised by 50 points as if they were normal upgrades, with the exception of spiritual power, which had been raised the most, rising by a full 100 points. In addition to this, 2 new columns have been added to the attribute panel, wood affinity and plant storage. Tang Wei couldn't wait to pick up a pot of succulents and quickly ducked into the bathroom, ready for a good test. With Tang Wei's order, the palm-sized succulent first shook slightly, and then, immediately afterward, grew wildly at an amazing speed visible to the naked eye. The bright green leaves kept stretching and grew until they were half a man tall before stopping. The originally fleshy blades have now become as sharp as knife blades, glinting coldly in the light. Under Tang Wei's control, the mutated succulent began to swing flexibly, its leaves cutting through the air and emitting a brushing sound, as if it was demonstrating its strong fighting ability. Tang Wei was pleasantly surprised to find that this succulent could even set an automatic defense mode. As soon as any person or animal comes into its attack range, it will immediately initiate an attack. Tang Wei hurriedly scanned this mutated succulent with his system, and instantly, detailed attribute information came into his eyes. Name, mutant succulent. Form, first order form, attack strength, 6. Introduction, succulents belong to polypody plants, can purify the air. The first order form of mutant succulent waving sharp leaves to attack. The wood attribute affinity reaches 30, can evolve the second form. Seeing the hint given by the system, a glint of surprise flashed in Tang Wei's eyes. The first stage of this mutated succulent was already so stunning. If it evolved to the second stage, what kind of shocking scene would it be? System prompt: whether or not to include the first-order succulent in the plant storage space. Tang Wei chose to agree without hesitation. In a flash, the succulent in front of me disappeared. Tang Wei tried to take it out again, and in the blink of an eye, the mutated succulent appeared in front of him once more. Tang Wei was overjoyed. As it seemed, he could currently store 3 plants to fight for him, which undoubtedly greatly enhanced his survivability in the post-apocalyptic world. After that, Tang Wei experimented for a while longer with great interest until he had very little spiritual energy left, and only then did he stop with great interest. After some careful calculations, Tang Wei came to the conclusion that under his full mental power, he could simultaneously manipulate 3 first-order plants to fight for about 10 minutes. If more than 3 plants are manipulated at the same time, the mental energy consumption will increase geometrically. With a heart full of joy, Tang Wei walked out of the bathroom. Jean Lily said to Tang Wei with a fawning face, "Brother, can I borrow your cell phone? I'll give a peace report to my family." Tang Wei was generous and directly handed his cell phone to Jean Lily. Jean Lily thanked him profusely and then ducked into the bathroom with her cell phone. Tang Wei, on the other hand, threw a pot of succulent meat at the door and turned on the automatic defense state, which would automatically attack whenever an outsider entered, except for a few people in the house. Jean Lily entered the bathroom and unlocked the door, then quietly dialed Fu Erdai's cell phone number. After the call was connected, Zhang Lily lowered her voice. "Hubby, when are you coming? I really can't stand it. I've spent the last 2 days eating chicken bones in bathwater. You'll drug them in a bit. We're already at your school. We ran into a college girl at the guardhouse at the north gate of the school. We'll get high first, and then we'll be on our way to you in a bit." Fu Erdai's guttural voice came through the microphone. interspersed with the occasional woman's scream. Chapter 30, Brothers in Arms. Zhang Lili heard that Fu Dai and the others had already come. She was overjoyed. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. The humiliation she had suffered over the past few days was finally going to be avenged. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Lili then cleared the address book, and then pretended to make a call to home before walking out of the bathroom. Zhang Lili handed the cell phone back to Tang Wei with a smile on her face, then took out a packet of tea and attentively brewed a cup of tea for Tang Wei, saying, "Big brother, this is the tea I brought from my hometown. I'll make some for you to taste." Tang Wei smiled as he took the teacup and looked at the white powder inside that hadn't been completely rinsed away, grinning in his heart. "I've put up a fight to lure Fu Dai here, risking turning into a big-headed doll in my act." Thinking about it, Tang Wei still didn't hesitate to tilt his head back and take a sip. Seeing this, the smile on Zhang Lili's face grew brighter and brighter. Like a maid, she turned around and toasted tea for Yang Xiaoqian, Xia Meng and Song Ting respectively. None of the three women had the slightest hesitation either, and they drank it all in one go. Xia Yao on the side stretched her neck, looking blearily, both wanting to drink and somewhat afraid of Tang Wei, could only gulp uncontrollably next to her. "Pour a cup for Xia Yao to taste as well," Tang Wei casually ordered, sort of rewarding Xia Yao with a cup of tea. Positive emotion value from Xia Yao +1. Positive emotion value from Xia Yao +1. Zhang Lili was naturally happy to see this kind of scene. Her eyes were filled with a sinister color, but her face was filled with smiles as she continued to busy herself serving the crowd. It wasn't long after the crowd had finished their tea that a change occurred. Xia Yao staggered as she tried to get up, covering her head as she opened her mouth. "Sis, I'm so dizzy." Before he could finish his words, he fell headfirst onto the bed and fell into a coma. Immediately after that, the three women, Yang Xiaoqian, Xia Meng and Song Ting, also revealed painful colors, and one after the other, they felt dizzy and staggered as they collapsed on the bed. Unconscious, Tang Wei shook his head, looking like he was about to pass out, and even his walking became hobbled. He braced himself and reached out to point at Zhang Lili, who stood nervously looking at him, his voice weak but full of anger as he questioned, You poisoned the tea." "The tea?" Zhang Lili's face was pale, her eyes staring tightly at Tang Wei, her eyes revealing a hint of nervousness and panic. Tang Wei was enraged, and with his last ounce of strength, he pounced towards Zhang Lili, like a wild beast fighting back before dying. But the effect of the drug attacked too quickly. Before he rushed to the front of Zhang Lili, bang sound heavily planted on the ground, completely fainted. It wasn't until Tang Wei fell to the ground that Zhang Lili's hanging heart finally fell to the ground. Her pale face gradually regained some blood color. The thrilling scene just now left her heart palpitating. If Tang Wei hadn't been successfully mesmerized by her, then the one lying on the ground at this moment would definitely be her. Zhang Lili carefully kicked Tang Wei gently with her foot, making sure that the other party didn't have any reaction before she got bold. At this moment, her eyes looking at Tang Wei were filled with hatred and the joy of having her revenge avenged. Zhang Lili fished out her cell phone from Yang Xiaoqian's bag and quickly called Fu Dai. The phone was connected, and Fu Dai's eager voice immediately came from the other end of the line. "How'd it go? Did you get it?" Zhang Lili walked over to the table, picked up the food left over from Tang Wei's previous meal, and wolfed it down while opening her mouth in triumph in response. "You're still not comfortable with me making a move? The people have already been mesmerized by me. How long will it take for you guys to arrive?" Hey, wife is awesome. We're almost there. This college student is too unplayable. Just a dozen or so and they're hanging. Just get ready to open the door for us." As soon as Fu Dai thought of Yang Xiaoqian and the sisters Xia Meng and Xia Yao's exquisite body and stunning beauty, he couldn't help but lick his lips, his eyes revealing greed and lewdness. 10 minutes or so later, there was a knock on the door outside of dorm room 608. Zhang Lili's eyes lit up and she hurriedly ran over to open the door to the dormitory. Dressed in a black suit, Fu Dai walked into the dormitory with about 10 men. Although he had been picking the sections with fewer zombies on the way here, he still encountered a few waves of zombies and lost a few of his men. These 10 or so people were stout. Each body was tattooed with dragons and tigers, holding all kinds of weapons, swords, guns, sticks and clubs, and there were even 2 people with 2 bows and crossbows. When Fu Dai walked into the dormitory, he first did a quick scan. When he saw Song Ting lying on Xia Yao's bed, his eyes instantly lit up. "Song Ting? Why is she here?" When Zhang Lili saw Fu Dai's glowing eyes, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous in her heart and couldn't help but hum lightly. Tang Wei brought her back yesterday." The other 10 or so people all had lustful glints in their eyes after seeing the 4 stunning beauties lying on the bed. If it wasn't for the end of the world, this level of beauty, they wouldn't have had the chance to have a kiss in their lives. A man with a scar on his face, his throat rolled, fondly removing his gaze from Song Ting and Xia Yao's chest. "Fu Xiao, why don't you let the brothers have a good time. We didn't have a good time just now. He. You don't see many beautiful women like this. They're even prettier than those stars. Fu Dai was also hormonal at this time and couldn't wait to start enjoying it now. But seeing Zhang Lily's disgruntled look, he turned his head and reprimanded. What's the hurry? Business is important. Can the duck in your mouth still fly away? You'll all enjoy yourselves in the future. After Fu Dai finished his reprimand, he hurriedly reached out and wrapped his arm around Zhang Lily's waist, compensating with a smile. Hey, baby, don't be mad. No matter how beautiful they are, aren't they all for our pleasure? From now on, you'll be in charge of coaching them, and it's up to you to decide how you want to torture them. When Zhang Lily heard this, her face eased a little. She glared at Fu Dai angrily, then handed over that kit of Tangwei's to Fu Dai. This is the kit that turns out supplies. I see Tangwei pulling out supplies every time he reaches in. Fu Dai saw the words on it that specialized in unclogging sewers, only to be more certain that this person is that boyfriend of Li Han, the one who posted the advertisement in the group. Fu Dai took the kit and couldn't wait to reach inside and fumble around with it. He tried several times, but couldn't even get a single supply out. What's going on? Fu Dai asked, frowning at Lily Zhang. Zhang Lily frowned, trying to remember, and suddenly opened her mouth. By the way, I remembered Tangwei putting corpse pills into it. Could it be that you need to drop corpse pills into it to use it? Corpse Dan? Fu Dai asked with some confusion. Zhang Lily explained. It's the purple and black glass ball that Tangwei calls Corpse Dan. Only after Fu Dai heard Zhang Lily's explanation did he come to a realization, and without any further hesitation, he immediately asked everyone to hand over the Corpse Dan to him. After collecting them, there were a total of 6 Corpse Dan, and he put them all into his kit in one go, but to his dismay, the kit remained unchanged. You're not operating the right way. Chapter 31, Drugs? Filming? A sudden sound rang out, and the crowd looked for the sound, only to see that Tangwei, who was originally lying on the ground, did not know when he was already lying on his side, his left hand propped up on his head, with a cozy look on his face. Brush! In an instant, 2 bows and crossbows as well as more than a dozen swords and clubs were aimed at Tangwei in unison. Tangwei, however, just smiled faintly and slowly stood up, saying, Relax, I'll show you how to conjure up supplies. Fu Dai frowned and reached out to signal his men to hold their horses for a moment. After all, only Tangwei here knew how to use this kit to turn out supplies, and if he was killed now, no one would know the method. And with so many people present on his side, are we still afraid of him alone? Kid, count on you to be sensible. As long as you hand over the method, I can spare your life, and also allow you to join us. When we've had enough of playing with these women, we can let you have a taste of them as well, and also let you be the male lead. He. Tangwei smiled noncommittally and said lightly, Watch and learn. You have only this one chance to learn. With that, Tangwei flipped his hand, and the pot of succulents on the windowsill instantly disappeared. Immediately after that, he once again turned over his hand, and a pot of mutated succulent that was nearly a meter tall and had a strange appearance appeared in his hand. This scene caused everyone present to reveal a shocked expression. Such a bizarre tactic that froze everyone in place. Tangwei smiled and raised his head, signaling the crowd to look behind him. The crowd followed his gaze, only to see that the inconspicuous succulent at the entrance had also grown to more than a meter tall. Tangwei smiled and continued, I'll show you an even better one. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tangwei threw the mutated succulent in his hand towards the crowd behind Fu Dai, and then gave the command to attack. Those 2 pots of mutated succulents were like 2 crazy meat grinders, waving their knife-like sharp branches and leaves, instantly cutting the 2 closest black-clothed men into several sections. Blood spurted and instantly splattered all over the people around them, and the ground was dyed red. The rest of the crowd, still in the blindfold, were not spared, and were strangled frantically by the succubus. What the is this? My leg is gone. Help me, my hand. Just as the crowd froze, Tangwei shifted his gaze to the shocked Fu Dai. Just as Fu Dai turned his head to look at Tangwei in shock, Tangwei had already shot out his top knee to take the lead in knocking Fu Dai to the ground. Afterward, Tangwei drew out his firewood knife, and with a flash of his body, he arrived in front of the 2 black-robed men holding bows. The shocked duo, seeing the rushing Tangwei, hurriedly raised their bows to shoot, but before they could hook the trigger, they could no longer feel the presence of their arms. The hand rose and fell, the palm and the bow landed at the same time, followed by a miserable scream. The few women who were pretending to be unconscious also got up. Yang Xiaoqian even directly rushed into the battle circle. A punch on the abdomen of the nearest one of the big man, the arm is all tattooed big man, did not take the weak Yang Xiaoqian seriously, but the next second, a sharp pain came from his abdomen, as if he had been hit with a sledgehammer, and he curled up on the ground and vomited. Xiaomeng and Songting also clenched their fists and stood guard in front of Xia Yao. After all, the 2 girls had both eaten power fruits and boosted their attributes. After Tang Wei finished off the two men with bows, he stood aside and watched as Yang Xiaoqian and the two pots of mutated succulents strangled their way through the crowd. Tang Wei knows that Fu Er Dai is coming today, but also deliberately advanced the succulent on standby at the door to cancel the attack command, so that these vases in the greenhouse meet the blood. Zhang Lili had been stunned, and the 10 or so people that Fu Er Dai had brought with him were only 3 left in the blink of an eye. However, under the frantic attack of the mutated succubus, these 3 people were also instantly cut into several pieces. Fu Er Dai curled up on the ground in a cold sweat of pain. Seeing this horrifying scene in front of him, he was so scared that his face was as white as paper. He looked up at Tang Wei, who was standing not far away with a smiling face, and couldn't help but shiver. He quickly scanned the circle and realized that the 3 Xiaomeng girls seemed to be the weakest targets in the field. If we can hijack them, there might be a chance of survival. Thus, Fu Er Dai struggled to get up and rush towards the 3 Songting girls, but just as he rushed closer, Songting and Xiaomeng swung their fists at him without hesitation. Fu Er Dai had eaten more than 20 corpse pills, and his attributes had been successfully raised several times, and the girls' embroidered fists had not even dodged at all. Boom! However, what he never expected was that the power of Songting and Xiaomeng's punch was even stronger than the full force of an adult male. He was knocked back 2 steps and his stomach flipped, almost vomiting from the 2 punches. Just then, Yang Xiaoqian had already copied a steel pipe and attacked fiercely towards Fu Er Dai. Fu Er Dai had already been injured by Tang Wei's blows, and had received 2 more punches from Songting and Xiaomeng, so he had completely fallen into a disadvantage at this point. Although Yang Xiaoqian's strength is a little smaller than Fu Er Dai, but her speed can be much faster than Fu Er Dai. Coupled with the steel pipe in her hand, every hit Fu Er Dai screamed repeatedly. Xia Yao's face was as white as paper. Sitting on the bed with blank eyes, she could never have imagined in any case that Zhang Lili, who had been close to her in the past, had really colluded with someone else and tried to mesmerize them. If Tang Wei hadn't recognized it in advance, what would have happened to the girls could be imagined. Xia Yao's gaze touched the scattered limbs and broken arms on the ground. The strong smell of blood in the air went straight to his nose, and his stomach turned over, so he couldn't help but dry heave violently. Although Songting had previously seen bloody scenes in the dance studio, but a picture as tragic and horrifying as this was really a first, and her face was equally hard to see. Although Yang Xiaoqian and Xiaomeng were also ugly, but after all, they had experienced many famous scenes with Tang Wei, and had seen the brain splattering scene several times, so they were much more calm. A few minutes later, Fu Er Dai had collapsed on the ground, his breath weak. Only then did the 2 girls, Yang Xiaoqian and Xiaomeng, stop their hand movements. At first, Yang Xiaoqian wrestled with Fu Er Dai alone, and then Xiaomeng joined the fray. The thought that Fu Er Dai even teamed up with Li Han to try to spoil them, the 2 women's hearts will be burning with anger. Zhang Lili looked deathly gray, sitting on the ground like a puddle of mud, looking at Tang Wei's eyes, full of fear and despair, as if the Tang Wei in front of her was a devil crawling out of hell. You guys, aren't you all mesmerized? How? Why are you all fine? Zhang Lili's voice trembled with a hint of incredulity as she asked breathlessly. The corner of Tang Wei's mouth hooked into a teasing smile, calmly pulling out a bag of white powder from his pocket and saying slowly, "This is the real ecstasy. Your packet is nothing more than mountain deer milk powder. I've long since swapped your medicine, and if it wasn't for the purpose of drawing out Fu Er Dai, I would have fed you to the zombies." After hearing this, Zhang Lili's entire body was struck by lightning and her face turned ashen. Tang Wei glanced at the curled up Fu Er Dai and spoke with some curiosity. "Fu Er Dai, are you a doctor or a director? Why do you like to drug and film people so much?" The dying Fu Er Dai was so infuriated by Tang Wei's words that he spat out blood. Chapter 32, Crazy Zhang Lili. Zhang Lili's face was ashen, and her heart tightened when she saw Xia Yao's gaze that was as cold as ice when she looked at herself. Hurriedly crawling to Xia Yao's bed, kneeling on the ground, begging bitterly with tears in his voice, Yao, it's all because Fu Er Dai coerced me. In the past, he had been forcing me to take you out and drug you so he could take advantage of the opportunity to abuse you, and I didn't even agree. I'm really desperate now, that's why I'm doing this. You let Tang Wei spare me. I can see that Tang Wei he cares about you a lot. As long as you sleep with him and beg him, he will definitely spare me. Xia Yao glanced at Zhang Lili with a face full of disgust, then turned her head away, ignoring her pleas. Seeing that the always kind-hearted Xia Yao was unmoved, Zhang Lili completely ignored the bloodstains on the ground and crawled to Tang Wei on her hands and knees, her body trembling and pleading, "Big brother, please spare me. You let me do anything. I can serve you. I am the best at serving men." as long as you spare my life, you let me do what I do. Zhang Lili can only be said to have been born at the wrong time. She is a little bit of posture, and she knows how to take her body in exchange for benefits. Only unlucky enough to run into Tang Wei, who was nipped in the bud before he could make his mark. The corners of Tang Wei's mouth rose slightly, and he said with a few hints of flirtation, "Oh, do anything? Let's go ahead and pick out Furidai's hamstrings and feet first." When Zhang Lili heard Tang Wei's order, it was as if she had seen a glimmer of hope for life in the midst of a desperate situation, and she busily answered in a loud voice. Then picking up a machete off to the side, he crawled on his hands and knees towards the pair's die. The ground was incredibly slippery due to the blood, and Zhang Lili crawled in a sorry state and managed to reach Furidai. Furidai at this time the whole body cannot move, can only watch Zhang Lili viciously staring at himself. Tang Wei took out his cell phone with interest and opened the video function. Furidai was lying on the ground unable to move, and could only stare at Zhang Lili with vicious eyes, gritting his teeth and opening his mouth. "Bitch, if you touch me, I'll make you, ah." Before the words were finished, Zhang Lili raised the machete high with both hands, and then swung it towards Furidai's wrist like a madman. Instead of picking at her hamstring, Zhang Lili chose to just chop off her hand, and she was like a madman, screaming and yelling as she chopped down continuously. "Ah, Zhang Lili, you shall not die." Furidai let out a mournful scream as his two palms detached from his body, and blood spurted out from his broken palms like a spring. A flash of ruthlessness flashed in Zhang Lili's eyes as she shifted her position and once again gripped the machete with both hands, slashing viciously towards Furidai's ankle. "Ah!" Furidai's miserable screams sounded again, intertwining with Zhang Lili's shouts in a creepy way. My father will not let you go. You all have to die." Furidai's eyes went black with pain and he directly fainted. At this time, Zhang Lili, with her face and body splattered with blood, looked like an evil ghost coming out of hell. She threw aside the machete that had already curled its blade and hurriedly crawled to Tang Wei, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy with tears in her voice. "Big brother, I did what you said. Please let me go." Tang Wei shook his head expressionlessly and coldly continued to speak. "He spoiled a lot of innocent girls, and the third leg can't be left for him." Zhang Lili got the order, without saying a word, once again picked up the bloody machete, climbed in front of Furidai, and reached out to take off his pants. Several women all turned their heads, only to see Zhang Lili's hand rise and fall. Furidai's third leg was then sliced off by the roots. "Ah!" A pained scream came out of Furidai's mouth as he looked down at his empty lower body, his eyes wide open. Zhang Lili grinned a wry smile and said to Tang Wei, "Big brother, it's cut. It's cut." Furidai's eyes widened, his legs stumped, and he died of gas. Tang Wei turned the video off with an expressionless face, waved his hand, and said indifferently, "Get lost." Tang Wei's words sounded like heavenly music to Zhang Lili. She was amnestied, thanked him and ran towards 608 bedrooms in a panic. Zhang Lili ran outward on her hands and knees, and when she passed by the succubus, the bloodthirsty succubus, which had already gone quiet, once again went berserk. The knife-like branches and leaves instantly strangled Zhang Lili into pieces, and she died without even uttering a scream. The four women present were as pale as paper, terrified. Whether it's the insanely cruel Lily Zhang or the meat grinder like bloody succubus, the girl's perceptions of doom are refreshed. One moment you're a flirtatious lover, the next you could be raising a knife and cutting off your limbs. Tang Wei, on the other hand, calmly recycled the 2 pots of mutated succulents into the plant storage bit. Congratulations to the hosts would attribute affinity +1. Congratulations to the hosts would attribute affinity +1. After this bloody kill, Tang Wei managed to gain 2 points of would attribute affinity. Tang Wei's expression was calm as he swept a glance at the bloody ground and spoke indifferently. "We're going to have to get a new place to stay." Tang Wei made up his mind to change his residence. Right now, this place, with the ground flowing with blood and limbs scattered all over the place, it was really impossible to continue living there. At this moment, Tang Wei has 2 plans in mind. 1. Find a dormitory in the female dormitory A block. The second, find another place to settle down. Yang Xiaoqian hesitated slightly and opened her mouth to propose. "Brother Wei, why don't you go to my dormitory? My dormitory is in the women's dormitory. Block C. It's not too far from here." With that, she pulled out her cell phone from her backpack and operated it briefly on the navigation, then handed it to Tang Wei. Tang Wei contemplated for a few more moments before deciding to head to Yang Xiaoqian's place. After all, in a few days, the stench from these bodies will permeate the entire building, and who knows if Ferndale had anything else up his sleeve. 608 dormitory was clearly no longer safe. With their minds made up, Tang Wei and the others began to pack up the supplies they could use. The 2 bows and crossbows on the ground were also put away by Tang Wei. These kinds of things have limited lethality for Tang Wei, but they are simple to operate, and girls can have a certain self-defense ability when they hold them in their hands. A few women acted after hearing Tang Wei's arrangement. The girls fought back the upset stomachs and began to organize the various supplies available. Song Ting walked somewhat hesitantly to Tang Wei and opened her mouth to remind him. Fu Dai, his father, is very powerful in Bin Chang. There was once a classmate who was forced to transfer to another school because of a few verbal altercations with Fu Dai, and the next day he was beaten and broke his leg. Tang Wei nodded indifferently. If placed before the end of the world, he really couldn't afford to mess with such a person, but now it was the end times, and he had awakened a system that no one else had. He would still be afraid of the triads. More than 10 minutes later, Tang Wei was fully loaded and ready to go. They had already streamlined their equipment as much as possible and traveled light, but common items like hot water bottles and inflatable bathtubs were still brought with them. The crowd, led by Tang Wei, set off in the direction of Block C of the girls' dormitory. Not long after Tang Wei and his entourage left, the female dormitory A Block 608 interior, Fu Dai's body quietly lying in a pool of blood. The air around them seemed to freeze, filling the air with a creepy aura. Just a black line, slowly climbing upward along the neck of Fu Dai. Chapter 33, The Hater's Baby Daughter. The black lines on Fu Dai's body were like broken mirrors, quickly spreading throughout his body. Suddenly, Fu Dai's eyes snapped open, and there was not a trace of whites in those eyes, only dark eyes that were as deep as an endless black hole, which was indescribably bizarre. His body slowly sat up, his movements stiff and sluggish. His mouth actually slowly opened in an extremely bizarre arc. The corners of both sides of his mouth were torn open due to overexpansion, and blood flowed down the corners of his mouth, a frightening picture to the extreme. Then, he stuffed all the severed arms and legs scattered aside into that bloody mouth. A few minutes later, something unbelievable happened. His severed arms and legs magically grew back. Only, at this moment, Fu Dai's hands and feet were already twisted and deformed, and no longer looked like a normal human. He was lying flat on his back, and his limbs were actually twisting downward in a weird, hard way. Then, with this weird to the extreme posture, he slowly crawled towards the broken limbs on the ground on all fours like a wild animal. After reaching the crushed meat, he reached out and took Zhang Lily's dead head and stuffed it into his mouth to gnaw on it frantically. At the same time, the gaping mouth opened and closed, swallowing down a broken limb. With each limb he ate, one more would be added to his body. In this bizarre and horrifying process, time passed by 1 minute at a time. Half an hour later, Fu Dai had already turned into a chilling monster that resembled a multi-clawed centipede. There were more than 20 arms and legs growing densely on his torso, while Zhang Lily's head was bizarrely and incomparably growing on the position of Fu Dai's original third leg. The two words Tang Wei actually came out of Fu Dai and Zhang Lily's mouths at the same time. The sound was like glass rubbing against each other, making one's teeth sink and the hairs on one's body unconsciously stand up. Tang Wei led a few women towards the female dormitory C block carefully, and not even a single shadow of a zombie could be seen on the north playground. For a few hundred meters, he hadn't encountered a single zombie, which caused an ominous feeling to well up in Tang Wei's heart, feeling that it wasn't entirely because Zhao Yang had lured the zombies away. A few minutes later, Tang Chen's few people arrived safely downstairs in Block C of the female dormitory. Before Tang Wei and the others could walk into the building, they heard a girl shriek coming from the building. Tang Wei handed the two bows and crossbows to Song Ting and Xia Yao respectively, and handed the compound bow and quiver behind his back to Yang Xiaoqian. Yang Xiaoqian's strength is already 120, much more than that of an adult male, and pulling a 70-pound compound bow is easy for her. Once the arrangements were made, Tang Wei carried the firewood knife and led a few women towards the building. Entering the building on the first floor halls and corridors, again no sign of walkers. Tang Wei used his mental power to probe upwards, and soon found several zombies on the third floor, surrounding the entrance to the 303 bedrooms. Two walkers have their arms stuck in the doorway, preventing the door to 303's dorm room from closing. Tang Wei probed his spiritual power into the 303 bedrooms, only to see two girls with pale faces, trying their best to resist the door. According to this situation, it won't take long for the two women to be physically exhausted and have the door broken in by the zombies. Tang Wei originally didn't intend to intervene in this matter, but when he used his spiritual power to perceive the appearance of one of the girls, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned that this person was Zhao Xingyue, Zhao Lang's daughter, who was in her first year of college. Since she was the daughter of an enemy, she had to be saved. Tang Wei waved to the few women behind him and led the crowd upstairs. After arriving at the third floor, Tang Wei didn't make a move, handing over the opportunity to strike to the several women. Yang Xiaoqian took the lead in knocking the arrow, drawing the bow, aiming, and firing, and a zombie was directly shot in the head. Yang Xiaoqian's set of movements were both standard and smooth, obviously not her first time playing with a bow. Tang Wei couldn't help but give a thumbs up in praise. Yang Xiaoqian's face flushed red when she saw Tang Wei's praise, and she opened her mouth a little embarrassed. I was in the bow and arrow club my freshman year. Xia Meng and Song Ting, two women, will be much inferior. Two women with a crossbow aiming half a day, and finally just hit the body of the two zombies. The zombies gathered at the entrance of 303 bared their teeth and rushed towards Tang Wei's crowd. Tang Wei's hand rose and fell, and for a moment, blood splattered all over the walls and floor. 10 experience points for killing zombies. 10 experience points for killing zombies. 10 experience points for killing zombies. In an instant, several zombies turned into experience. Tang Wei swung his sword to finish off the 2 zombies stuck in the doorway, and after the corpses disappeared, the door to the 303 bedrooms that was stuck closed. Zhao Xinyue and Li Na, who were desperately trying to resist the door, felt that the dormitory door could be closed and pushed the door even harder. And just as the dormitory door was about to close, a hand suddenly grabbed the edge of the door. The 2 women suddenly felt that the door couldn't be pushed, and then an irreversible force came, and the doorway widened a little. The 2 women were so frightened that they couldn't help but scream out in shock. The door to the dormitory was completely opened, and just when the 2 women thought that they would surely die, what came into their eyes was not the disgusting zombies, but a man and 4 women. The man was handsome, and the woman was stunning. The 2 women were relieved to see that it was a human standing in the doorway. For a moment, it was as if the strength in both Zhao Xinyue and Li Na had been drained from their bodies, and their entire bodies went limp. Zhao Xinyue let out a long sigh of relief, and when she saw Tang Wei standing in the doorway, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The man in front of her she recognized was Tang Wei, an employee in her father's company. "It's you?" Zhao Xinyue spoke in surprise. Tang Wei ignored the paralyzed Zhao Xinyue and stepped into the 303 dormitory room on his own. Again, it was a 4-person room, and there were 2 bags on the floor containing a mess of stuff, presumably supplies that the 2 had just gone out and gathered. "You, get out. How can you just barge in?" Zhao Xinyue frowned with a beautiful eyebrow and angrily rebuked. Zhao Xinyue saw her father always making things difficult and scolding Tang Wei. She asked her father why he was like that, and Zhao Lang told her that Tang Wei was a gambling addict, uneducated and ungrateful person, which is what left Zhao Xinyue with the stereotypical impression that Tang Wei was a bad person. Tang Wei, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow, grinning broadly as he sat down on one of the bunks and opened his mouth. "You're really worthy of being Zhao Lang's daughter. The ungrateful gene has been inherited. Just now if I hadn't saved you, you 2 would have already turned into zombies, right?" Zhao Xinyue slowly got up, her pretty face full of frost, and said in a cold voice, "Did I use you to save? You stinking beggar. Ungrateful thing. Pa." Before Tang Wei could say anything, Yang Xiaoqian on the side took an arrow step forward and rewarded Zhao Xinyue with a slap. Zhao Xinyue covered her red and swollen face, a little confused. How could the pretty girl carrying a longbow take action against herself at the drop of a hat? Tang Wei glanced approvingly at Yang Xiaoqian, slowly walked over to Zhao Xinyue, cupped her chin in his hand, scanned up and down, and spoke faintly. "Zhao Lang owes me, so let's collect some interest from you first." Chapter 34, Building a Doomsday Shelter. Zhao Xinyue twisted her head to avoid Tang Wei's hand, covering her red and swollen face, tears rolling in her eyes, a look of defiance on her face as she opened her mouth to rebuke angrily. "You white-eyed wolf, my father was kind to you, but you are ungrateful." "Ungrateful?" Tang Wei laughed, grabbed Zhao Xinyue's hair, dragged her to the window, opened the window and pinched Zhao Xinyue's neck, pushing most of her body out of the window. Zhao Xinyue and Li Na let out a shocked cry at the same time. Li Na wanted to go forward to stop her, but she was stopped by Yang Xiaoqian. Tang Wei pulled out his cell phone and dialed Zhao Lang's video call. Soon, the phone was picked up, and as soon as the picture appeared on the screen, Zhao Lang roared viciously, "Tang Wei, how dare you pull the plug on me? Are you sick of living? I'm telling you, you can't expect to get that house in your life. You shut the up. Look who it is." Tang Wei nonchalantly interrupted Zhao Lang's words, and then flipped the cell phone camera over, the lens focusing on Zhao Xinyue, whose large part of her body had already been pushed out the window. "Xinyue? Xinyue, Tang Wei, you're breaking the law. You mustn't be impulsive. Everything is negotiable." When Zhao Lang saw the picture, he was so scared that his face turned white, and his face turned red when he saw his daughter being choked by Tang Wei. He was so anxious that he didn't have the arrogance he had just had, and he quickly opened his mouth to appease Tang Wei. Tang Wei grabbed Zhao Xinyue's hand and pushed it outward again, scaring Zhao Lang into stopping him. Don't. Let's talk about everything. Zhao Lang, I'll give you 2 minutes to tell your daughter what happened between us, word for word. If you dare to tell a single lie, I'll throw her downstairs and feed her to the zombies. You have 1 minute and 59 seconds left. After Tang Wei finished speaking, he didn't give Zhao Lang any time to think and directly started counting down. "Don't. Well, Xinyue, it's Dad who lied to you. In fact, this company was originally Tang Wei's." Zhao Lang had no choice but to tell Zhao Xinyue the ins and outs of the matter in a simple and clear manner. Zhao Xinyue, who was still desperately struggling and scratching, gave up struggling after listening to her father's account, letting Tang Wei pinch her, her eyes empty, the whole person as if she had lost her soul. She hadn't realized that her father, who she had grown up as a role model, was a scumbag. Seeing that his purpose was achieved, Tang Wei casually threw the disoriented Zhao Xinyue onto the bed. Tang Wei, 1,000 mistakes are all my fault alone. It has nothing to do with Xinyue. She knows nothing. Please let her go. If you want to take revenge, come at me. In the cell phone screen, Zhao Lang directly flopped on the ground, kowtowing to Tang Wei to apologize. I'm just a small minion. All of this was arranged by Fu Hao. He saw that this chain industry you're making has a bigger future, and the market has opened up quite a bit, so he arranged for me to come to your side, and designed to get your company into your hands, Zhao Lang said as he picked up his other cell phone and showed Tang Wei his chat with Fu Hao. Pei Ho? He wouldn't have a son named Fu Er Dai, would he? Tang Wei asked tentatively with a frown after reading the contents of the chat log. Yes. His son's name is just Fu Er Dai, and he's a junior at Binchang University. Zhao Lang spoke while kowtowing. It was really a narrow road between enemies. I didn't expect such a coincidence that the father and son of this Fu family actually had a grudge against themselves. The corners of Tang Wei's mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry bad smile as he spoke faintly. I've got a video that you forward to Pei Hall. Don't worry, I'll take care of your baby girl for you. After Tang Wei finished speaking, he hung up the phone and added Zhao Lang's green bubble before sending the video of Fu Er Dai before his death. After posting the video, Tang Wei then pulled Zhao Lang's green bubble black again. Zhao Xinyue lay on the bed in a state of disorientation, a huge contrast that she simply couldn't accept for a while. Lina, on the other hand, was gently comforting her. Tang Wei instructed Yang Xiaoqian and the others to start collecting useful supplies in the room, while he himself sized up Zhao Xinyue and Lina with interest. Name, Zhao Xinyue. Sex, female. Age, 19. Level, 1. Experience value, 0/1000. Capability, ordinary level. Power, 70. Speed, 70. Endurance, 70. Bone strength, 1. Face value, 92 points. Body, 93 points. Temperament, 93 points. Sentiment, 0. White. Overall attractiveness score, 92. 6 points, meets the criteria for a goddess. Immediately afterward, the attributes of the other girl, Na, also appeared before Tang Wei's eyes. Name, Lina. Sex, female. Age, 19. Level, 1. Experience value, 0/1000. Capability, ordinary level. Power, 70. Speed, 70. Endurance, 70. Bone strength, 1. Face value, 90 points. Body, 89 points. Temperament, 90 points. Sentiment, 0. White. Overall attractiveness score, 89. 6 points, meets the criteria for a goddess. Bincheng University has always been known for its abundance of handsome men and women, and the two women in front of her are not surprisingly attached to the goddess standard. After more than 10 minutes, the 303 dormitory room was turned upside down, and apart from 4 drones from a certain DJI and a large pile of battery accessories, it was just a few daily necessities, with no other supplies that could be utilized. Tang Wei pointed at Zhao Xinyue and spoke to Yang Xiaoqian. Put her cell phone away, grab the drone and her, and let's go. Zhao Xinyue calmed down a bit under Lina's gentle comforting voice. Without waiting for Yang Xiaoqian to come forward, she took the initiative to hand over her cell phone. Her eyes red and stubbornly glanced at Tang Wei, then silently stood up and followed Tang Wei. Lina was also sensible enough to voluntarily and obediently hand over her cell phone. Led by Tang Wei, the group headed to the 7th floor. Along the way, only 2 unknowing zombies appeared in the building, no doubt turned into experience points. Soon, the crowd arrived at Yang Xiaoqian's 702 dormitory, and Yang Xiaoqian enthusiastically introduced the room to Tang Wei and the others. The layout of this dormitory and Xia Yao's dormitory is not much different. Are 4 people and with independent bathroom. Tang Wei didn't pay too much attention to the several girls who were organizing the supplies. He concentrated his mental power and started from 701 bedrooms, checking room by room. After carefully exploring the entire 7th floor, only 2 walkers were found in bedroom 705. Tang Wei came to the 705 bedroom with a wood knife in his hand. When he opened the door, he saw 2 zombies in pajamas, and before they could react, Tang Wei's hand rose up and killed the 2 zombies easily. Tang Wei then destroyed the locks of all 12 rooms on the 7th floor. Tang Wei came to the entrance of the building and placed a pot of mutant succulent outside the door, then closed and unlocked the 2 iron doors at the entrance of the building. Tang Wei gave a command to the succulent through his spiritual power. As long as anything other than Tang Wei and these girls were near, it would automatically launch an attack. The mental power consumed by this pot of mutant succulent in standby mode was not high, requiring only 10 points of mental power per hour. and the mental power recovered during the weekdays would be able to offset this loss. Tang Wei already had a plan in mind, and he decided to temporarily use this place as his base in the post-apocalyptic world. He had already checked before. The women's dormitory, Block C, was only 7 floors and only had this one walkway. As long as this step entrance is guarded, the entire floor can be secured. Chapter 35, Viagra. I'm still young. Tang Wei also decided to make dormitory 704, which is directly across from the stairway, the duty room. Although there was succubus guarding outside the door, and Tang Wei was able to sense it at the first opportunity once someone or a zombie approached by virtue of his spiritual connection with succubus. An extra layer of security was always an extra layer of safety. Tang Wei came back to 702 bedroom and announced his decision directly. After all, there was a lot more room to move around on the whole floor than in the tiny dormitory. Tang Wei asked Xia Yao to design a point reward mechanism and create a duty roster. Yang Xiaoqian, Song Ting and Xia Meng, the 3 women acted separately and began to collect the supplies from other bedrooms, moving all those useful things to the temporary warehouse 701 bedrooms. Lina also pulled a somewhat soulful Zhao Xinyue to help organize the items. Soon everyone was engaged in the hustle and bustle. Only Tang Wei leisurely exchanged the 6 corpse dawn he had gotten from Fu Dai, all of which he had exchanged for twister points. Immediately afterward, he couldn't wait to start drawing at the twister. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 pack of Angel brand anti-towels. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silk scarf. Will it be claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a box of erotic umbrellas. Do you want to receive it? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 silicone audible heatable girlfriend. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 spirit fruit. Will it be claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of men's sportswear. Is it claimed? Looking at the items displayed in the twister machine, Tang Wei's face instantly darkened. Several draws in a row. Except for a spirit fruit, the rest were just everyday items. The most telling thing is that a silicone girlfriend was drawn. If this was discovered by those girls, they might mistakenly think that they had some strange fetish, leaving so many beautiful women around them untouched to play with this thing. After Tang Wei received the spirit fruit, he swallowed it in 1 gulp without hesitation. System alert, fruit of the spirit attribute enhancement successful. Mental strength plus 50. With 1 shot, Tang Wei's spiritual power reached a staggering 350 points. If he didn't spare his mental energy, he could clearly perceive every blade of grass and every tree within 350 meters from his center. Tang Wei tried to calm his inner excitement and used his negative emotion value to exchange 100 bottles of pure water and 100 loaves of bread. As for the roasted chicken and fruits, he did not redeem them. After all, they had no outer packaging and were quite tricky to preserve. Immediately afterward, he claimed all the supplies he had just drawn. In an instant, the supplies were scattered all over the place. A naked simulated girlfriend appeared in front of Tang Wei. He still saw this thing for the first time. Out of curiosity, he put it on the bed, reached out and gently touched it. The touch is delicate and smooth. The feel is really good. Just then, she saw Song Ting dressed in a sharp sportswear, with a head of hair coiled up high. The whole person appeared to be smart and competent yet sexy and charming. She walked into the 702 bedrooms with a steady hand holding the registered account book and with a light step like a swallow. When she saw Tang Wei's hands on the silicone doll's chest, her entire body instantly froze in place. Song Ting's face swish red. At first glance, thought Tang Wei and who do what indescribable things. A closer look, only to find that the bed is actually lying on a silicone doll. Song Ting's ears were red, and she hurriedly turned around with a somewhat unnatural expression. You go ahead and get busy. I'll come back when you're done. Tang Wei was at a loss. I put together. You misunderstand. I have this. Tang Wei actually didn't know how to explain it for a while. Telling Song Ting that it was shaken out by the twister? Who could believe it? Everyone knew that Tang Wei could turn out supplies, and would definitely think that he did it on purpose. Song Ting's face was flushed and she turned around to leave when Tang De loudly drank. You come here. Song Ting stopped in her tracks and could only turn around with a red face and walk over to Tang Wei. Tang Wei didn't bother to explain anymore. Misunderstanding is misunderstanding anyway. He looked at the densely written book in Song Ting's hand and asked, "What can I do for you?" Song Ting tried to keep herself from thinking about the embarrassing images, handing Tang Wei the book and clearing her throat. Here's all the supplies collected. I've registered them all. There's more things like soap and shampoo, and almost nothing in the way of food or water. There's also some clothing, but it's all women's clothing. There's also a total of 2 pots of succulents, 2 pots of cacti, and a pot of ivy for the greenery you asked to collect, so I'll bring it to you in a bit. After listening to Song Ting's report, Tang Wei nodded and said, "From now on, you will be in charge of these supplies, and these 100 bottles of water and 100 bags of bread will be taken to 701 later on. All incoming and outgoing supplies must be recorded in detail." Song Ting nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said with a red, shy face, "Well, you keep busy then." Seeing Song Ting's shy appearance, Tang Wei reached out and pulled her into his arms as his hands began to move restlessly. Song Ting gasped, "Don't! The door is open." Tang Wei, who cares about this, a pair of big hands directly into her clothes. Song Ting shyly resisted, wanting to take Tang Wei's hand out of his clothes, but after several unsuccessful attempts, instead, her resistance became less and less strong, and her body became hotter and hotter. Just as she was about to come up short of a gun going off, the adorable Xia Yao probed the head and appeared. Seeing the entangled two people, instantly wide-eyed, little heart thumping chaotically, beautiful face instantly became red. Song Ting, who was a human teacher, was hit by Xia Yao and was so ashamed that she couldn't find a crack in the ground. She herself didn't expect that she, who had always been high and cold and not interested in men, how could she be defenseless against Tang Wei? She hurriedly took Tang Wei's big hands, which were still persistently making mischief, out of her clothes, glared at Tang Wei angrily, and then ran away shyly. Xia Yao saw that there was also a naked simulation doll on the bed, and blushed as if she was about to drip blood. Tang Wei couldn't help but open his mouth to snicker when he saw Xia Yao's shy appearance. "What about the fact that you've spoiled my fun? Shouldn't you make it up to me?" "Ah, I'm sorry. I came to give you the scheduling sheet and the point mechanism. You see if it's okay." Xia Yao carefully walked over to Tang Wei, and after handing the small book into his hands, she turned around and was about to run. "Stop!" Tang Wei's voice rang out. Frightened, Xia Yao's neck shrank, turning around and then blocking her hands in front of her chest, tears welling up in her eyes as she stammered, "Brother Wei, I really didn't mean to badger you. I'm still young. You give me some time, okay? How about I call Sister Ting for you?" Chapter 36, You guys wash, I promise I won't peek. Seeing Xia Yao's pitiful appearance with tears in her eyes, Tang Wei couldn't help but smile faintly and pointed to the silicone doll on the bed. "This Barbie toy is for you. Take it back and play with it." For me?" Xia Yao was a bit confused and subconsciously asked, "Well, don't all girls like Barbie princesses? This Barbie palace master. I'm giving it to you." "Ah, okay. After listening to Tang Wei's words, Xia Yao was like being pardoned, picking up the silicone doll on her bed and running back to her room. Tang Wei looked at Xia Yao's retreating back and shook his head with a smile. Afterward, he lowered his head and picked up the points rules formulated by Xia Yao and began to carefully modify them. Xia Yao returned to the 701 bedroom with the silicone doll in her arms and looked at the 1:1 restored doll. She couldn't help but reach out and touch the silicone doll's chest, then subconsciously reached out and touched her own, and actually realized that aside from the temperature, the feel was almost similar. Xia Yao's curiosity increased. Did not think that now Barbie dolls have been made so real. She remembered that when she was a child, Barbie dolls are plastic. Soon she found a switch on the doll, and in curiosity flipped it on, and at first nothing changed, until she touched the soft spot again and realized that it was actually warm, while the doll actually made that blush-inducing sound. Xia Yao was startled by the sudden sound and turned it off with her hands and feet. She looked around nervously and was relieved to make sure no one was looking. At this time, the dopey Xia Yao reacted. "This Barbie doll seems not to be for girls to play. It seems to be specially for boys to play." She blushed her hands to find a set of clothes to put on the doll. More than 10 minutes later, after Tang Wei's regulations were formulated, he called everyone to 702 for a meeting. Everyone was all present, even Zhao Xinyue, who had some grudges against Tang Wei, was obediently standing at the door at the moment. Tang Wei swept a glance at the crowd, his tone smooth and slow. "Let's have a brief little meeting to clarify the division of labor and rules for everyone. The division of labor is as follows. Song Ting is in charge of material management, Yang Xiaoqian is in charge of security, Xia Meng is in charge of logistical affairs. The remaining Xia Yao, Zhao Xinyue, and Li Na are at their disposal. Rule number 1, everyone must participate in duty. Rule number 2, all cell phones are to be turned in, and if they need to be used, they must be approved by me. When used, Yang Xiaoqian or Xia Meng must be present. Rule number 3, no one shall open or approach a building door at will. Each person can receive 1 bag of bread and 1 bottle of pure water per day. The principle of equal exchange is to be observed by all of you. If you want to get extra supplies to eat and drink, you have to provide the corresponding value. Song Ting, Yang Xiaoqian, and Xia Meng can eat whatever they want. The dormitory arrangement is as follows. 701 dormitory is occupied by Song Ting and Xia Yao. 703 dormitory is for Xia Meng and Li Na. 705 dormitory is for Yang Xiaoqian and Zhao Xinyue. Duty will start after dinner tonight. The scheduling is as follows. The first shift is Yang Xiaoqian and Zhao Xinyue, the second shift is Xia Meng and Li Na, and the third shift is Song Ting and Xia Yao, and each shift is on duty for 12 hours. When Xia Yao heard Tang Wei's arrangement, Her small mouth involuntarily flicked, and her heart was a little bit unfavorable. The fact that Tang Wei was even treating her as equal to these two girls who had just joined made her feel a bit aggrieved. Zhao Xinyue, who was standing in the doorway, also opened her mouth with a disgruntled face after hearing this. Why should the three of them get to eat and drink whatever they want? Tang Wei said with a bad smile on his face, his eyes glancing back and forth at Zhao Xinyue's body. They're all my women. If you want the same treatment, wash up and come to me at night. You, Zhao Xinyue instantly blushed to her ears. Tang Wei's gaze was icy cold as he coldly swept a glance at Zhao Xinyue and Lina next to him and said, whoever is not satisfied with the rules here can leave now. Of course, Zhao Xinyue, you can't leave even if you want to. You, Zhao Xinyue angrily glanced at Tang Wei, and when she saw his frosty gaze, she didn't dare to make a move, and could only bite her teeth. Tang Wei continued to add, by the way, there's one more rule. Whenever you pick up supplies in the future, you must sincerely and loudly thank me once. Tang Wei directly added this provision, not caring whether it was actually useful or not, and added it first. The crowd didn't know what Tang Wei's last edition of Odd Rules meant, but none of them refuted it. After all, he was the boss and he had the final say. Tang Wei picked up the old actor's toolkit and took out several kinds of fruits and 3 roasted chickens from it like a magic trick, handing them to Yang Xiaoqian and the others. Zhao Xinyue and Li Na's eyes widened, frozen in place by this miraculous scene. Half speechless, Xiaya pulled off a chicken leg and took a bite before waving at Zhao Xinyue and Li Na, who stood on the sidelines and didn't dare to lean forward. The two women looked at Tang Wei's face to make sure he had no intention of stopping them, before they carefully walked to the table. They hadn't eaten for 2 days, and at this moment, they couldn't care less about their image and wolfed down their food. Positive emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Admiration value from Natsuki +1. Positive emotion value from Song Ting +1. Positive emotion value from Xia Yao +1. Positive sentiment from Lina +1. Tang Wei didn't care too much when he saw that Zhao Xinyue didn't give a positive emotion value. He took 2 more roasted chickens out of the kit so that everyone could be fed. In the evening, Yang Xiaoqian and Zhao Xinyue went to 704 duty room to work, while Xia Meng and Li Na returned to 703 room to rest. Song Ting and Xia Yao moved all the materials to room 701, then moved 5 pots of green plants to room 702, and then cleaned the room carefully, which made them sweaty. Seeing that the 2 girls were working so hard, Tang Wei inflated the bathtub and generously took out dozens of bottles of pure water for boiling, intending to reward the 2 girls with a relaxing bath. Soon the water was warmed and the room filled with steaming water vapor. You two take a bath. I promise not to peek, Tang Wei said with a hint of mischief in his eyes, staring at the 2 women. It's true that Tang Wei didn't peek, he was looking at it openly. Song Ting was fine, except for the last line of defense that hadn't been breached. All the places on her body had long since been carefully studied by Tang Wei. Xia Yao, on the other hand, was blushing. She actually wanted to take a bath and relax, but when she saw the horny-looking Tang Wei on the side, she decisively dismissed the idea. I just washed it 2 days ago. I still don't want to wash it yet. Sister Ting, take your time. After Xia Yao finished speaking, like a frightened rabbit, she quickly ran back to 701 bedrooms. Only Tang Wei and Song Ting were left in the room, and I don't know whether it was because of the dense water vapor or the inner shyness, but Song Ting's stunningly beautiful face also had a faint layer of redness. Song Ting also wanted to turn around and run away like Xia Yao, but when she saw Tang Wei's colorful eyes, she knew that Tang Wei couldn't possibly let her go, can only reluctantly allow Tang Wei to help her undress. Chapter 37, The Bad Guys Are Tired. On the 6th day of the end, early in the morning, the soft sunlight filtered through the window and gently sprinkled on Tang Wei and Song Ting's faces. Song Ting, who was snuggled in Tang Wei's arms, her pretty eyelashes fluttered slightly, and then those seductive Danfang eyes slowly opened. She tilted her head and looked at Tang Wei's angular face, and at this moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of security and happiness. After the 2 of them shared a bath last night, Tang Wei asked Song Ting to stay and warm the bed. Song Ting was resting on Tang Wei's shoulder, her slender, scallion-white jade fingers gently tracing Tang Wei's chest. After a moment of hesitation, she tilted her head slightly and asked softly with a hint of anger, "Bad man, exhausted." A bad man is like a silky silk thread, with endless charm, every trace of which seems to be able to penetrate into the depths of one's bone marrow. Tang Wei coldly winced, his senses instantly ruffled and sharpened. Tang Wei endured it very hard, but he was trying to restrain himself and wanted to cultivate more affection. After all, an extra 50 points of adoration is no small amount of money, and it's still a long way from the amour value needed to exchange for an E-class ability card, to make sure that you can get the heartwarming rewards. That's why it's been restrained from breaking through the last layer of the relationship. Song Ting couldn't help but glare at Tang Wei angrily, that look carrying some pout and helplessness. She straightened her clothes before returning to 701 to start handing out supplies. "Thank you, Brother Wei, for providing food and drink. Li Na, Xia Yao, and Zhao Xinyue said in unison the words of thanks Tang Wei had handed them after receiving the supplies. Tang Wei realized that Zhao Xinyue was just making a show of it. Her lips didn't even move much, and she hadn't even made a sound, let alone sincerely thanking her. Positive sentiment from Lina +1. Positive emotion value from Xia Yao +1. As expected, Li Na and Xia Yao both contributed positive emotion values. The only one who didn't receive a system prompt from Zhao Xinyue. Seeing this, without saying a word, Tang Wei directly reached out and snatched the bread and pure water from Zhao Xinyue's hands. Stop sending supplies to you in the future. When I'm given something for nothing? Thank you all play false. Your father owes me. And you're still dragging yourself around like you're the sun. Do you think you're the sun? Do you think you're the sun? If you don't beg me on your knees, you'll starve to death. And anyone who dares to sneak her food and drink will stop sending supplies too. Zhao Xinyue was shocked by this sudden scolding and her eyes instantly turned red. Since she was a child, how had she ever been so wronged? Tears poured down and she ran out of the room crying. Damn, if it wasn't for the fact that you still had some good looks, I would have thrown you out to feed the zombies. Tang Wei glanced at Zhao Xinyue who ran out crying and muttered in a low voice. Li Na and Xia Yao were also scared pale by this sudden outburst of Tang Wei's anger. Li Na gave Tang Wei a somewhat timid look, then ran out to comfort Zhao Xinyue. Xia Yao, on the other hand, stayed where she was and bowed deeply to Tang Wei, her voice trembling. Thank you, Wei, for providing me with food and drink. Positive emotion value from Xia Yao +1. Positive emotion value from Xia Yao +1. Positive emotion value from Xia Yao +1. Xia Yao seemed to be brainwashing herself over and over again, endeavoring to make herself grateful to Tang Wei, not daring to be disrespectful in the slightest, thus providing positive emotional values one after another. When Tang Wei saw this series of positive emotional value tips, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, secretly surprised in his heart. This girl, actually PUA herself? After breakfast, Tang Wei returned to room 702. He conjured the succulent inside the plant storage bit, then cancelled the spiritual connection with this pot of succulent. As he maneuvered, the pot of originally tall succulent began to shrink a little, and soon returned to its original small and lovely appearance. Tang Wei's gaze fell on a fist-sized cactus ball on the side. With a wave of his hand, the immortal ball trembled slightly, and then mutated and grew crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few minutes it grew to the size of a large yoga ball. The originally tiny spikes around his body became as thick as chopsticks, emitting a silver-colored cold light around his body, as if he was a sharp steel needle. Even more impressive, each steel needle was also covered with rows of tiny barbs, which looked extremely lethal. Tang Wei's mind moved, and the fairy ball launched an attack on the study table. Whoosh! 2 steel needle-like spikes whizzed out of the fairy ball. Boom boom! With 2 muffled sounds, 2 holes instantly appeared on the wooden study table, and the steel needle directly penetrated it. Tang Wei's eyes lit up. He didn't expect this fairy ball to be a long-range shooter. He hurriedly checked up on the attributes of the cactus. Name, mutant cactus. Form, first order form. Attack strength, 6. Introduction, cactus ball, also known as grass ball, Nagasumi Maru. The shape of the ball-shaped cactus family succulent plants. Ribs with clusters of needles, yellow or yellow-brown. Varying lengths, radial. Cactus ball is a natural air freshener. Also has the effect of adsorption of dust, purify the air. First level form mutant cactus ball can launch 2 spikes per second to attack the target. When its wood affinity reaches 30, it can evolve into its second form. Tang Wei was overjoyed, waving his hand to include the mutant cactus ball in the plant storage bit. Afterward, he cast his gaze to the densely branched ivy on the side and established a connection with it. In an instant, the ivy began to mutate at a speed visible to the naked eye. The vines grew wildly, becoming as thick as a finger, growing until they were a meter tall before stopping. Tang Wei gave a direct order for ivy to attack the study table, only to see the vines of ivy waving up like arms, and then growing rapidly and madly, extending 3 or 4 meters away, instantly wrapping the study table tightly. Immediately afterward, the vines slowly contracted, and the study table was actually held high in the air by the ivy. Nyo ah, the shooter has it, and so does this auxiliary. Tang Wei muttered to himself excitedly. Tang Wei controlled the ivy to put the study table down, then couldn't wait to check out the ivy's attributes. Name, mutant ivy. Form, first order form. Attack strength, 6. Introduction, ivy, also known as climbing cliff vine, triangular vine, wall climbers, etc., is the 5+ family ivy evergreen climbing shrubs. Ivy stems gray-brown or black-brown, leathery leaves, umbel single terminal or several racemose arrangement or corimbose arrangement into panicles. The first level morph variant ivy can send out 2 vines at once to twine around a target. The second form can be evolved when the affinity of wood attribute reaches 30. Tang Wei drifted. There were succulents in melee. cacti in long range, and ivy in control. Although he wasn't sure if he was the only one who had reached F-class psychic abilities, at least with his current abilities, guarding this shelter shouldn't be a problem. Tang Wei felt that it was time to increase the publicity of the collection of beautiful women, and should take the tactic of spreading the net universally and focusing on cultivation. Chapter 38, Schoolgirl Jiangji. Tang Wei took out his cell phone and opened the green bubble. The screen was full of 99+ message reminders. Tang Wei did not even look at it, and directly opened the address book, which had more than 10 friend applications. After Tang Wei agreed to all of them, he began to check out the photos that were sent to him, and the results were a big disappointment. These are the people who either don't fit the goddess mold or are just water sex. Tang Wei looked disgusted and didn't hesitate to pull the plug on all of them. Tang Wei called Li Na and Zhao Xinyue over, holding the two women's cell phones and inquiring, "What's your cell phone password?" 0408 ****. Lina said without hesitation, quickly giving the password. Zhao Xinyue, on the other hand, had red eyes and a stubborn look. However, when she saw Tang Wei's cold as frost gaze, she could only reluctantly say the password. 0410 ****. After canceling the two women's cell phone passwords, Tang Wei sent them away and skillfully pulled his green bubble account into their class groups, faculty groups, and club groups. Now Tang Wei green bubble alone Bincheng University related groups are more than 50. Of course, this more than 50 groups have thousands of people in the large group. There are also a dozen people in the small group. In order to send ads more convenient, Tang Wei directly to his green bubble nickname changed to professional to take in beautiful women. Immediately afterward, he carefully edited an advertisement message, and then with a flick of his finger, he sent the edited advertisement to the more than 50 groups of Bincheng University. Professional intake of beautiful women, intake of goddesses, face, body, temperament must be outstanding. Young women and second-hand old pussy get out of here. As long as they meet the requirements, can be greeted at home, there is a safe shelter, bread, roasted chicken, pure water. Fruits are enough. After posting the advertisement, Tang Wei spent more than 200 points of negative emotion value to exchange a bunch of supplies. He also made a point of carefully arranging these supplies and took photos to upload. Once the advertisement was sent out, it instantly stirred up 1,000 waves in various groups. Tao Kai, where the hell did this strange guy come from again? How did he get so many supplies? This guy couldn't be the one who passes through the water, right? Zhao Yang at professional collector of beautiful women brother. You should take out all your resources and give them to me for safekeeping for everyone to ride out the storm together. If you're so selfish, everyone can be punished. Classmates, whoever knows the location of this person, let me know and I'll bring someone to collect his resources and distribute them to everyone. Wang Nin, President Zhao's great righteousness. In this world still always thinking of his classmates. Really a model for my generation. Zhang broke, yeah. President Zhao even took in quite a few students a while ago. Yu Ru, yeah. A man should be as honorable as President Zhao, and take in beautiful girls. I think you're just a bit material, trying to toy with pretty girls. Scummy man, real downer. Tang Wei saw that Zhao Yang had a moralistic look in the group, and there was actually a group of people fawning over him. Tang Wei didn't have much to say, and directly sent screenshots of Zhao Yang's private chat with him, as well as videos of Zhang Mang and the 5 of them, to various groups, making Zhao Yang's black material public. Specializing in taking in beautiful women. All you beautiful women, don't blindly defect to others. These people all have the same face as Zhao Yang. Any beauties that meet the requirements, remember to add me. I'm the honorable one. Zhao Yang, you're ing looking for death. This is fake. Students don't believe him. Tang Wei lazily ignored the barking Zhao Yang. With such evidence, anyone who still chose to believe Zhao Yang deserved it. Negative emotional value from Tao Kai +1. Negative emotional value from Zhao Yang +1. Negative emotional value from Li Wood +1. Negative emotion value from Su Pingyu +1. The messages from the various groups kept flashing. The advertisement Tang Wei had sent as well as the revelation about Zhao Yan was like pouring cold water violently into a boiling hot frying pan, and the entire Bincheng University exploded. Every group is buzzing with discussion and many people are forwarding it to other groups or friends. Soon, almost the entire school knew about Zhao Yang's ugly behavior, while a godly man who specialized in beautiful women became famous. Zhao Yang's evil behavior was outrageous, and Tang Wei's move to collect beautiful women wasn't much better, and the negative emotion value was soaring. Tang Wei's eyes stared tightly at his negative emotion value, silently calculating in his heart that as long as the negative emotion value exceeded 2,800, he would immediately exchange a large amount of supplies and consume these negative emotion values. Just like this, more than half an hour passed, and the growth rate of the negative emotion value gradually slowed down. which caused Tang Wei to let out a sigh of relief. Turning to look, I saw that the floor of 702 bedrooms had been piled up with pure water, roughly estimated that there were more than 2,000 bottles. This was still thanks to Zhao Yang attracting a lot of firepower for himself, or else I'm afraid this room wouldn't be able to hold the pure water that was exchanged. Tang Wei picked up his cell phone and realized that in just half an hour, there were more than 60 friend requests on Green Bubble. After all of them passed the application, Tang Wei then asked his friends to send photos one by one, and then used the system to review them one by one. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 people were audited without passing. Tang Wei sent a message to a Green Bubble named Ji Girlfriend, specializing in taking in beautiful women, popping photos, not popping deleting friends. Miss G, bursting photos? Don't you know who I am? Professional take in beautiful women. How do I know who you are? Also Ji Girl, I know the five-finger girl. If you don't send a photo, you'll delete it. Miss G, Miss Shi, I'm Jiang Ji. Tang Wei saw the word Jiang Ji slightly stunned. This girl he really has the impression. Jiang Ji is the famous school flower of Bincheng University, and was also named one of the 4 beauties of Bincheng University, and Song Ting is the same name. Jiang Ji represented Bincheng University in the National Most Beautiful School Flower Contest in her freshman year, and she is also a $10 million netizen. Specializing in taking in beautiful women, Jiang Ji, Miss Shi, do you still need me to send pictures now? Jiang Ji replied with a hint of arrogance in her tone. Professional take in beautiful women, you multipled her. You grow 3 baskets No, you grow 3 breasts put together. Deleted. Tang Wei did not hesitate to directly delete Jiang Ji's Green Bubble. He is most accustomed to seeing this kind of people who think they are superior. If you have the ability, don't add my friend begging people still don't know to put a low profile? Jiang Ji in the business car confused. In the past as long as others hear her name, which is not extremely flattering, but this person how a word on her scolding, and the Green Bubble also deleted. This person wouldn't be a right. Jiang Ji couldn't help but mutter to herself. The girl wearing glasses on the side, her brows furrowed as she opened her mouth to ask, what happened? Deleted you? Jiang Ji frowned slightly and nodded slowly, a hint of hesitation in her tone. Well, yeah, why don't we just forget about it? I reckon he's just bluffing here, just trying to scam a few pictures. Wanya's frown tightened as she gently shook her head and said seriously, Ji, whether he's bragging or not, you have to find a way to trick him into coming. It's been a day since anyone came. If it drags on like this, we'll both be in danger. Chapter 39, Letting You Take Adult Portraits. Jiang Ji bit her lips tightly and hesitated for a while before slowly opening her mouth. Xiao Ya, I really don't want to trick people into coming over to die anymore. Those people who came to save us in the past few days were all eaten by that monster. I feel like that monster is just using the 2 of us as bait. Wanya's face changed and she hurriedly reached out to cover Jiang Ji's mouth in a gesture of silence. She then cautiously looked around towards the outside of the car, then lowered her voice. Hush, Ji, keep your voice down. Be careful that the monster hears you. The more this happens, the more we have to trick people over. Only in this way, that monster will feel that we still have use value, and will not eat us. Give me your cell phone. I'll talk to him. Tang Wei was scrolling through his other friends' messages when Jiang Ji sent a friend request again. After agreeing to the friend request, Jiang Ji's side sent a picture directly. Tang Wei opened the photo. See, the background is the car. At the moment Jiang Ji, although the face of all the haggard, but it is difficult to hide its sinking fish and geese posture. The appearance of the closed moon and shy flowers is worthy of Song Ting with the famous big beauty. Name, Jiang Ji. Sex, female. Age, 22 years old. Level, 1. Experience value, 0/1000. Capability, ordinary level. Power, 70. Speed, 70. Endurance, 70. Bone strength, 1. Face value, 96 points. Body, 95 points. Temperament, 95 points. Sentiment, 0. White. Overall attractiveness score, 95. 3 points, meets the criteria for a goddess. Tang Wei originally thought that a schoolgirl-level character like Jiang Ji must have rich emotional experiences. Unexpectedly, she was still a blank sheet of paper. This discovery instantly aroused Tang Wei's interest. To know that goddesses are rare, and such a superb goddess is even more rare. And Tang Wei also has a plan. Jiang Ji is the anchor sitting on 10 million fans. He is ready to use Jiang Ji's account for live broadcast. This was able to quickly earn emotional value, and at the same time, it was also possible to exchange supplies and advertise in the live broadcast. And through Jiang Ji's influence, it was even able to radiate to other universities. Jiang Ji, how is it? Brother, are you still satisfied? If you come to my rescue, people will let you take adult portraits, all right. Tang Wei froze for a moment, secretly pondering in his heart, why is this Jiang Ji a bit strange? Before, she felt very arrogant, but now she has become this flirtatious? Specializing in taking in beautiful women, send the location and I'll see the distance. Ginger Ji, I sent location sharing. Tang Wei clicked on location sharing and found that Zhang Ji was in the underground parking lot of the new gymnasium of Binchang University, about 2 kilometers away from him. Although Tang Wei felt that this Zhang Ji was behaving a bit strangely, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks and it was worth the risk. Moreover, now that he possessed Class F psychic ability, even if he encountered that zombie with high IQ, he would not be afraid in the slightest. Tang Wei sent a message to Zhang Ji, telling her to wait where she was before putting his cell phone away. Tang Wei called Xia Meng, Song Ting, and Yang Xiaoqian 702 and told the 3 girls about his preparations to go out. After letting them pay attention to safety, Tang Wei then walked out of the 7th floor, and Yang Xiaoqian's few people quickly reclosed the door to the building. Tang Wei put the succulent at the doorway into the storage bit. After all, this succulent would return to its original state if it left him beyond the range of spiritual perception, so it was useless to stay here. Holding a firewood knife, Tang Wei walked out of Block C of the women's dormitory and tilted his head to look at the blazing sun high in the sky. Following the nearest route recommended by the navigation, he strides in the direction of the new gym. At this time, the north playground is still empty and lonely. Occasionally can sporadically see 1 or 2 zombies wandering. Tang Wei more and more feels strange. Along the way, Tang Wei charged across the street without dodging, and the zombies he encountered were turned into experience value. More than 20 minutes later, Tang Wei had seen the new stadium, and Tang Wei entered through the north entrance of the underground parking lot. Upon entering, a feeling of gloom came over me. The immediate sight also became dim. An empty underground parking lot with few cars, sparse lights and emergency exit light signs emitting green light. Tang Wei took out his cell phone and reconfirmed the location sent by Zhang Ji, showing that it was in District D, a small distance away from where he was at the moment. He followed the signs and proceeded a little more cautiously. 5 minutes later, Tang Wei came to a corner, where he could see a black Relfer business car parked alone in parking space No. 29 in Area D. The business car was dented where the engine was, the windshield was shattered, and there was a clearly visible claw mark on the side door. Tang Wei couldn't help but frown and didn't rush forward. He always felt that things were too weird today. First of all, the huge contrast between Zhang Ji's attitude before and after, and secondly, this gloomy underground parking lot, according to common sense should gather a lot of zombies, but all the way here, he did not even see the shadow of a zombie. Tang Wei slowly released his mental power to check the situation in the commercial vehicle. He soon realized that the driver's seat of the commercial vehicle was covered in blood, and there were 2 girls in the back seat who were nervously looking around. One of them was Zhang Ji, and next to her was a girl with glasses and an excellent figure. The girl was holding her cell phone in her hand, and what was displayed on her cell phone screen was clearly the chat interface with Tang Wei. Tang Wei just suddenly realized. Understand why feel Zhang Ji before and after the tone of voice changed so big. The original is this girl holding Zhang Ji's cell phone in the message with their own. Tang Wei cautiously used his spiritual power to carefully check out all those corners around him that were easy to hide in, and only after determining that there weren't any abnormalities did his hanging heart drop a little. Tang Wei didn't disperse all of his spiritual power unreservedly. After all, that would be a huge consumption of spiritual power, and in case of danger, he wouldn't be able to use his spiritual power to control the plants to fight for him, so he could only precisely use his spiritual power to search for a few key locations that were vulnerable to attack. After Tang Wei retrieved his spiritual power, he then picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Zhang Ji's green bubble, specializing in taking in beautiful women, black Relfa commercial vehicle, license plate BNA 876*B, open the door, I'm here. Tang Wei hid in the corner and watched the business car warily. He was only slightly relieved when he saw the door of the Relfa being slowly opened by the girl with the glasses, and took a step towards the business car. Zhang Ji and Wang Ye saw the figure walking not far away. The 2 women were so nervous that they looked left and right, and Wang Ye's hand was even placed on the closing button all the time. Just when Tang Wei was still more than 20 meters away from the 2 women, a toothsome click 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 sound suddenly came from the empty parking lot. Tang Wei instantly felt his body's sweaty hairs stand on end as he looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a black shadow like lightning rapidly rushing towards him from the top of the underground parking lot. Tang Wei's pupils sharply shrunk. Looking around, the emptiness was incomparable. Only more than 20 meters away from the Ralph Lauren commercial vehicle could barely be considered a shelter. Without saying a word, he spread his legs and ran wildly towards the commercial vehicle. At this moment, Wang Ye seemed to have long anticipated this scene. Just as the click sound sounded, she decisively pressed the door closing button. I'm on early 8. This is punking me. Tang Wei cursed. Tang Wei was extremely fast, but just as he rushed to the door of the business car, the door was already closed. He only felt a chill coming from behind him. His sweaty hairs stood on end, and a strong wind followed him. Chapter 40 Jiangji's best friend. A strong wind came from behind him, and Tang Wei hastily rolled to the left to avoid it. Despite his quick reflexes and speed, his back was still swept by the opponent's sharp claws. If he hadn't been wearing animal skin armor, he would have been afraid that he would have lost his life just now with that monster's strike alone. After Tang Wei tumbled to the ground, the firewood knife in his hand swept out horizontally, while the monster swung out its second claw. Ding! The firewood knife collided with the monster's claws, and fire splashed everywhere. The incomparably sharp firewood knife unexpectedly failed to cut through the monster's sharp claws. Instead, Tang Wei's tiger's mouth was shocked and somewhat chipped, and blood slowly flowed down the firewood knife. The creature did not attack rashly after failing to get its hands on both attacks. It also seemed to have sensed the unearthly nature of the firewood knife in Tang Wei's hand, crouching down and glaring with a pair of blood-red eyes, eyeing Tang Wei intently. Tang Wei took the opportunity to check the monster's information. Predator, grade, F, ability, enhanced zombie, power, 420, speed, 450, endurance, 400, bone strength, 6, spiritual intelligence, level 3. Introduction: the F-class predator is mutated from the G-class zombie. With the mutation, the skin will gradually degrade and be replaced by strong muscles. The limbs become curved, unable to walk upright, can only crawl like an animal, and at the same time, it possesses strong explosive power and climbing ability. The strength of the sharp claws can reach 8. Humans and zombies are the target of its prey. Predator? Tang Wei was shocked. No wonder there were no zombies here. So it seems that Zhang Ji and the girl with glasses are deliberately luring themselves to be food for this predator? Tang Wei stared vigilantly at the predator while secretly taking out his cell phone and pressing the OK button. The advertisement was instantly sent to dozens of groups. Tang Wei had prepared a group message long ago, and could send it as soon as he was sure. The predator stuck out its scarlet tongue and licked its sharp fangs. Its front legs were slightly bent, and its back legs began to build up strength, obviously preparing to launch an attack. Tang Wei threw out the cactus and ivy within the storage space with a flip of his hand, followed by an attack command. The predator that was preparing to attack was startled by the sudden appearance of the plant, and before it had time to react, the mutant ivy threw out 2 thumb-thick vines that wrapped around the predator. At the same time, the mutant cactus orb also launched 2 steel needles, like 2 cold-ons, stabbing straight at the predator's bloodshot eyes. The predator swung its sharp claws and cut off 2 vines with 2 clicks. At the same time, it quickly sidestepped its head, avoiding the vital part of its eyes. Ow! 2 steel needle-like spikes stuck into the side of the predator's face, only pierced into a centimeter or 2, but this also hurt the predator. Let out a miserable howl. Negative emotion value from A+1. Negative emotion value from B+1. At this point, the effects of the ads begin to show and the negative sentiment value begins to grow consistently. Seeing that the predator was about to break through the defense line, Tang Wei hurriedly flung the succulent meat in front of the predator in an attempt to make it try to stall for some time. The succubus had just landed on the ground when the predator swung violently at the mutated succubus. Not to be outdone, the mutated succulent frantically waved its branches and leaves, launching a counterattack at the predator. However, in a single glance, the succulent is defenseless against the sharp claws of the strength 8, and is instantly sliced into several pieces. Tang Wei carried his wood chipper and waited impatiently for the power of the curse to descend. 2860, 2863. The ivy stretched out its vines once again, winding towards the predator, and the cactus orbs continued to fire steel needles, still targeting the predator's eyes. The predator swung its claws, sending steel needles flying in droves. Taking advantage of this gap, the ivy vines finally managed to wrap around the predator, but the predator opens its mouth and bites down on the vines, its jagged fangs snapping off strength 6 branches and vines in an instant. The predator instantly broke through several lines of defense, and after its sharp claws chopped the mutant cactus orb into pieces with a single claw, it lunged towards Tang Wei. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Tang Wei turned and ran. The predator followed closely behind. Its sharp claws almost swept swiftly against the back of Tang Wei's head, frightening Tang Wei with a jolt of cold sweat instantly wetting his back. At this time, Wang Ye, who stayed in the car, saw that the predator was successfully lured away by Tang Wei, and secretly rejoiced in his heart, quietly pressing the electric door switch. She looked nervous and lowered her voice to Zhang Ji. Ji, it's too big a target for the 2 of us to run together. I'll run to that corner first, and then you can run afterward. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she took the lead in jumping out of the car without hesitation and ran wildly in the direction of the parking lot without looking back. Zhang Ji slightly opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but the words reached her mouth and swallowed back hard. She looked at Wang Ya's departing back, her gaze filled with disappointment and sadness. She understood in her heart that Wang Ya was abandoning her to run away alone. However, remembering the many years of sisterly love, she did not make a sound after all, but only silently prayed in her heart that Wang Ya would not attract the monster's attention, in which case, she herself might also have a chance of successfully escaping. Seeing that Wang Ya was about to run around the corner and was about to disappear from sight, Jiang Ji also took action. She jumped out of the car and had just run out a few steps when she saw Wang Ya, who was about to turn the corner, unexpectedly threw the car keys hard in her direction. Snap! The car keys hit the ground hard, the crisp ringing sound carrying far and wide in the quiet, near-dead parking lot. Wang Ya, you! How could Jiang Ji not expect Wang Ya to be so ruthless? In order to increase her chances of escape, not only did she run away first herself, but she actually planned to use her life to delay the monster. At this time, is being Tang Wei like Qin Wang around the pillar general with a circle predator, heard not far away from the sound, turned his head sharply. A glance saw a face full of fear. Jiang Ji. Without hesitation, the predator gave up its attack on Tang Wei and turned toward Jiang Ji at a rapid pace. Jiang Ji saw the monster that rushed toward her like a vicious monster, screamed in horror, turned around and desperately ran back to the car. Her fingers kept pressing the door closing button repeatedly in panic. The predator surprisingly did not continue to attack Jiang Ji after seeing her return to the car. Instead, his gaze sharply scanned the weak, seemingly searching for Wang Ya. It let out a low grunt and turned around to chase after Wang Ya in the direction he had disappeared. Witnessing this scene, Tang Wei couldn't help but secretly sigh. The intelligence of this predator was indeed beyond the ordinary, obviously keeping these two women captive as bait. After seeing Jiang Ji return to her car, she decisively abandoned her attack and turned to chase after the other person who had escaped. However, at this moment, Tang Wei was relieved as he looked at the increasing value of negative emotions in his mind and quietly waited for the curse power to open. 2924, 2926. On the other side, Wang Ya was running furiously with all her might. She could already faintly see the light coming in from the exit, and her heart was filled with the joy that she was about to escape from life. Chapter 41, You'll Pay for This. Just as Wang Ya was filled with anticipation, she suddenly felt a chill at her back and cold sweat broke out. She turned her head nervously, and was instantly terrified that the predator was somehow close at hand. I won't run, I'll go back to. Wang Ya's words hadn't been finished when the predator, like a hungry tiger pouncing on a general fierce pounce, a mouthful of hard bite on Wang Ya's snow-white neck. System alert, cursed power opens. Congratulations to the host. Negative Emotions Arcade has successfully unlocked a new item. In an instant, the colorful world in front of Tang Wei's eyes gradually receded. Black veins slowly surfaced on his face. His vision became open. His sense of hearing was enhanced, and he gradually lost his sanity. Tang Wei could clearly hear the chewing sound of the predator being fed at this point. Tang Wei tightened his grip on the firewood knife and took the initiative. His speed was increased to the extreme, and he actually left a faintly visible residual shadow on the spot. At this moment, the predator that was feasting seemed to sense a threatening aura, and violently turned around, revealing its sharp fangs at Tang Wei, who appeared behind it. Emitting a low roar, Tang Wei glanced at the corpses with only limbs and broken flesh left, picked up his wood knife, and rushed towards the predator. Seeing this, the predator waved its incomparably sharp claws, with a whistling wind sound, and viciously grabbed at the incoming Tang Wei, the claws flashing with a cold, chilling light in the dim light. At this moment, Tang Wei, whose speed has already reached 600, will not be easily hurt by its sharp claws. In Tang Wei's eyes, the predator's movements became significantly more sluggish, just like a slowed-down shot in a movie. With a flash of his body, he easily dodged the deadly claw attack. At the same time, the wood chipper in his hand was raised high and swung down violently towards the predator. Put! Ow! The dull sound of a knife entering flesh rang out, followed by a scream from the predator. Only a hideous wound deep enough to see bone was cut into its arm by Tang Wei, and blood flowed out like a fountain. Tang Wei didn't stop for a second. The firewood knife in his hand continued to swing like a whirlwind, each fall carrying a powerful force. At the same time, he unleashed his powerful spiritual power, taking in the long tattered ivy and cactus ball next to the business car into the plant storage pit, and then instantly releasing them. Under the manipulation of the powerful spiritual power, the mutant fairy ball and mutant ivy seemed to be revitalized. The vines of the ivy were by now as thick as a child's arm, and they swung wildly, winding swiftly toward the predator. Not to be outdone, the cactus ball continued to fire a steady stream of steel needle-like spikes toward the predator's eyes. For a moment, one man and two plants unleashed a furious onslaught on the predator. The predator was suddenly in a dilemma of being overwhelmed. It was struggling left and right, and completely lost its previous prowess. And Tang Wei even didn't care. The firewood knife in his hand was like a raging wind and rain, continuously waving it without stopping for a moment. Ding 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 ding. The sound of metal clashing was incessant, sparks flying everywhere. The predator stumbled backward as Tang Wei slashed him, although the strength of both the firewood knife and the predator's sharp claws was 8. At this time Tang Wei's strength had reached a terrifying 700, while the predator's strength was only 420. Comparing the two, Tang Wei was naturally more than enough to deal with it. Under Tang Wei's continuous attacks, the muscles on the predator's arms began to crumble piece by piece, blood splattering. Obviously, it could no longer withstand the pressure of such an intense attack. At this time the predator's eyes have already budged retreat. After all, it is now the intelligence equivalent to the level of human 10 years old or so, naturally able to detect the terror of the man in front of him. After Tang Wei swung his sword dozens of times in a row, he suddenly changed his stance and reversed the direction of the firewood sword, changing it from the original top-to-bottom harsh chop to a right-to-left swift horizontal slice. Put, ow! A mournful and extremely miserable scream emanated from the predator's mouth. Its arm was actually cut down by Tang Wei's knife, and the broken arm flew down to the ground with blood. A trace of deep fear actually surfaced in the predator's scarlet eyes at this moment. It could no longer care about anything else, and turned around to try to take the road and run away. How could Tang Wei let it escape so easily? Only to see him take an arrow step like lightning and rush forward, the wood knife in his hand raised high, slashing at the predator's back for a while. Miserable screams echoed through the dimly lit underground parking lot. Tang Wei saw the right moment. His hand rose up and a cold light flashed, and the predator's head was cut off by him. Kill F-class predator. Gain 800 experience. Tang Wei stood in place, his gaze deadpan as he stared at the predator that had already died of gas. Not long after, the predator's corpse gradually dissipated, and a blue corpse elixir that emitted an ethereal light appeared on the ground. Tang Wei leaned down and picked up the corpse Dan, holding it tightly in his hand, then slowly turned around and walked towards the commercial vehicle not far away. At this moment, Zhang Ji inside the business car was completely shrouded in shock. She could never have imagined that this man could have escaped from death under the sneak attack of that ferocious monster. What was even more unbelievable to her was that he was actually able to kill the monster back with his own strength. Tang Wei carried his wood chipper and walked towards the commercial vehicle step by step. Each step was heavy and slow, as if it carried an endless sense of oppression. His eyes were as red as blood, and his face was covered with twisted black veins, as if he were an evil spirit crawling out of hell, emitting a chilling aura. Seeing Tang Wei like this, Zhang Ji hurriedly reached out to cover her mouth, trying not to scream, but her trembling shoulders could tell her fear. Tang Wei walked over to the business car and reached out his hand to grip the door tightly, the muscles on his arm bulging instantly, only to see him exerting a little force, accompanied by an ear-splitting sound of twisting metal. The car door was actually yanked down hard by him. Ah! What are you doing? Kang Ji screamed in horror, her voice carrying a noticeable tremor. Without saying a word, Tang Wei stretched out his hand like a vice around Zhang Ji's neck and easily yanked her out of the car. Zhang Ji's feet left the ground, her body struggling and twisting in the air, her mouth emitting a whimpering sound like that of a trapped beast. A low, angry hiss like that of a wild beast emanated from Tang Wei's mouth, a sound that seemed to roar from the depths of his soul. You deliberately lured me to my death? Tang Wei roared, the anger in his eyes almost devouring Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji was lifted high in the air by Tang Wei's one hand, her body hanging in the air, her eyes uncontrollably rolled straight upwards, and her legs desperately stomped about in a desperate attempt to break free of Tang Wei's restraints. However, all of her struggles were futile, and at the moment, she didn't even have a chance to speak, but could only let out whimpers of pain. Tang Wei violently threw Zhang Ji into the car, and Zhang Ji fell heavily onto the seat with a muffled grunt. Cough! Zhang Ji coughed violently, and the tears couldn't stop falling, wetting her cheeks. Her body trembled, and she managed to catch her breath as she stumbled over her words. Ahem. Yes, I'm sorry. The voice was weak and hoarse with endless fear and remorse. You have to pay the price, Tang Wei said coldly, his voice like a cold winter wind, piercing and icy. After saying that, he reached out his hand and began to tear the clothes from Zhang Ji's body. Chapter 42, Take her to the bath. Ah, ahem. No, don't, please, don't. Zhang Ji let out a desperate cry, her voice echoing in the empty parking lot echoed, looking particularly miserable. Tang Wei's state at the moment was like a fuming trapped beast, the negative emotions churning inside him roughly venting out. After more than half an hour of frantic catharsis, Tang Wei's sanity only gradually returned. The originally chaotic gray world in front of him gradually dispersed, and the colors returned little by little. The black bruises on his face, too, slowly faded away. However, it was closely followed by a tidal wave of fatigue. After Tang Wei glanced at Zhang Ji, who had fainted, sitting on his ass in the doorway of the Relfa, he gasped for air. After a short respite, Tang Wei turned his hand and took out a bottle of pure water, tilted his head and then Guldan. Fierce irrigation up. After resting for a few minutes and slightly recovering his strength, Tang Wei slowly stood up, picking up the scattered clothes and putting them on. He then turned his attention to the inside of the business car, where Jiang Ji lay quietly on the lowered seat. Tang Wei once again took out a bottle of pure water, opened the cap, and then mercilessly poured it towards Jiang Ji. Ice-cold water droplets instantly splashed down on Jiang Ji's face and body, and when she was stimulated by the cold water in her stupor, she violently winced, and her eyes opened one after another. When Jiang Ji's eyes touched Tang Wei standing in front of the car door, her eyes were instantly filled with fear, as if she had seen the most terrifying demon in the world. She let out another shriek of fright, and like a frightened little hedgehog, she quickly shrank into a ball, clutching her hands to her knees as tears came uncontrollably to her eyes and flowed freely down her cheeks. Tang Wei did not have a trace of guilt in his heart. After all, it was this woman who had tricked him into sending him to his death for all of this to happen. Tang Wei recalled the insane state he had just been in under the influence of the power of the curse, and he felt that even if what was placed in front of him was a piece of wood, with that insane power, he would be able to punch a hole through it. Tang Wei ate 2 bananas and gained some strength. He turned his head toward Jiang Ji and said in a flat voice, "Are you coming with me, or are you staying here?" Jiang Ji's face was as white as paper. At this moment, she couldn't care about her body's pain and fear, and hurriedly opened her mouth. I'll go with you. You don't leave me behind." After saying that, she scrambled around the compartment looking for clothes that could still barely cover her body. In the end, all she could do was wear the white shirt with only 2 buttons left and a short skirt that didn't go past her knees, barely covering her body. She forced herself to endure the pain in her body and stumbled out of the car with staggering steps, slowly coming in front of Tang Wei. Tang Wei just casually glanced at Jiang Ji, and it scared her into taking 2 steps back. Jiang Ji was so frightened that she had a psychological shadow, and as long as she saw Tang Wei's eyes, that horrible scene from before would keep coming back to her mind like a nightmare. Tang Wei turned around and then headed for the north exit. Jiang Ji gritted her teeth and endured the pain to keep up with Tang Wei's pace. With every step her pretty brow furrowed hard. With that, the 2 men headed out the door, one after the other, in silence. Along the way, the only sound was the occasional slight intake of breath from Jiang Ji due to the pain. Soon, the 2 of them arrived in front of Wang Yi's mutilated and broken flesh. Seeing this, Jiang Ji hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand, forcing herself not to vomit. There wasn't the slightest hint of sadness or regret in her eyes. A few days had shown her too much of the dark side of humanity. Walking out of the parking lot, Tang Wei tilted his head to adjust to the sunlight outside. Jiang Ji similarly tilted her head to feel the harsh sunlight, and she subconsciously shielded her eyes with her hands. It had been days since she had seen the sunlight, and suddenly everything that had happened in the past few days felt like a dream, not quite real. If it weren't for the constant reminder of the ripping pain in her body, she would have really thought it was just a horrible nightmare. After a minute or so, Jiang Ji slightly adapted to some of this bright light. Tang Wei glanced at Jiang Ji, whose lips were dry and cracked, and reached out to hand a bottle of pure water to her. Tang Wei's move to reach out his hand scared Jiang Ji so much that she hurriedly backed away, and when she saw the pure water in Tang Wei's hand, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva and hurriedly took it with both hands, her voice trembling. Thanks. Admiration value from Jiang Ji +1. Admiration value from Jiang Ji +1. Jiang Ji laboriously twisted open the bottle cap, and could not wait to gulp drank. In the past few days, she and Wang Yi had relied on a case of mineral water and some snacks in the commercial vehicle to get by, but they hadn't had any water for more than a day. Jiang Ji drank the whole bottle of water in one gulp, and as a result, because she drank too quickly, the water choked into her windpipe, and she coughed violently, and her body trembled slightly. Tang Wei ignored Jiang Ji and stepped forward to continue on his own. Jiang Ji hurriedly took a few quick steps, and after taking 2 steps away from Tang Wei, she slowed down, hesitated, and opened her mouth. "Yeah, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have tricked you into coming." In fact, Tang Wei didn't particularly resent these 2 women, and if the roles were reversed, he would have done the same. After the original 20-minute journey, the 2 of them walked and stopped for half an hour before returning to the downstairs of Block C. On the stairs, Jiang Ji couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air with every step she took. The tearing pain seemed to completely destroy her will. The height of a 7-story building seemed like an insurmountable moat to her at this point. Holding onto the handrail, she trudged upward 1 step at a time, each step seeming to take all her strength. It took more than 10 minutes before she finally made it to the 7th floor. Tang Wei didn't have the compassion to help her out. With his strength, if he wanted to, he could easily carry Jiang Ji with one hand as if she were flying, but he just walked silently ahead without looking back. Tang Wei gently knocked on the 7th floor hallway door. "Who?" Yang Xiaoqian's alert voice came from behind the door. Yang Xiaoqian opened the door. "It's me, Tang Wei said. When Yang Xiaoqian heard that it was Tang Wei's voice, her eyes couldn't help but light up, and her face instantly blossomed into an excited smile as she gleefully opened the door to the building. She couldn't help but stare when she saw Tang Wei leading a disheveled, too pretty to be true girl back. Upon closer inspection, Yang Xiaoqian realized that she knew her, and that a third of the posts in the school forum were discussing her. Jiangji? Yang Xiaoqian blurted out in surprise. Jiangji nodded, barely squeezing out a smile as she opened her mouth. Hello. You're Yang Xiaoqian from the foreign language department, right? Jiangji similarly recognized Yang Xiaoqian. Although they were not in the same faculty, most of the beautiful women knew each other. After all, in the school forum, every day there were bored people comparing them, the department flower and school flower, and they more or less knew each other. After closing and unlocking the door to the building, Tang Wei pointed at Jiangji and said to Yang Xiaoqian, "Have Xia Yao take her to take a bath, find her some clothes, and get her some food." After saying that, he took a step towards 702. Chapter 43, Zhao Xinyue apologizes. Yang Xiaoqian saw that the clothes on Tang Wei's back were tattered beyond recognition. The scratches were striking, and even the scratches on the beastskin armor inside were clearly visible. She couldn't help but frown slightly, a hint of worry welling up in the back of her mind. Yang Xiaoqian called out to Xia Yao and told her to take Jiangji to take a shower while she went to take out the brand new set of men's sportswear that Tang Wei had handed over to her earlier. When Tang Wei returned to room 702, he found that the pure water had been neatly stacked by several women. He removed his tattered coveralls and animal skin armor, his firm musculature on display. A clear scratch was left on the animal skin armor. It was not hard to imagine that without the protection of this animal skin armor, I'm afraid that Tang Wei would have long been killed by a single blow. Just then, Yang Xiaoqian walked into room 702 with a sweatshirt. When Yang Xiaoqian saw the increasingly clear muscle lines of Tang Wei, she couldn't help but blush, and her little heart couldn't help but beat a few more times. "Brother Wei, change into this set of clothes," Yang Xiaoqian said delicately, a gentle smile blooming on her red face. Tang Wei nodded, first redressing his beast skin armor. Then Yang Xiaoqian thoughtfully helped Tang Wei personally change into his new clothes. Yang Xiaoqian was like a virtuous wife, carefully helping Tang Wei organize his clothes. Smart Yang Xiaoqian heart understand. With Tang Wei around more and more beautiful women, if you want to be favored all the time, you have to become Tang Wei's wise wife, so that you can get Tang Wei's attention for a long time. So now she is no longer even fighting with Xiameng to be jealous. After all, we are all Tang Wei's women. If we quarrel every day, Tang Wei will also be annoyed. After Tang Wei changed his clothes, he let Yang Xiaoqian leave first. Tang Wei intends to reinstall a few plants into the plant storage space. The previous 3 plants have been heroically sacrificed in the battle. It didn't take long for Tang Wei to include 2 cacti and a succulent in the plant storage space. After Tang Wei had seen the terror of the predator, he felt Alexandria. The shelter he used to feel was solid as gold, unbearable in front of a mutated zombie like the predator. Not to mention whether or not the door of the building could withstand a few attacks from the predators. It was important to know that the predators could climb, and the height of this 7th floor was like flat ground in their eyes. The only way Tang Wei could think of at the moment was to first seal all the windows of the other rooms, which would avoid the lights at night attracting monsters from outside, and at the same time be able to block 1 or 2 and serve as a warning. Tang Wei cast aside his thoughts and opened the negativity mall to check out the newly unlocked items. The moment he saw the new item, Tang Wei froze. The newly unlocked item in the negativity mall was actually a 5 grade in beef. The corner of Tang Wei's mouth twitched. This is too exaggerated. Not to mention in this end of the world, even before the end of the world, how many people have the opportunity to taste a 5 in beef? Tang Wei only felt his mouth unconsciously secrete saliva, and at that moment, he directly consumed 50 points of negative emotional value and exchanged 10 pounds of Wagyu beef. In a flash, a 5 in beef appeared in his hands, and looking at the tender and juicy beef covered in snowflake texture, Tang Wei couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "Xia Yao!" Tang Dish shouted loudly. Here it comes. Xia Yao ran to room 702 in a panic, blinking a pair of big beautiful eyes with a dumbfounded look. Tang Wei handed this 5A in the beef over to Xia Yao and said, "Go find Ting and see if there's an electric skillet and spices and stuff, and I'll buy everyone fried and steak for lunch." Xia Yao looked at the grease-rich 5A Wagyu beef in her hand and couldn't help but gulp as well, her big beautiful eyes staring at the beef without blinking. "Go on, I'll let you eat enough at noon," Tang Wei said. Xia Yao's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she hurriedly bowed and thanked him, then excitedly ran away, her mouth still shouting, "Thank you, Viagra, for providing me with food and drink." Positive emotion value from Xia Yao +1. "Wait," Tang Wei called out to Xia Yao. Xia Yao blinked her big bright eyes and looked at Tang Wei with some concern, afraid that Tang Wei would back out and not let her eat the steak. "Xia Yao, go send Jiangji an emergency brake pill." Tang Wei said. Ha! Xiaoyao's mouth opened wide with a shocked expression, secretly marveling in her heart. Zhang Ji, so pretty schoolgirl, also spoiled by Tang Wei? Seeing Xiaoyao's open mouth and dumbfounded face, Tang Wei couldn't help but frown and said with a somewhat stern voice, "Didn't you hear what I said?" "Ah, heard it. I'll go now." Xiaoyao was startled and turned to run. Tang Wei looked at Xiaoyao's flustered back. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh lightly. The dull Xiaoyao might really be a ray of light in this post-apocalyptic world. Tang Wei lay on his bed and opened his attribute panel. Name, Tang Wei. Age, 23 years old. Level, 2. Upgrade experience, 2740/5000. Ability, Class F with attribute alien. Power, 350. Speed, 300. Endurance, 300. Bone strength, 4. Mental strength, 350/350. Wood property affinity, 5. Plant storage, 3/3. Fatigue value, 150/250. Positive emotional value, 67. Negative emotions, 37/39. Reach 5000 to unlock new items. Admiration value, 12. Tang Wei's desire to improve his strength was becoming more and more urgent at the moment. After all, no one was sure if there were still more terrifying existences than the predator in the midst of this post-apocalyptic world. Knock, knock, knock. Came a knock at the door. Tang Wei looked up and saw the smiling Li Na pulling the somewhat squirming Zhao Xinyue standing in the doorway. Something's wrong? Tang Wei opened his mouth in a flat tone and asked. Li Na smiled sweetly at Tang Wei. Brother Wei, Xinyue has come to apologize to you. After saying that, Li Na gently pushed Zhao Xinyue, who was on the side, forward, and even used her eyes to signal her to hurry up and apologize. Zhao Xinyue's eyes reddened and she bit her lip, then slowly bowed to Tang Wei and said softly, "Yeah, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have gotten mad at you." When Zhao Xinyue finished saying this, it was as if she had exhausted her entire body's strength, and her entire body looked lifeless. Tang Wei frowned at Zhao Xinyue and said in a light tone, "If you don't want to apologize, don't force yourself. As I've said before, when you get down on your knees and beg me, you." Zhao Xinyue instantly turned red, tears welling up in her eyes. She had already made the biggest concession she could, and she didn't expect Tang Wei to be so insensitive. Zhao Xinyue turned around and was about to leave, but she was pulled back by Li Na, who was at the side. "Xinyue, don't be capricious." Although Zhao Xinyue didn't leave, she didn't continue to apologize either and stubbornly stood in place. Chapter 44, Poor Zhao Xinyue. Xiaoyao bounced all the way over, just arrived at the door of room 702, and was keenly aware that the atmosphere in the room was a bit strange. The originally bright smile on her face gradually became stiff, then slowly retracted. A hint of timidity in her eyes as she whispered to Tang Wei, "Wei, brother Wei, the pot is ready. Where are we going to eat? Just eat at my place. Go get everyone." Tang Wei's heart was calculating. He wanted to take this opportunity to properly gluttonize the condescending Zhao Xinyue and see how long she could hold out. It wasn't long before Song Ting walked into room 702 with an electric frying pan and a cut steak. Tang Wei put the two study tables together handily, and then Song Ting skillfully turned on the electric frying pan and began to fry the steak. When the hot oil in the wok touches the steak, there is an instant sound of zzz. Within a short time, the unique aroma of butterfat began to permeate the room uncontrollably, tantalizing people to swallow their mouths and their stomachs to begin to stir. Over time, the surface of the fat-rich steak gradually develops an attractive golden brown color, with slightly charred brown edges. Just then, Yang Xiaoqian and Xiaomang led Zhang Ji into room 702. Zhang Ji looked a bit rattled, feeling a bit overwhelmed even though she had already met everyone before. Her gaze darted around the room and inadvertently met with Tang Wei's line of sight, as if she had been burned by fire, and she hurriedly averted her gaze in a panic, a hint of panic and fear in her eyes. On the contrary, Yang Xiaoqian and Xiaomang, they behaved very generously and naturally. As soon as the two entered the room, they took the initiative to walk up and help Song Ting with her hands, their movements skillful and smooth, as if everything was so natural. Before long, the first batch of steaks were fried. The tantalizing aroma grew stronger and filled the room, and just smelling the aroma was enough to make one gulp and instantly increase one's appetite. Tang Wei instructed Yang Xiaoqian to give each of the people present a piece of steak, specifically emphasizing that it was not to be given to Zhao Xinyue. Zhao Xinyue's face was very ugly. The tantalizing meat aroma that was constantly wafting in the air was undoubtedly rubbing salt into the wounds for her already hungry stomach, making her heart feel more and more unappetizing. She bristled, unable to hold back the aggravated tears that were dripping down her face. Li Na opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but after glancing at Tang Wei, she didn't dare to speak after all. She had also roughly figured out Tang Wei's temperament over the past few days, and in this small group, what Tang Wei said was absolute authority and unquestionable. Several women ate with their mouths full of oil, and the charred butter fat flavor exploded in their mouths, intensely stimulating the taste buds, making them cry out for more. Song Ting didn't stop and diligently fried a second batch of steaks right afterward, and Tang Wei duly took out some fruits. The crowd talked, laughed, and enjoyed the food to the fullest, and in no time at all they were full of food and drink. Tang Wei then began to organize the afternoon's workload. Tang Wei intended to thoroughly collect all the dormitories in Block C building to see just how many useful supplies he could find. After Tang Wei had arranged the tasks, the people set out to prepare for action. Tang Wei glanced at Zhang Ji, who appeared to be struggling to walk, and spoke in a flat tone. Zhang Ji, stay upstairs and organize the supplies. Zhang Ji glanced at Tang Wei with an evasive gaze and hurriedly thanked him softly. Thanks, Wei, Brother Wei. Brother Wei's name was what Yang Xiaoqian told her, and the first time it came out of her mouth, she couldn't help but blush. Tang Wei ignored the blushing Zhang Ji and released his mental power, enveloping the entire Block C building and scrutinizing the locations of the rooms with zombies. After determining the location, Tang Wei took the lead and went downstairs, putting down a pot of mutant succulent at the entrance of the building, and after entering the information of several women, he opened the automatic defense state. He made his way to the 6th floor and effortlessly broke the locks on all the rooms. Several of the zombies in the room were directly killed by Tang Wei before they could react. After clearing the 6th floor, Tang Wei had Yang Xiaoqian and the others start gathering supplies, while he himself set up the mutant fairy balls at the 5th floor stairway. More than an hour later, Tang Wei cleared all the zombies in the entire Block C with his powerful strength. Meanwhile, the locks on the doors of all the rooms were broken by him. Tang Wei arranged another mutant cactus at the entrance of the 1st floor. After doing so, Tang Wei went upstairs to join the collection team. The afternoon was spent in busyness by all the women. Yang Xiaoqian, Song Ting and Xia Meng were fine. After all, their strength had been strengthened and they had no trouble carrying some large items. But the remaining few women weren't so relaxed, especially Zhao Xinyue, who was already so hungry and dizzy that she nearly fainted several times in this state. Luckily, after Tang Wei joined in, he took on almost all of the heavy physical labor, and a few of the women only needed to carry some of the smaller supplies. It wasn't until darkness crept in that Tang Wei and the others collected the entire Block C building. After collecting the cacti on the 1st floor, Tang Wei led the women back to the 7th floor. After arranging succulents and cacti in the doorway left and right before he locked the door to the building. At this time, the entire 7th floor, in addition to 701, 702, 703, 704, the 4 rooms, other rooms and corridors are piled up with a variety of items. Single bedpan Tang Wei carried up more than 60. Tang Wei handed Song Ting a few roasted chickens and some fruits, letting Song Ting lead the crowd to dinner, with enough food and plumbing, deliberately emphasizing that he was not allowed to give Zhao Xinyue dinner, and could only give a bottle of pure water. After the explanation, Tang Wei started to block the windows from room 712. This window had become a piece of Tang Wei's heartache. If he didn't seal up this window, he felt that he couldn't sleep well. The windows of each dormitory he sealed with 4 layers of bedboards, and the mutant cactus made an impromptu cameo as a nail gun at this point, which worked wonders. Soon, the windows of room 712 were sealed tightly. Tang Wei was still a little uneasy, and piled 4 more beds and study tables to the window, so much so that even if a predator wanted to come in through the window, it would have to go through a lot of trouble. Following this method, Tang Wei sealed the windows of the other rooms in turn, leaving only the windows of room 702 unsealed. After all, this was his own room, and if there was danger coming from here, he would be able to detect it first, and wouldn't have to rely on sealing the windows for early warning. And there had to be a window left to see the sunlight as well. Tang Wei carried the mutant cactus again and reinforced the door to the building with the remaining bedpan. At this time, the poor mutant cactus ball has become bare. There is not a single spike left on the body, and the entire state of the sphere looks a little shriveled, as if the body has been emptied out, which is the real bullet out of food. After Song Ting and the others had eaten dinner, they began to count the items in earnest. Zhao Xinyue sat in the corner, her hands clasping her knees, her eyes red, obviously having just cried. Some of the thin figures looked helpless and pitiful. Chapter 45. Zhao Xinyue gives in. This trip to scavenge down fruitful, daily necessities full of a room, badminton, table tennis and other sports equipment also searched a lot. I have to say, this girl's dormitory is simply a mini storage of supplies, with all kinds of items. There were even some novelty items such as boyfriends. Of course, none of these items were taken upstairs. There is strength in numbers, and in just over an hour, the crowd was able to properly categorize the items they had scavenged. The scarce supplies were all moved to room 701, while more than 10 vibrant potted plants were sent to Tang Wei's room. Zhang Ji's residence was arranged by Tang Wei in the 705 that had just been packed up, living in the same dormitory as Yang Xiaoqian and Zhao Xinyue. After Tang Wei announced the dismissal, a group of girls immediately rushed to room 705 in a chirpy manner. The girls took their newfound table cards and excitedly played table games, laughter echoing through the room. Tang Wei had a rare moment of leisure. He cozied up in bed and took out his cell phone to brush up on a certain sound. The vast majority of videos on a certain sound are of people asking for help and supplies, and some people posting acquisitions. A bottle of ordinary water has been speculated to a sky-high price of $50,000 a bottle. Even so, there is still a price without a market, and the scarcity of supplies can be seen. Tang Wei directly skipped these useless videos and chose to view local videos. Soon, he swiped on a live recording. The shooter of the video is a student of Bincheng University. The background of the picture is a warehouse-like place. The three boys in the video are hiding in the warehouse, looking nervous. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the steel door. The three men were startled and hastily opened their mouths to inquire. Who? A somewhat stuttering voice came from the door. The same. Students, I am the school organization Search and Rescue. You open the door. I am here to save you. The boy shooting the video rushed out to stop it. Don't drive. But the other two were unimpressed and insisted on opening the iron warehouse door despite their companions. The moment the door was opened, what met his eyes was a shivering man with glasses, and behind him, there was actually a group of fierce-looking zombies standing densely. Ah! A miserable cry instantly rang out. The cell phone screen shook violently, and soon, the shooting cell phone fell to the ground. The image is fixed. A minute later, the phone was picked up and the image appeared to show a face full of pus, many of which had ruptured and were dripping disgusting yellow-green pus. The video then comes to a screeching halt. Tang Wei's pupils contracted violently when he saw this scene. The zombie that appeared in the video was the same one he had seen in the North Playground that was quite psychic. What he didn't expect was that the zombie's spiritual intelligence was actually higher than that of a predator. The predator was just using Jiangji and Wanya as bait waiting for the prey to be delivered to the door. But this zombie actually knew how to bring a human and help it trick the door. It was really scary. Tang Wei was immediately alerted. He called over all the people who were playing table cards and played this video to everyone. Looking serious, everyone memorized this clearly. From now on, if someone knocks on the door, they are not allowed to open it, no matter who is outside and what they claim to be. The women were all heartbroken even after watching the video. If Tang Wei wasn't there and someone really knocked on the door, maybe someone would really be so sanctimonious that they would open the door, and the consequences would be simply unimaginable. On the seventh day of the end of the world, early in the morning, a dazzling bolt of lightning crossed the sky like a sharp blade, followed by deafening thunder rolling from far and near. Tang Wei had not yet gotten up when he was awakened by the thunder. Yang Xiaoqian, who was shrinking in his arms, also opened her big sleepy eyes and asked in a daze, "Brother Wei, is it thundering?" Tang Wei nodded and sat up, looking out the window. At this time, the day just dawned. The sky is covered with dark clouds, Bean's big rain crackling from the sky. However, Tang Wei realized that the rain outside was actually still a bizarre blood-red color. Blood rain? Tang Wei got up and looked at the blood rain pouring down outside, his brows tightly locked. The horde of zombies, which had not been seen for days, reappeared on the North Stadium. They stood in the rain of blood as if they were enjoying it to the fullest. The scene was particularly frightening. Tang Wei had a vague bad feeling in his heart. The first blood rain turned humans into zombies. So what would the second blood rain turn zombies into? Will it evolve? Yang Xiaoqian also sat up, staring with wide eyes, her eyes filled with panic and bewilderment. Tang Wei gently patted Yang Xiaoqian's smooth back as a form of comfort. After Tang Wei and Yang Xiaoqian had gotten dressed, the others had also gotten up, but since the windows were all boarded up, everyone only knew it was raining outside, not that it was raining blood. The girls were still talking and laughing as usual, oblivious to the bizarre changes in the world outside. Tang Wei also didn't specifically tell the crowd about the blood rain. After all, it would just add to their worries if they knew about it. As usual, Lina and Xiaoyao went to 701 to receive a bag of bread and a bottle of water. Thank you, Viagra, for providing me with food and drink. Positive emotion value from Xiaoyao +1. Positive emotions from Lina +1. Zhang Ji was now considered Tang Wei's woman, and was naturally not restricted by supplies, but she remained coy when she saw Tang Wei, and it was clear that yesterday's incident had left her with a great psychological shadow. Zhao Xinyue still didn't have any supplies, and she stood alone in the corridor, blearily watching Xiaoyao and Lina collect their supplies. She hadn't eaten in over 2 days, causing her eyes, which had been radiant, to become dull. The pretty face looked a little thin from hunger, and the originally fair and smooth skin became a little rough, and the whole person looked haggard. Lina, who had just finished receiving supplies on the side, sighed helplessly when she saw Zhao Xinyue's miserable appearance. Xinyue, just give in to Wei. He's not at fault. You're not at fault either. It's your father who's at fault. Why are you suffering here for your father? And Wei is so powerful. He can turn out unlimited supplies. You should go after someone like that. If you get on good terms with him, maybe he'll spare your father. Lena's words seemed to do the trick. A glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of Zhao Xinyue, whose eyes were originally dull and lifeless. Lina was right. What qualifications did she have to fight against Tang Wei? Other than spoiling herself, she really didn't have any ability to fight Tang Wei. And even if he starved to death here, what could he do? Could it change Tang Wei's hatred for his father? She seemed to have figured everything out at once, and after giving Lina a grateful glance, she spoke in a hoarse voice. I know what to do. Thanks, Nana. Zhao Xinyue gathered her courage and took a step towards Tang Wei's room. Arriving at the door, Zhao Xinyue wiped her face and smoothed out her disheveled hair, then reached out and gently knocked on the door. Chapter 46, Concentrated Tianju Divine Oil? Tang Wei was absorbed in studying the dozen or so plants he had scavenged yesterday. Succulents and cacti made up the majority of these plants, as well as a few pots of ivy, but sadly there were no new varieties. Tang Wei removed the nail gun cactus from storage, which had run out of food yesterday, and put a pot of flourishing ivy into storage. Just then, there was a soft knock on the door from outside the room. Knock, 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 Tang Wei said casually without looking back, holding pure water in his hand to water the plants. Come in. The door to the room was slowly pushed open, followed by a soft slamming of the door. Tang Wei heard the sound of the door closing, and only then did he turn his head to look, only to see the increasingly thin Zhao Xinyue standing playfully in the doorway. After Zhao Xinyue closed the door, her gaze lingered briefly on Tang Wei, and then her footsteps didn't slow down the slightest bit as she walked over to Tang Wei. With a thud, Zhao Xinyue directly knelt down in front of Tang Wei, her voice carrying a few moments of trembling. Wei, Viagra, I was wrong. You forgive me. At this moment, Zhao Xinyue had long since lost her previous pride and godliness, and her tone was full of sincerity. As if he hadn't heard her words, Tang Wei continued to water the flowers carefully, without the slightest pause in his hands. Seeing that Tang Wei was unmoved, Zhao Xinyue bit her lip, and as if she had summoned up a great deal of courage, she slowly raised her hands and began to unbutton her blouse one by one. Tang Wei didn't stop him until he had watered all the flowers. Then he slowly moved his gaze to Zhao Xinyue, looking up and down to admire her. Zhao Xinyue's eyes reddened, forcibly holding back her sense of shame. Her lips were bitten to the point where they were slightly white, her voice getting smaller and smaller, almost a mosquito nagging, yet it was as if she had used all of her strength to squeeze it out from between her teeth. Wei, Viagra, I would like to serve you. Tang Wei walked unhurriedly to Zhao Xinyue's body, reached out his hand and gently hooked her chin, speaking with an indifferent expression. You stink. Go get some supplies and take a shower. Clean up and come back to me at night. Zhao Xinyue had been prepared to be verbally humiliated and physically bullied, so she couldn't help but be relieved when she heard Tang Wei tell her to wash up and come back. Thank you, Viagra. Positive sentiment from Zhao Xinyue +1. Zhao Xinyue gave a thank you before she weakly stood up and put her clothes back on under Tang Wei's watchful eye, then left from the room with a red face. Tang Wei received the positive emotional value provided by Zhao Xinyue, which made him smile with satisfaction. If Zhao Xinyue still wasn't genuinely grateful, then Tang Wei wouldn't mind throwing her out to feed the zombies. Tang Wei secretly resolved that even if he didn't want the 50+ adoration value rewarded by Heart's Delight, he would teach Zhao Xinyue to be a man tonight. It had been raining blood outside for hours, and near noon, it finally stopped. Tang Wei swiped a certain tone, trying to see if there was any novel news after this blood rain. Soon, Tang Wei found a video on a local channel. The general story is that not long after the blood rain, a man found a dark green fruit on a balsam fir tree in the neighborhood's greenbelt. The man directly picked it and ate it, and after eating it, he actually felt as light as a swallow, and his running speed increased dramatically. The man continued his search, rummaging through the entire neighborhood greenbelt, but never found a second fruit. After Tang Wei watched this video, he couldn't help but frown, secretly thinking, the fruit that man ate should be the speed fruit, but the color is a bit different from his own redeemed speed fruit. Could it be the same as corpse pill, which has a probability of boosting its attributes after eating it, but also has the side effect of losing its sanity after consuming too much of it, or even becoming a zombie? Both the corpse pill and the attribute fruit will allow a person to increase their strength, and as long as a person consumes them, they will fall deeper and deeper into the pursuit of power and continue to consume them, and eventually fall into a zombie. Tang Wei's eyelids couldn't help but jump when he thought of this. He suddenly felt as if this end of the world was trying to turn everyone into zombies. Tang Wei searched for similar videos again, but came up empty. But this video alone is proof enough that the second blood rain gives some plants the probability to bear attribute fruits. After turning off his cell phone, Tang Wei took out the blue corpse elixir that had burst out after the predator's death yesterday. After checking with the system, the properties of the blue corpse Dan were displayed. Third order corpse elixir. There is a 50% chance of obtaining this item when killing a Class F zombie. After using it, there is a probability of increasing 30 random attributes. Note, excessive consumption of the corpse elixir will lead to a buildup of corpse poison in the body of the user. and in severe cases, the user will lose her mind and turn into a zombie. Tang Wei realized that the blue corpse Dan was actually a third-order corpse Dan, and although the predator was difficult to deal with, the burst rate had increased quite a bit, with a 50% probability. It was no wonder that it burst out after killing a predator. Holding a third-order corpse Dan in his hand, Tang Wei opened the twister machine and chose to exchange twister points. Number of times the twister can be used: 10. A third-order corpse pill was exchanged for 10 twister opportunities, and Tang Wei directly drew a 10 in a row. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 pack of Angel brand anti-towels. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 box of heart print paper draws. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 case of Nyoji white wine. Will it be claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 box of anti-inflammatory medicine. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 box of rapid breaking pill. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of walkie-talkies. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a first aid kit. Will it be claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a box of skin care treasures. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host on receiving a large bathtub for 2. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 bottle of lasting spray. Is it claimed? Tang Wei was dumbfounded. Shouldn't there be a guaranteed bottom for 10 consecutive draws? The previous 2 draws had yielded wood knives and animal skin armor, but not this time? Moreover, drawing the walkie-talkie, first aid kit, 2 pots of rice, and a large double bathtub are just fine. After all, they can all be used. But what the hell is that long-lasting spray? If you're so powerful, why would you need to use such a thing? It was simply a joke. Tang Wei was the first to collect the spray. Turning over his hand, a vial appeared. Cold to the touch, the material alone was not simple. Tang Wei was a bit curious and used the system to check it out. Name: long-lasting spray. Type: consumable 30 times. Effect: 30 minutes longer. Grade: good, inferior, good, superior, excellent, superb. Introduction: lasting spray. The use of only need to spray to any part of the use of the effect. To extend the user's fighting time, fatigue value will not be consumed. It is rumored that this spray is refined from the dervish oil. Women use the man cannot stand. Men use the bed cannot stand. Bed with. After Tang Wei read the properties of the spray, especially the introduction, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This product grade actually reached good quality. But looking at the effect of some chicken ribs, right, I'm so strong, but still worse than that 30 minutes? Tang Wei carefully slipped it into his pocket, ready to try the effect on Zhao Xinyuai at night. Chapter 47, Yang Xiaoqian's mother's family comes to town. Tang Wei sat in front of the window, swiping a certain tone to check if any new messages had appeared, while staring at the zombies' every move in the playground. After the rain of blood stopped, most of the zombies once again disappeared without a trace. Only a few sporadic ones wandered aimlessly around the playground. Just then, Tang Wei's keen eyes caught a few trams that were quietly and slowly approaching from the north gate of the university. In this post-apocalyptic world, where fuel vehicles have lost their effectiveness along with thermal weapons, the tram has become the obvious choice. In particular, the silent nature of traveling can effectively avoid attracting the attention of zombies. Tang Wei frowned, his gaze not moving from those cars for a moment. Soon, he was shocked to realize that the cars were traveling in the direction of his location. Tang Wei's eyes narrowed slightly, as if a cheetah was staring at its prey, and a thought instantly flashed through his mind. Could it be that while searching for supplies yesterday, someone had hidden a cell phone, thus exposing the location of where the shelter was? Quickly, he shook his head again to dismiss the idea. After all, yesterday he had utilized his spiritual power and carefully probed the 7th floor to make sure that no one was privy to any electronic equipment. Tang Wei's brow furrowed even tighter as a skeptical target floated through his mind like a walking lantern. Fu Ho, Zhao Lang, Li Yanjiu, Li Wan, Zhao Yang. But after thinking about it, there was no way that these people could know the location of their shelter. Suddenly, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, Tang Wei violently remembered something. Once still in the women's bath, Yang Xiaoqian called her father. At that time, in order not to reveal the location of the women's bath, she lied and said she was in her dorm room. Aren't they in Yang Xiaoqian's dormitory now? I'll put it together. Did I botch it? Tang Wei couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Yang Xiaoqian, Tang Dish shouted loudly. Not long after, Yang Xiaoqian, who was playing badminton in the corridor, walked into room 702 with a puzzled face after hearing Tang Wei call himself. Brother Wei, you're looking for me? Yang Xiaoqian blinked her big watery eyes and asked with a curious expression. Tang Wei nodded, then gestured towards the window for Yang Xiaoqian to come over. Yang Xiaoqian walked to the window full of doubts and followed Tang Wei's gaze, then saw the 5 trams that had just stopped downstairs. No one got off the tram immediately after it stopped. The windows of the car slowly fell down, and 5 bows and crossbows protruded from the windows, instantly opening fire on the zombies attracted by the trolley. The 5 zombies didn't even have a chance to react and were instantly shot in the head. Only as the zombies were cleared away were the doors of all 5 cars opened at the same time. More than a dozen people dressed in martial arts school practice uniforms and more than a dozen people dressed in security uniforms fishtailed out. When they got out of the car, they guarded the 5 vehicles behind them, holding all kinds of weapons around them, obviously well trained. Only after the protective circle was formed did a young man in a practice uniform run to the first commercial vehicle, pulling the door open with his right hand and blocking the roof with his left. A young man in a white suit stepped out of the car. The man gets out of the car and tilts his head to survey Building C. Then, without slowing down, he walked to the door of the second commercial vehicle, reached out and opened the electric door, and a middle-aged, slightly chubby man slowly stepped out of the vehicle. The middle-aged man similarly tilted his head to look at the 7-story Block C building. Then, with a wave of his hand, he led the crowd towards the building. "This, my dad and my cousin? What are they doing here?" Yang Xiaoqian's eyes widened in surprise when she saw the visitor. Then she hurriedly turned her head to look at Tang Wei, anxiously explaining, "Brother Wei, I don't know how they came to be here. I really didn't contact them secretly. My cell phones are kept in 701. Yang Xiaoqian was so anxious that tears were rolling in her eyes. Tang Wei smiled and stretched out his hand, gently touching Yang Xiaoqian's small face and comforting her. "I know. Come on, let's go meet the parents." Tang Wei stepped towards the entrance of the building. Yang Xiaoqian frowned her pretty eyebrows and obediently followed behind Tang Wei. Song Ting and the others in the corridor saw Tang Wei and Yang Xiaoqian, whose eyes were a little red, walk out and felt that the atmosphere was a little off. Song Ting hesitated and opened her mouth to Yang Xiaoqian and asked, "Sin, what happened?" Yang Xiaoqian's eyes were a little red, biting her lips and opening her mouth. My dad and my cousin are here." The crowd was stunned, wondering how Yang Xiaoqian's family could have found their way here. A few minutes later, there was a rush of footsteps outside the building. Tang Wei cancelled the plant attack command standing by the door. "Auntie, it's almost here." A man's voice came. The door to the building was pulled hard, but it was unlocked and not opened. "Come over here, 2 men, and break down the door." The man's voice sounded again, with a touch of brutality. Tang Wei frowned, a little displeased in his heart, and spoke loudly. "Anyone outside listen up? Back up to the 6th floor in 3 counts or suffer the consequences." The crowd outside froze slightly, and then the man said with a disdainful cold snort, "Ha, breath is not small. Go 2 people to break down the door. I want to see what the consequences." Tang Wei also stopped talking nonsense and directly gave an attack order to the cactus and succulent at the door. The attack is automatically triggered whenever someone approaches the doorway. Put. My hand. What is this thing? There was a scream and stray footsteps from outside the door, and the 2 men who came up to the door, ready to break it down, were mercilessly struck down by the succubus and the cactus. This, Yang Xiaoqian's cousin, was instantly confused, and a group of people were frightened and panicked, and hurriedly retreated to the 6th floor. The middle-aged man in the crowd was similarly startled, but he quickly regained his composure and spoke. "Brothers inside, don't get me wrong, we're here with no ill will, we're here to find someone." Tang Wei sneered. "These big shots are like this. When you reason with them, they use their fists with you. When he realizes that your fists are harder than his, they start reasoning with you again. Why weren't you so polite when you broke down the door just now? If the door had been broken open just now, I'm afraid it would have been a different story." After Tang Wei didn't respond to Yang Feng's words, he glanced at Yang Xiaoqian, who was biting her lip and looking at herself blearily, and nodded his head, sort of acquiescing to the fact that Yang Xiaoqian could talk to her father. "Dad." Yang Xiaoqian's voice trembled a little. "Xing, how are you doing? Why is your cell phone turned off? You open the door. Dad take you away." Yang Feng was overjoyed when he heard Yang Xiaoqian's voice and spoke eagerly. Yang Xiaoqian bit her lip and glanced at Tang Wei, as if she had made some sort of determination, and said, "Dad, I'm all right, my cell phone broke, you guys go back. I'm not going back with you." Chapter 48, My Boyfriend Tang Wei. When Yang Feng heard that Yang Xiaoqian actually didn't intend to go back with him, he was about to open his mouth when Zhu Shangshu, who was wearing a white suit on the side, hurriedly grabbed his hand and said, "Xing, I'm your cousin. Open the door and come home with us. Auntie and I are worried sick about you." Yang Xiaoqian once again bit her lip and spoke in a firm tone. "Dad, you guys go home. I'm going to stay with my boyfriend." "What? A boyfriend? You actually got a boyfriend behind my back?" When Zhu Shangshu heard Yang Xiaoqian's words, his pupils contracted violently, and his black eyes instantly contracted to the size of a pinpoint before returning to normal. and he loudly asked back with a sinister face. Xu Shangshu has been pursuing Yang Xiaoqian for many years, and has long taken Yang Xiaoqian as his forbidden domain. Now the woman he regarded as a forbidden woman was actually saying she had a boyfriend. How could he stand it? Yang Feng frowned slightly after hearing Xu Shangshu's somewhat overly aggressive words. Xu Shangshu likes Yang Xiaoqian's thing. Yang Feng naturally knows, has always held the attitude of not opposing or supporting. As long as Yang Xiaoqian agrees, he has no opinion. But as far as he knew, his own daughter had never agreed to Xu Shangshu's advances. Xu Shangshu's reaction was a bit too emotional. After Xu Shangshu saw the gaze cast by Yang Feng, he also realized that he was a bit out of line just now and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. See Yao Tsing, I mean, how can you talk about something as big as a boyfriend behind your aunt's back and mine? And surely something as big as talking about a boyfriend has to be agreed upon by your aunt. Yang Feng spoke noncommittally after hearing Xu Shangshu's words. See Yao Tsing, even if you have a boyfriend, shouldn't you let me meet him? After all, I'm your father, so ask your friend to open the door and let's meet and talk. Yang Xiaoqian was caught in the middle. One side was her father, and the other side was Tang Wei. She really didn't want the two to clash, and even more so, she didn't want the two to cross swords. Her eyes were red and full of supplication as she looked at Tang Wei, like she was asking for his opinion. Tang Wei thought for a moment and opened his mouth. Old Joe, you tell your men to retire downstairs and come up here yourself. No way, who knows what you're up to? Before Yang Feng could say anything, Xu Shangshu, who was on the side, grabbed the opportunity and said loudly. Yang Feng felt that Xu Shangshu's words did have a few points of truth, and now the situation upstairs was unclear. If he went in alone, he was afraid that it would be dangerous, and after thinking about it, he opened his mouth. Let me go upstairs with Si Yaotsing's cousin, after all, her cousin is not an outsider. Tang Wei didn't say another word, but signaled Yang Xiaoqian to open the door. Soon, the door to the building was opened, and the two guard plants at the entrance were ordered into standby by Tang Wei. Yang Feng and Xu Shangshu took a step towards the upstairs. When he was almost at the door, Xu Shangshu purposely slowed down his steps and lagged behind by half a step, his eyes staring intently at the two strange plants. Yang Feng is worthy of being a superior before the end of the world. Did not even look at the two pots of strange plants at the door, striding straight up the stairs with a big step. His expression did not change at all, and he was not afraid. Xu Shangshu, who was 2 steps behind, saw Yang Feng walk past and neither of the two potted plants had any reaction, so he felt relieved and bold to follow. Yang Xiaoqian stood at the entrance of the building with red eyes. Yang Feng was relieved to see his daughter's face red and clean. At least her daughter didn't look like she had suffered much. After Xu Shangshu walked into the 7th floor, he scanned the week and froze at once. He saw 6 or 7 beauties standing in the corridor. Each of them was stunningly beautiful, not inferior to Yang Xiaoqian in the slightest. Casually taking out one of them can easily hang those netroots anchors and stars. Xu Shangshu involuntarily rolled his throat. His pupils contracted rapidly, and his eyes were instantly filled with greed and desire. Tang Wei glanced at the slightly blonde but excellent temperament of Yang Feng, then shifted his gaze to Xu Shangshu. Tang Wei clearly felt an evil and shadowy aura from Xu Shangshu's body. With doubt in his heart, Tang Wei then used the system to scan through Xu Shangshu's attributes. Name, Xu Shangshu. Sex, male. Age, 26. Level, 2. Experience value, 1540/5000. Ability, G-level power adept. Power, 220. Speed, 180. Endurance, 160. Bone strength, 3. Corpse poisoning, 70%. Corpse poisoning of 100% will result in complete loss of humanity. System tip: detecting that the target is being eroded by necrotic poison. Whether to cast the Witherwood skill. Casting consumes mental power 100. Can reduce the target 20% necrotic poison. Cooling time 24 hours. Tang Wei couldn't help but stare, not realizing that checking Xu Shangshu's attributes had also accidentally activated the healing skill. At first, there was the term healing in the introduction of the F-ranked ability card, but Tang Wei had never found the specific method, and only now did he realize that the original healing skill referred to the reduction of necrotic poison. At this time, Yang Xiaoqian took Tang Wei's arm and introduced the two of them. Dad, this is my boyfriend, Tang Wei. Brother Wei, this is my dad and that's my cousin. Yang Xiaoqian held Tang Wei's arm tightly, as if she was afraid of losing it. Yang Feng just casually swept a glance at the many beautiful women in the corridor, slightly revealing some surprise. After he looked Tang Wei up and down, he smiled non-committally and said, "Thank you for taking care of my daughter during this time." Tang Wei said with an indifferent grin, "You're welcome, old man. Your own woman should definitely be taken care of." Xu Shangshu, who was on the side, heard Tang Wei once again call Yang Feng his old man. Again, he saw that the woman he had coveted for so long was intimately holding Tang Wei's arm. At once, his eyes erupted with fire, and he spoke in a sorrowful tone. "Kid, are you the one who can call your old husband? Are you tired of living? Do you believe I'll kill you?" The corner of Tang Wei's mouth rose slightly, sneering with disdain. "Get me killed? how long has it been since you brushed your teeth? Why such a big mouth? If it wasn't for Yang Xiaoqian's face, you wouldn't even be qualified to talk to me. You, Zhu Shangshu's eyes widened in anger. Although the two plants at the door were strange, he felt confident that he could kill Tang Wei in an instant. Zhu Shangshu was about to make a move on Tang Wei, but Yang Feng, who was at the side, opened his mouth to stop him. Okay, Sin, you're coming home with Dad. The home is nicely remodeled, and there are over 80 other security personnel in the security company, which is much better in terms of environment, safety, and stockpiling of supplies. Yang Xiaoqian shook her head without hesitation and said with an unusually firm attitude, Dad, I'm not going back. I want to stay with Tang Wei. Yang Feng didn't expect his daughter to be so deep in this relationship. He glanced at Tang Wei, a little annoyed. Feeling that it must be this Tang Wei who had coaxed his daughter, Yang Feng said with the posture of a superior, Well, your friends can come back with us as well, but you and him will have to renegotiate. Zhu Shangshu's eyes lit up when he heard Yang Feng say that everyone could follow him back. He thought to himself, after going back, Tang Wei is still not at his mercy, and the rest of these stunning beauties will sooner or later become his bag. Thinking of this, Zhu Shangshu's pupils slightly contracted, and a lecherous smile appeared on his face as he greedily scanned over the women. Chapter 49, Punching Old Uncle, Kicking Brother-in-Law. After hearing Yang Feng's superior tone, Tang Wei smiled and opened his mouth to refuse. I appreciate the goodwill of my old husband, and I don't intend to become a door-to-door son-in-law just yet. Yang Feng frowned, a little dissatisfied with Tang Wei calling himself his old husband, as well as this ungrateful attitude, and coldly snorted without anger. Humph, is old father-in-law something you can call? I'm talking to my daughter. When is it your turn to interrupt? Hearing her father's words, Yang Xiaoqian unconsciously tightened her grip on Tang Wei's hand, her eyes full of pleading, afraid that Tang Wei would directly come to punch her old husband and kick her brother-in-law in a fit of anger. She was so anxious that her eyes were red, and she hurriedly said before Tang Wei, Dad, you guys get out of here. I said, me, no, go back, go. Zhu Shangshu, who was on the side, saw the two of them, Yang Feng and Tang Wei, arguing, and couldn't help but smile sorrowfully and arch his fire. Jia Jia, Xiao Qian, you are being coerced by this man. Don't worry with me and Auntie here. No one can coerce you. Yang Xiaoqian was extremely disgusted with Zhu Shangshu, her eyebrows knit tightly, and she did not have the good sense to say, Zhu Shangshu, our family's business has nothing to do with you. After Zhu Shangshu heard Yang Xiaoqian's words, a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes, and black veins faintly surfaced on his neck. Zhu Shangshu had long been charmed by the crowd of beautiful women with the evil fire rising. Hearing Yang Xiaoqian's words completely enraged, the corpse poison attacked his heart. He lasciviously sneered, It's okay? Jia Jia, all of you women will become my playthings. How can you say it's okay? After saying that, Zhu Shangshu clapped his hands. Snap! The crowd downstairs in their martial arts school uniforms ran upstairs as if they had received a signal. There was a rush of footsteps in the hallway. Yang Feng looked at Zhu Shangshu with some consternation and asked with a frown, Zhu Shangshu, are you crazy? What do you want? What am I doing? I'll your mom. I've played with you enough. All your stuff from now on, including your women and your daughters, will be mine. Ha ha. Yang Feng saw Zhu Shangshu's madness and flung his hand to slap him. Pa, have you lost your mind? Yang Feng glared angrily. Zhu Shangshu didn't dodge and received a solid slap. The smirk on his face became even more intense, lifting his leg and kicking hard at Yang Feng's chest. Yang Feng was kicked back several meters and fell on his butt, covering his chest with a stunned expression. Immediately after, Zhu Shangshu drew out a dagger and lunged towards Tang Wei, who was 2 meters away. Tang Wei smiled disdainfully, his body flashing as he rushed up to meet Zhu Shangshu. He raised his hand and punched, precisely knocking the dagger out of Zhu Shangshu's hand, followed by a swift and fierce broken leg, heavily kicking Zhu Shangshu's third leg. Boom! Ah! Zhu Shangshu was like a boiled prawn, his hands covering his belly, his body curled up on the ground, his face flushed, his eyes protruding out, screaming in pain. Tang Wei reached out and grabbed Zhu Shangshu's hair, and with a slight force, he threw him straight out of the entrance of the building, hitting the wall of the slow platform on the 6th to 7th floor before landing. The crowd that was charging upwards only saw a white shadow being thrown out like garbage, not knowing what it was, and hastily backed away for fear of it smashing into them. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw that it was Zhu Shangshu who threw it. How was it that Zhu Shangshu, who existed like a god of war in their eyes, was thrown out like a dead dog after only one look? Yang Xiaoqian didn't expect Zhu Shangshu to be heartless to this extent. She hurriedly helped her father up. After Yang Xiaoqian made sure that her father was not in any serious condition, she coldly looked at her little face, took the compound bow, strung an arrow and drew the bow, aiming at the several people with bows in the building. Song Ting and Xiaomang also took out their bows, aiming at the crowd inside the building. The people under Zhu Shangshu were suddenly even more confused. How could these women who were as beautiful as the heavens also be so fierce? Tang Wei ignored the shocked crowd as he stepped forward, grabbing Zhu Shangshu's hair with one hand and Zhu Shangshu's crotch with the other. It was like holding a mop and rubbing it back and forth on the ground, trying to wipe away the chunks of flesh and blood left by the previous strangulation of the mutant plant. The group of people from the martial arts center couldn't help but step back when they saw Tang Wei approaching step by step. Tang Wei looked at the white suit that had turned red, and the ground still hadn't been cleaned up. Turning to the clueless crowd, he spoke in a disgruntled voice. "You've got 10 minutes to clean up the hallway, and if there's a drop of blood or a piece of flesh left, I'll have you scrubbing the floor." The group of big men were scared to death after hearing Tang Wei's words, especially when they saw Zhu Shangshu's miserable appearance. How could they dare to hesitate? They have dropped their weapons in their hands, then taken off their coats and started cleaning up. Tang Wei is responsible for supervising the work on the side. 10 minutes later, the entrance to the building is new. The handrail is so clean that you can see the original wooden texture. The tile floor has been wiped sparkling. Only then did Tang Wei nod his head in satisfaction, carrying the dying Zhu Shangshu, as if driving ducks, driving more than 20 people toward the stairs. After arriving on the first floor, Tang Wei ordered the group to stay in the lobby of the first floor while he dragged Zhu Shangshu towards the few zombies on the playground. A trail of blood was left on the concrete floor, and the zombies not far away saw Tang Wei and lunged at him with open teeth and claws. Tang Wei threw his hand and threw Zhu Shangshu over. The pain of landing on the ground brought the unconscious Zhu Shangshu to his senses, and just as he opened his eyes he saw the pouncing zombies. Several zombies naturally wouldn't be polite when they saw the food that was delivered to their door, and they swarmed and pounced on Zhu Shangshu. Another mournful scream echoed across the playground. In less than a minute, Zhu Shangshu's screams came to an abrupt end. A few zombies also stopped nibbling on him and got up to charge at Tang Wei again. Tang Wei drew out his wood knife and easily disposed of the zombies in a few strokes. Then his gaze fell on Zhu Shangshu on the ground. Tang Wei was actually doing an experiment. He wanted to see what would happen to humans who were about to lose their sanity due to the necrotic poison, after they were bitten to death by a zombie. A few minutes later, the corpse of Zhu Shangshu in the pool of blood suddenly twitched, and then his limbs began to twist in a bizarre way. Immediately afterward, the body was turned on its back and the limbs twisted downward to hold the body up, looking like a four-legged crab. Tang Wei frowned and used the system to check, and Zhu Shangshu's attributes after the mutation instantly appeared before his eyes. Human centipede. Grade, G. Ability, devour. The more human limbs you devour, the stronger your ability. Power, 280. Speed, 220. Endurance, 220. Bone strength, 3. Spiritual intelligence, level 3. Human centipede? Tang Wei frowned. Unsurprisingly, Zhu Shangshu had indeed become a mutated zombie, only to see the human centipede twisting its body, Zhu Shangshu's original head turning around on its neck, its eyes almost all occupied by pitch black, ink-like eyes. Pitch black, deep eyes staring deathly at Tang Wei. 2 hoarse words were squeezed out from its sharp teeth. Tang Wei. Chapter 50. All the girls around me are as beautiful as flowers. Tang Wei did not talk much. An arrow step rushed forward. Hand up knife. Directly cut off his head. Sent him to his death. Killed G-class human centipede. Rewarded with 300 experience points. After waiting for a while, Zhu Shangshu's body gradually disappeared, but no items dropped. At this moment, Tang Wei could not help but think of Fu Dai. He must have eaten a lot of corpse pills as well, but he was not bitten to death by a zombie. Would he mutate? Holding the firewood knife, Tang Wei returned to Block C building with a big stride. The crowd in the hall had just witnessed that shocking scene, and at this moment, their eyes were filled with terror and awe as they looked toward Tang Wei. In the eyes of these people, it was as if Tang Wei had transformed into a chilling demon from hell. Tang Wei's eyes swept over each of the 5 trams parked in front of the entrance, 3 of which were Tenera and the other 2 were domestic commercial vehicles. He pointed to the 2 business cars in the center and spoke to the crowd. "Get me the keys to these 2 commercial vehicles." Immediately, 2 people in the crowd panicked and pulled out their keys, fearfully walking to Tang Wei and handing them over with both hands. Tang Wei nodded his head in satisfaction, his gaze coldly scanning the crowd, his tone flat but with a chilling undertone. "I'm in a good mood today, so I can spare your lives, but I need you to thank me properly." When the crowd heard this, they were dumbfounded and looked at each other in disbelief. No one could understand what tricks this living Hell King was playing again. Tang Wei looked at the crowd that froze in place, his brows frowning slightly, his face showing displeasure as he casually threw the mutant ivy at the gate. In a flash, as soon as the ivy landed on the ground, the vines grew wildly as if they had gone crazy. Their branches and vines danced wildly, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded more than 20 people in the center. The crowd was so scared that their faces turned white, only to hear a plop sound. More than 20 people instantly knelt down in unison. "Thank you for not killing Big Brother. Thank you, Big Brother. Thanks to Big Brother." The crowd was in a state of utter panic, expressing their gratitude under extreme shock. Tang Wei's brows furrowed even tighter as he reached out to interrupt the chaotic scene, his face full of dissatisfaction. Stop, stop, stop. The shouts are all over the place. None of them are sincere thanks. Unify your words of thanks. You must thank me sincerely. If you dare to make a false statement, don't blame me for being impolite. When he had finished, he sat down on the duty table at the door, his eyes like blades, staring coldly at the crowd. It was not easy for Tang Wei to come across so many people, so naturally he had to squeeze a wave of positive emotions. The crowd looked at each other, not knowing what to do. At that moment, a thin young man hesitated, slowly raised his hand, and volunteered to step forward. He glanced at Tang Wei with a few moments of fear, then cleared his throat and said, "Brothers, say it with me. Wish big brother, eat without worry, drink without worry, don't live in a bungalow, live in a tall building." More than 20 people rushed to agree in unison. Wish big brother, eat without worrying, drink without worrying, don't live in a bungalow, live in a high building. Positive emotion value from Daejang +1. Positive emotion value from Erchin +1. Positive emotions from Sangue +1. Positive emotions from the 4 old men +1. Tang Wei instantly received more than 20 positive sentiment values, and he gave a thumbs up to the young man leading the way. That young man, as if greatly encouraged, hastily proceeded to command, "Wish big brother, eat more and be less angry, and drive a Ferrari when you go out. I wish big brother, every day he eats big lobster, drinks Waha, and the girls around him are all as beautiful as flowers." Positive emotion value from Daejang +1. Positive emotion value from Erchin +1. System alert, positive emotion value has reached 100. New items are unlocked in the positive emotion mall. Tang Wei was in a good mood, reaching out to give that young man a big nod of approval and couldn't help but praise him. "Not bad brother, that's a great slip of the tongue." The skinny young man was a little embarrassed by Tang Wei's praise and grinned. "Big brother, I used to do live broadcasting. The hottest time the number of people in the live room has 10,000 plus it." Tang Wei nodded in understanding, secretly thinking about when he would use Jiang Ji's number to start a live stream, both to collect corpse dan and tight supplies, as well as solicit beautiful women, and gain some positive and negative emotional values. Just as Tang Wei was ruminating, Yang Feng slowly walked down the stairs with sluggish steps, supported by Yang Xiaoqian. On the way downstairs, Yang Feng had softly asked Yang Xiaoqian that if she wanted to leave, he would take her away even if he spelled out this old life. Yang Xiaoqian, on the other hand, had a serious face and firmly stated that she would not go. Yang Feng knew his daughter's obstinate character. Once she decided on something, it was something that could not be pulled back by 9 oxen. When Tang Wei saw Yang Feng and Yang Xiaoqian go downstairs, he waved his hand and retrieved the ivy into the storage position. Yang Feng came downstairs and saw that the people he considered the elite of the elite were honestly kneeling on the ground. It was only at this moment that he felt how stupid he had been before. Someone like Tang Wei couldn't even be invited away even if he did, and he actually tried to get his daughter to leave him. Yang Feng looked at Tang Wei, a bitter smile on his face, a few moments of supplication in his tone. "I did something wrong today, so I'll ask you to take care of Xiaoqian for me in the future. Whenever you need me in the future, just give me a call." Tang Wei nodded non-committally in response. Yang Feng took another fond look at his daughter, and then turned away with the crowd. Tang Wei looked at Yang Xiaoqian, who was watching her father go away, and asked in a flat tone, "Are you sure you don't want to go back with your father? This is your last chance." Yang Xiaoqian's gaze was firm and incomparable, and she shook her head decisively, saying in a sincere tone, "I was born as your man, I will die as your ghost, and as long as you don't leave me behind, I will follow you for the rest of my life." Tang Wei subconsciously touched the tip of his nose, not expecting to suddenly encounter this kind of confession, secretly thinking, this Yang Xiaoqian is not really like on their own. Push down is not an extra reward, or push down to try. Yang Xiaoqian didn't know that because of her confession, she had been put on the pushback list. Yang Feng glanced at Yang Xiaoqian before getting into the car. Then he pulled open the passenger door and raised the window. "I have to say, Tenera really can pull. 3 cars hard to stuff into more than 20 people." The slim young man who has done live broadcasts, in the trunk constantly waving goodbye to Tang Wei. A bunch of people come fast and leave even faster. After the 3 cars faded away and disappeared from sight, Yang Xiaoqian slowly turned her head. Her eyes were like full autumn water, full of love between the waves of light. She held Tang Wei's arm with a loving face and said softly, "Brother Wei, thank you." The reason why Yang Xiaoqian thanked Tang Wei was because she knew Tang Wei's strength, and if it wasn't for her sake, I'm afraid that all these people would have turned into corpses long ago. Tang Wei smiled indifferently, wrapped his arms around Yang Xiaoqian's slender waist, and turned to go upstairs. Just at the instant Tang Wei turned around, he could only feel the sweaty hairs on his back abruptly rooting up, a chill spreading from his spine. It was as if there was a pair of eyes full of malice behind them, staring intently at them. Chapter 51, Please close your eyes when it's dark. Tang Wei's brows tightly locked, his entire body alerted, not moving, quietly mobilizing his spiritual power, probing towards a building in the distance. After some careful inspection by the spiritual power, no abnormality was found. However, Tang Wei firmly believed in his perceptions, and as his spiritual power improved, his perception of crises also increased considerably. Tang Wei didn't tell Yang Xiaoqian and returned to the 7th floor with his arm around her. After locking the hallway door and securing it with a bedpan, he returned to room 702. A small storm did not affect the mood of the women in any way. Badminton, chess and cards play a lot of fun. This is definitely considered a paradise in the post-apocalyptic world. When Tang Wei returned to his room, he couldn't wait to open the Positive Emotions Mall. Check out what new items have just been unlocked. Fruit of the Spirit. Unsurprisingly, it was a fruit that could raise mental power. Tang Wei directly replaced 2 of them and feasted on them. There was no one shot this time, and it wasn't until the second spirit fruit was eaten that the system beep was heard. System alert, Fruit of the Spirit attribute enhancement successful. Mental strength plus 50. There are still over 90 positive emotions left. Tang Wei hesitated and exchanged 5 power fruits and 4 speed fruits. He then called the 4 women, Song Ting, Zhang Ji, Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng, to his room. Give 1 power fruit and 1 speed fruit to Xia Meng. Song Ting and Jiang Ji each have 1 power fruit and 1 speed fruit. The remaining 1 speed fruit and 2 power fruits were handed over to Yang Xiaoqian. Tang Wei wanted to give a few girls a boost in strength so that the shelter would be safer even in his absence. When Yang Xiaoqian, Xia Meng and Song Ting saw the red and green fruits distributed by Tang Wei, their beautiful eyes lit up, and after glancing at Tang Wei with eyes full of love, they hurriedly thanked him in quick succession. Thank you, Brother Wei. Thank you, Brother Wei. Positive emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian plus 1. Admiration value from Natsuki plus 1. Positive emotion value from Song Ting plus 1. Although Jiang Ji didn't know the wonderful use of this fruit, but seeing the other 3 women's surprised looks, she could also guess that this fruit was by no means extraordinary. After several women received the fruit, they couldn't wait to eat it. After a few minutes, the adore value, sentiment value and positive sentiment value continued to increase. Positive emotion value from Yang Xiaoqian plus 1. Admiration value from Natsuki plus 1. Admiration value from Jiang Ji plus 1. Positive emotion value from Song Ting plus 1. When the few girls finished eating, Tang Wei used the system to check a glance at the attributes of Song Ting's few girls. Name, Song Ting. Sex, female. Age, 24 years old. Level, 1. Experience value, 300/1000. Capability, ordinary level. Strength, 170. Speed, 120. Endurance, 70. Bone strength, 1. Face value, 94 points. Body, 95 points. Temperament, 96 points. Sentiment, 0. White. Overall attractiveness score, 95. Meets the criteria for a goddess. After looking at Song Ting's attributes, Tang Wei turned his gaze to Yang Xiaoqian. Name, Yang Xiaoqian. Sex, female. Age, 21. Level, 1. Experience value, 760/1000. Capability, ordinary level. Strength, 170. Speed, 120. Endurance, 70. Bone strength, 1. Face value, 92 points. Body, 92 points. Temperament, 93 points. Sentiment, 0. White. Overall charisma score, 92. 3 points, meets the criteria for a goddess. Yang Xiaoqian's strength reached 170, already close to the level of a G-grade alien, and the speed fruit should not have been raised successfully. Still remaining at 120, Tang Wei turned his gaze back to Xia Meng. Name, Xia Meng. Sex, female. Age, 21 years old. Level, 1. Experience value, 460/1000. Capability, ordinary level. Strength, 170. Speed, 120. Endurance, 70. Bone strength, 1. Loyalty, 100. Psyche and Hakaichi. Xia Meng's attribute panel changed a bit. The rating disappeared, and in its place, there was an extra column of loyalty. And with Xia Meng's loyalty actually being 100, Tang Wei turned his gaze to Jiang Ji. Name, Jiang Ji. Sex, female. Age, 22 years old. Level, 1. Experience value, 200/1000. Capability, ordinary level. Power, 120. Speed, 120. Endurance, 70. Bone strength, 1. Loyalty, 80. Loyalty. Jiang Ji's loyalty didn't reach 100 though, but after all, she has only been here for 2 days, and before that, she was also mercilessly destroyed by Tang Wei, so it's normal for her to be relatively low for the time being. After pondering for a while, Tang Wei directly said to the 4 women, in the future, the mechanism of receiving supplies will be cancelled. 3 meals will be provided every day, and the food will be improved once a day, with enough A5 Wagyu beef, roasted chicken and fruits, and the only requirement is that I must be sincerely thanked before the 3 meals. Tang Wei was not short of supplies now, and if he wanted negative emotional value to post an ad, he would have it. Naturally, there was no need to leave the girls without a bitter heart-on, and you get more positive sentiment value and adoration value this way too. Everyone else is still starving outside, but Tang Wei's side has already entered the petty life in advance. Song Ting's few girls nodded their heads after hearing Tang Wei's arrangement. Wait for the excited few to leave. Tang Wei checked his attribute panel. Name, Tang Wei. Age, 23 years old. Level, 2. Upgrading experience, 3620/5000. Ability, Class F with attribute alien. Power, 350. Speed, 300. Endurance, 300. Bone strength, 4. Mental power, 300/400. Wood property affinity, 6. Plant storage, 3/3. Fatigue value, 250/250. Positive sentiment value, 7. Negative emotions, 35/38. Reach 5000 to unlock new items. Admiration value, 36. After looking at his own interface, Tang Wei closed it. Open the twister screen and select the items inside that you have not yet claimed. In the blink of an eye, Tang Wei has a large double bathtub 1.2 meters wide and 1.5 meters long in front of his eyes, and both the workmanship and materials are perfect. Donovan placed the bathtub in a position diagonally across from his bed. Tang Wei put another box of 52-degree ergwo under the bed and the first aid kit in the drawer, then picked up a box of walkie-talkies. When you open the outer package, there are 2 cell phone-sized walkie-talkies inside, as well as 2 matching chargers and earphones. Tang Wei flipped through the manual. It could reach 10 kilometers in an unobstructed situation, and it could easily reach more than 8 kilometers for use in the city. Tang Wei flipped the switch and tuned an encrypted channel before pressing the call button to start the test. Hey, 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 123, hey, 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 123, came out clearly from the other intercom then. Tang Wei nodded with satisfaction. He would carry one with him in the future, and the other would stay in the duty room, so he could be the first to be notified if there was a situation. As night falls, when it's time for dinner, Tang Wei exchanges a few pounds of A5 and beef, and takes out 2 bottles of ergwo, and there's enough roast chicken, steak, and fruit to go around. The group ate and drank like they were on an apocalyptic bender, talking and laughing. A group of girls warbled and blushed, obviously relaxing from the stress of this post-apocalyptic world under the effect of alcohol. After a good meal, a group of girls came to the 704 duty room to play werewolf killing. Tang Wei, on the other hand, was hard-pressed by the crowd to be the host. Tang Wei reluctantly agreed, but there was a rider. The loser had to take off 1 piece of clothing in each game. Yang Xiaoqian, Xia Meng and Song Ting were okay, just blushing hot and did not speak out against it. The rest of the girls, even Jiang Ji, waved her hands in succession, and Xia Yao was even more frightened. But under Tang Wei's strong request, Yang Xiaoqian's push and the effect of alcohol, the group of girls agreed to Tang Wei's badass proposal. Tang Wei swept over the crowd with a lustful look. Then he began to distribute identity tags to them with a bad smile. Please close your eyes when it's dark. Chapter 52, No One's Mom Can Help. Werewolves, please open your eyes. Werewolves, please choose who you want to kill. At the end of the first game, the 2 girls, Zhao Xinyue and Li Na, managed to win as werewolves. The 2 women's taut nerves finally loosened up and they let out a long breath. Looking at the other girls, in the face of Tang Wei's lustful eyes roaming recklessly over their bodies, each of them were so shy that their faces looked like peach blossoms. Character of bold Yang Xiaoqian, generous directly off the jacket sportswear. Xia Meng also followed. Soon, only Xia Yao was left in the room still squirming. Seeing this, Tang Wei frowned and began to cast PUA, opening his mouth. Xia Yao, everyone is waiting for you. If you don't execute, this game can't go on. We can't let you alone spoil everyone's fun. Xia Yao's face turned red, her lips slightly opened, and after hesitating for a moment, she clenched her teeth and still took off her jacket. The second round ended with the good guys camp winning and the 2 werewolves, Yang Xiaoqian and Zhang Ji, being eliminated from the tournament. Yang Xiaoqian had a frank face, and without hesitation, she took off her camisole undershirt, and the underwear inside was instantly revealed. Zhang Ji, on the other hand, was blushing like a ripe apple, her eyes just meeting Tang Wei's. Then he averted his eyes in panic and eventually chose to take off his shoes to complete his punishment. Game 3, 4th inning, 5th inning. At the end of the 6th inning, the first lucky goddess Yang Xiaoqian was born. At this point, the others hadn't reached that level, but they were close. Sixth inning. The plot here is hard to describe in the right words. Seventh inning. Some scenarios are not appropriate to detail. After 7 innings, the entire room was in springtime. Tang Wei couldn't help but smack his lips, so excited that tears slipped uncontrollably down the corners of his mouth, and his nosebleed flowed down indisputably. Tang Wei handily wiped the nosebleed and tears from the corner of his mouth, cleared his throat, and cheekily proposed, "Ahem, it's true that the weather has been rather dry lately, huh? Let's change the rules next. Whoever wins can enjoy the massage service. I will be responsible for the implementation." Tang Wei's shameless proposal, coupled with the fact that at this time the wine had passed most of its strength, the women were immediately bashful and refused. The group of girls quickly got dressed, not wanting to let certain people continue to take advantage of them. Tang Wei could only look at them with intent. After some observation and comparison, Tang Wei felt that the ones with the most outstanding figures were Xia Yao and Song Ting. He made up his mind that he would exchange a would attribute exotic energy card for Xia Yao and Song Ting in the future when he had accumulated more adoration value. If they both performed the Deadwood skill, they might both be able to turn zombies into humans. Tang Wei and a group of beautiful women surrounded by cuirasses and pearls fooled around for a while longer before the crowd gradually dispersed. Not long after Tang Wei returned to his room, he heard the door of his room being gently pushed open. Zhao Xinyue came in with a red face and wriggling hands. The corners of Tang Wei's mouth rose slightly. The rightful owner he was waiting for had finally arrived at his door. Zhao Xinyue had obviously dressed up carefully on purpose, wearing a yellow t-shirt that was loose to the knees. The Bikacha pattern emblazoned on her chest rose and fell with her breathing, making her look dimpled. At this time, Zhao Xinyue's face was scarlet and her skin was as white as snow, a far cry from her previous haggard appearance. Zhao Xinyue looked at Tang Wei, who was staring at her with a smirk, and her face became more and more red. She slowly walked over to the bed, and before she could stand still, she was pulled onto the bed by Tang Wei. It didn't take long before Zhao Xinyue's face was so red that it looked like it was going to drip blood, and she stammered to Tang Wei, "Brother Wei, wait a minute, my period is coming. I'll stay with you in a couple days, okay? No one's mom is good enough." It took half a day for Tang Wei to react to what Zhao Xinyue was saying. Tang Wei was dumbfounded, feeling like he had been tricked by Zhao Xinyue. He but just sprayed the spray. At the moment strong terrible, did not expect Zhao Xinyue at this time to say that her mother came. Tang Wei studied it carefully before realizing that this little nymph Zhao Xinyue was lying to him. Angry and evil, Tang Wei directly taught her to be a human being. 2 hours later, Zhao Xinyue cried for mercy. Only then did Tang Wei let her go and opened his mouth. "Get lost, call Jiangji to me," said Tang Wei viciously. Zhao Xinyue nodded her head busily and got up in a panic, straightening her clothes before running out with a hobbled gait. A few minutes later, there was a soft knock on the door from outside the room. Knock, knock, knock. Without saying a word, Tang Wei directly got up and opened the door. Jiang Ji, who was standing at the door with a flushed face, subconsciously wanted to back away when she saw the door being opened. But where was she faster than Tang Wei's movements? With a gentle tug, Tang Wei pulled Jiang Ji into his arms, followed by a princess hug, and after closing the door with his foot, he walked to the bed. In addition to shyness, there was also a hint of fear in Jiang Ji's eyes as she looked toward Tang Wei. Her voice was as small as a mosquito's cry. Wei, I'm scared." The lights went out and the bed swayed. Early morning of the 8th day of the end times, Tang Wei got up early, and he glanced at Jiang Ji, who had a delicate face and was still asleep. Reaching out, he pounded his aching old back. He got screwed by that spray. "I thought it was only a 30-minute effect, but I didn't realize it almost became a perpetual motion machine." After some experiments, Tang Wei realized that the so-called long lasting spray is clearly a combat spray. Spray it on when you're fighting at full strength and you can power out for 30 minutes without feeling fatigued. Instead, Donovan used it for this. Tang Wei moved his muscles for a bit before pushing the door open and walking out of the room. As soon as he went out, he saw Xia Yao with 2 dark circles under her eyes. Xia Yao's face instantly turned red when she saw Tang Wei, and she didn't know if it was because of the werewolf kill she played last night, or because of the sound from the night. Only after everyone had eaten breakfast did Jiang Ji walk out of Tang Wei's room holding the wall. Jiang Ji's eyes immediately averted when she saw Tang Wei. In her eyes, Tang Wei was too scary. Thinking that after last night she would cross the mental barrier and stop being afraid, but now she was even more afraid than before. After breakfast, Tang Wei told the crowd about his decision to use Jiang Ji's account to open a live broadcast on a certain sound. Jiang Ji was the first to nod her head in agreement, and the other beauties chatted and began to come up with ideas. Tang Wei, on the other hand, directly opened his mouth and arranged it. "I'm going to get a doomsday trading platform and live trade. Zhao Xinyue and Li Na, you two are majoring in drone application. It just so happens that the last time we brought back 4 drones from 303. You two will be responsible for delivering the supplies to the customers and picking up the exchanged supplies. To put it bluntly, it's a drone courier business. Jiang Ji is in charge of live broadcasting with me. Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng are in charge of the backstage management of the live broadcasting room, as well as organizing the backstage orders. Sister Ting and Xia Yao are in charge of the venue and packing. That's the division of labor for now. I'll go remodel room 703 in a while and use it as a drone landing site. The women couldn't help but be surprised for a moment after hearing Tang Wei's arrangement. It seems like Tang Wei has been planning this for a long time, not like a whim. Otherwise it wouldn't even be clear as day what each person's division of labor is. Soon everyone started to get busy with cell phone holders, beauty lights, drone debugging connections and more. Tang Wei, on the other hand, removed the bedpan from the window of room 703 and opened the window. Cut the bedpan to the proper size with a wood chipper according to the size of the window. Remove the Cactus brand nail gun, and secure the bedpan outside the window. After everything was ready, Tang Wei returned to 702, logged on to Jiang Ji's certain voice number, and prepared to live broadcast. Chapter 53 Miss G's official announcement. As soon as Miss G's account opened, thousands of people instantly flooded into the live broadcast room. When the fans who entered the live broadcast room and realized that Jiang Ji's account was actually a man broadcasting live, they sent out questions on the public screen. Mei De, who is this man? How to use Ji Girl's account live? User 64281, who's this? Where's Jiang Ji? Prissy Fairy, hey guys, look at the background behind him. Is that bottled water? I'm a Sky Fairy. Holy, what's with all the supplies? The public screen was full of messages, all talking about the supplies behind Tang Wei and why a man was live on Ji Girl's account. Tang Wei waved to Jiang Ji, who was off to the side. Jiang Ji then sat by Tang Wei's side in a well-behaved manner. Her cheeks flushed as she waved her hand at the live broadcast. Tang Wei, on the other hand, naturally reached out and wrapped his arm around Jiang Ji's waist on. Jiang Ji leaned a little stiffly into Tang Wei's arms, a series of simple actions, as if it were an official announcement. At once, the live broadcast exploded. Small steel gun, I put together. What is the situation? The official announcement? Is MS G in love? Protector, I'll get it together. Who is this man? User 161232, what's the situation? Jiang Ji isn't being held hostage, is she? Why does it feel a bit reluctant? Ji, what's the situation? Are you in danger? Blink if you're under duress. IG lifetime, I'm coming. Kid, quickly take away your dirty hands. Don't touch my goddess. Girl guardian, damn. Kid, don't you dare report the location. I'll go real you go now. All sorts of messages were all over the place. Pop-up screens were generally brushed, and one was already topped out without waiting to be read. The popularity of the live broadcast room was also rapidly soaring, and soon reached 20,000 plus from the original several thousand. That's a statistic that wouldn't have been a big deal before the end times, but in these end times it's extremely scary, and the numbers are continuing to grow. Tang Wei's side has not opened the microphone. The people in the live broadcast room can only see Jiang Ji by the man's arm, talking and laughing. The man's hand still shifted position restlessly from time to time, watching the licking dogs wail in pain. When the heat of the live broadcast reached 30,000 plus, Tang Wei smiled and nodded, and only then did Jiang Ji turn on the live broadcast microphone. Tang Wei swept a glance at the messages that littered the public screen, basically telling Tang Wei to let go of their goddess. Others even started spouting profanity straight away. Tang Wei lightened his voice and opened his mouth to Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng. Management, kick out all the cussing dogs in the live room and permanently blackball them. As the words fell, Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng began to clean up, and soon there were many fewer voices of abuse in the live broadcast room. Tang Wei cleared his throat and spoke after seeing that the dismount worked. Hello everyone, my name is Tang Wei. I'm Jiang Ji's boyfriend. I'm officially announcing that I'm becoming a positive anchor today. Anyone with any questions about the end times can apply for a link. I don't need a reward just to thank you. Of course, everyone can see, I have abundant supplies, complete equipment, Binchang range to take in beautiful women. Interested can background private message me. Meet the requirements can be picked up at home. At the same time, I also buy wild attribute fruits here all year round, as well as the corpse pills that burst out after the death of the zombies, as well as other in-demand supplies can all apply for a streak. As long as it's useful, we'll pick up and deliver to your door. Tang Wei's 3 messages were like 3 bombs that instantly detonated in the live broadcast room. Negative emotion value from A+1. Negative emotion value from B+1. Negative emotion value from C+1. Negative emotion value from DIN+1. The negative emotion value unsurprisingly started to skyrocket. Tang Wei had prepared for this. As long as the negative emotion value broke through the safety line of 3,700, he would exchange for bread and pure water. Song Ting and Xia Yao were responsible for organizing the supplies that Tang Wei had changed out and sending them to the other rooms. A few seconds later, the first person to request a link appeared. As soon as it was connected, a curse came from the other side. Tang Wei frowned and spoke directly. This little black sprayer, permanently blacklisted. By this time, Xia Yao, who was in charge of frying the steaks, had finished frying the A5 Wagyu on a white porcelain plate with a silver knife and fork, and a few slices of banana and apple for garnish. Sun Ting hides behind the camera and delivers the steak to Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji took it and first showed it to the fans in the broadcast room. Then he elegantly cut the steak into small pieces in front of tens of thousands of netizens and carefully fed it to Tang Wei one bite at a time. This single act alone instantly broke the hearts of tens of thousands of dog lickers. The live broadcast room was originally brushing with messages such as Tang Wei's unworthiness, and when A5 and Bull appeared, the messages on the public screen gradually changed. Stealer, I'll go. Steak? Fruit? Where did this come from? This can't be a pre-apocalyptic recording. Generation 1, this isn't just any steak. This would be Wagyu. Wanxiang real estate boss, this is not an ordinary Wagyu. It should be a 5-grade Wagyu. After feeling that the emotions were almost mobilized, Tang Wei took a piece of raw A5 Wagyu from the side and showed it in front of the camera. As you should be able to see, this is genuine A5 Wagyu beef, with fine, bright red meat and fine and good shiny fat texture. Today, in order to give back to the majority of fan families, the original price of 10 corpse dan before you can exchange a pound of A5 Wagyu beef, only 1 corpse dan can be exchanged for a pound of A5 Wagyu beef. Xia Yao, who was on the side, hurriedly followed the words and techniques Tang Wei had taught her and opened her mouth. Boss, no way. At that price we'll lose money and go bankrupt. Why not? I'll be temperamental today and exchange at this price. Administrator, send the exchange criteria directly to the live broadcast. Yang Xiaoqian sent the exchange standard table prepared in advance to the live broadcast. 1 corpse pill equals sign 1 roasted chicken. 1 corpse dan equals a caddy of Wagyu beef. 1 corpse dan equals a bottle of water, plus a loaf of bread. 1 corpse dan equals an apple, plus a banana. 1 fruit equals 2 pounds of Wagyu beef. 1 property fruit equals 2 roasted chickens. 1 fruit equals 2 loaves of bread, plus 2 bottles of water. 1 fruit equals 2 apples, plus 2 bananas. After the redemption criteria were handed out, Tang Wei displayed the roasted chicken, fruits, and other supplies that Xia Yao had prepared one by one. The live stream instantly blew up. Dozens of applications for connectivity were sent. Tang Wei chose a random user to connect to. User 63525, hello Anchor, I have 1 fruit here. Can you see if it's the attribute fruit you mentioned? The video shakes and soon focuses on a black and red fruit the size of a sago. After Tang Wei had read it, he nodded and opened his mouth. Yes, this is the attribute fruit. What do you want to trade for it? User 63525, I want to trade for 2 bags of bread and 2 bottles of water. Anchor, how do we trade? You'll send us a private message with your address and phone number to our back office, and our administrator will arrange for a drone to deliver and pick up the goods. All you need to do is to put the property fruits into a bag and place it in an open location. Chapter 54, Zhao Xinyue becomes a guinea pig. The first connected user quickly sent the location as well as contact information. Song Ting and Xia Yao bagged the supplies according to the order and delivered them to 703 Zhao Xinyue and Lina. Lina started by hooking up the bags of supplies to the drone spreader afterward. Controlling a certain DJI drone, he took off from the temporary landing site Tang Wei had reserved at 703 and flew towards the navigation location. Once you reach the navigation location, you dial the trader's number. The supplies are then dropped off and returned by grabbing them to complete the transaction. The 2 girls, Lina and Zhao Xinyue, have played a great role in the UAV application technology program. It didn't take long for the next person to apply for a streak to show up. Small steel cannon, Anchor, I've got 2 beads from the zombies here. Can I exchange them for 4 bottles of water? Of course. I'll give you an extra bag of bread for your first time working together. Today's first day of broadcasting, every order will be given an extra item. The quantity is limited. First exchanged, first served, Tang Wei said very generously. Small steel cannon, thank you. Anchor, thank you. Anchor, the opposite small steel cannon was instantly grateful. Positive emotions from Yang Gang +1. Positive emotions from Yang Gang +1. After the streak with the 3rd person ended, the same user who had initially streaked sent another streak request. When Tang Wei got through, he saw that the young man with glasses was gulping down bread and water. User 63525, Anchor, the supplies have been received. Thanks to the Anchor brother also sent an extra banana. Everyone rest assured that the transaction, the Anchor is absolutely conscientious. Positive emotion value from Zhao Kai +1. With this positive feedback from the first user sent out, the applications for connectivity came in like a tidal wave. There were also some people who didn't have corpse pills and attribute fruits who wanted to exchange them with the supplies around them. Most of them are everyday items and such though, not really worth much. At this time, the live broadcast room was as lively as boiling water, with various gifts frantically brushing the screen. In the post-apocalyptic world, money has lost its original role, and all kinds of carnivals are full of them. After Tang Wei went live for more than an hour, he let Jiang Ji take over the broadcast. Corpse Dan and attribute fruit Jiang Ji already knew how to tell the difference. The only thing that Jiang Ji would ask Tang Wei about was some of the ones that were exchanged with other materials. At this time Tang Wei's team, like a high-speed precision machine, production, marketing, packing, shipping, and receiving form an industry chain that puts the e-commerce profession to good use. As time came to noon, Tang Wei appeared on the screen and closed the broadcast after telling his fans to continue tomorrow morning. At the time the show was turned off, there were still more than 500 people applying for the link, and the number of viewers reached 50,000 plus. In a little over 3 hours, 12 orders had been completed. The one transaction had fallen through, and the person who had placed the order had been eaten by a walker when he went to pick up the supplies. The two girls, Zhao Xinyue and Li Na, were quite good at manipulating the drones, dropping supplies and grabbing them, playing very skillfully. Of these 12 orders, the furthest one was one from the Binchang University of the Arts, with a straight line distance of 8 kilometers, and the business has gradually expanded outward from Binchang University. The group gleefully gathered to eat and drink while summarizing the morning's experience. Tang Wei, on the other hand, was on the sidelines counting the corpse pills and attribute fruits he had exchanged. After 11 transactions, a total of 15 corpse pills and 3 power fruits were exchanged. Tang Wei picked up a dark red attribute fruit and used the system to check its attributes. Name: Tainted Fruit of Power. Type: Disposable Consumables. Effects: increase experience value by 30 points after use, and have a probability to increase strength value by 20 points. Grade: inferior, 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 good, superior, fine, very fine. Description: the fruit of power contains great energy, but because it is contaminated by the rain of blood, there is a necrotic poison in the flesh of the fruit, and if it is used too much, it will lead to the user's loss of sanity, and in serious cases, it will even turn into a zombie. Tang Wei took the fruit and carefully examined it. Sniffing it close, he could smell a faint smell of decay. Tang Wei didn't dare to eat it, in case any side effects appeared after eating it. It would be embarrassing. Tang Wei hesitated for a moment as he remembered that Zhao Xinyue had actually dared to lie to him yesterday. He decided to let Zhao Xinyue test the waters first, and he called Zhao Xinyue, who was eating on the side, over. Xinyue, you've performed very well today. Reward you with an attribute fruit that can change your physique after eating it. Zhao Xinyue was slightly stunned and rushed to thank him repeatedly. Thanks. Why? Admiration value from Zhao Xinyue +1. All the women cast envious gazes, especially Xia Yao, who was so greedy that she gulped. Tang Wei had a smile on his face, and that look was like the queen who handed Snow White the poison apple. Zhao Xinyue took the fruit and feasted on it in front of Tang Wei. Tang Wei stared intently at Zhao Xinyue, only to see her pupils contract for a small moment after she finished eating, but it was fleeting and quickly returned to normal. If Tang Wei hadn't purposely stared, he wouldn't have been able to notice this subtle change. Zhao Xinyue felt the increase in power and hurriedly thanked him again. Thanks. Why? Admiration value from Zhao Xinyue +1. Tang Wei smiled and nodded, then used the system to check Zhao Xinyue's attributes. Name: Zhao Xinyue. Sex: female. Age: 19. Level: 1. Experience value: 30/1000. Capability: ordinary level. Power: 90. Speed: 70. Endurance: 70. Bone strength: 1. Loyalty: 80. Loyalty. Corpse poison: 5%. Sure enough, after eating the contaminated attribute fruit, the item corpse poison appeared on the attribute panel. Just then, a prompt came from the system. System tip: detecting that the target is being eroded by necrotic poison. Is it possible to cast the Withered Wood skill? Casting consumes 100 mental energy, reduces the target's necrotic poison by 20%. Cooldown time 24 hours. Tang Wei chose to cast the Withered Wood skill. Zhao Xinyue only felt like a spring breeze, as if her mind was instantly much clearer. Tang Wei checked her attributes again and found that the column of necrotic poison had disappeared. The end of the experiment. The uninformed mouse Zhao Xinyue still thanked Tang Wei constantly. His eyes flickered, but also showed a trace of love. Tang Wei was secretly calculating in his mind. This tainted attribute fruit would increase the corpse poison by 5% when used, while his own skills could remove 20%. Maximize the benefits by waiting for the target to use the attribute fruit 4 times before removing it. Thinking of this, Tang Wei rewarded Xia Yao and Li Na with another corrupted power fruit each. The two women were so excited that their hands were trembling, and after receiving the fruit, they ate it without saying a word. Positive emotion value from Xia Yao +1. Positive emotions from Lina +1. Tang Wei, on the other hand, had exchanged all 15 Corpse Dawn for Twister points. He took a deep breath and opened the 15 straight draw with anticipation. Chapter 55, Seductive Black Silk. The Twister screen flickers and the drawn items are displayed one by one. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 pack of vampire brand anti-towels. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 7-colored rotating lamp. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 case of 82 Lafite Rothschild red wine. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of seasoning gift packs. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 box of rapid breaking pill. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a maid's outfit. Do you want to receive it? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 piece of good black silk. Do you want to receive it? As the twister machine continued to flash and display various items, Tang Wei's face became increasingly ugly. Originally, he was looking forward to drawing something as practical and precious as a wood knife or an animal skin armor in 15 consecutive draws, but the reality gave him a heavy blow. Other than 82 raffles and a maid's outfit, what kind of did you get? Could it be that the system is looking at the large number of beautiful women around him and the high demand? So every time the twister draws there are anti-towels? Tang Wei secretly slandered. With a disgusted look on his face, Tang Wei chose to redeem all the items. In the blink of an eye, a small pile of Auntie's wipes appeared in front of me. When the women saw this scene, their eyes gradually filled with love as they looked at Tang Wei. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, hygiene products were extremely scarce, and Tang Wei was able to turn out these things for them from time to time, a thoughtfulness that touched them somewhat. Tang Wei waved his hand lifelessly and said, "Any of you who need them get your own. Day, night, slim, wing guards, all types." Tang Wei has reached a point where he knows the uses and styles of anti-towels like the back of his hand. Several women sniffed and walked forward with red faces, each picking out what they could use. Tang Wei originally thought that he had studied the laws of the twister and felt that the more times he drew in a row, the better the things he drew would be. But this draw seemed to break the pattern he thought he had discovered. Sighing helplessly, Tang Wei received the 82 Lafite and the maid's outfit under the bed, the 7-colored rotating lamp for him to throw aside, and picked up the black silk that could be torn once. When he was about to give it to Song Ting and keep it for later tearing, he suddenly felt that the black silk was cold in his hand. The touch was smooth and creamy, and the elasticity was even better and amazing. This was countless times better than the black silk feel Song Ting had worn before. Tang Wei was full of doubts and used the system to check the details. Name: good black silk. Type: defense. Defense: 12. Grade: good, inferior, inferior, good, superior, excellent, superb. Introduction: good black silk is made from mutated Darwin bark spider silk, with superior quality, delicate touch and amazing defense ability. It is a great choice for big girls, small daughters-in-law and second-hand old ladies. Certain people with special fetishes will enjoy tearing it, and even more so, putting it over their heads. After reading this oddball introduction, Tang Wei couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth fiercely. This black silk defense actually has 12 points, which is 4 points higher than his own animal skin armor, and the grade has even reached the good grade. But, do you really have to go out in black silk every day? What will people think when they see it? What will girlfriends think? The bottom line is it true that men don't pinch their leg hair when they wear black silk? And then there's the most crucial of all. Leg defenses are too chicken for actual combat. After all, most of the vitals were centered on the upper body and head, so pumping up the black silk wasn't nearly as good as the helmet. Helmet? Black silk? Suddenly, Tang Wei had a flash of inspiration, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile. A bold idea popped into his head. Soon the black silk was smoothly over the head. He looked like a robber in a Hong Kong movie in the 90s. After putting it on, Tang Wei found it cool and comfortable to the touch. With good vision and smooth breathing, Tang Wei couldn't help but give himself a big smart nod. The crowd had long been surprised by Tang Wei's peculiar sense of fun. From erotic lingerie to Barbie dolls, from alternative umbrellas to black silk pullovers, it can only be said that Tang Wei and the perverted this road more and more perverted. Tang Wei ignored the astonished gazes of the women, and after carefully removing the stockings from his head, he gently put them into his clothes to collect them. Tang Wei checked a glance at the live background private messages, send photos of a lot of girls, but the initial sweep ruled out 90%, and the remaining 10% with the system to view, but also one by one ruled out. Binduan University, a brand franchised supermarket. The supermarket's shelves and other items were stacked haphazardly in front of the entrance, and several students armed with knives and sticks guarded the entrance to the supermarket. Looking around warily, a large electric fryer sat in the middle of the empty supermarket, the water in the pot boiling violently, the meat stewing in the churning broth, giving off a strange smell. A young man knelt by the cauldron, trembling and begging bitterly. "Da, big brother, I will never dare to run again. Please spare me for the sake of me following you for so long. Zhao Yang, who was sitting in front of the pot, revealed a perverted smile as he pointed to a piece of meat in the pot and said to the kneeling young man, I'm going to eat this meat. The young man kneeling on the ground was so shocked that he shook his head repeatedly and his body couldn't stop falling back. Zhao Yang didn't wait for him to react, so he grabbed his arm and stuck his hand into the pot. Ah! A miserable and incomparable scream echoed in the empty supermarket. Zhao Yang, like a fishing lift, took the man's hand out of the pot, and after realizing that the hand whose epidermis had already been boiled didn't have the piece of meat he wanted, he shook his head in dissatisfaction. Didn't you hear what I said? I'm going to eat that meat. I'll give you one chance. Take it out for me. I'm afraid it's hot. Hey! The young man nearly fainted from the pain, beads of sweat falling down his cheeks, his boiled hand trembling uncontrollably as the burning and swelling sensation traveled through his arm. After the young man saw Zhao Yang's sorrowful smile, he clenched his teeth and tried to use his right hand, which was already burnt, but found that it was no longer able to grab it. He could only use his intact left hand to reach into the pot and quickly take the meat for Zhao Yang. Ah! My hands! Seeing the meat handed to him, Zhao Yang didn't take it, but grabbed the man's arm and used the young man's hand as chopsticks to bring the piece of meat to his mouth, chewing heavily and pouring beer as he ate. Standing on the side, another junior brother was almost scared to pee, trembling with fear and trembling, holding his cell phone, which was playing on the screen of Tang Wei and Jiang Ji's live recording. After Zhao Yang saw Tang Wei on the screen, monstrous hatred and anger flashed in his eyes, and his pupils contracted rapidly, as if he wanted to eat Tang Wei alive. Tilting his head back, he downed the remaining beer in his hand in one gulp, and with a little pressure, the can was pinched and deformed. Tang Wei. Zhao Yang viciously squeezed this name out of his teeth. Chapter 56. Let's take a bath together. Zhao Yang exuded a strong hostile aura. The little brother holding the cell phone on the side was so scared that his body shook even more. Zhao Yang's hatred for Tang Wei could no longer be described in words. Ever since Tang Wei exposed his dark information, he had been reduced from the original student council president that everyone admired to a street rat that everyone shouted at. Now it's even more trapped in this supermarket, where food has been depleted. If there hadn't been quite a bit of water and beer to barely make ends meet, I'm afraid their group would have starved to death. And there were often little brothers sneaking away during this period of time. The young man kneeling on the ground as well as the young man with the cell phone were both caught back by Zhao Yang. As long as they were caught by Zhao Yang, the cauldron would be of use and also solve the problem of food and clothing. Zhao Yang sorrowfully opened his mouth to the little brother beside him and asked, "Can you find his location?" That junior brother said shakily while secretly observing Zhao Yang's expression. Can't find. He didn't reveal the location. Zhao Yang slowly raised his head, glanced at the little brother, and hooked his finger. That junior brother was so scared that his face turned pale and he bowed down in fear, putting his head in front of Zhao Yang's body. With a hideous smile on his face, Zhao Yang reached out and grabbed the other man's hair, violently pressing his head into the boiling pot. Ah! Miserable howls instantly echoed through the supermarket, giving people the creeps. Ever since Zhao Yang's black material came to light, he has gradually become deranged. The surrounding people had long been scared out of their wits by Zhao Yang's brutality. The man in the pot struggled desperately, using his arms and legs to try to break free of his grip, the boiling water in the pot shaking as he struggled. However, Zhao Yang's hand that pressed on his head was like a hardened vice that did not move. Ah, grunt! Ah, grunt! The screams continued for over a minute before they tapered off. Zhao Yan laughed epileptically and reached out to fish out a piece of meat from beside his little brother's face to feast on. Crunch! That chewing sound is chilling. Zhao Yang wiped the corners of his mouth, swept the frightened crowd around him, and spoke indifferently. Whoever can find out Tang Wei's location can drink and eat meat with me later. The crowd, who had long been starving, subconsciously gulped after hearing Zhao Yang's words. In their eyes, what was in that pot had long since ceased to be one of their own kind, but a delicious meal that would save them from starvation. At that moment, a young man with glasses and a slim frame raised his hand and said in a somewhat shaky voice, Big brother, I have a way." When Zhao Yang heard someone take the initiative to come forward, he immediately turned his head to look, only to see that the other party was a man wearing a plaid top with a slim build and glasses. Zhao Yang hooked his finger at him. The young man with glasses, glancing at the man with half of his body still in the pot, was scared straight in his heart and walked to Zhao Yang with trepidation. Zhao Yang spoke with a hideous smile on his face. "Whether you eat meat or become meat depends on how you do it." The man with the glasses winced, gulped, and hurriedly nodded his head, saying, "Big brother, I have two ideas. First, didn't Tang Wei say he'd deliver the goods? We can pretend to exchange items with him. when he arranges for a drone delivery. We'll track it with another drone and we'll be able to find his location. Second, turn on the real-time location of your cell phone, put it in a black bag and use it as an exchange for them to pick up with a drone. That way, we can follow the location and find the place. However, the second one is a little problematic. Once the drones return, Tang Wei will most likely find out. After hearing these two plans, Zhao Yang approvingly looked up and down carefully at the man with glasses in front of him and asked, "Not bad, those two approaches are kind of interesting. What's your name?" Meng Yang was relieved to receive Zhao Yang's approval and hurriedly replied, "Big brother, my name is Meng Yang. Jia Jia Jia. Good brother, from now on you will be my military advisor. Come on people nah. Bring chairs and wine to my Yang Di." Zhao Yang was in an extraordinarily happy mood, and when Meng Yang sat down, he fished out a piece of unknown meat from the pot and handed it to Meng Yang. Meng Yang, who had already been starving to death, thanked him profusely and then feasted like a madman. In room 702, Block C of the women's dormitory, Tang Wei was lying on the bed, enjoying Xia Yao's massage. From Xia Yao's pouty little mouth, one could tell that she must have been forced again. Everyone else went off to free time. Some went to play soccer, some were playing cards. Only Xia Yao was left behind by Tang Wei to be the hard laborer. Xia Yao has also tried to resist, but when I heard that the night without massage will not be allowed to eat, it is completely out of temper. Can only obediently incarnation of the 88 beautiful technician. Tang Wei slept in a daze all afternoon, and after Xia Yao's massage, his aching old back did feel a lot more comfortable. By the time he opened his eyes, it was getting dark. Xia Yao was still aggressively massaging, but the force at this point was no different from a gentle caress, and when she saw Tang Wei waking up, she hurriedly increased the intensity again. Tang Wei got up and took out a bottle of 82 red wine from under the bed and said, "Here, 82 Lafite. For you." "Ah, thanks Viagra." Xia Yao, who had a pitiful look on her face just now, was all smiles when she heard Tang Wei give her a bottle of Lafite 82, and all her previous grievances were thrown away. Dinner was still very substantial, with steak, roast chicken, and fruit. Tang Wei deliberately opened 2 bottles of Lafite, this kind of red wine with a long vintage, long past the drinking period. No need to wake up, directly drink. After pouring a glass for each person, the aroma of wine instantly filled the room, and the crowd took a bite of steak and a sip of red wine, not to mention how cozy it was. After eating and drinking, Tang Wei proposed to play werewolf killing again, but it was unanimously opposed by the women. Tang Wei's thieving heart was not dead, and after hesitating for a moment, he said to the crowd, "Today's premiere was a huge success, and all of you deserve a lot of credit. I've decided to let everyone take as many baths as they want today, with enough pure water." The crowd's eyes lit up as they listened. What girl doesn't love cleanliness? These girls couldn't wait to shower twice a day before the end times. Although everyone was heartened, they were a little hesitant when they saw the bad smile on Tang Wei's face. Tang Wei hurriedly raised his hand in assurance. "Don't worry, I won't peek. You guys just wash up in room 702. I'll be on duty in the watchroom." Tang Wei's words undoubtedly dispelled the crowd's concerns, and everyone cheered excitedly. Positive emotion value from Song Ting +1. Positive emotion value from Xia Yao +1. Admiration from Jiangji +1. Admiration value from Xia Meng +1. Tang Wei managed to harvest a large wave of emotional value. Chapter 57, Cat-Eared Maid Outfit. Some of the women cleared the table, some screwed on the bottle caps, some boiled water, and the division of labor was clear, and the progress was extremely fast. Tang Wei was not idle, kindly helped the women to pull the curtains. Once everything was ready, Tang Wei was pushed out of room 702 by Song Ting and the others, and the sound of the door being unlocked was heard immediately afterward. Tang Wei grinned at the corner of his mouth and smiled as he came to the 704 room, lay on the bed, and took out his cell phone. Only the image in the cell phone screen was clearly room 702. It turned out that Tang Wei secretly Jiangji's cell phone and his own cell phone connected to the video, taking the opportunity to help all the women to pull the curtains. Jiangji's cell phone hidden in a hidden location on the windowsill. The scene shows a large double bathtub and an inflatable tub being filled with water. With the water temperature adjusted, the crowd then began to undress. All girls, each other naturally have no psychological burden. Just like going to a public bath, soaking into the tub in 2s and 3s, laughing and giggling. For a while, the room was in springtime, and the group was in full bloom. Watching this scene made Tang Wei almost want to temporarily commandeer the Barbie doll he had given Xia Yao. Shrinking inside the bathtub, Xia Yao probed and looked around, always feeling that someone was peeking, but scanning the week and found nothing. It was only 2 hours later that a group of girls finished their baths in the midst of laughing and joking, and it was a good thing that Jiangji's cell phone was hidden in an extremely covert manner and was not discovered. The girls were kinda surprised that Tang Wei was actually really on duty honestly in the duty room and didn't take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage. This time, Tang Wei harvested another wave of emotional value from the crowd of women. After the women used the bathwater to wash their dirty clothes, The remaining water was not poured out, but was put in the bathroom to be kept for flushing the toilet. After all the women were busy with these, they went back to their respective rooms to rest, but Jiang Ji was left behind by Tang Wei, with the beautiful name that there was something they needed to talk to her about. Waiting for the crowd to leave, Tang Wei smiled evilly and took out the maid outfit from under the bed, handing it over to Jiang Ji, saying, "Try it on and see if it fits." Jiang Ji took it with some confusion, and when she saw what was in her hand, her pretty face instantly reddened. Still, he closed the door to his room and dutifully took his maid's outfit and walked into the bathroom. Soon there was a rustling in the bathroom. Not long after, Jiang Ji came out of the bathroom with a red face, wearing a pink maid's outfit and 2 fluffy kitten ears on her head. Early morning of the 9th day of the end times, the shimmering light of the morning sun spilled gently onto the windowsill. Jiang Ji snuggled into Tang Wei's arms, her flushed face with a touch of shyness. Sensing that Tang Wei was about to make a bad move again, she hurriedly got up, quickly changed back into her own clothes, folded the shameful cat-eared maid outfit neatly, and returned it to Tang Wei. At this moment, Tang Wei had a look of intent, a bad smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Reaching out in the just sorted out clothes Jiang Ji pulled into the arms. Jiang Ji shyly resisted, ranting, "Brother Wei, stop it, it's time to get up, we have to broadcast live in a while." More than 10 minutes later, the hot and limp Jiang Ji used all her strength before she broke free from Tang Wei's arms and organized her clothes before running far away. Tang Wei got up and washed himself, his whole body refreshed. After having breakfast, Tang Wei and the women began to prepare for today's live broadcast. At 8:30 a.m., Tang Wei opened the live broadcast on time. As soon as the live stream opened, over 30,000 people instantly flooded in, and the numbers were climbing by leaps and bounds. Hundreds of hyphenated applications flew in like snowflakes, and Tang Wei randomly selected the hyphenated people to appraise whether or not the items had trading value. Most of the people who apply for the liams want to trade supplies for what they need. However, Tang Wei browsed around and realized that most of them were common supplies. For Tang Wei, who owned a twister, there was basically no shortage of daily supplies. With that, the live stream went on for more than 2 hours with only 5 successful transactions. Just then, Yang Xiaoqian, who was in charge of backstage management, slightly frowned her pretty eyebrows, and after a moment's hesitation, she handed her cell phone to Tang Wei. Tang Wei took the phone with a puzzled look and looked at a message in the background. "Forget the water, anchor. I have a batch of bulletproof materials here, are you interested? Both bulletproof steel and bulletproof glass are available. If you are interested, call 1871. Seeing this backstage private message, Tang Wei was instantly energized. If the news was true, it would undoubtedly be his greatest gain to date. After all, at the moment, what Tang Wei was most worried about was the safety of the shelter, and if he got this batch of materials, he would reinforce the shelter before putting his heart down. Tang Wei let Jiang Ji continue the live broadcast, while he himself took his cell phone and dialed the number. Soon, the phone was picked up and a middle-aged man's magnetic voice came from the receiver. "Hello? Who is it?" "Hello, I'm Anchor Tang Wei." Without the slightest bit of nonsense, Tang Wei said bluntly. The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone was similarly dry, cutting straight to the chase and asking Tang Wei, "Hello, Mr. Tang, I have a batch of bulletproof materials here. I wonder if you're interested. Let's look at the goods first," Tang Wei said. As soon as the words left his mouth, the opposite party directly initiated a video call request. After Tang Wei clicked on receive, a slightly dim plant appeared in the cell phone screen. All kinds of steel were piled up around the factory. The middle-aged man walked to a batch of steel and opened his mouth to introduce it. "This is NP550 bulletproof steel, non-civilian grade, 20 millimeters thick, 200 centimeters long and 180 centimeters wide. There are 10 sheets in total." After the introduction of the steel, the screen shifted and the middle-aged man came to another location, pointing his finger to a side of bulletproof glass and said, "This is bulletproof glass, 52 millimeters thick, twice as thick as the bulletproof glass used in banks, and the size is also 200 centimeters by 180 centimeters. There are only 5 of these." Tang Wei looked at the bulletproof material in the video. His eyes lit up, and after thinking for a moment, he opened his mouth to ask, "What are you going to do in exchange?" The middle-aged man was silent for a while and said slowly, 2,000 bottles of bottled water and 1,000 bags of bread. After listening to the offer, Tang Wei smiled and shook his head. "I don't have that many resources, and these things aren't worth that many resources. After all, food and water are the hard currency in this post-apocalyptic world." The middle-aged man also knew this, and without bulletproof material, hiding in certain places might still be safe, but without food and water, you're dead even in the safest of safe houses. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, it's not just the zombies that kill people, but also food and water. The middle-aged man hesitated before asking tentatively, "How many supplies can you give me?" "The most I can give you is 200 bottles of water and 100 bags of bread." The middle-aged man didn't expect Tang Wei to cut the price so hard. Simply from the soles of his feet, he couldn't help but frown. "For one price, 500 bottles of water, 300 bags of bread. I'll give you a set of arc welders and E11018M electrodes that specialize in welding bulletproof steel, and then I'll give you matching bulletproof glass mounting frames." After hearing this, Tang Wei agreed with alacrity. Chapter 58, Mantis Catching Cicadas. Yellow bird in the back. Tang Wei and the middle-aged man agreed to pick up the goods in the afternoon. The other side will prepare 2 crates and load the goods in advance. After closing his cell phone, Tang Wei took a long breath. The safety of the shelter had been like a boulder weighing on his heart. After all, monsters like the Predator climb 7 floors as easily as walking on flat ground. Ordinary glass won't stop them, and the doors at the entrance of the building are no match for the Predators, which will be broken open in a few clicks. It was for this reason that Tang Wei was so eager for this batch of bulletproof material. Meanwhile, Lena maneuvered the drone to a location designated by one of the people who placed the order. Upon arriving at the navigational location, she called the trader's phone number, only to find that it was turned off. After waiting a few minutes and still unable to make contact, she had to maneuver the drone back, and just above the drone Lena was maneuvering, a small drone was silently trailing. Meng Yang nervously maneuvered the drone and followed it all the way until he was relieved to see Lena's drone firmly parked on the tarmac in front of the 7th floor window of the women's dormitory. Block C. The previous positioning plan had failed, and if the tracking plan failed again, the results that awaited him could be imagined. Meng Yang said excitedly to Zhao Yang, "Boss, it's a success. The location has been confirmed. 7th floor of female dormitory block C. When are we going to do it?" Zhao Yang was staring at Jiang Ji's live broadcast screen and couldn't help but lick his lips when he saw the beautiful Jiang Ji. After hearing Meng Yang's words, a vicious color flashed in his eyes as he said sorrowfully, "There's no rush first. I don't know how many men this Tang Wei has. We should find someone to scout for us first. I've heard that Li Wang has been developing well lately. If Li Wang knew the location of resourceful Tang Wei, what do you think Li Wang would do?" After Meng Yang heard Zhao Yang's plan, he hastily clapped his hands and complimented him with a flattering face. "Big brother, truly resourceful. This scheme of killing people with a borrowed knife is simply unrivaled." After hearing Meng Yang's horse's ass, Zhao Yang slowly shook his head and said sorrowfully, No, this is not a borrowed knife. It's a mantis catching a cicada and a yellow bird." After listening to Zhao Yang's words, Meng Yang's heart flinched, not realizing that Zhao Yang was playing more than just sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight, but rather waiting for the two sides to lose, and then reaping the benefits. Southwest of Hamachi University, in the university guest house, Li Wang lay on the sofa and watched with interest as Li Jiaomei and a few sports students performed. At this time, the cell phone rang suddenly. He picked up at random. The screen Zhao Yang 2 words into the eyes. Li Wang and Zhao Yang have known each other for a long time. Only nowadays, Zhao Yang's reputation has become infamous, and he doesn't want to get too close to Zhao Yang. Since Zhao Yang was exposed to blackmail, there have been significantly more people defecting to him. Although several teams were now appearing at Bincheng University that were taking people in, with his current strength of having 60 to 70 people, he would be able to take a place in Bincheng University. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The phone rings relentlessly. Li Wang frowned and hesitated for a while before pressing the answer button. "Hello, President Zhao? Why are you so idle that you remembered to call me?" Li Wang's tone carried a few hints of flirtation. Hey, didn't something good think of you? There's a guy named Tang Wei, you know?" On the other end of the phone, Zhao Yang said with a leathery smile. When Li Wang heard the word Tang Wei, the smile on his face slowly tightened, his eyes narrowed, and he spoke faintly. "Tang Wei? I know too well. Wasn't he the one who broke the news about you? And his ex-girlfriend is still pulling for me. He. Zhao Yang didn't get angry when he heard Li Wang reveal his scars and smiled sinisterly. Tang Wei can have a large amount of resources in his hands. I wonder if you're interested in making a profit. Li Wang was naturally aware of the abundant resources in Tang Wei's hands, and had once instructed Li Jiao Mei to coax Tang Wei into trying to get his hands on those resources, but unfortunately it didn't work out. So what if he has resources in his hands? Is it hard to believe that he will still take the initiative to give them to me? Li Wang skimmed his mouth and returned with disdain. So what if I tell you his address? Zhao Yang's voice sounded sinister. Li Wang snapped out of the couch and sat up straight, his eyes narrowing into a line as he snapped out of it. Do you know his address? Just after the words left his mouth, Li Wang felt that there was something fishy going on, and his face was quickly replaced with a smile as he continued. Chairman Zhao, don't make fun of me. If you really had his address, would you still be so kind as to tell me? I'm afraid I would have already brought people to raid his house. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Yang's black eyes flashed with a strange light, and with an inscrutable smile on his face, he slowly said, I am now a street rat. The people under my hand have almost run away. I can't take him at all, but I have a deep enmity with him. That's why I have to give up this piece of fat meat to you. When the time comes, Brother Wang, you just need to share some soup with me. After hearing Zhao Yang's words, Li Wang's brows knitted and his eyes narrowed slightly as he thought for a moment before speaking. Good, give me the address, and when it's done, there will be no shortage of favors for you. Women's Dormitory Block C, 7th floor. After saying that, Zhao Yang simply hung up the phone. Li Wang narrowed his eyes as he listened to the busy signal coming from his cell phone. The burly man on the side couldn't help but ask, Brother Wang, after it's done, you're really planning to give Zhao Yang a share of the supplies, aren't you? A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Li Wang's eyes, and the corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile as he said faintly, splitting him up? He. I'll live stream the distribution of Zhao Yang and let everyone know that I'm doing the people a favor. By then, I'll have the supplies and fame, so why worry about manpower and women? Inside room 702, Block C of the women's dormitory. The broadcast has just ended and the crowd is busy tallying up the day's haul. Yang Xiaoqian took the cell phone and reported seriously, Brother Wei, we placed a total of 17 orders today and completed 15, obtaining 5 attribute fruits and 14 corpse dawn. Tang Wei nodded, still relatively satisfied with this harvest. After all, he had gained so many resources, and at the same time was able to gain more than 20 positive emotional values. Zhao Xinyue held a small notebook with a dense record of distribution and reported, there were a total of 17 deliveries today and 2 invalid orders. The first invalid single was that the other party put an extra cell phone in the item. We felt something was wrong and didn't continue the transaction. The second order was that the drone arrived at the navigation location. No one picked up the item, and the contact person's cell phone stayed off. Chapter 59, You have Zhang Liang's plan. I have a ladder to cross the wall. After listening to Zhao Xinyue's report, Tang Wei was slightly stunned and puzzled in his heart. Why would you put a cell phone in it? Tang Wei pondered for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, is there any footage of the transaction at the time? Can you get a good look at the person who made the deal? Lena nodded and said, I can see it. I have the video here. With that, she picked up the controller and began rummaging through it, quickly pulling up footage from when the 2 voided orders were transacted. A slim man wearing glasses and a plaid top appears on the screen. Tang Wei asked the crowd to identify them one by one, but everyone shook their heads to say they didn't recognize them. After watching the 2 videos, Tang Wei had a vague bad feeling that he was being targeted, but it was unclear what the other party was from. However, the location of both invalid orders was near the East Playground, so it was assumed that the person who had set his sights on him would be operating in that neighborhood. Tang Wei looked toward the women and said with a serious expression, we might be targeted. Zhao Xinyue, Li Na, the 2 of you use the drones. One of you will be in charge of monitoring the perimeter of the East Playground. The other will be in charge of keeping an eye on the movements around us. Everyone else prepare as well. There might be trouble coming to our door in the afternoon or evening. After hearing this, the women's expressions immediately became serious and they acted one after another. Yang Xiaoqian led Xia Yao to check whether the windows of each room as well as the door of the building were firm. Xia Meng and Song Ting, on the other hand, ran to 701 to get bows and crossbows. The 2 from before, plus the 5 from the courier sent by Yang Xiaoqian's father, were enough to arm everyone. Zhang Ji's face was pale and she was somewhat at a loss for words. Seeing Zhang Ji in this state, Tang Wei smiled and joked, don't worry, you still can't trust my skills? Monsters I can easily handle. What's so scary about a few small thieves? Zhang Ji remembered Tang Wei's heroic look in the underground parking lot. With a touch of evil, he couldn't help but recall some not-so-good memories, and his eyes became a bit evasive and coy as he looked at Tang Wei. For a while, everyone was in a hurry to make preparations. In particular, the 2 women, Zhao Xinyue and Li Na, alternated between the 4 drones, and when they ran out of power, they would maneuver the other 2 to replace them. Tang Wei wasn't too worried. Without hot weapons, humans were far less of a threat to him than zombies. It just made him a little depressed that he was afraid that his original plan to pick up the bulletproof materials in the afternoon would have to be postponed. Tang Wei took out his cell phone and dialed the middle-aged man's number, informing the other party that he couldn't trade in the afternoon before hanging up. Just then, Zhao Xinyue from 703 ran over with the controller in a panic and shouted, Brother Wei, there are more than 70 people coming our way from the southwest. Tang Wei looked at the picture coming back from the controller, and after magnification, the picture was a bit blurry though. Still, he recognized 2 familiar figures in the crowd at once. One is his ex-girlfriend, Li Jiaomei, and the other is Li Wang. Tang Wei frowned, his heart filled with doubt. The direction Li Wang and the others had come from was far from what he had predicted earlier. If Li Wang wanted to spy on his location, there was no need to purposely have someone run to the East Playground. After all, The east playground was several kilometers away from where they had come from. While Tang Wei was puzzled, Li Na also hurried over with the remote control and said eagerly, "Brother Wei, there's movement over at the east playground." Tang Wei looked at the controller screen in Li Na's hand, only to see that on the screen, a group of people surged out. Roughly speaking, there were about 50 to 60 of them, and they were hurrying towards their direction. Tang Wei zoomed in, and soon, he spotted the slim man in plaid clothes and glasses. At the moment, the slim man was following a man. Tang Wei scrutinized the man for a few moments to make sure he didn't recognize him, so he pointed at the man and asked, "Do you two recognize this man?" Zhao Xinyue and Li Na frowned slightly and carefully recognized them, then shook their heads in unison. Tang Wei beckoned and called Song Ting and Xia Meng, who were wiping their bows on the side. Over. Song Ting walked quickly and took off with just a glance at the screen. "It's Zhao Yang." It turned out that this person was Zhao Yang, an old rival who had been exposed by Tang Wei for many black materials. Tang Wei secretly pondered that prying into his location must have been Zhao Yang's idea. But what about Li Wang and Li Jiaomei bringing people here? Tang Wei analyzed that there are only two possibilities for this situation. For one, Zhao Yang had reached cooperation with Li Wang and was preparing to join forces against himself. However, under careful consideration, this possibility was slim to none. After all, Zhao Yang's reputation is now stinking up the streets, and Li Wang is no longer stupid enough to still get involved with him. That leaves only one other possibility. Zhao Yang deliberately revealed his address to Li Wang, and then he sat back and watched the tigers fight, even preparing to do a mantis catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow in the back. Tang Wei stared intently at the two screens and scrutinized them for a while. As expected, Zhao Yang led his men to hide inside the second school building, which was still 700 to 800 meters away from Block C. Li Wang and his group, on the other hand, were killing straight towards this side. Tang Wei was naturally not afraid of Li Wang's 70-odd men, and even if he added Zhao Yang's manpower to the mix, he could easily deal with them. However, if he followed Zhao Yang's plan and took down Li Wang and the others, it felt like he was being counted by Zhao Yang, which made Tang Wei extremely unhappy. Besides, if it really came to blows, he could definitely get away in one piece, but these few girls around him would be more or less in danger. Thinking of this, Tang Wei hesitated slightly and dialed Li Jiaomei's phone. It didn't take long for the phone to connect. Tang Wei opened the door, put Levon on the phone. "Who do you think you are, Tang Wei? Are you ordering me around?" An angry roar came from Li Jiaomei on the other end of the phone. Nowadays, she could only sleep 3 or 4 hours a day, and was tortured so much that she wasn't even allowed to be idle at mealtimes. She blames it all on Tang Wei, thinking that if Tang Wei hadn't lost the company and the house, why would she be in this situation? "Silly bee, if you don't let Li Wang answer the phone again, you'll be waiting to be pitted by Zhao Yang." Tang Wei was too lazy to talk nonsense with Li Jiaomei, and directly threw out Zhao Yang. "Li Wang will definitely answer the phone. You're scaring." Snap. Sure enough, before Li Jiaomei could finish her sentence, she only heard a crunching sound. Li Wang directly slapped her in the face, and then snatched the cell phone. Li Jiaomei was instantly honest by this slap, but her hatred for Tang Wei added a few more points. Negative emotion value from Li Jiaomei +1. "Tang Wei, what did you mean by that just now?" Li Wang's low voice came from the other end of the phone. Tang Wei sneered and spoke faintly. "Nothing else, just a kind reminder that Zhao Yang is ambushing the second school building with more than 50 people." Li Wang laughed in disbelief as he listened. "Tang Wei, don't scare me here. To tell you the truth, I'll be downstairs in your Block C soon. Just be good and wait for death." After hearing this, Tang Wei was speechless for a while and said impatiently, "Have you spent a lot of time with Li Jiaomei and your brain has become stupid? Think about it. How would I know that you came to sneak up on me? If Zhao Yang hadn't told me, could I have known?" Li Wang froze for a moment when he heard this, not quite understanding what Tang Wei meant, and asked with a frown, "What the hell do you mean?" "Cootie, this is all a plot by Zhao Yang. He was the one who told me that you were coming for a sneak attack and told me to get ready. When we both lose, he'll come out and reap the benefits. If you don't believe me, don't you know by sending someone to take a look?" Tang Wei's words were half true and sounded highly credible. Chapter 60, Anti-Countermeasures. Tang Wei didn't show the drone footage to Li Wang. If Li Wang had seen that it was a drone that captured the footage, he could have possibly guessed that Tang Wei had likewise discovered them through the drone, rather than Zhao Yang ventilating them. A few minutes later, Li Van called. Just connected the phone inside came Li Wang's stormy voice. "Damn it, Zhao Yang, how dare he count on me? I told you how he could be so damn kind." Tang Wei struck while the iron was hot and continued with a smile. "Li Wang, I have a deep grudge against Zhao Yang, but there's nothing between us. If you can finish off Zhao Yang, I'll share half of the resources in my hand with you, how about it? When Li Wang heard Tang Wei's proposal, his eyes flickered and he fell into deep thought, weighing the pros and cons. He definitely wouldn't believe that Tang Wei would actually give him supplies, but the problem now was that he couldn't make a move on Tang Wei without taking care of Zhao Yang, or else he would definitely be attacked by Zhao Yang. It would be better to promise Tang Wei to sneak up on Zhao Yang, and after solving Zhao Yang, then solve Tang Wei, and gain both fame and fortune. First kill Zhao Yang to get rid of the people, then kill Tang Wei to obtain supplies. With fame and supplies, there must be countless people who will defect to them. Tang Wei saw that Li Wang was still weighing things up and smiled as he opened his mouth. Don't worry, I'll absolutely give you the supplies. If I lie, my ex-girlfriend's entire family dies. After Tang Wei finished speaking, he simply hung up the phone. Li Jiaomei, who was eavesdropping beside Li Wang, was confused. How come Tang Wei lied but wanted her whole family to die? The exasperated Li Jiaomei saw Li Wang's eyes flickering and hesitating, so she came forward and said viciously, "Hubby, don't listen to Tang Wei. Let's get Tang Wei killed and get our hands on the resources first." Li Wang shook his hand and slapped his hand again with a loud slap, and said with a displeased face, "Pa, you damn well serve my brothers well on the line, and if you dare to talk too much, you won't have to sleep in the future." Li Jiaomei was shocked and hurriedly shut up. Li Wang twisted his head and asked the burly man at his side, "Xiao Wei, what do you think our chances of winning against Zhao Yang and the others are?" The lanky man replied in a jarring voice, "We have 6 composite bows plus crossbows, and we outnumbered Zhao Yang by 20 people, so winning is definitely no problem, but the brothers will definitely have casualties." Li Wang hesitated for a moment. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth and spoke, "Damn it, rich and famous, let's do it. As long as we kill Zhao Yang, the fame, resources, and women will all be ours." Through the drone, Tang Wei kept a close eye on Li Wang's side. They were seen starting to move quietly toward the second school building. Donovan knew his counter-movement had worked. Tang Wei released his spiritual power and didn't cover it with his spiritual power. That would consume too much. Instead, he used a thread-like extension of his mental power to probe into the second school building as well as the nearby buildings. Check one by one where you can hide someone. Soon, Tang Wei spotted 2 sneaky people watching his side in a 2-story building 600 or 700 meters away from Block C. Tang Wei retracted his spiritual power, explained that several women had done a good job of defense, and instructed them to call with the intercom if something happened, then opened the door to the building. Donovan put away the 2 cactus pots in the doorway into the plant storage space. From the 6th floor window on the other side of Block C, he threw the mutant ivy out to release it, and then he jumped down as well. The mutant ivy was the first to land, its vines rising and twisting, placing the descending Tang Wei firmly on the ground. At this moment, in a room not far from Block C, 2 young men were lying in front of the windowsill, observing every move in Block C with full attention. A few minutes later, the person in charge of surveillance then took out his cell phone and dialed Zhao Yang's cell phone number to report. "Chairman, Li Wang's side hasn't started attacking yet. Keep monitoring. If there's anything, tell me immediately." Zhao Yang's voice came from the other end of the phone. The young man hung up the phone and reached for the cigarettes he had tossed aside, pulling out 2 cigarettes and handing one to his companion at his side before starting to look for a lighter. "Hey, where's my lighter? Have you seen my lighter?" A companion to the side shook his head and said, "Didn't see it. Here it is." Just then, someone behind them handed the lighter to both men. "Oh, thanks." The young man subconsciously turned his head to take it and opened his mouth to thank him, but he was just in the middle of his sentence. His pupils instantly shrunk, his mouth opened wide, and the cigarette he was holding in his mouth fell to the ground with a snap. You, why are you here?" Tang Wei grinned and didn't answer. Immediately afterward, 2 crisp clicks sounded. The 2 young men then fell straight to the ground and died. Tang Wei squatted down and rummaged through the 2, only finding 2 boxes of cigarettes and a cell phone. Tang Wei fiddled with the phone for a while, found that there was a lock, and tried to unlock it with the fingerprint of the person who had called before, and the screen of the phone lit up, unlocking successfully. Tang Wei found Zhao Yang's number according to his address book and edited a message to send it over. "Boss, Li Wang has brought people to sneak up on you guys. Watch out, there's someone approaching on my side too. No way to make a call." After sending the message, Tang Wei directly folded his cell phone in half, and the screen flickered before turning completely black. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it for himself, ready to finish the smoke and head over to the second school building to watch the action and take care of the rest of the party in the process. The cigarette entered his lungs, and the long-lost sensation made him exhale a long breath. This is the first time since Tang Wei quit smoking for 2 years to relapse. When he lost all the family assets, He was determined to quit smoking and alcohol, now that he hadn't touched it in 2 years. This one cigarette made him feel a little dizzy in the head. Right at this moment, Tang Wei suddenly felt a chill at his back, and his sweat hairs instantly stood up. He reacted extremely fast and quickly turned around, only to see a black shadow flashing by. Without hesitation, Tang Wei threw away his cigarette, picked up his wood knife and chased after the black shadow in the direction it disappeared. At the same time, he sent his spiritual power out with all his might, spreading it out in the direction where the black shadow had fled. However, when Tang Wei chased out, the black shadow has long disappeared without a trace, leaving only an uncovered sewer manhole cover. Tang Wei frowned, although he wasn't sure what exactly that black shadow was, but the sense of crisis it brought was by no means less than that terrifying F-class predator. Tang Wei utilized his mental power to carefully search through the sewers. A large number of human handprints and footprints were found left on the sides of the pipe. Other than that, no other clues were found. He noticed, however, that the drain led in the exact direction of the women's dormitory. Block C building. Tang Wei's heart tightened, and the words transferring the tiger away from the mountain instantly came to mind. He didn't dare to delay, and while running wildly towards Block C building, he used his walkie-talkie to notify Yang Xiaoqian and the others to take precautions. A minute later, Tang Wei returned to the 7th floor of Block C. After seeing that the women were fine, they were relieved. If this monster really knew how to transfer a tiger away from the mountain, then it would be too scary. Monsters don't study how to eat people or starting to study the art of war. Tang Wei covered the entire Block C building with his spiritual power and found nothing. At this time, Tang Wei became more and more desperate to get his hands on that batch of bulletproof materials and said to Lina, lower the drone some altitude and see what's going on over at the 2nd school building. Chapter 61 Grade F Human Centipede. Before the drone had lowered its altitude, a number of people were seen on the screen scrambling in all directions in panic from the 2nd school building. Among the crowd, the fastest runners were Zhao Yang and the young man in the plaid top. Tang Wei couldn't help but frown slightly, a little puzzled in his heart. Zhao Yang and these people shouldn't be so bad at fighting, and besides, he had tipped them off. How could it be possible that in less than 10 minutes they were beaten and fled by Li Wang and the others? Just as Tang Wei pondered, the drone slowly lowered its altitude. By now it was possible to see the gruesome scene inside Building 2 through the window. Only a monster with a body length of about 2 meters was seen rampaging and ravaging madly inside the No. 2 teaching building. It had dozens of arms and legs, looking exactly like a giant centipede, and wherever it went, it was bloody. As long as someone was caught by it, their limbs would be devoured by it in an instant. Cries and screams intertwined like a raging tidal wave resounding throughout the entire school building. That's when Tang Wei came to his senses. It turned out that it wasn't Zhao Yang who was beaten away by Li Wang. Rather, this monster took advantage of the gap between the two groups' firefights to suddenly launch a sneak attack. Human centipede? Tang Wei looked at the monster in the picture, and the appearance of Zhu Shangshu after his mutation immediately appeared in his mind. This monster in front of him had a lot of arms and legs around it, and it had a double head on the top and bottom, so it should be an F-class human centipede, though it was difficult for the drone to see exactly what the two heads looked like through the window. But a name couldn't help but come to Tang Wei's mind. Payday? On the screen, those in the 2nd school building who were frozen in fear, or those who moved a little slower, became the dish of this horrible monster. The women looked at the screen and their faces instantly became as white paper. It was as if they could literally smell death just through the screen. If he really came face to face with this monster, I'm afraid he wouldn't even have the courage to run away. Tang Wei's brows tightly wrinkled together as he took the lead in taking out his cell phone and directly sending out a group advertisement. After arranging for the women to close the door, he picked up his firewood knife and ran towards the 2nd school building. Tang Wei decided to give up on chasing Zhao Yang for the time being, and went to take care of this human centipede in front of him first. After all, the threat posed by the human centipede was much greater than Zhao Yang. Moreover, this human centipede seemed to be secretly staring at him every day, and without solving it, Tang Wei really couldn't sleep or eat. In the blink of an eye, Tang Wei had already arrived at the downstairs of the 2nd teaching building. Negative emotion value from Wang or Motzi +1. Negative emotional value from Rogue +1. The mass advertisements begin to provide a steady stream of negative emotional values. Help! Ah! Creepy shrieks and screams once again came from inside the 2nd school building. Tang Wei instantly released his spiritual power, enveloping the entire No. 2 teaching building. In a flash, he sensed the location of the monster. 3rd floor. Without saying a word, Tang Wei pulled out his stockings and put them over his head, and then took out the spray, pulled open the pants of his sweatshirt, and sprayed somewhere. In an instant, he felt horribly strong, having reached the point where he could give a male monkey a chance to sire him. Tang Wei drew out his firewood knife and summoned mutant ivy. The ivy immediately stretched out its vines, wrapping Tang Wei like a green lightning bolt and speeding toward the 3rd floor. The drone hovered high above, and the women were glued to the screen, keeping a close eye on the situation over in Building 2. At this moment, the sharp-eyed Xia Yao suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, Look, it's Viagra. The women followed the sound and also discovered Tang Wei, who had been sent up to the third floor by the vines. Wow. Yeah, Brother Wei is so awesome. Brother Wei, so man-oh. Lena hurriedly adjusted the angle and pulled the camera closer, and the oddly shaped Tang Wei appeared clearly in the picture. He was seen holding a wood chipper in his right hand, wearing black silk on his head, and parts of 2 extra black silk legs fluttering wildly in the wind. Wow, Brother Wei, so flirty. Xia Yao's eyes are full of little stars. Originally wanted to continue to praise the domineering appearance of Brother Wei, but saw this somewhat spicy scene, so handsome instantly turned into so flirtatious. The few women who had just been excitedly yelling all of a sudden lost their voices, and not realizing that he's being live-streamed at the moment, Donovan breaks the window. Only the monster, which was about 2 meters long with a double head and numerous limbs, was chewing on the human's limbs with relish, even though the mouths of the 2 heads were completely split open, with jagged, sharp teeth exposed. Tang Wei recognized at a glance that the monster was none other than Fu Erdi incarnated. Without saying a word, Tang Wei flung his hand and threw the ivy in front of the human centipede, while conjuring up 2 pots of mutant cactus balls. When the human centipede saw Tang Wei, it tilted its head back and swallowed the limb in its mouth, letting out a hoarse, ragged sound. Don Wei. The sound was as if it came from 2 pieces of glass rubbing together with fine sand, and it made your teeth sink. Tang Wei didn't open his mouth, while using his spiritual power to lock onto the other party to death, fearing that it would take advantage of the opportunity to escape. On the other hand, he was checking the attributes of the monster transformed by Furidai through the system. Human centipede. Grade, F. Ability, Devour. Power, 520. Speed, 580. Endurance, 500. Bone strength, 6. Spiritual intelligence, level 3. Introduction. The human centipede is created by the death of humans infected with more than 70% of necrotic venom, and mutates to retain the last of the grudges it held before it was born. It has many arms and legs, all-terrain, multi-drive, and moves extremely fast. Tang Wei glanced at the negative emotion value that was rapidly growing, and without further hesitation, he opened fire and lunged towards the human centipede. Several vines wrapped around towards the human centipede like spiritual snakes, and the human centipede quickly stretched out several hands and grabbed the vines with precision. The other hands knocked away the steel needles shot by the mutant cactus orbs one by one, and those that couldn't be knocked away were hardened by the arms blocking the double heads. The human centipede saw the charging Tang Wei and advanced instead of retreating. Dozens of feet moved quickly, coming in place like a tank turning around. It then lashed out, charging madly towards Tang Wei, the head of Zhang Lily revealing jagged, sharp teeth. This head grows in a very unique position. Tang Wei could not help but shiver, a chill in his heart. This is if the change of gender. Tang Wei forced aside the primal urges in his mind. Swinging his firewood knife, he slashed viciously towards the human centipede that had already rushed closer. Hands rose and several arms were instantly chopped off, but grew back in the blink of an eye. Tang Wei was shocked in his heart. I'm afraid that chopping off the arms and legs would be useless to this monster, so he could only think of a way to chop off its 2 heads. Just then, Zhang Lily suddenly opened her mouth wide and rushed towards Tang Wei at an extremely fast speed. More than a dozen hands tried to grab Tang Wei and feed him into their mouths. Chapter 62, They are all 1,000-year-old foxes. What's the point of playing Liao Zhai? Before the cursed power came, Tang Wei's speed didn't have an advantage, so he could only dodge flexibly while waiting for the cursed power to arrive. The reason Tang Wei hadn't waited for the cursed power to appear before making his move was because he was worried that this human centipede would take advantage of the opportunity to escape after sensing the difference. Tang Wei led the human centipede in circles around the classroom. At the same time, the vines were allowed to keep attacking, and the mutant cactus orb continued to fire steel needles at the human centipede's head. System alert, cursed power opens. Tang Wei, who was escaping, grinned when he heard the system's voice. He accelerated steeply, braking sharply, sidestepping, and swinging his sword in one fell swoop. Cut! The defenseless human centipede was slashed squarely, and Zhang Lily's head was directly cut in half. Ow! Came a mournful scream from the mouth of the head of the remaining pair die one. Without the slightest pause, Tang Wei swung the firewood knife in his hand like lightning in succession, and the human centipede hastily resisted with its many arms. But at this time, Tang Wei was incredibly fast under the power of the curse, and the speed of the human centipede's arm growth was far too fast to keep up with the speed of Tang Wei's swings and slashes. In the blink of an eye, the human centipede had very few hands left and only its feet were still struggling. The human centipede sensed Tang Wei's terror, and it used its multiple legs in a desperate attempt to escape. Needless to say, the multi-driver is just as fast, and you can just see the densely packed legs swinging quickly. In an instant, it ran several meters away, and even the ivy that tried to entangle it swooped down. However, no matter how fast it couldn't match Tang Wei in his cursed state. Tang Wei was in hot pursuit while swinging his knife and slashing. Wearing stockings, he seemed to be a crazy grouch at the moment. Along the way, the screams were endless. When the human centipede ran to the first floor, has been tortured by Tang Wei face. All the arms and legs had been cut off, leaving only the torso and the already deformed head of the pay or die. Moreover, the growth of the arms and legs had obviously slowed down, and just as one grew, it was cut off by Tang Wei's slash. The human centipede was turned into a human swine. Swine is homophonic with prime, by Tang Wei in a raw manner. When the arms and legs completely stopped growing, the human centipede visibly shriveled up a lot. Its deep fear could be clearly seen even in Fu Dai's dark, ink-like eyes. Seeing that the arms and legs were no longer growing, Tang Wei then wielded the firewood knife and ended its life. Kill F-class human centipede. Gain 800 experience. Tang Wei wasn't trying to torture Fu Dai, but rather trying to figure out the limits of this monster's hand and foot growth, so that he could accumulate more experience when dealing with this type of monster in the future. After the human centipede's body disappeared, no corpse Dan appeared. Tang Wei skimmed his lips, obviously a little disappointed. Tang Wei calculated the remaining time of the cursed power, and there were still 40 minutes left. He didn't want to waste this precious time, and carrying his firewood knife, he chased after Zhao Yang in the direction he had fled. At this moment, Tang Wei was like a tiger descending from the mountain, charging across the landscape, killing ghosts and killing gods when he encountered them. Even if the longevity monk was passing by, he'd have to cut off 2 pieces of meat. Bincheng University was a large area, and even though Tang Wei was fast, he never found Zhao Yang's trail. Along the way, he sporadically ran into a few of Zhao Yang's and Li Wang's henchmen, who were also sent away by him without mercy. When the power of the curse still had 20 minutes left, Tang Wei had to sound the alarm. After all, the moment the power of the curse was gone, he would enter a period of weakness. But the good thing is that there is still spray. Big deal. Open the lid and it just dries all the way out. Women's dormitory, 7th floor, Block C. The women used their drones to witness the entire process of Tang Wei killing the monster. Only after seeing that Tang Wei had arrived downstairs did Lena retrieve the drone. Tang Wei removed the good black silk before returning to the shelter and put it in his pocket. He didn't want to be misunderstood by the ladies. After Yang Xiaoqian opened the door, Tang Wei realized that the eyes of the women were looking at him more or less differently. By now, the power of the curse had receded, the colors were restored, and a great fatigue struck. Tang Wei didn't stay much longer, and after returning to room 702, he collapsed onto the bed. Meanwhile, inside the library of Bincheng University, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the eve of a storm. The 2 groups faced each other with swords drawn. These 2 groups of people, more than 20 people on one side, each holding a bow and crossbow and sword, were on full alert. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder, as if a bloody fight would instantly erupt whenever there was a breeze. Zhao Yang's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it, and the black veins on his neck were hidden. His eyes were rounded and he stared angrily at Li Wang across the room, his voice low and full of hatred. Li Wang, if you hadn't brought someone to shade me, I wouldn't have been sneak attacked by that monster. Li Wang was gray at this time, and his appearance was wretched. After hearing Zhao Yang's words, he snorted coldly and disliked him without showing any weakness. Humph, saying I'm ting on you? What the hell are you doing in building 2 with your men? Aren't you waiting to reap the benefits? If it wasn't for me recognizing your ghostly scheme, I'm afraid I would have died on the spot long ago. Hearing this, Zhao Yang similarly snorted coldly and opened his mouth. Humph, I didn't intend to sneak up on you. I was just afraid that you wouldn't be able to handle Tang Wei and left a backhand. Don't pretend. All are 1,000-year-old foxes. What kind of chatting are you playing with me? Ming people don't say dark words. If it wasn't for you colluding with Tang Wei to scheme against me, where would this happen today? A flash of resentment flashed in Li Wang's eyes. Zhao Yang frowned, and with incomprehension in his gaze, he opened his mouth to ask, when did I collude with Tang Wei? Seeing Zhao Yang's innocent look, Li Wang gave another cold snort and continued to speak. Humph, you just keep pretending. If you hadn't secretly contacted Tang Wei, how would he have known in advance that I was going to sneak up on him? After Zhao Yang heard Li Wang's words, his brows frowned even tighter. His face was gloomy, his pupils contracted rapidly, and the veins on his neck were hidden as he said sorrowfully, looks like we've both been made monkeys by Tang Wei. Li Wang's face was similarly gloomy, and without continuing to dwell on the issue, he glanced at the only 20 or so remaining men around him and spoke helplessly. It's useless to say more. If our 2 groups merge, we can still be considered a force. If we split up, not to mention being annexed by other forces, we won't be able to withstand the many-footed monster we encountered today. Zhao Yang's eyes flickered and after thinking for a moment, he opened his mouth. A merger isn't out of the question, but who's the boss after the merger? Li Wang spoke faintly. To the outside world, I have to declare that I'm the boss. you'd better step back to the background, so that it's easier for me to recruit people, and the two of us can discuss anything in the future." After frowning and pondering for a while, Zhao Yang nodded his head, sort of responding to Li Wang's proposal, and said viciously, "No problem, but I have one condition. I must get that bastard Tang Wei killed." Chapter 63, The Beauty Racket. Li Wang slowly nodded his head after hearing Zhao Yang's vicious words. He also hated Tang Wei to the bone right now, but after a little thought, he said, "It's possible, but Tang Wei's place is easy to defend and hard to attack, and there's a monster nearby, so it's hard to say if we can take it or not if we go and fight it rashly." Zhao Yang narrowed his eyes and turned his head to Meng Yang, who was at the side, and asked, "Yang Di, do you have any good ideas?" Meng Yang reached out and held the frames of his glasses, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, "Big brother, I do have a plan. Tang Wei is very horny and looks for beautiful women everywhere. Why don't we use a beauty trick to lure him out?" When Meng Yang said this, Zhao Yang and Li Wang both fell into deep thought. Li Wang thought for a moment and spoke, "The plan is good, but what if Tang Wei has help? With just the 40 or so of us, plus these few bows, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with." Meng Yang smiled and nodded, as if he had expected Li Wang to ask a question, and opened his mouth. "Two bosses. With this amount of manpower we have, we really don't dare to guarantee it, but we can lure Tang Wei to a place, and then find a way to lure the group of zombies wandering around Doctor's Lake, or that multi-legged monster. So won't we have a good show then?" Meng Yang's words made Zhao Yang and Li Wang's eyes light up. Zhao Yang reached out and patted Meng Yang's shoulder approvingly. "This is a wonderful plan by Yang Di. I'll leave this matter in your charge. Take your pick of the women here and see which one is suitable as bait." At that moment, Li Jiaomei behind Li Wang volunteered to raise her hand. "Let me try. He used to be obsessed with me." Meng Yang looked up and down at Li Jiaomei, whose legs were unable to close, and shook his head in disgust. "Tang Wei has a discerning eye. Didn't you see the requirements of the ad he posted? It has to be a beautiful woman, and it has to be a pure teenage girl. You and these few women don't qualify, and I suspect Tang Wei has methods that can identify whether a woman is pure or not. Otherwise there's a whole lot of beautiful women, and it's unlikely that he's only taken in so many." When Li Jiaomei heard Meng Yang's words, she was about to have a fit, but when he saw Li Wang's ice-cold, frosty gaze, he could only snappily retreat. Zhao Yang looked at Li Jiaomei's flirtatious appearance and was interested. Licking his lips and turning his head to Li Wang, "I don't have a very good reputation, so I'll leave it to you to find a pretty girl to use as bait." Li Wang nodded and smiled knowingly when he saw Zhao Yang staring at Li Jiaomei. "If Chairman Zhao is interested, then let's put on a show for the group." After hearing this, Zhao Yan let out a lewd laugh and didn't hesitate to pull Li Jiaomei into the middle of the library. 2 hours later, Tang Wei, who had slept for a while, stretched his back and got up, his exhaustion and expended spiritual energy having been fully restored. After moving his muscles, he stepped out of 702, where the women were playing cards. Seeing that Tang Wei was awake, he began to prepare dinner. After eating and drinking, Tang Wei, who was lying on his bed, decided to go off the air for a day tomorrow, and first went to pick up the bulletproof supplies and upgrade the shelter a bit before doing so. Early morning of the 10th day of the end times, Tang Wei and the ladies got up early and ate breakfast. Tang Wei then contacted the middle-aged man who had exchanged bulletproof materials. The two sides agreed on a time, and after Tang Wei received the location sent by the other party, he brought the whole group of women who were ready to go downstairs. Tang Wei and Yang Xiaoqian were driving 2 commercial vehicles one after the other. Song Ting sat in the passenger seat of Tang Wei's car. Zhang Ji and Xia Yao sat in the back row. Xia Meng sat in the passenger seat of Yang Xiaoqian's car, and Li Na and Zhao Xinyue sat in the back row. Everyone is equipped with a crossbow. The tram cancelled the beeps and traveled silently. Soon, the 2 cars quietly drove out of Binchang University, following the direction indicated by the navigation and heading towards the Binchang New District. Because of the daylight, there were no large groups of walkers seen on the streets. Sporadic groups of corpses were wandering aimlessly, and some zombies that were ungrateful enough to get in the way. Tang Wei was not polite, and directly rammed them out of the way. Soon the front bumper of Tang Wei's business car was deformed and fell off. On the streets, vehicles are abandoned everywhere. Signals are lying around, and leaves are piled up and left unswept. Every dilapidated site was a silent reminder to the crowd that this was a post-apocalyptic world. This was the first time the crowd had stepped out of the school after the end of the world, and their eyes were filled with despondency and confusion. Although they were lucky to follow Tang Wei, but even so, in the midst of these last days, who knows which will come first, death or tomorrow? There are no more signals to direct or rules to follow. Originally a journey of more than half an hour, in less than 20 minutes, 2 commercial vehicles stopped in front of the navigation plant. The windows of the business car fell down, and Yang Xiaoqian, Song Ting, and Xiaomeng extended their 3 bows out of the windows, shooting the 3 zombies that were attracted nearby. Tang Wei did not sound the horn and took out his cell phone to call the other party. Soon, The call was connected, and after hearing that Tang Wei had arrived, the other party hung up. A few minutes later, the factory door slowly opened a crack, and a young man poked his head out, carefully checking to make sure there was no danger before the door opened completely. Tang Wei and Yang Xiaoqian drove the car into the factory building, and the young man closed the factory door again. The entire plant covers an area of about 3,000 square meters, and most of the space is stacked with steel and other items. Before Tang Wei and the others could get out of the car, 5 or 6 people gathered around them. Leading the way was a middle-aged man with a wealthy physique, and he was surrounded by 2 men to his left and 2 to his right who were armed with bows and crossbows, while the rest of the men were armed with machetes. Tang Wei pushed open the car door and took the lead to get out of the car, followed by Yang Xiaoqian with a bow and crossbow in hand and a composite bow on her back. The women stepped down from each of the 2 vehicles with a bow in each hand. The people who had gathered around couldn't help but stare after seeing all the beautiful women getting out of the car. It was even more shocking when he saw that everyone was holding a clear bow. The eyes that looked at the women were full of scorn. The cold weapon bow was definitely considered a sharp weapon. The rich middle-aged man with sword brows and starry eyes swept a glance at the weapons in the hands of several women before looking Tang Wei up and down. Afterward, he smiled at Tang Wei and extended his hand. After the 2 shook hands and exchanged pleasantries, the middle-aged man pointed to the 2 crates on the side that were already loaded with bulletproof steel and bulletproof glass. Tang Wei walked up and took a closer look. Name, HP 550 bulletproof steel. Type, defense. Defense, 8. Grade, second rate. Inferior, second rate. Good, top rate. High quality, very good. Introduction. NP550 ballistic steel has a tensile strength of more than 1,350 MPa and a hardness range of 535-90 HBW, which makes it able to effectively resist attacks from high-speed bullets, artillery shells and other attacks. Compared to traditional ballistic armor materials, NP550 ballistic steel is lighter in weight, which can effectively reduce the overall weight of equipment and improve mobility. Name, 52mm bulletproof glass. Type, defense. Defense, 8. Grade, second rate. Inferior, second rate. Good, top rate. High quality, very good. Introduction. Bulletproof glass is a composite transparent material made of glass and polycarbonate fiber processing, belonging to the bulletproof transparent material, with high impact strength and safety. Chapter 64. The 4th Hospital of the Binchang Medical University. After checking the bulletproof material and confirming that it was correct, Tang Wei led the middle-aged man to open the trunks of the 2 commercial vehicles. It had long been filled with bottled water and bread by Tang Wei. Soon after, the transaction was successfully completed and the arc welding machine, E11018M welding rods and the bulletproof glass mounting frame were loaded onto the truck without any problems. The middle-aged man saw the damage to the front ends of Tang Wei's 2 commercial vehicles and arranged for the front ends of the 2 vehicles to be reinforced. Use a centimeter-thick steel plate to make a front end similar to the push production, so that you do not have to worry about damage due to impact zombie vehicles. After Tang Wei gratefully shook hands with the middle-aged man and said goodbye, the 2 commercial vehicles towed the 2 panel trucks and slowly drove towards the outside of the factory. It wasn't until they had driven some distance away that the women breathed a slight sigh of relief. On the way back, it's not far from the 4th hospital in Peninsular City. After pondering for a moment, Tang Wei decided to take the crowd to collect some medicine. After all, in case someone gets hurt in the future, not having the appropriate medication can be a problem. Tang Wei notified Yang Xiaoqian in the back of the car with his walkie-talkie and adjusted his direction towards the 4th hospital. 2 cars arrived at the outpatient department of the 4th hospital. Hospital outpatient door parked several ambulances with open doors. Emergency trolleys scattered in all directions. The whole scene seems empty, silent. Let a person look at the heart-straight hair. After Tang Wei parked the car, the crowd got out and locked the doors. Then he led the crowd into the clinic lobby. The 2 little cuties in blue nurse uniforms inside the guidance desk immediately pounced towards Tang Wei and the others with open teeth and claws when they saw a human appear. Before Tang Wei could make a move, Yang Xiaoqian quickly drew her bow and shot an arrow, instantly killing a zombie. The 2 girls, Song Ting and Xia Meng, were also not willing to show weakness, picking up their bows and crossbows to shoot one after another. Put. 2 crossbow bolts hit the head of the last walker with precision. After the 2 cutie corpses disappeared, the trio walked up and picked up the fallen bows and arrows. Tang Wei glanced at the department's signage behind the guidance desk, and after some searching, he saw the words Pharmacy Department, which was located on the negative floor of the signage. Tang Wei waved at the women and followed the direction of the signage, heading towards the south corridor of the hall. After walking 100 meters or so, you see a security staircase. Tang Wei first used his spiritual power to sense the situation inside the building, making sure it was safe before he pushed open the security door. The group cautiously and tiptoeing towards the negative floor. The lights in the corridors of the negative floor flickered on and off, and the ghostly green safety exit signs made the already quiet negative floor seem particularly eerie. Tang Wei didn't release his mental power on a wide scale to investigate. That would consume his mental power too quickly. If they really encountered something scary, they wouldn't be able to use their mental power to control the mutated plants to fight for a long time. Tang Wei led the nervous-looking women, slowly moving forward step by step. Song Ting followed closely behind Tang Wei with a crossbow, while Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng were at the very back of the group. After walking for a few minutes, Tang Wei and the others realized in the flickering lights that there was a medicine pickup window up ahead, and 2 zombies were standing in place outside, their bodies twitching from time to time. There were 4 or 5 walkers in white coats roaming the medicine pickup window. Tang Wei beckoned to Yang Xiaoqian and Song Ting and Xia Meng, and the 3 of them understood, taking their compound bows and crossbows and shooting at the 2 zombies outside. The 2 zombies were killed instantly, and the few zombies inside the window bared their teeth and rushed toward the crowd outside the window when they heard the sound outside. Scratching through the glass, the walker soon finds the medicine window and tries to climb out of it, resulting in a head and an arm stuck in the window position. Yang Xiaoqian held the arrow shaft in her hand and was about to give the zombie a blow, but she was stopped by Tang Wei. Tang Wei pulled Zhang Ji, whose face was a bit white, in front of him, and had Zhang Ji aim her bow at the zombie's head. Zhang Ji's small face was white and full of clubs, and the hand holding the crossbow couldn't stop trembling. Tang Wei frowned and spoke with some impatience. "Hurry up." Zhang Ji was startled by Tang Wei's words and aimed at the zombie's head, closing her eyes and pulling the trigger. Put! The red and white juices splattered and erupted onto her hand as she disliked the shot to the head. Zhang Ji couldn't help herself, so she turned around and started dry heaving. Song Ting rushed forward to gently caress the back, and as the zombies disappeared, the red and white things on Zhang Ji's hands also disappeared, which alleviated the dry heaving a lot. Tang Wei hooked his hand at Xia Yao, whose face was also white. This time it was even more straightforward to take the bow out of her hand and shove the wood chipper into her hand, before pointing at the new walker that had burrowed in the window. Xia Yao had a clubbed face and shook her head back and forth, but when she saw Tang Wei, who had a bad expression on his face, after gritting his teeth and slashing with his eyes closed, he completed the kill, and Tang Wei had Zhao Xinyue and Li Na kill another one each. Once they were all settled, Tang Wei used his wood chipper to destroy the lock of a side door and led the crowd inside the medicine-taking window. The crowd began to scavenge, and while there were plenty of medicines, they didn't find many antibiotics, anti-inflammatories, or anything of the sort. After a fruitless search, Tang Wei led the women to continue searching along the corridor. The group searched room to room down the corridor for a few minutes, and when they reached the end of the corridor, they were blocked by a steel door. Tang Wei's user spirit power checked inward, and as it entered, Tang Wei was pleasantly surprised to find that behind the door was the medicine storehouse. Tang Wei drew out his wood chipper and began to trick the door. The door of the medicine store was much sturdier than the others. It was only a few minutes later that Tang Wei opened the door to the drugstore. As the door was opened, a wave of cold air hit the face, making the crowd couldn't help but shiver. Pharmacy is very cold in the 20 degrees below. A variety of shelves staggered. No light. Tang Wei and a few girls have taken out a flashlight lighting. The ladies followed closely behind Tang Wei. Tang Wei used his spiritual power to cover the entire medicine storehouse to check it out. In one of the innermost corners, Tang Wei found a huddled figure. Tang Wei frowned and led the crowd toward the innermost corner of the medicine storehouse. The figure huddled in the corner was wrapped in a black duffel coat. I don't know if it was from shock or because it was so cold, but you could tell by the shaking duvet that the person inside was shivering. The lights of the crowd were gathered on the duvet, and just as Tang Wei was about to take the duvet away, the duvet was suddenly lifted, and a white shadow lunged at Tang Wei. The crowd was taken aback by the sudden scene. The speed was fast, but it was like slow play in Tang Wei's eyes. Tang Wei saw that the one who pounced was a girl in a white nurse's uniform, and in her hand was a sharp scalpel. Tang Wei dodged, reached out and grabbed the girl's wrist, and with a little force, the scalpel that was glistening with cold light fell to the ground. Ah! The little nurse screamed and struggled desperately. When it became clear that all that stood before her were humans, she first froze, then cried tears of joy, directly jumping into Tang Wei's arms and wailing. Tang Wei was confused by the little nurse in his arms and frowned, asking Song Ting and Zhang Ji to come and comfort him. After the little nurse cried for a while, she wiped her tears with Tang Wei's clothes. Turning his head, he flung himself into Song Ting and Zhang Ji's arms again and continued to cry. Chapter 65, Xiao Xianwen, the little nurse. After seeing the girl crying and venting her fear, Yang Xiaoqian's few people laughed and shook their heads as they began to collect the medicines. Tang Wei, on the other hand, used his system to measure up this white-clothed little nurse. Name, Xiao Xianwen. Sex, female. Age, 21. Level, 1. Experience value, 0/1000. Capability, ordinary level. Power, 70. Speed, 70. Endurance, 70. Bone strength, 1. Face value, 93 points. Body, 94 points. Temperament, 93 points. Sentiment, 0. White. Overall charisma score, 93. 3. Meets the criteria for a goddess. That little nurse had been crying with her head buried in her hands, and Tang Wei hadn't seen the looks yet, but just by looking at the ratings alone, he knew it definitely wasn't bad. After a while, Xiao Zunwen's emotions calmed down a lot, sniffling as she began to tell Song Ting and Jiang Ji a few people about the process of her hiding here. Xiao Xianwan interned in her junior year and was assigned to the pharmacy department. The job of coming back to the pharmacy to pick up the medicine naturally fell to her. On the day of the zombie outbreak, she happened to be picking up a shipment from the pharmacy, and had just pushed her cart out of the pharmacy when she saw a riot over by the pickup window, with a nurse picking up medication frantically tearing into someone else. In a matter of minutes, it was chaos, and those who had been bitten soon rose from the ground and began to tear into others as well. Realizing something wasn't right, she rushed back to the pill vault, relying on drinking glucose to survive these days. If she hadn't had a down jacket in the storage room to protect her from the cold, I'm afraid she would have died of hypothermia long ago. After listening to Xiao Zunwen's sobbing narration, Tang Wei faintly opened his mouth. Okay, stop crying, grab us antibiotics, anti-inflammatories, cold medicine, fever reducers, bandages and first aid, all these urgent medicines, and we can take you with us if you perform well. Xiao Xianwan hurriedly got up when she heard that she could be taken away for good behavior, wiping his tears while leading the crowd to get the medicines. With Xiao Xianwan joining him, the speed of collection obviously increased a lot. Xiao Xianwan loaded a lot more medical equipment, and even pointed to a medical drug freezer on the side. Tang Wei didn't say anything, and directly carried the refrigerated cabinet. A group of people returned with a full load, not counting the packages. The hospital to deliver the medicine trolley pushed 3 carts, which does not include the 2 large pieces carried by Tang Wei. After loading the items into the car, Xiao Xianwan stood in front of Tang Wei's car with some hesitation and hesitated for a moment to open her mouth to Tang Wei. Big brother, can you go with me to find my college classmate? She is in the gynecology internship. Tang Wei directly pulled open the car door and sat on the driver's seat, speaking faintly. Everyone else here is a zombie except for one lucky guy like you, so go find it yourself if you want. Xiao Xianwan frowned her beautiful eyebrows, her tearful eyes, skimming her small mouth, looking pitifully at Tang Wei, with a look of icy pity. Tang Wei directly ignored off also no nonsense, closed the door, a foot throttle drive away. This action frightened Xiao Xianwan, who hurriedly waved her hand. Big brother wait for me. Yang Xiaoqian, who was following behind, parked her car in front of Xiao Xianwan and said, get in the car. He's really going to leave you behind if you don't. Xiao Xianwan did not hesitate at all to pull open the car door and hurriedly get on. 20 minutes later, the 2 cars were parked firmly underneath Block C. Tang Wei swept through Block C with his mental power to make sure there was no abnormality. Then he led the crowd to start unloading the car. It was a good trip, with bulletproof materials, tight medicines, and a pretty little nurse. Soon the removal of supplies was at an end, with only the ballistic material remaining to be disposed of. Tang Wei decided to be lazy and exerted his supernatural ability to conjure up mutated ivy. After he gave the order to the ivy, he saw that the stout ivy easily took a sheet of 300 pounds of bulletproof steel plates were lifted. The ivy climbed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a bolt of green lightning, curling around the bulletproof steel plate straight to the 7th floor. Tang Wei had long been waiting on the 7th floor to receive the supplies that Ivy had carried up. In just a few minutes, all the bulletproof materials were moved. After this operation, the speed increased a lot, but Tang Wei's mental power was also not small. After he put away the ivy, he charged up the 2 commercial vehicles that had little power left before returning to the 7th floor. Tang Wei didn't stop for a moment, and immediately after that, he began to upgrade and remodel the defense of the shelter. He closed all the windows in rooms 706 to 712 with HP 550 ballistic steel, and fixed them with steel frames for support. It was his first time using arc welding, and although the weld joints were crooked and not exactly aesthetically pleasing, the good news was that they were still solid and reliable. A few hours later, Tang Wei was installing bulletproof glass in rooms 701 to 705. Good thing the other side provided the installation frame. Tang Wei first find a good pivot point. The frame will be fixed steadily, and then carefully install the bulletproof glass up. Room 703 has a small 50 by 50 window reserved for easy landing and takeoff of drones, with a small door made of bulletproof steel plate. The remaining 3 sheets of HP 550 bulletproof steel. 2 sheets were skillfully made by Tangway into a gate at the entrance of the building. The last one was modified by Tangway on the 701 door, so that even if the outside was breached, there was still 701 a safe house to temporarily hide in. After a busy time, the upgrade work was finally completed, and Tangway was exhausted and out of breath. However, when he looked at the shelter whose defensibility had been upgraded by more than 1 grade, the stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. Tangway placed a medical freezer in room 702, putting some drugs that needed to be kept refrigerated in the cabinet, while those kept at room temperature were placed in room 701. The crowd cleaned up together again, and by the time everything was in order, night had fallen. To celebrate the successful upgrade of the shelter, Tangway took out tons of food. Song Ting and the rest of the group moved to start preparing for the dinner. In no time, the table was filled with tantalizing delicacies, including hand-torn roast chicken, pan-fried steak, and an exquisite fruit platter. In addition, Tangway took out the 82 La Fight, Nyoji Baijiu, and even prepared 5% dextrose. Although Xiao Xianwen had already eaten 2 bags of bread, he still couldn't help but gulp when he saw these delicious flavors on the table. These days, she has to rely on glucose every day to keep her body functioning. Seeing roast chicken and steak at the moment was like being single for 30 years and seeing a naked beautiful woman, and I've long been glowing with both eyes. Xiao Xianwen realized that the ladies didn't move their chopsticks, but instead, they all turned their gazes to Tangway, and then thanked him one after another. She looked confused, but followed the crowd's example and expressed her gratitude to Tangway. Positive emotion value from Xia Yao +1. Positive emotions from Zhao Xinyue +1. Positive emotion value from Xiao Xianwen +1. Chapter 66, The Strange Black Egg. Everyone began to eat, Xiao Zuanwen's big watery eyes staring intently at the steak and chicken leg. I wanted to eat it, but I was a little embarrassed, so I could only squirm and keep gagging. Tangway couldn't help but smile when he saw Xiao Zuanwen's gluttonous, almost drooling appearance. Clipped a chicken leg and a piece of steak onto Xiao Zuanwen's dinner plate. Xiao Xianwen was touched by tears that flowed indisputably from the corners of his eyes and mouth at the same time, hurriedly thanked him in a row, and then couldn't care less about his image and wolfed down his food. Positive emotion value from Xiao Xianwen +1. The crowd enjoyed a lively dinner for an hour or so, after which they went off on their own with a variety of recreational activities. Tangway took out his cell phone and opened the backstage private message from yesterday's live broadcast, which contained dozens of photos. He ruled most of it out with a quick scan. The people in the remaining photos are all quite emotionally experienced, even though their looks fit the bill. Tangway turned off a certain sound with some disappointment and opened the green bubble again, which he hadn't looked at for a few days. Just saw 99 plus messages in various groups at Hamachi University. Tangway clicked on it with some boredom and realized that the group was full of messages from various teams that were taking people in. After some checking out, Tangway found 2 of the more popular teams. The first one is Team Su Zhuyan. Su Zhanyan is one of the 4 beauties along with Song Ting and Zhang Ji, and she is a senior psychology major. Currently, she has the largest team of over 200 people. Tangway was quite impressed with this Su Zhuyan, who was 1 term younger than himself. Su Jinyan was named the school flower on her first day of enrollment, and at that time, many people even changed their major to psychology in order to have more contact with her. The second one is Team Zhou Yuxi. Zhou Wuzi was around 30 years old and served as the head of the school's security office before the end of the world. Now with the identity of the director of the defense department, under the banner of the university to develop the team, the speed is rapid. Just a few days, the team has grown to close to 200 people. Some of the remaining recruiting ads had team sizes mostly around 40 or 50 people. What made Tangway quite surprised was that he actually saw Li Wang's newly posted recruitment advertisements in several groups. Tangway didn't expect this Li Wang to be alive either. Tangway turned off his cell phone, let Xia Meng burn some hot water, took a comfortable bath, and directly left Xia Meng to warm the bed. Early morning of the 13th day of the end times. In the past 2 days, Tangway and the others had a very pleasant time, broadcasting live every morning and free in the afternoon. After counting the 5 attribute fruits and 14 corpse pills in the previous inventory, a total of 13 attribute fruits and 38 corpse pills had been harvested in the past few days. Tangway checked the mood value, positive sentiment value, 73, negative emotional value, 4,738, admiration value, 72. Tangway looked at the 73 points of positive emotional value, and after a slight hesitation, he exchanged these emotional values for 2 fruits of strength, 2 fruits of endurance, and 3 fruits of power. In a flash, 7 fruits of different colors appeared in his hands. Tangway directly started eating, and in a few minutes' time, he had eaten all 7 of these sand fruit-sized fruits. System alert. The fruit of strength has successfully improved its attributes. Strength plus 50. System alert. Fruit of stamina has successfully improved its attributes. Stamina plus 50. System alert. Attribute enhancement by fruit of strength successful. Bone strength plus 1. 7 attribute fruits were digested, and there were only 3 system prompts. Tang Wei opened his own attribute panel to check. Name, Tang Wei. Age, 23 years old. Level, 2. Upgrading experience, 4730/5000. Ability, Class F with attribute alien. Power, 400. Speed, 300. Endurance, 350. Bone strength, 5. Mental power, 300/400. Wood property affinity, 9. Plant storage bits, 3/3. Fatigue value, 300/300. Positive sentiment value, 3. Negative emotional value, 4738. Admiration value, 72. Currently there are 270 experience points left to upgrade to level 3, and once you do, your attributes will receive another boost. Tang Wei placed 13 contaminated property fruits on the study table. These attribute fruits are 5 strength fruits, 4 speed fruits and 4 endurance fruits. After a little thought, he called the 4 girls, Zhao Xinyue, Li Na, Xia Yao and Xiao Xianwen, to room 702. He gave each of the 4 women a fruit with different attributes, and gave Xiao Xianwen the remaining 1 additional power fruit. Positive emotion value from Xia Yao plus 1. Positive sentiment from Lina plus 1. Admiration value from Zhao Xinyue plus 1. Positive emotion value from Xiao Xianwen plus 1. After the 4 women thanked him repeatedly, they couldn't wait to eat the fruit. Seeing Xia Yao's beaming look, he knew that she was unlucky and her attribute boost didn't work. Tang Wei utilized his supernatural ability, Withered Wood returning to spring, and headed towards Xia Yao. But what he didn't expect was that this Withered Wood rejuvenation was actually a group healing skill. In an instant, the corpse poison in Xia Yao and the several girls around her were cleared. Tang Wei immediately brightened up, his heart secretly rejoicing. This skill was somewhat heaven-defying. After a few women left the room, Tang Wei exchanged all 38 corpse dawn for twister points. Looking at the 38 available times displayed on the twister machine, Tang Wei gritted his teeth and directly drew 38 consecutive times. The twister spun wildly. Unsurprisingly, the first few prizes continued to be Angel brand anti-towels. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 pack of Angel brand anti-towels. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 pack of Angel brand anti-towels. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bag of liver and liver paper draws. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of script killing scripts. Will it be claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 caddy of crested summer coffee beans. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of checkers. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 speed fruit. Will it be claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 spirit fruit. Will it be claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a coffee machine. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 egg. Is it claimed? 38 After the streak ended, Tang Wei's face turned completely green. The vast majority of them were miscellaneous items, and the only ones that were truly useful were the 2 attribute fruits. This time there wasn't even anything resembling black silk to draw, except for the egg, which was a bit strange. Tang Wei was full of expectations that this egg would bring a miracle. Tang Wei claimed the egg first, and an ostrich egg-sized, pitch-black egg appeared in his hand. Tang Wei lifted the egg, carefully examined. In addition to the color black, the appearance and ostrich eggs are not the same. Tang Wei used the system to check the attributes of this egg. Name, egg, type, defense, grade, introduction, egg white crystal clear, golden yolk attractive, its delicate texture, delicious flavor, rich in nutrients, eating can play beauty, aphrodisiac, increase wisdom and longevity, lowering the efficacy of blood lipids and blood sugar. What? Chapter 67, Su Jinyan's Invitation. Tang Wei was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen the system display a question mark. Although the system could not give clear information, the synopsis was written in a very tantalizing way. Tang Wei held the black egg and repeatedly looked at it for a long time, but did not see any clues. After a moment's hesitation, he bent his 4 fingers together and gently tapped the black egg with his knuckles. Instead of cracking the shell like a normal egg, the black egg made a knocking sound like metal. Tang Wei frowned and gradually increased his strength, but the black egg remained steady and unmoving. Tang Wei clenched his teeth and used his entire body to slam his fist towards the black egg. Boo! Tang Wei only felt as if his fist had smashed into a solid steel egg, and if his bone strength hadn't reached 5. I'm afraid that this punch would have fractured just now. Tang Wei placed the black egg on the table and disbelievingly drew his wood chipper. He then took aim and swung his sword at black egg. Snap! The expected chicken and egg scene didn't appear. Not even a single scratch was left on the black egg. Instead, Tang Wei's tiger's mouth holding the knife was cracked by the force of the recoil. 702 The sound of clanking in the room drew the women. After seeing Tang Wei's right hand bleeding, Xiao Xianwen immediately transformed into a sweet little angel. hurriedly took out the first aid kit, took out the gauze, and carefully bandaged Tang Wei's right hand. Tang Wei didn't care too much, even if he didn't bandage it. With his current recovery ability, it would heal tomorrow. Everyone's gazes fell on the black egg. Song Ting, Zhang Ji and the others reaching out to touch the smooth black egg. Yang Xiaoqian asked with a face full of curiosity, "Brother Wei, what is this?" Tang Wei shook his head with a helpless face and said, "I didn't get it either." Like solid eggs. The women took turns stroking the black eggs in novelty until Tang Wei took out the coffee maker and Cuisinart coffee beans. It was only then that everyone's attention was diverted to the coffee machine. A group of people started grinding coffee with great interest. Tang Wei picked up the black egg and weighed it in his hand, feeling quite weighty. It's not clear what the black egg actually does for now, but at least it's hard enough. With their own strength, throw this black egg out. The power is no less than a 5-pound solid steel egg from the 10-story building will be smashed to the ground strength. Tang Wei threw the black egg into the kit, flipped his hand to collect the speed fruit and spirit fruit, and ate the fruits while watching the women busily making coffee. System alert, Fruit of Speed has successfully improved its attributes. Speed plus 50. Fruit of the Spirit fails to enhance. Fruit of Speed succeeds in enhancing the attribute. Tang Wei looked at the time. It was almost time for the live broadcast, so he began to prepare to start the broadcast. The live feed was as lively as ever. Just opened the live broadcast, and in an instant, tens of thousands of people came in like a tidal wave. The number of people applying for connectivity also climbed quickly into the hundreds. Tang Wei was still randomly linked as usual. Only after connecting 3 or 4 people, Yang Xiaoqian, who was in charge of the backstage work, gently waved her hand towards Tang Wei, who was broadcasting live, signaling him to take a look at the backstage situation. Tang Wei understood, and after handing over the live broadcast to Zhang Ji, he moved to the side and picked up his cell phone to check the background information. What came into view were a few background private messages from a user named Su Jingyan. "Hello Tang Wei, I'm Su Jingyan from Bincheng University. I've formed a club and sincerely invite you to join. Our club currently has 256 members, of which 165 are boys and 91 are girls. The society occupies several canteens and storehouses in the southern district of Bincheng University, with a very good stock of materials and a strong staff, and we invite you to be able to join us." Su Jingyan sent a video. "Now that the zombies have systematically started to attack the fallen or small groups, the only way we can hope to survive in this post-apocalyptic world is to unite." Tang Wei tapped the screen of his cell phone and opened the video compilation sent by Su Jingyan. The screen is a compilation of clips of a group of zombies attacking a single student. Each clip is only a dozen seconds or so, but without exception, they are all bloody and incomparable. Tang Wei turned the video off. He had no interest in joining the club, but he was more interested in this Su Jingyan. After all, to be the talk of the school when she reported in her freshman year, and to be called one of the 4 beauties alongside Song Ting and Zhang Ji, she must have something to offer. Tang Wei then replied in the background of the private message, "Thanks to Miss Su's generosity, I won't bother you with the security issues on my side. If Miss Su can't stay in the society, she can come to me. I specialize in beautiful women." After Su Jingyan saw Tang Wei's reply, her willow eyebrows slightly frowned, and she thought in her heart that this Tang Wei was really as rumored, a full-blown sexist denizen. However, the resources Tang Wei held in his hands were too rich, and as long as he could get him to join the club, he wouldn't have to worry about resources in the future. Su Jingyan took a deep breath, forcibly holding back her inner revulsion towards Tang Wei, and continued to send the message. "Since you don't want to join for now, we might as well talk about cooperation. My society cleans up the surrounding zombies on a daily basis and has collected quite a few corpse pills and attribute fruits. I can make an exchange with you, only the standard you set has to be changed." As soon as Tang Wei heard Su Jingyan say that she had quite a few corpse pills and attribute fruits in her hands, she immediately became interested and opened her mouth. "You first tell me exactly how many corpse dawn and attribute fruits you have in your hands. If the quantity is large, the price is naturally negotiable. 3 greenish-black corpse pills, 32 normal corpse pills, 8 attribute fruits for 1,000 bags of bread." Su Jingyan quoted his price without hesitation. Tang Wei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow after hearing Su Jingyan's offer. He was secretly calculating in his mind. 3 second-order corpse pills, equal to 15 first-order corpse pills, plus 32, a total of 47 first-order corpse pills, plus 8 attribute fruits. Actually want to exchange for 1,000 bags of bread. Although 1,000 bags of bread is just a drop in the bucket for Tang Wei, he can't let go easily. Moreover, there was another point that made Tang Wei quite curious. Under normal circumstances, when others exchanged supplies, they would ask for food and water together. But Su Jingyan only wanted bread. Apparently she didn't lack water resources. Tang Wei frowned slightly, pondering for a moment, and said to Su Jingyan, "The price is a little high, but I'll agree to that price as long as you send me a picture of it. And if you don't, no deal." After Su Jingyan saw this unreasonable request from Tang Wei, she was ashamed and annoyed, and in her heart, she couldn't wait to immediately pull the plug on this denizen. But when she remembered how little food she had left, she gritted her teeth and could only humiliatingly take a picture and send it to Tang Wei. Tang Wei received the photo, only to see Su Jingyan in the photo. Has a beautiful face, shoulder-length short hair looks sharp and slick, the whole person looks extremely competent. She was dressed in a white tracksuit that aptly outlined the curves of her delicate figure with perfect proportions. The white skin was glowing with a soft shimmer in the sunlight, and the soulful eyes seemed to be hiding bright stars, so people couldn't help but fall in love with them. In short, beauty. Chapter 68 Heartwarming Rewards. After Tang Wei looked at Su Jingyan's appearance, he secretly nodded his head. Worthy of being one of the 4 great beauties, truly magnificent. Using the system to view, Su Jingyan's attributes instantly appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Su Jinin. Sex, female. Age, 22. Level, 2. Experience value, 250/5000. Ability, Class F Water Attribute Alien. Power, 210. Speed, 180. Endurance, 170. Bone strength, 3. Face value, 96 points. Body, 95 points. Temperament, 96 points. Sentiment, 0. White. Overall charisma score, 95. 6 points, meets the criteria for a goddess. Corpse poison, 50%. After Tang Wei read Su Jingyan's attributes, he was slightly stunned, then suddenly realized. Finally, I understood why Su Jingyan only wanted 1,000 bags of bread and not pure water. It turned out that this Su Jingyan was actually an F-class water attribute adept. There was also a column of necrotic poison on the attribute panel, so it must have eaten an item like an attribute fruit. I just don't know how this Su Jingyan awakened her F-rank water attribute supernatural ability. Tang Wei kindly sent a message to Su Jingyan on the basis that she hadn't had a boyfriend yet. A kind reminder. Too much consumption of attribute fruit in corpse dam will be poisoned, and in severe cases, they will turn into zombies completely. Tang Wei's words seemed to hit Su Jingyan right in the gut. She actually noticed that as she used the attribute fruit more often, the tyrannical emotions in her heart grew stronger and her sanity would diminish. She studied psychology and quickly realized that something was wrong, hurriedly stopping the consumption of attribute fruits and restraining her men from consuming them as well, which allowed her to accumulate so many corpse dan and attribute fruits. Thank you. You've seen the photos. When are we going to trade? Su Jingyan asked bluntly. Tang Wei hesitated slightly and opened his mouth. In the afternoon. You give me an address and I'll meet you in the afternoon. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Jingyan sent Tang Wei a location and left him his cell phone number. After putting away her cell phone, a pretty girl beside Su Jingyan opened her mouth. Jin, these 1,000 bags of bread will only last for 5 or 6 days at most. What happens after that? Su Jingyan wrinkled his good-looking eyebrows and sighed helplessly. Alas, let's take one step at a time. Have the people expand their search and collect more corpse dawn and attribute fruits to save for trading with Tang Wei later. Tang Wei put away his cell phone and pondered in his mind how he could recruit Su Jingyan. He wasn't just because Su Jingyan was pretty, but most of all, he was interested in Su Jingyan's water attribute supernatural ability. Tang Wei sat back down next to Jiangji again, reaching out to gently wrap his arms around Jiangji's slender waist. Jiangji's stunningly beautiful face instantly flushed red and rubbed into Tang Wei's arms. The simple action of Jiangji instantly broke the hearts of tens of thousands of licking dogs in the live broadcast room. Tang Wei didn't mean to spread dog food. It was just that he was going to trade tomorrow and still needed to get some negative emotional value from this group of people. Tang Wei exchanged all the surging negative emotion values for bread, and in just over 10 minutes, room 702 was piled high with bread. Seeing this, Song Ting, Xia Yao, Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng, several women, hurriedly moved to clear the bread towards the outside of the room. However, when a few women accidentally appeared on the live broadcast screen, the live broadcast room instantly exploded. Bells for life, I put together? That song. Song Ting, the ice beauty of the 4 great beauties? Song Big Beauty, Counselor Song, the most beautiful fairy in Binchang, Yang Xiaoqian? It's Yang Xiaoqian, the flower of the foreign language department. Corgi dogs not dogs, Xia Meng and Xia Yao. The sisters? I'll put it together. What is this Tang Wei? How come he's surrounded by beautiful women? Haigua Tiankong, holy man, you've taken 2 of the 4 major beauties of Binchang University. Are you trying to collect all 4 of them? It's just Su Jingyan and Mu Qing that's missing, right? Su Jingyan, who was watching Tang Wei's live broadcast, instantly froze when she saw the several beauties that appeared on the live broadcast screen. Originally, she felt that the matter of Jiangji, who was on par with herself, becoming Tang Wei's girlfriend was already outrageous enough. However, he never expected that Counselor Songting would also be at Tang Wei's place, and Department Flower Yang Xiaoqian as well as sisters Xia Meng and Xia Yao were also there. Tang Wei looked at the negativity that was constantly skyrocketing on the screen and screamed in his heart that it wasn't good, and hurriedly asked Zhang Ji to stop the broadcast in a hurry. As the screen of the live broadcast room instantly turned black, the speed of the negative emotion value skyrocketing not only didn't decrease, but instead became faster. Negative emotion value from Zhao Jinlong +1, negative emotion value from Luo Dongdong +1, negative emotional value from Jia Yang +1, negative emotion value from Li Wang +1, negative emotion value from Su Jining +1. Tang Wei really didn't expect that even Su Jingyan had contributed negative emotions. System alert, cursed power opens. As the colors in front of him disappeared little by little, Tang Wei knew in his heart that everything was too late. The color in Tang Wei's eyes began to fade as the black line slowly crept up his neck. Zhang Ji saw Tang Wei fall into this horrible state again, and having a mental shadow, she wanted to escape in a hurry. Before he could take a step, he was grabbed by Tang Wei and thrown onto the bed. The two girls, Song Ting and Xia Yao, who had just poured the bread out, stood outside the door and were also startled when they saw this scene. Xia Yao had heard Zhang Ji say more than once that Tang Wei was terrifying when he got into shape. Xia Yao forced down the fear in her heart and kindly closed the door to room 702. Yang Xiaoqian also wanted to slip away, laboriously crawling from the bread pile to the door, and when victory was in sight, Xia Yao kindly helped them close the door. Yang Xiaoqian was slightly stunned and couldn't help but thank Xia Yao properly in her heart. Yang Xiaoqian only felt a pair of big hands grabbing her. A sense of weightlessness came over her, and then she was thrown onto the bed by Tang Wei. Negative emotions continued to increase, and Tang Wei's negative emotion value broke through the 6,000 mark. System alert, new items unlocked in Negativity Mall. Donovan gasped as everything happened with the primal thought. Congratulations to the host, successfully accepting the goddess, and rewarding her with +50 adoration value and +300 experience points. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to level 3 and unlocking the recycle bin function. 2 hours later, the power of 2 consecutive curses slowly subsided, and as if Tang Wei had been drained of all his strength, his entire body lay paralyzed on the bed, panting heavily. The 3 women, Zhang Ji, Yang Xiaoqian and Xia Meng, were all teary-eyed, truly frightened by Tang Wei in his cursed state. The 3 girls looked at the deflated Tang Wei lying on the bed and skimmed their lips. Then they rustled around and began to dress themselves. The 3 of them looked at Tang Wei with eyes full of fear, especially Yang Xiaoqian. It's like a brand new bike. First time on the road, doped up and pedaling. Chapter 69 Lori Lin Xiao Xiao. Tang Wei, on the other hand, lay on the bed. Tired eyelids did not want to raise a little, and fell into a deep sleep, until noon to wake up leisurely. Getting up and dressed, I found the room cleaned of bread. He first opened his attribute panel to check a glance at his attributes. Name, Tang Wei, age, 23 years old. Level, 3. Upgrading experience, 30/10,000. Ability, Class F with attribute alien. Power, 450. Speed, 400. Endurance, 400. Bone strength, 6. Mental power, 300/450. Wood property affinity, 7. Plant storage, 3/3. Fatigue value, 300/350. Positive sentiment value, 21. Negative emotion value, 6,738. Negative emotion value reaches 8,000 to unlock new items. Admiration value, 128. Tang Wei leveled up to level 3, and all of his attributes were dramatically increased by another wave. Because Yang Xiaoqian provided an additional 50 points of adoration emotional value, heartwarming reward, the adoration value reached 128 points, one step closer to exchanging for an E-Class exotic energy card. Tang Wei remembered unlocking a recycle bin function when he upgraded, so he called out the system interface, and soon saw the recycle bin option. Click to open it, and the recycle bin interface appeared in front of his eyes. Current recycle bin points 0, 100 points, equals poor quality treasure chests, 500 points equals salvage chest, 1000 points equals goodie box, 5000 points equals top quality treasure chest, 10,000 points equals treasure chest of excellence, 50,000 points equals treasure chest. Tang Wei looked at the newly opened recycle bin function and was confused. The 6 types of treasure chests correspond to the 6 grades of items, and after redeeming them, you should be able to open items of the corresponding grades. But just how can you get this recycling points? Tang Wei studied it for a while and couldn't figure it out, so he had to call it quits. Next, open the Negativity Mall to see the newly unlocked items. Blue Lobster. I'll go. Tang Wei couldn't help but burst out when he saw the newly unlocked items. He remembers reading a news article once that it takes one blue lobster out of 2 million lobsters, and with the slow growth cycle of the blue lobster, the price of a blue lobster was once speculated to be in the millions. Tang Wei directly consumed 50 points of negativity in exchange for a 5-pound blue lobster. In the blink of an eye, the blue lobster appeared in Tang Wei's hand, which was alive and waving its two pincer-like front chelicerae. Tang Wei called Song Ting to him. Song Ting entered the room and saw Tang Wei. Her stunningly beautiful face instantly reddened. However, upon seeing the blue lobster in Tang Wei's hands, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face full of surprise. This is the blue lobster? Tang Wei said with a smile and a nod. We'll have it for lunch. Go prepare the pot and steam the blue dragon for lunch. Tang Wei was afraid that one is not enough to eat, and replaced it with a 5-pound blue lobster. Song Ting called out to Xia Yao, whose face was equally flushed, and the two of them began to get busy. Soon, a smell with the fresh aroma of seawater and fresh water vapor drilled through the cracks in the lid of the pot. Yang Xiaoqian came to room 702 with hobbling steps, her pretty eyebrows furrowing with every step. Yang Xiaoqian took away the sheets and replaced them with new ones. Soon, the crowd arrived at room 702 for lunch, all salivating at the smell of lobster in the air. The three girls, Zhang Ji, Yang Xiaoqian, and Xia Meng, still looked at Tang Wei with awe in their eyes. A few other girls looked at Tang Wei with eyes filled with shyness. After all, the soundproofing in the dorm room is really not that great. Tang Wei was thick-skinned enough to look indifferent. They were going to take them in later anyway, so it was good to let them see their power first. 20 minutes later, Song Ting lifted the lid of the pot, and the faint fresh and salty flavor of the ocean came out, and the crowd instantly worked up an appetite. Everyone had their hands on it, some dipping some dips, while Tang Wei didn't dip anything and just ate that original lobster meat. The lobster meat is firm in the mouth, and the flavor is both fresh and slightly sweet, with the unique freshness of marine life reverberating through the taste buds. As the lobster entered the mouth, all the women's eyes lit up and they feasted on it. After lunch, Tang Wei looked at the time and after saying a word to a few girls, he went out alone. Driving the fully charged commercial car, he followed the navigation route in the direction where Su Jinyan was. More than 10 minutes later, Tang Wei drove his car to the location Su Jinyan had sent him like a whirlwind, stopping steadily at the entrance of the cafeteria. Tang Wei had just parked his car, and in an instant, more than 20 people came out of the buildings on both sides like a tidal wave. They held an assortment of weapons in their hands, the slightly more decent ones being compound bows and crossbows. The more humble ones are the usual kitchen knives, spatulas, and a dude with a rolling pin. The men surrounded the commercial vehicle. Tang Wei sat in the car with a calm expression, ignoring the 20 or so people outside the car, and unhurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed the cell phone number Su Jinyan had left for him. The phone was quickly picked up, and a voice that was crisp and pleasant with a hint of magnetism came from the other end of the line. Hello? The corner of Tang Wei's mouth hooked up into a gangly smile as he dangled back. I'm here. It's time for you to go out and pick up your customers. And be quick. If you're late, these people under you are going to make a move on me. When Su Jingyan on the other end of the phone heard this, her willow eyebrows stood up, her originally clear apricot eyes rounded up, her small silver teeth clenched, and she huffed into the phone. It's better to beat you to death, asshole. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, her face instantly flushed a blush, and in her heart, she secretly felt that the words seemed a bit ambiguous, so she couldn't help but spit, and then hurriedly hung up the phone. On the side of the unusual-looking girl who was reading a book, some curious glance at the girlfriend. Usually calm girlfriend, how to pick up a phone call so big fire. Jeanine, what's wrong? Su Jingyan stood up with a face of indignation and walked outside with light steps, biting her small silver teeth as she walked. That horny bastard Tang Wei is here. After Lin Xiaoxiao heard Tang Wei's name, she closed a psychology book and similarly stood up to follow Su Jingyan outward. Lin Xiaoxiao was also curious about what kind of person this Tang Wei who went around collecting beautiful women was. Soon, Su Jingyan in a white tracksuit and Lin Xiaoxiao in a dress appeared in front of the crowd. Su Jingyan's shoulder-length short hair hung softly on her shoulders. Her white skin glowed softly in the sunlight, and her long, straight legs were even more eye-catching. No wonder she can be called one of the four great beauties alongside Jiang Ji and Song Ting. With this kind of appearance and posture, it is indeed a superb product. Lin Xiaoxiao on the side also had an excellent face, with a spirited and playful brow. The body is petite and delicate, but has just the right curves, convex in front and curved in the back, and shows the delicate flavor of lowly between the hands and feet. Chapter 70 Toad Kissing White Swan. As soon as Su Jingyan and Lin Xiaoxiao showed up, the crowd gathered in front of the car dispersed. From this subtle action, it could be seen that Su Jingyan's prestige was still quite high in the eyes of these people. Tang Wei smiled and pushed open the car door, leisurely getting out of the car. First, he smiled and waved a greeting to Lin Xiaoxiao, who cocked her head to survey him. Only then did he place his gaze on the gorgeous and moving Su Jingyan. Seeing Tang Wei's colorful appearance, coupled with his previous flippant words, Su Jingyan gritted her teeth and glared at Tang Wei with a look of a stranger. Coldly speaking, "Where are the supplies?" Tang Wei couldn't help but frown when he saw Su Jingyan's tugging appearance. He was not happy, and muttering under his breath, he pulled the door of the car, which had just closed, open and got right in. "Come on, who are you making a stink face with? I'm not changing it yet," said, a gesture to drive away. This move could scare Su Jingyan to death, knowing that the society would soon run out of food. These 200 or so people are counting on this batch of bread to survive. If she really pissed off this gold master's father, she, Su Jingyan, would become the sinner of the society. In the heat of the moment, Su Jingyan couldn't care less about the majesty of the president. A few steps rushed over, pulled open Tang Wei's car door, and spoke directly. "Wait, don't you go." Tang Wei frowned with a displeased expression. "Aren't you a bit of an ass? Why don't I change it? What's the matter? Do you want to change to robbery?" Su Jingyan was confused and secretly slandered in her heart. Why is this man so small-minded? A yellow-blooded girl who hasn't even been in love, being compared to him as a pickup girl, can't even be angry for a little while? Su Jingyan was so angry that she almost gnashed her small silver teeth. But the situation was stronger than others, and people had to bow their heads under the roof, so she could only harden her head and open her mouth to apologize. "I'm sorry, it's my fault." Seeing Su Jingyan's aggrieved look, Tang Wei was playful and continued to snicker. "Come on, give the big man a smile." "You," Su Jingyan was completely enraged, her heart burning with rage. Does Tang Wei really think she's a prostitute? Either he lets her pick up the customers or he wants her to smile for the big man. Su Jingyan didn't say any more nonsense. Since Tang Wei had refused to do so, then don't blame her for not being polite. She reached out and was ready to yank Tang Wei out of the car. After all, she was an F-ranked water attribute alien. In her opinion, dealing with Tang Wei was not like an old lady blowing her nose and pinching her hand. However, this was ultimately just Su Jingyan's self-perception, only to see her clutching Tang Wei's arm and yanking it downward with all her might. But Tang Wei sat steadily in the car, unmoving, still looking at her with a smile on his face. That smile was particularly harsh in Su Jingyan's eyes. Su Jingyan was startled in her heart, sensing that something was wrong. She subconsciously wanted to draw back her hand. Tang Wei was faster than her. Su Jingyan only felt that her wrist was grabbed by a large hand like an iron clamp, followed by a majestic and huge force. Su Jingyan simply didn't have time to react, and was directly pulled into the car from outside by Tang Wei. It all happened so suddenly, like a flash of lightning. When Su Jingyan reacted, she was already being held tightly in Tang Wei's arms. "You," Su Jingyan was shocked, a small mouth slightly opened, wanting to scold Tang Wei, but before the words could be uttered, Tang Wei's lips pressed down. Su Jingyan struggled desperately, and in her panic, she flipped her hand to condense a crystal-clear water sword, stabbing it fiercely towards Tang Wei. Tang Wei, however, had prepared for this, only to see him fling his hand and throw out a pot of mutated ivy. That ivy seemed to be alive, instantly stretching out several vines like flexible snakes, binding Su Jingyan's hands tightly. Lin Xiaoxiao outside the car was the first to react and hurriedly opened her mouth. "Jin Yen, quick, go over and help Jin Yen." After hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words, the crowd woke up as if from a dream and rushed forward to rescue them. But the green vines seemed to have spirit, quickly spreading and growing, and in the blink of an eye, the whole business car was surrounded. The crowd could do nothing to the vines, no matter whether they slashed them with their swords or shot them with their bows. Su Jinyan's eyes reddened. Since she was a child, when had she ever suffered such a strange shame? She, who had never even held a boy's hand, was forcibly kissed by a man she was meeting for the first time, and the man is a lecher and a denizen. It felt like a proud white swan that had been kissed by a toad. At this time, Su Jinyan, the white swan, had no way out. After all, the tide swan could not resist, and the toad's mouth was bigger than the swan's mouth. So naturally, he could kiss as much as he wanted. Tang Wei stretched out his gauze-wrapped hand and gently pinched Su Jingyan's snow-white jaw that was like sheep's fat jade, a bad smile hanging on his face as he slowly opened his mouth. "As long as you behave yourself, I naturally won't do anything to you, but if you don't listen, hey, I don't mind shaking inside the car." Tang Wei's words were like a pot of cold water poured down from the head, instantly dousing the burning anger in Su Jingyan's heart. Her body gradually calmed down after the original violent resistance. Eyes reddened, forcing back the tears of humiliation in his eyes. He stared viciously at Tang Wei and squeezed out a few words through his teeth. "What the hell do you want?" Tang Wei looked Su Jingyan up and down. At this moment, because of the vine entanglement, her delicate figure looked more and more concave and convex, with a unique and seductive flavor. A trace of eagerness flashed in Tang Wei's gaze as he opened his mouth to ask, "How did you become an F-rank water attribute alien?" Su Jingyan's heart was violently startled. How could she not expect Tang Wei to know her identity as an F-ranked water attribute alien? Except for her best friend, Lin Xiaoxiao, no one knows the secret of her shifter at all. On weekdays, even when she gave out water to people in the community, she secretly filled buckets and lied about stocking them. He had just utilized the water blade in a moment of desperation, and he hadn't expected to be discovered by Tang Wei just like that. Su Jingyan didn't know that Tang Wei could view attributes, and thought that she had just used the water blade to be seen by Tang Wei. Su Jingyan frowned tightly and was silent, with a stubborn look that she would rather die than give in. Seeing this, Tang Wei didn't waste any more words, and directly reached out to pull the zipper of Su Jingyan's sweatshirt top. "Ah, what are you doing? Don't, me, I said," Su Jingyan exclaimed. However, Tang Wei seemed to turn a deaf ear, directly pulling the sportswear jacket open. The white suspenders inside came into view, and Su Jingyan's body curve was even more exposed. Tang Wei measured the scale and drooled with satisfaction. Tang Wei's throat rolled and he couldn't help but gulp. Su Jingyan was really scared and her body twisted to try to avoid it. Only after Tang Wei finished measuring did he retract his hand with intent and spoke faintly. "That's nice, tell me, and don't blame me if you lie." Chapter 71, I Can Feel Bones. Su Jingyan's eyes were red, and the intense feeling of humiliation made her angry. But seeing Tang Wei's colorful appearance, especially that fiery stare at her chest, not daring to make the slightest mistake, fearing that if he spoke slowly he would encounter salty hands again, he hastily opened his mouth. Tang Wei, I said, don't mess around." Tang Wei's eyes didn't blink, still staring at Su Jingyan's position that was undulating due to her violent breathing, and slowly nodded. When it came down to it, Su Jingyan could only say everything. "A few days ago, Tiny and I were leading a search for our classmates in the neighborhood when we accidentally ran into a humanoid monster that looked like it was made of water, and our companions were killed." Speaking here, Su Jingyan was obviously a bit sad, huffed, and continued. "That monster chased after Little and I. We really had no place to hide, so we ran into the power distribution room. I didn't expect that monster to be electrocuted as soon as it entered the distribution room. Then a card with the words F-rank water attribute ability card appeared where it died, and I picked it up and gained the ability." Tang Wei couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth after listening to Su Jingyan's account. It felt like Su Jingyan was telling him a fairy tale. If it was true, one would have to admit that Su Jingyan's luck was just staggeringly good. After Su Jingyan replied, she saw that Tang Wei had no intention of letting go of her, so she couldn't help but slightly knit her eyebrows and opened her mouth. I've told you, so you can let go of me now." Tang Wei waved his hand, and the vines wrapped around Su Jingyan's body slowly retreated. Su Jingyan was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. The moment the vines loosened, he immediately retreated from Tang Wei's arms to the passenger seat. Staring at Tang Wei with a wary face, Tang Wei glanced at Su Jingyan's marvelous figure, grinned, and turned on his godly mode, saying, "Miss Su, I see that your seal is black. I'm afraid that the corpse poison has entered your heart. Lately is it that you often have thoughts of tyranny and bloodlust? And there is some loss of sanity as well." Tang Wei said this exactly as he felt when he was cursed. Su Jingyan froze after hearing this, not realizing that Tang Wei's description was exactly the same as her own feelings. She hesitated and opened her mouth to follow up. "How do you know that?" Tang Wei raised his right hand and moved his thumb quickly over the other four fingers, all the while rolling his eyes and slurring his words. "I'll fool you if you don't fool me, and I'll fool you if you do." Su Jingyan's brows knitted tightly, looking at Tang Wei's godly appearance for a while, speechless. In the way of Tang Wei's lustful authority, he could only frown and stare at him warily. After Tang Wei finished his counting, he spoke to Su Jingyan. "Here, give me your hand and I'll show you." Su Jingyan's beautiful eyebrows wrinkled tighter. Although she was very resistant inside, she was afraid that Tang Wei would use force. There was no choice but to reluctantly stretch her small white hand out in front of Tang Wei. Tang Wei was nonchalant, smilingly pulling over Su Jingyan's soft and boneless little hand. I don't know whether it was because of the water attribute supernormal ability, or whether she herself was like this. Her small hand was so smooth and tender that Tang Wei actually played with it lovingly. A few minutes later, Su Jingyan coldly said with a small face of petulant anger, "Hey, big brother, are you good or not? Can you not stop touching?" Su Jingyan's angry voice was so loud that even Lin Xiaoxiao outside heard it, thinking that Su Jingyan was being abused, which made Lin Xiaoxiao even more anxious. Inside the car, Su Jingyan was helpless. How did she run into such a colorful gangster? "I can't fight him, but I can't talk to him." Tang Wei frowned and said with a righteous face without blushing, "What nonsense! When did I touch randomly? I'm touching the bone. In fact, to see the corpse poison like this, touching the sternum is the most accurate." You, shamed and annoyed, Su Jingyan fought to draw her hands back, instantly transforming two water blades in her hands. It was like an angry tigress, ready to fight Tang Wei to the death. Tang Wei, however, was unimpressed and spoke faintly. "You should have eaten 10 attribute fruits. If you don't get treated soon, It won't be long before you turn into a zombie due to the corpse poison attacking your heart. The reason why Tang Wei said that Su Jingyan had eaten 10 attribute fruits was because one attribute fruit would increase the corpse poison by 5%, and Su Jingyan had 50% corpse poison, so it was inferred that she had eaten 10 of them. As for not mentioning the corpse pill, he was thinking that a girl like Su Jingyan would definitely not eat something like that was transformed into after the death of a zombie. That's why he extrapolated according to the attribute fruit. As soon as Tang Wei's words fell, Su Jingyan was directly shocked and dumbfounded, and the 2 water blades in her hands instantly disappeared. She didn't expect Tang Wei to actually say the exact same thing, and asked urgently, "How can this corpse poison be removed?" Tang Wei put on a worldly appearance, stroking his non-existent beard in a fussing manner, and opened his mouth. "You should also be able to see that I am a what attribute alien. What attribute has the ability to cure corpse poison? This corpse poison I can help you lift it a little bit." But, seeing Tang Wei's desire to speak, Su Jingyan's heart was burning with anxiety, and she eagerly asked, "You, tell me, but what?" Tang Wei put on a difficult expression and opened his mouth in embarrassment. The antidote requires you to soak in water, and then I'll force the toxin out of your body little by little. But a man and a woman, let's just forget about it and think of something else for yourself, just in case by some miracle you find something else before you turn into a zombie. Once Su Jingyan heard that the antidote needed to be done without an inch of clothing, and she had to let the other party force the toxin out of her body little by little, she instantly blushed like a haze, and her heart was full of resistance. But when she heard Tang Wei say forget it, her strong desire to survive made her bite her teeth and gather her courage to say, You can really clean up the corpse poison?" Tang Wei nodded heavily and said, "That's for sure. In your case, if you don't treat it urgently, it won't take long before you turn necrotic. By then pus will grow on your face and body, and your hair will fall out." Before Tang Wei finished his words, Su Jingyan couldn't help but shiver. She was too afraid of turning into a zombie, especially when she thought of the pus on a zombie's face. She might as well just die if she had pus all over her face. Although it felt shameful to be naked in front of a man, being touched and looked at by the other, but it was also much better than turning into an unsightly zombie. Su Jingyan made up her mind after a little hesitation and gritted her teeth and opened her mouth. You help me with the poison." "No way. A man and a woman can't be married. How can you do that without a name? I can't accept it." Tang Wei shamelessly waved his hand back and forth, refusing extremely dryly. Su Jingyan didn't expect to be rejected, especially when she saw Tang Wei's righteous appearance. She was so angry that she rolled her eyes. How can people be shameless to such an extent? You're a big girl and you're not willing to let you look and touch her for nothing? Chapter 72. Are you driving? Su Jingyan forced down the urge to violently beat Tang Wei. After all, he couldn't beat him, and after calming down a bit, he opened his mouth with a smile on his face. "It's fine. I don't mind. And you also, even kissed me before. How can you make it up to me? You help me to cure the poison even if you make it up to me." Tang Wei shook his head like a rattledrum and refused repeatedly. "You don't mind. I do. I kissed you to shut you up, and on top of that it was my first kiss. I'm lucky I didn't ask you to make it up to me. How can I make it up to you?" Su Jingyan had completely seen Tang Wei's shamelessness. Her eyes red. Clearly this bastard was kissing and touching herself. Now they are backtracking. Such people are simply inappropriate. They should confiscate their ID cards and be expelled from the country. Seeing Su Jingyan's face reddening and already on the verge of exploding, Tang Wei saw fit to put on a hesitant demeanor and begrudgingly said, "Alas, well, who made you so beautiful? Helping you to cure the poison will cause me to lose a few years of my young life, but seeing as you and I are destined to be together, I'll reluctantly agree to it." The tightly wound Su Jingyan let out a long breath and thanked him repeatedly with a red face. "Thank you. You'll help me with the poison in a moment." Positive sentiment from Su Jingyan +1. Positive sentiment from Su Jingyan +1. Tang Wei sighed beautifully in his heart when he heard Su Jingyan take the initiative to propose a plan to detoxify the poison now. Su Jingyan, a psychology senior, is quite good at fooling people. Tang Wei waved his hand to control the mutated ivy, and the green vines wrapped around the business car began to slowly retract. Su Jingyan hurriedly zipped up her sweatshirt top and straightened her somewhat disheveled hair. When the vines were all put away, Tang Wei put the ivy into the storage bit. Lin Xiao, who was anxiously outside, saw the vines dispersing. When he saw Su Jingyan in the passenger seat, he hurriedly ran to the passenger side and pulled open the car door. She glanced at Tang Wei with a wary expression, then said to the blushing Su Jingyan, "Jingyan, are you alright? Why is your face so red? You weren't given that by him, were you, cowboy brother, so fast?" After Su Jingyan heard Lin Xiao's words about tigers and wolves, her pretty face reddened and she glared at Lin Xiao. Tang Wei, who was on the side, heard Lin Xiao call him brother cowboy and asked with smiling curiosity, "Lori, what does cowboy brother mean?" Lin Xiao swept Tang Wei up and down and skimmed her mouth. "Aren't cowboys just fast shooters? I'll put it together. are you driving? And who are you looking down on? Come on, you get in the car. You see if I don't stand up and stomp you. Tang Wei was confused. This lowly seemed to be an older driver than him. Lin Xiaoxiao's little face reddened when she heard Tang Wei's words, her cheeks puffing out in anger. Su Jinyan was speechless as she looked at the pinpointed duo, jumping out of the car. He pulled Lin Xiaoxiao aside and leaned over to whisper a few words in her ear. Lin Zhao's expression gradually changed, from bewilderment to surprise to shyness, with a hint of excitement mixed in with the shyness. Bright big eyes stole a glance at Tang Wei from time to time. Tang Wei didn't pay any attention to the whispering two women, pushed the door and jumped out of the car, shouting at the dumbfounded crowd outside the car. The supplies are in the car. Su Jinyan and I have already talked about it, so you guys unload the car. When the crowd heard this, they began unloading the car with great gusto. Lin Xiaoxiao's face flushed red as she listened to Su Jinyan and glanced at Tang Wei, then took the lead and walked inside the cafeteria. Su Jinyan's stunningly beautiful face still hung scarlet as she glanced at Tang Wei and said shyly, "Go." Just then, a discordant voice came. "Slow down." Only two groups of people were seen walking aggressively and quickly towards this side. The group of 30 or so people was led by a young man with an inch head and glasses. Another group of 20 or so people. The leader is a handsome young man. Just shouted slow down is this person. Tang Wei stood with his hands behind his back, his posture erect, his gaze calm and sharp, unmoving as he sized up these two. When Su Jinyan saw the visitor, her originally beautiful eyebrows instantly wrinkled. Her complexion contained a few points of boredom and vigilance as she coldly asked, "Wang Yanfeng, Huang Yushi, what are you two doing here?" Wang Yanfeng, who wore glasses, didn't speak immediately, but just shrugged his shoulders, turning his gaze to Huang Yushi on the side. The meaning could not have been more obvious, clearly indicating that it was the other party who had called him here. Huang Yushi was not in a hurry to respond to Su Jinyan's words. His pair of eyes unkindly swept over Su Jinyan's body recklessly, his eyes full of obscenity. He then glanced disdainfully at Tang Wei before he spoke playfully. "Listening to the brothers under me, President Su said that you seem to be in danger. I was anxious in my heart, so I hurriedly called Brother Yin Feng to come over together to take a look." Su Jinyan's face was as cold as frost. She did not have the slightest good feeling from the bottom of her heart towards these two people. Huang Yushi and Wang Yanfeng both had joined in a few days before with their respective small teams. However, since joining, they have been working against her in the open and in the dark, which really gives her a headache. Su Jinyan's eyebrows knitted tightly as she said in an increasingly icy tone, "I won't bother you with my business, so go back to your homes, all of you. Bitch, don't you know what's good for you? If it wasn't for the fact that you have some good looks, would my big brother join you?" Sandy froze from my big brother, warming the nest for my big brother, a junior brother beside Huang Yushi, his face full of gangsterism, cursed at Su Jinyan. "Ha ha." The group of juniors behind Huang Yushi burst into laughter. A pair of obscenity-filled gazes looked at Su Jinyan recklessly. Su Jinyan's brows frowned even tighter. A hint of anger flashed in her eyes, and she was about to make a move to teach this guy who didn't know how to die a lesson. However, Huang Yushi suddenly raised his hand and took the lead in flinging that junior a resounding slap. "Pa, damn, how to talk to President Su." That little brother was hit so hard that he covered his face and hurriedly bowed his head, his mouth confessing his mistake. Everyone present could see that this Huang Yushi and that junior were clearly singing a double act. Seeing this, Wang Yanfeng smiled and shook his head, glancing at Tang Wei, and after a brief greeting with Su Jinyan, he left with his own men. Huang Yushi, on the other hand, was still playfully speaking to Su Jinyan. "President Su, my little brother doesn't know what he's doing. You're a big man, don't be general with them." After saying this, Huang Yushi turned his head to look at Tang Wei on the side, the smile on his face instantly disappearing without a trace, replaced by a sinister face. He made a neck-wiping motion at Tang Wei and spoke faintly, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. And if you dare to come here again, I'll make you come in vertical and go out horizontal." After Huang Yushi finished speaking, he led a group of people in a bullish manner and prepared to leave. Chapter 73. Isn't it necessary to feel the bones? After Tang Wei heard the vicious words Huang Yushi had put out, his face didn't change, still wearing a smile, but with killing intent surging in his eyes, he waved his hand and threw out the mutant ivy. As soon as the mutated ivy landed on the ground, it was as if it had a life, and the vines grew wildly at an astonishing speed. Wrapped in a gust of strong wind, like a ferocious beast, it attacked towards Huang Yushi who was about to leave. Tang Wei was not a parent who spoiled his children, and from the moment Huang Yushi looked at Su Jinyan with that obscene intent in his eyes, he was already on the path to taking his life. Everyone was startled by the sudden appearance of the ivy. When Huang Yushi's men saw the vines that were snaking like snakes and attacking them, they turned pale with fear and scattered hastily in panic. Huang Yushi also noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly turned his head to look, only to realize that the vine was already close at hand. Before he could react, the vines were like a pair of large, powerful hands that instantly wrapped around him tightly, continuously tightening before slowly lifting him up. What the hell is this? Huang Yushi struggled and screamed miserably. Everyone tilted their heads and looked at the yellow jade seal that was being held high in the air, their faces filled with horror. Tang Wei, don't. When Su Jingyan saw this scene, her heart was shocked and she hurriedly opened her mouth to dissuade her. Tang Wei retracted his gaze from Huang Yushi and looked at Su Jingyan on the side, saying lightly with a calm expression, "Let me help you finish him off." When Su Jingyan heard this, her head shook like a rattle as she whispered to Tang Wei, "No, after all, he's one of my men. If he dies here in my place, word will definitely affect my ability to grow the society." Tang Wei just smiled and didn't say anything. However, the mutant ivy didn't stop moving and continued to pull itself upwards, soon reaching more than 10 meters, almost as tall as a 5-story building. Seeing this, Su Jingyan continued to anxiously say to Tang Wei, "Let him go." "Good." Tang Wei nodded obediently, then ordered the mutant ivy to let go of Huang Yushi. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, Huang Yushi's big head fell downwards, ruthlessly falling from a height of nearly 20 meters, his head directly shrinking into his chest cavity. The scene was extremely tragic. Seeing the already dead yellow evil Jun on the ground, Su Jin asked with a frown, Didn't you promise me to spare him?" Tang Wei grinned and nodded. "Yeah, that's what I heard you say before I let go of him. I just didn't realize he couldn't fly." Alas. Su Jinyan was instantly speechless and sighed helplessly. Tang Wei smirked as he turned his head to look at the 20 or so men that Huang Shijuan had brought with him. The little brother who had previously sung a duet with Huang Shijuan saw Tang Wei's gaze staring straight at him, and in his heart, he realized that Tang Wei would definitely not let him go. Gritting his teeth, he drew his machete and shouted to the others around him, "He killed Big Brother. We have to avenge Big Brother. Go on, brothers." As his shouts fell, there were really a few hot-headed guys who recklessly rushed towards Tang Wei. Tang Wei flung his hand in an unhurried manner, and 2 pots of mutant cactus balls instantly appeared in front of him. The bullets are not a bad idea, and the needles are deadly. In an instant, the several people who rushed up were all hit in the head by the mutant fairy ball. Blood splattered, and they fell to the ground dead on the spot. The remaining 10 or so people who were originally hesitant to make a move were frozen on the spot. Scared and at a loss for words, Tang Wei didn't have the slightest intention of showing any mercy. The grass must be cut and the roots must be removed, and he gave the order to attack to the mutant cactus ball. In an instant, there were screams and pleas for mercy. Some of those who tried to escape were wrapped around their ankles by the vines of the mutated ivy and were dragged back hard. When the last scream stopped, the whole world seemed to fall into a dead silence. Su Jingyan's men who were present were stunned and dumbfounded by Tang Wei's thunderous tactics. Su Jingyan also had her little mouth open, her face full of shock, momentarily stunned back to her senses by Tang Wei's iron-fisted methods. She had thought that Tang Wei would just kill a few of his die-hard minions and be done with it, but she hadn't expected that all the minions who had followed Huang Yushi hadn't spared a single one of them. Tang Wei calmly waved his hand and put away the 3 pots of mutant plants, then turned his head to Su Jingyan and spoke faintly, "You're welcome." It was only after Su Jingyan heard Tang Wei's jab that she came back to her senses and sighed helplessly. Things had come to a head, and she knew that there was nothing she could do about it. And this Huang Shijuan had indeed always been a hidden danger. And now that Tang Wei had taken care of it for her, it was considered a good thing in a way. It was just that the only thing she was worried about was that if this matter got out, it would have a negative impact on her future recruiting. Su Jingyan took a deep breath. His gaze coldly swept the men present and coldly ordered, "Dispose of all the corpses. No one is allowed to disclose this matter to the outside world. And tomorrow we'll declare to the public that Huang Shijuan and his people have disappeared after being besieged by zombies." After Su Jingyan finished speaking, she said faintly to Tang Wei again, "You, with me." With his hands behind his back, Tang Wei unhurriedly followed Su Jingyan and stepped inside the cafeteria. The two of them took a step through the spacious cafeteria hall and walked straight to a private room. This box area of about 30 square meters, which is equipped with an independent bathroom. This was once the school leader's dining box. At the moment, the dining table and other objects in the box have long been removed, and a study table and 2 single beds are placed on the empty floor. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't know what was happening outside and was still busy boiling water. Su Jingyan, on the other hand, quickly stepped to the bathroom, exerted her water attribute's supernatural ability, and filled the bathtub she had searched for earlier with water. After Lin Xiaoxiao carefully adjusted the temperature of the water, Su Jingyan hesitated slightly, gathered her courage, and said to Tang Wei with a red face, Tang Wei, Xiao has also taken the attribute fruit. Can you also help her detoxify the corpse poison? When Tang Wei heard Su Jingyan's words, a light of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, he still put on the appearance of a transcendent and inscrutable man of the world, and secretly used the system to sweep a glance towards Lin Xiaoxiao. Soon, Lin Xiao's detailed attribute information was clearly presented before Tang Wei's eyes. Name, Lin Xiaoxiao. Sex, female. Age, 22 years old. Level, 1. Experience value, 750/1000. Capability, ordinary level. Power, 130. Speed, 110. Endurance, 110. Bone strength, 2. Face value, 93 points. Body, 92 points. Temperament, 93 points. Sentiment, 0. White. Overall attractiveness score, 92. 6 points, meets the criteria for a goddess. Corpse poison, 40%. Chapter 74, Detoxification Techniques. After reading Lin Xiaoxiao's attributes, Tang Wei realized that she actually met the criteria for a goddess as well, and instantly his excitement rose. He pinched his fingers fervently and pretended to do some math, then opened his mouth in a serious manner. You should have eaten 8 attribute fruits. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock as she heard this and nodded her head repeatedly. Su Jingyan, who was on the side, knitted her eyebrows slightly, and with some doubts in her heart, she couldn't help but say to Tang Wei, No, that's not right. Don't you need to feel the bones to be sure? Her necrotic poison is a little less severe than yours, so there's no need to feel the bones. Tang Wei was negligent and careless for a moment, and was almost caught by Su Jingyan in a break. Su Jingyan didn't think much of it, gently and slowly nodding her head, secretly admiring Tang Wei's skill in her heart. She thought to herself, no wonder there are so many beautiful women willingly following him. It does seem like he has a few tricks up his sleeve. Su Jingyan hesitated again and again, her face blushing scarlet as she mumbled and opened her mouth to ask, Are we going to detoxify them one by one, or together? After Su Jingyan asked these words, her and Lin Xiaoxiao's faces instantly turned red, and even the roots of their ears were so red that it seemed as if they could drip blood. A wonderful picture had involuntarily surfaced in Tang Wei's mind at the moment, and he cleared his throat and said in a serious manner, I'm limited in this power. If I come one by one, I just can't take it. It's better to come together. Su Jingyan then notified his men, ordering no one to enter the box and unlocking the box door. The two women first hurriedly ran inside the bathroom, leaving Tang Wei to wait outside for a moment. Tang Wei calmly pulled a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it, then leaned against the wall in a leisurely manner, swallowing clouds and waiting. A cigarette quickly burned out, and Su Jingyan's voice, as thin as a mosquito fly, came faintly from the bathroom. Don, Tang Wei, can come in. The corners of Tang Wei's mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile as he casually stubbed out his cigarette, before reaching out and pulling open the bathroom door. In an instant, a wave of heat was wrapped in a dense vapor. In the bathroom, the heat was so intense that my vision was a little blurry. In the midst of that wide bathtub, two delicate figures loomed, the two women only barely covering their private parts with bath towels. Tang Wei's heart was pounding, and he took big steps behind the two women, to make sure that he had a good hand at relieving the necrotic poison. He reached down and slowly pulled off the gauze wrapped around his right hand. His expression then became extremely serious as he solemnly stretched out his hand and meticulously began to detoxify Su Jingyan. His hand started from the tips of his toes and moved upwards, slowly moving, concentrating fully on forcing out that corpse poison hidden in Su Jingyan's body a little bit outwards. Su Jingyan was so shy at the moment that her face was red, as if she could feel the temperature of her face rising, and she hated that she could not immediately find a crack in the ground to drill in and hide. She clenched her lips and fought with all her strength to try and make herself ignore the two large hands that were constantly moving over her body. More than 10 minutes quietly passed. Su Jingyan panted. Her lips were bitten red. Her voice was as light as a mosquito. Na said, Tang Wei, shouldn't you change places? Your hand has been stuck here for 5 minutes. Tang Wei responded with a serious and energized face. This is a large area with relatively more corpse poison residue, so it's going to take a little longer. Su Jingyan was momentarily choked to say nothing. Anyway, things have come to this, can only go with him. Half an hour later, As Tang De shouted go, his nosebleed instantly changed from a trickle to a gushing fountain. Seeing this, Tang Wei hurriedly raised his hand to block his nostrils. At the same time, to the two women in the bathtub to perform the withered wood to spring technique. As the skill was performed, a sense of coolness slowly spread out from the two women's bodies like a babbling brook. In an instant, the world in front of their eyes became bright and clear, and their brains instantly cleared up a lot, and the murderous thoughts that lingered in their hearts and were difficult to suppress before were gradually reduced by a lot. The two women first glanced at each other with faces full of astonishment, and then coincidentally turned their heads to look at Tang Wei behind them, their gazes full of gratitude. This time, when they turned their heads and saw Tang Wei's wretched appearance covered in blood, the two women couldn't help but cry out in shock. Previously, when Tang Wei had said that performing this technique would consume a few years of his young life, Su Jingyan had thought that he was merely talking out of his ass, but now that he had seen him with his own eyes, his face covered in blood, in a sorry state, he couldn't help but feel that what Tang Wei had said was by no means false. Positive sentiment from Su Jining +1. Positive sentiment from Su Jining +1. Positive emotion value from Lin Xiao +1. Positive emotion value from Lin Xiao +1. Tang Wei, are you okay? Su Jingyan's eyes had already changed radically when she looked at Tang Wei. Although Tang Wei gives a colorful feeling at first glance, but when he really does something, he is really quite reliable. In order to help her and Xiao Xiao get rid of the poison, he has consumed his own young life. This kind of action quietly opened Su Jingyan's heart door that had never been opened before, causing it to crack open a tiny slit. Tang Wei said vaguely as he wiped his nosebleed with his hand. It's fine. It's just a side effect of casting the poison repelling technique. It'll be fine in a while. The two women stood up wrapped in their bath towels, their faces full of concern. One of them was busy getting paper towels for Tang Wei, while the other ran to get a towel, and there was a flurry of activity in the bathroom. After tossing and turning for more than 10 minutes until the two women were fully dressed, Tang Wei's nosebleed finally stopped. Tang Wei came out of the bathroom and said to the two women after receiving the corpse Dan and attribute fruit from Su Jingyan as a trade, "The corpse poison in both of you is quite stubborn, and you'll have to be treated a few more times like this one before it can be completely removed. In the future, I'll come and help you remove it once I have the time." When Su Jingyan and Lin Xiaoxiao heard that they would have to do this a few more times in the future, they couldn't help but blush with their pretty faces, and thanked Tang Wei profusely. Positive sentiment from Su Jining +1. Positive emotion value from Lin Xiao +1. Tang Wei walked out of the cafeteria with the traded attribute fruit and corpse Dan and saw that the 20 or so corpses at the entrance had already been cleaned up. After saying goodbye to the two girls, Tang Wei got into the car and drove off. Meanwhile, inside a building not far from the cafeteria, Wang Yanfeng quietly witnessed Tang Wei driving slowly away. When the car was far away, he nonchalantly pulled out a walkie-talkie, pressed the call button expressionlessly, and coldly opened his mouth. Position 2, target heading your way, prepare to strike. Wang Yanfeng's gaze was fixed on the distant commercial vehicle, and a cruel smile slowly emerged on his face. Chapter 75 Vulture Air Rifle. With one hand on the steering wheel, Tang Wei drove the car while checking his angular face in the car's vanity mirror. Probably because of the blood loss due to today's nosebleed, his face looked a little pale. Tang Wei couldn't help but think in his heart that it would be better to do less of this kind of thing in the future. Although it was very enjoyable, it was really too much blood. Once or twice in a while is fine and harmless, but if it happens too often, this body will definitely not be able to cope with it. At this moment, Tang Wei's heart was so aroused by Su Jingyan and Lin Xiaoxiao that he was filled with bad thoughts, thinking about how to go back and get rid of the fire. With this thought together, his foot on the gas pedal unconsciously increased a few points. At this time, Tang Wei suddenly found that the original wide and smooth road ahead, at the moment, was a few electric cars and bicycles blocked. Tang Wei subconsciously jerked his direction while slamming on the brakes. Just moments after the car came to a stop, he abruptly felt a tingle on his left temple. It was as if some kind of deadly danger followed him like a shadow, locked onto him. Out of instinct, Tang Wei hurriedly bent over, his entire body instantly lying on the passenger seat. Bang! Followed by a small hole in the side window glass and the same in the passenger seat. Guns! The first thought that came to Tang Wei's mind was that someone was sniping at him with a gun, but soon he dismissed the idea, for he did not hear a gunshot, only the sound of breaking glass. Airsoft? Tang Wei's heart moved, his foot slammed on the gas, quickly reversed direction, and sped off in the direction of the bullets. At the same time, he extended his spiritual energy like a silk thread towards the direction from which the bullet had come. A 7-story building more than 100 meters away instantly entered his perception range. Soon enough, Tang Wei sensed that in a room on the 7th floor, a young man was holding an airsoft gun with its muzzle aimed at him. Just as the other man pulled the trigger, a modest bullet wound appeared in the windshield. Tang Wei slightly sidestepped his head, and with his agile reflexes, he dodged the fatal blow with unparalleled ease. The Seeing this, the young man was startled, and hastily put away his gun and rose, panicked and ready to flee. Tang Wei drove to the downstairs as fast as the wind. After a sharp brake, pushed open the door, then stride towards the upstairs to chase. At the same time, his spiritual power was like a big invisible net, deadlocked on that young man, making it difficult for him to hide. The young man heard the hurried footsteps coming from downstairs, and with a heartbeat, he hid behind the door of the room where he had sniped Tang Wei. He drew a sharp, pointed knife from his pocket, his eyes fixed on the doorway, ready to deal Tang Wei a fatal blow as soon as he entered the room. Tang Wei's footsteps were hurried, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived on the 7th floor. At this time, his pace gradually slowed down. Each step was taken steadily and forcefully. His body faintly exuded an invisible sense of oppression, and his every move was characterized by a chilling aura. Finally, he stopped in front of a wooden classroom door. At the moment, he did not rush into the classroom, but stood quietly in the doorway, separated from the young man behind it only by a thin door panel. Tang Wei's gaze seemed to have the ability to penetrate everything, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, surfacing a cold smile if anything. Immediately afterward, Tang Wei violently raised his arm and threw a heavy punch at the wooden classroom door. Boom! Dull sound instantly exploded. This fist contains a full 450 power. The fragile wooden door simply cannot withstand such a heavy blow. Tang Wei's fist pierced straight through the door panel, and with uncanny precision, it grazed the cheek of the young man inside the door and whistled down. As long as it was deflected just a bit more, the young man's head would surely burst open like a watermelon. This sudden turn of events scared the young man so much that cold sweat slid down his cheeks like rain. Before he could react, Tang Wei's hand through the door panel was like a vice-like grip on his hair. A strong force came from the young man, and even the man with the door panel together was ruthlessly thrown to the ground. Before the young man could get up, a sharp, piercing pain shot through his hands. Immediately after a sense of weightlessness struck, the entire person was easily picked up by Tang Wei with one hand, and half of his body was directly pushed out the window. Ah! The young man screamed in horror and subconsciously tried to grab the window frame with his hands, but was shocked to find them senseless. Looking along the arms, he saw that the hands had been twisted beyond human shape, obviously broken alive by Tang Wei. Ah, my hand! It was only at this moment that the young man truly felt the intense pain coming from his arm, and a pig-killing scream came out of his mouth. However, Tang Wei turned a deaf ear to this, his expression remaining bland as he coldly opened his mouth to ask, "Who sent you?" "No, no one sent me. I killed the wrong person. I thought you were my enemy," the young man said warily, fear and trembling in his voice. Without saying a word, Tang Wei's arm fired and pushed the young man's body outward by another 20 centimeters. The move scared the man into letting out another wrenching scream. "Speak! Who sent you? You only get 3 counts. 1, 2, Tang Wei coldly prodded, an endless chill in his gaze. I said, it was Huang Yushi who sent me." Almost in tears, the young man lied that Huang Yushi had sent him. The young man's words gave Tang Wei a gasp and a laugh. If Huang Yushi hadn't been dropped like a slider phone just now, he might have really believed it. Tang Wei's eyes grew colder and colder as he looked at the young man. "Did Huang Yushi send you here in a dream? Then go right back to him." Tang Wei let go of his hand when he finished speaking. He didn't ask any more questions because he already had a target in mind, and he had contacted Huang Yushi and Wang Yanfeng today in addition to Su Jingyan. Huang Yushi was dead, so the only one left was the smiling tiger Wang Yanfeng. The young man's face was filled with horror, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to figure out why this man had so concluded that he had lied. Boom! Came the dull thud of the landing, and the young man's yells came to an abrupt end. Without even looking out the window, Tang Wei returned to the classroom and leaned down to pick up the Condor air rifle on the floor as well as a box of hundreds of rounds of lead bullets. This Condor airsoft gun is extremely fine workmanship. The gun body exudes a metallic luster. The power to be greater than ordinary pistols on some, equipped with optical sights, is imaging clear and incomparable. Tang Wei took it in his hands and played with it for a while. Then he carried the Condor air rifle and prepared to go back to Wang Yanfeng to settle the score. Just as Tang Wei had just walked downstairs, Yang Xiaoqian's urgent voice suddenly came from the walkie-talkie in his pocket. "Brother Wei, hurry, hurry, hurry back. Something is attacking the shelter." Chapter 76, Attack on the Shelter. Tang Wei's heart tightened violently, and an ominous feeling of foreboding surged through his mind. He shouted as he ran wildly toward the commercial vehicle, "Take them to room 701 and hide. I'll be right there." At this moment, he was so anxious that his original idea of going to Wang Yanfeng was instantly thrown out of the window. Tang Wei jumped onto the commercial vehicle, one foot pressed the gas pedal to the bottom, and the car, like an arrow off the string, sped towards the shelter. A few minutes later, with a sharp crack of the brakes, the commercial vehicle came to a steady stop. Tang Wei pushed open the car door, not caring about climbing the stairs, and waved his hand to summon the mutant ivy. The green vines were like a nimble tentacle, quickly wrapping Tang Wei tightly around him, then lashing out, sending him directly to the 6th floor. At the same time, Tang Wei dispersed his spiritual power like fine threads, carefully sensing the situation within the shelter. He was relieved when he was sure that all the women were safe and sound, and carefully searched Block C once again to make sure that the monsters had left. Tang Wei gently waved his hand, retrieving the ivy. He took a big step to the door of the 7th floor, only to see that the original building door at the entrance had been hardened and torn apart, leaving several dents even in the bulletproof steel plate on the inside. After looking around a bit, and not finding much, he knocked on the door. Shu Sin, open the door. I'm back. There was a slight, rustling sound from inside the door, as if someone was cautiously approaching. Immediately after that, came Yang Xiaoqian's voice with a hint of timidity and nervousness. You say one thing that proves you are Wei's brother. Tang Wei was first slightly stunned, then he couldn't help but cry and laugh as he spoke helplessly. You have a birthmark on your right buttock. Does this prove it? Wei brother. The voice behind the door carried a hint of panic, followed by a rush of footsteps. Soon, the door slowly opened, and the red-faced young Xiaoqian appeared in the doorway. Upon seeing Tang Wei, she immediately jumped into his arms and hugged him tightly, as if she wanted to draw enough security from him. Afterward, she got up from Tang Wei's arms and said to the several women who were also terrified, "Aren't you going to give each of you a hug?" Everyone understood that Yang Xiaoqian was joking and wanted to ease the tense atmosphere, so none of them went forward to ask for a hug. On the contrary, the droll and cute Xia Yao believed it, blinking her big eyes and innocently taking a step forward, ready to ask for a hug. In an instant, all eyes were on her. Xia Yao realized that something was wrong, and instantly froze in place in embarrassment. Her small face reddened, beaming her small mouth, and glaring at the bad-smiling Yang Xiaoqian with a puff of air. Seeing this, Tang Wei opened his mouth to break the awkward situation for Xia Yao. You guys tell me what's going on? Did you guys see what the monster looked like? Yang Xiaoqian's face was full of unresolved fear, slowly shook her head and said in a single voice, "There was a sudden knock on the door just now, and we thought it was you coming back, so we went over to ask who it was." It turned out that a hoarse voice came from outside the door, saying that it was a student who had fallen behind and was asking for help, asking us to open the door. The sound was so weird that it set your teeth on edge to hear it. We didn't dare to open the door. Who knew that when the outside looked at us and didn't open it, they started to smash the door like crazy. Speaking of this, the women's faces instantly turned as white as paper, their fear overflowing. Tang Wei frowned. This trick of tricking people into opening the door was very similar to that live recording screen he had swiped earlier. Tang Wei put aside these distractions for the time being, turned around and went downstairs, taking out the airsoft gun, lead bullets, and the inflatable pump that came with the car from the commercial vehicle, and took them upstairs together. After closing the door behind her, Xia Yao's big beautiful eyes stared straight at the gun in Tang Wei's hand without blinking. Seeing this, Tang Wei smiled and asked, "What, you like it?" Xia Yao's eyes shone brightly and she nodded her head busily. Aha! Tang Wei directly handed the Condor airsoft gun to Xia Yao, then patiently taught her how to inflate the cylinder with the air pump and how to load the gun. This was followed by hand-on instruction on how to aim and shoot. These operations were not complicated, and soon, Xia Yao learned the ropes. Thanks. Why? Positive emotion value from Xia Yao +1. Positive emotion value from Xia Yao +1. Positive emotion value from Xia Yao +1. Even though Tang Wei had only said that the gun would be for her to use for the time being, it was a bird's eye view for Xia Yao. After dinner, the women went to room 704 to play cards and chat. Only Xiao Xianwan stayed behind to check Tang Wei's injuries at the tiger's mouth on his right hand. Xiao Xianwan was tall, and a white dress set off her figure even more gracefully. She walked slowly towards Tang Wei with light steps. This was the first time she had been alone with Tang Wei, and inexplicably, her pretty face was colored with a blush. "Wei, brother Wei, let me take a look at your wound." Xiao Zhonwen's voice was soft and still had a hint of shyness. Tang Wei stretched out his right hand, and the wound had already scabbed over. Xiao Xianwan gently held Tang Wei's large hand and examined it carefully and thoughtfully. When she saw that the wound had actually healed and scabbed over, she couldn't help but open her small mouth wide and said with a face full of surprise, "Wei, this wound of yours has actually healed. This is too fast." The corners of Tang Wei's mouth rose slightly, grinning as he grabbed Xiao Zhonwen's small hand and jokingly joked, "I'm fine with this wound, but I've been getting nosebleeds lately, so I guess the fire is too much and I need to lower it. Why don't you help me think of a way?" Xiao Xianwan was frightened by Tang Wei's appearance and tried to draw back her hand. However, Tang Wei's hand was like a pair of pliers, clamping down on her small hand, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. Her eyes were red, tears welling up in them, her face flushed and pleading with a sobbing voice. "Wei, brother Wei, I can't do anything about it. You figure it out yourself, okay?" Tang Wei saw Xiao Zhonwen's tears in his eyes, and then I'm afraid that he would really cry out. So he had to let go of Xiao Zhonwen's small, soft and boneless hand. Without restraints, Xiao Xianwan was like a frightened rabbit, running out of the room in a huff. Tang Wei let out a light laugh. then took out the corpse pills and attribute fruits that he had exchanged from Su Jingyan today. Just after holding the attribute fruit in his hand, he heard a system alert. System prompt: contaminated attribute fruit can be recycled. Is it recycled? Tang Wei froze slightly when he heard the system beep, then remembered that he had activated the recycle bin function after upgrading. Recycle. Tang Wei gave the order. As his words fell, the 8 attribute fruits in his hands instantly disappeared. Recycle bin points 80. Chapter 77, The Third Blood Rain Descends. Tang Wei was secretly calculating in his heart. 1 attribute fruit could be exchanged for 10 recycling points, and it would take 10 attribute fruits to exchange for an inferior treasure chest. However, Tang Wei didn't intend to exchange the inferior treasure chests with 100 points, and nowadays, they had to be at least 500-point defective treasure chests to be of some use. Tang Wei closed the system recycling interface and then took out 3 second-order corpse pills and 32 first-order corpse pills. After taking it out, he purposely waited for a while, wanting to see if the system could recycle the corpse Dan. Unfortunately, the system was unresponsive, which made Tang Wei somewhat disappointed. There was no way around it, so Tang Wei had no choice but to exchange all of the corpse Dawn for the number of times he could use the twister. Number of times the twister can be used: 47. Tang Wei gritted his teeth and went straight for a 47 straight draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 pack of Angel brand anti-towels. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of surveillance systems. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 endurance fruit. Will it be claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 speed fruit. Will it be claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 case of white beer. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a box of playing cards. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 fruit of strengthening. Will you receive it? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 projector. Is it claimed? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a frost blade. Is it claimed? 47. The results of consecutive draws continue to be dominated by daily necessities. However, Tang Wei's gaze was instantly drawn to the frost blade. Based on past experience, Tang Wei knew that this frost blade was definitely not an extraordinary item. Without much thought, Tang Wei was the first to choose to receive the frost blade. Just as he flipped his hand, the frost blade appeared in his hand. The frost blade flickered with an eerie cold light, and an austere aura came over it. Just like an elven blade birthed from the world of ice and snow, the blade is long and slender, with smooth, natural lines that extend smoothly from the hilt to the tip of the blade without any sense of stagnation. The body of the blade presented a crystal clear texture, as if it contained a world of ice and snow inside, and under the refraction of light, it emitted a colorful cold light that was breathtakingly beautiful. Tang Wei couldn't wait to use the system to check the attributes of the frost blade, and the relevant information instantly came to his eyes. Name: Frostbite. Category: Weapons. Strength: 12. Grade: Good. Inferior: Inferior. Good. Superior: Excellent. Superb. Introduction: the frost blade is made of 10,000 years of ice from the coldest place in the world, and after countless times of refining and polishing, it finally creates this sharp blade that exudes a biting coldness. Frost blade length 45 centimeters, blade length 30 centimeters. This knife cuts iron like mud, blowing hair to break hair. It is to kill people and goods. Home travel is not a good choice. Tang Wei waved it a few times with one hand. It felt comfortable in his hand and weighed about 10 pounds. It was indeed considered a divine weapon, and the value of the face is extremely high, with an ice-like blade that you can't help but love. Tang Wei toyed with it for a while before replacing the firewood knife at his waist. After hesitating for a moment, he called Yang Xiaoqian to his room and gave her the firewood knife. Yang Xiaoqian was grateful and looked at Tang Wei with eyes full of little stars. Admiration value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Admiration value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. After Yang Xiaoqian left, Tang Wei collected all the other items. Looking at the pile in front of him, he picked up 3 attribute fruits from it and placed them in the study table. Another case of white beer was shoved under the bed. The monitoring system was a practical thing, so Tang Wei directly took it and walked out of the gate, installing the monitoring probe right above the gate and using the mutant cactus to secure it again. After that, he laid out the wires and put the monitor mainframe in the duty room so that he could check what was going on outside the door at any time from the duty room. After the installation, Tang Wei returned to the room and took the projector to room 703 and installed it properly. There is no projector curtain, but it looks pretty good on a white wall. Seeing the busy Tang Wei, a group of girls gave up playing cards and chirped as they followed Tang Wei to watch, obviously full of love for the new entertainment equipment. After the debugging was completed, Song Ting, egged on by the women, summoned up the courage to say to Tang Wei, "Can we watch the show on the projector? We haven't watched it in ages." The group of girls were all looking at Tang Wei with big, beautiful eyes, full of anticipation. Everyone's cell phones were all turned in for administration, so it's been many days since I've been able to catch up on the show. Tang Wei nodded, smiling and snickering. Normal dramas can be watched, but number 18 banned movies like that. Tang Wei's words caused the women's faces to instantly turn red, and after thanking them, they excitedly began discussing what drama to watch. Admiration value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Admiration from Jiangji +1. Admiration value from Xia Meng +1. Positive emotion value from Song Ting +1. Tang Wei had no interest in those bubble dramas, so he turned around and went back to his room to rest. At night, Tang Wei called Jiang Ji to warm the bed, although Jiang Ji is still afraid, but there is no way but to beg Tang Wei kind. Shake, shake, shake. Early morning on the 14th day of the end times, a powerful lightning bolt crossed the sky like a white snake, followed by the sound of rolling thunder from far away. Tang Wei was awakened by the sound of thunder and opened his eyes. He frowned slightly as his gaze went out the window. Upon seeing the scene outside, Tang Wei's brows locked tighter, only to see that in the sky, a creepy blood rain was once again drifting, the crimson raindrops converging into blood-red pools on the ground, like puddles of blood. Tang Wei frowned, pondering in his mind. Today is the 14th day of the end times, and the last time the blood rain appeared was on the 7th day. Is it possible that this rain of blood comes down in a pattern of one rain every 7 days? Such a bizarre situation looks more and more like some sort of well-thought-out design. Jiang Ji, who was originally snuggled in Tang Wei's arms, was startled by the sound of thunder and the rising Tang Wei, and her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Afterward, slowly opening those big beautiful eyes, she glanced at Tang Wei, who was frowning and looking out the window, slowly sitting up and somewhat dazedly following Tang Wei's gaze out the window. When Jiang Ji saw the blood-like rain curtain outside the window, she couldn't help but open her mouth wide in shock, a look of fear in her eyes. This horrible apocalypse was triggered by this weird rain of blood, and now that it was raining again, it made her panic. Tang Wei smiled gently, wrapping his arm around Jiang Ji's shoulders and comforting her. It's fine. This blood rain won't have any effect on us. Jiang Ji nodded obediently and rubbed into Tang Wei's arms again. Seeking more security, Tang Wei lowered his head and kissed her gently on her forehead. Chapter 78, Mutated Zombie Rats. It was only after more than an hour of Jiang Ji's repeated pleas for mercy that Tang Wei let her go. Jiang Ji dragged her slightly tired body and began to get dressed. Tang Wei, however, was messing around from time to time, and it took Jiang Ji a lot of effort to finally get dressed. Then, like a considerate wife and mother, she carefully helped Tang Wei get dressed. Since all the windows in the room had been replaced with bulletproof glass, the crowd could clearly see the blood raining down outside, and everyone looked a little panicked. Tang Wei, on the other hand, didn't have the slightest worry or panic. The only thing that made him a little worried was that he didn't know what kind of mutations this third blood rain would bring. After the crowd had a worried breakfast, the broadcast was turned on as usual. The live broadcast room had just opened and instantly flooded with tens of thousands of people. Before Tang Wei even opened his mic, the public screen of the live broadcast room was buzzing with chatter about today's blood rain. Little Cyclone Li Kuai, brothers, it's raining blood again today, and in the morning I saw swarms of rats burrowing out of the sewers. Wang Gang 187, yeah, it was horrible. I also saw that the rat was significantly larger in size and had red eyes. It was so scary. Kai is dashing. Shay, how can it be as evil as you guys say? I'm hiding in the basement right now. There are especially many rats. How come I haven't seen a single mutated rat? Prissy Fairy, don't you believe it? Especially if you're careful in the basement. Kai is dashing. Shay, do you think I'm intimidated? It just so happens that I have one fruit to trade here. So let the anchor connect with me and I'll show you guys where there are any mutant rats. Little Whirlwind Li Kuai, anchor. Anchor, Lian Mai, that stubborn bastard. Wang Gang 187, the anchor linked up with him. On the public screen, hundreds of messages were urging Tang Wei to link up with that brother. Kai is very elegant. Tang Wei happened to also want to figure out what exactly this third blood rain had triggered, so he accepted Kai's very dashing application for a streak. As the connecting video connected, a stubble-faced man in his mid-20s appeared on the screen. After the young man briefly exchanged greetings with Tang Wei, he flipped the video screen and began to slowly record a full view of his hiding spot. It was a place that resembled a semi-underground warehouse, with an area of about 30 square meters. Various cardboard boxes and miscellaneous items were scattered on the ground around the area, where the man had apparently rummaged for supplies. The dimly lit basement was illuminated only by a yellowing gas bulb and the faint light coming in through a glass window only half a meter high. Through the glass window at the top of the basement, you could still see the bloody rain pattering down outside. Did those barflies see that? I've got the basement right here, and there's usually an unusually high number of rats, and I've eaten a few of them, and I haven't seen a single mutated one, the young man said confidently. Although he didn't see the mutant rats, Tang Wei still kindly reminded him, "Bro, you'd better be more careful." That young man grinned disdainfully. revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth, and spoke with disinterest. "It's good that the mutant rats don't come, but if they do, I'll be just in time for breakfast." Tang Wei smiled and didn't say anything, just letting this young and arrogant young man take out the attribute fruits to be exchanged. The screen began to shake as the young man began to bend down and rummage for the attribute fruit on the floor bunk where he slept. Just then, the public screen suddenly began to swipe wildly. Wang Gang 187 *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** all red eyes in the black. Fairy, oh my god, is it dark outside? Why is it dark on his side? Thoughts become wind, brother. Are you still stubborn? Let you see what it means to be present. The young man who was rummaging through the attribute fruits with his head down also sensed something strange behind him. The light that had been coming in through the half-meter-high window had disappeared without a trace, dimming the room considerably. The young man slowly stood up, then extremely slowly turned his head to look behind him. Ah! A terrified yelp escaped the young man's mouth and the video screen shook violently. Only the windows of the semi-subterranean warehouse were densely packed with red-eyed rats. The rats were the size of kittens and were frantically gnawing at the plastic windows and glass with their sharp incisors. Cluck! A toothsome sound echoed through the broadcast. Tang Wei's brows furrowed, his gaze fixed on those crazy mutant rats. The young man who was still tough just now has been paralyzed with fear, completely lost the appearance of the strongest mouth cannon just now. The public screen of the live broadcast room was instantly and frantically swept by all kinds of information. Little Cyclone Li Kwai, let's see if you're still stubborn. Still seeing mutant rats for breakfast? I think you're going to become a rat's breakfast. Spell good meal executive, nobody. What are you still sitting there for? Run for it. IKEA real estate Shiaro, my god. Run quickly. Are you waiting to die? A nothing insurance company. Dude, get out of here. Thoughts into the wind, dumbass let you yell. I don't know if it was the crowd's reminder that worked, or if the young man finally reacted, but he panicked and got up and ran towards the door. The young man stumbled to the basement door. His hands trembled as he unlocked the unlocked door, and then pulled it open as hard as he could. The door swung open. A pungent, putrid odor hit the young man, and what met the young man's eyes was endless darkness. In the darkness, countless pairs of blood-red glowing eyes flickered with a creepy aura. A mournful scream cut through the silence, the voice filled with fear and despair. Like a raging tide of mutated rats, they instantly surged out of the darkness, completely drowning that young man. The young man's cell phone fell and the camera happened to be pointed at him, surrounded by layers of mutant rats. In an instant, blood spurted out. After a few minutes had passed, the mutant rats seemed to have had their fill and gradually dispersed, leaving behind only the empty ground and a large puddle of shocking blood. The young man had long since disappeared without a trace, and even his bones had been gnawed cleanly by these mutated rats. Tang Wei, who was broadcasting live, couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. Jiang Ji on the side was even more scared and pale, covering her small mouth, a burst of dry retching. Tang Wei immediately cut off the connected screen. The bloody scene, perhaps making the crowd in the live broadcast room feel uncomfortable, or perhaps making them also vaguely foresee their possible future downfall. For a while, the broadcast room was much quieter. Chapter 79 Conscientious Anchor. Seeing that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was not right, Tang Wei cleared his throat and opened his mouth to break the oppressive silence, saying in a serious tone, "Families must protect themselves. If you need to change supplies, you can request a link. All orders today, traded after the rain, will be given an extra bottle of water and bag of bread per order. As the saying goes, a good word is warm in 3 winters, but a bad word is cold in 6 months. Tang Wei's simple sentence of concern, coupled with a generous gift, instantly works. The quiet live broadcast room was once again bustling with praise for Tang Wei. Instantly, a large wave of system alerts with hundreds of positive emotional values came. Positive emotion value from Li Wei +1. Positive emotion value from Wang Gang +1. Positive emotion value from Zhang Zihan +1. Positive sentiment from Yang Haifeng +1. Positive emotions from Kong Mingming +1. Tang Wei looked at the ever-growing positive emotion value, thrilled inwardly, and forced down the corners of his mouth that wanted to laugh, trying not to let himself laugh out loud. He nearly gritted his back teeth together, holding back so hard that he was holding back tears. Tang Wei couldn't help it. If this went on, I'm afraid I really would have to laugh. So he put on a pained look and said with a long sigh, "Ugh, I'm just so heartbroken. I can't do anything while I watch my fans turn into a rat's breakfast. Alas, it's too heartbreaking. I have to go slow down for a while. Let Miss G live broadcast for me for a while." Positive emotion value from Li Wei +1. Positive emotion value from Wang Gang +1. Positive emotion value from Zhang Zihan +1. Positive sentiment from Yang Haifeng +1. Another large wave of positive emotional value came rushing in, and the public screen of the live broadcast was instantly filled with a large wave of messages. Little Cyclone Li Kwai, don't be too sad. Anchor, you've already paid a lot for us. Wang Gang 187 asterisk 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 asterisk. Yeah, Tang Wei is definitely a conscientious anchor. Just now I could see the corners of the anchor's mouth couldn't help but twitch, definitely holding back from crying out. Proud little sweetheart, yeah. I see the anchor just had red eyes. Just now almost cried out. He's so caring, oh, I love him so much. The eagle spreads its wings. Anchor not only almost cried out ah, I clearly see the anchor shoulders are trembling. Obviously already cried. A IKEA real estate Xiaoro, yeah. And the anchor also took out supplies as a giveaway. In this post-apocalyptic world can still have such a great love of people. It is really too little. Oh, if I did not know that his girlfriend is Ji Girl, I would have to give him a monkey. Jiang Ji, as well as the several women in the background, Yang Xiaoqin and Song Ting, couldn't help but look at Tang Wei, who was giggling outside the door, with strange eyes after seeing the public screen message. The corner of Jiang Ji's mouth twitched slightly, and in her heart, she secretly slandered. This session of fans is also too good to bring, and they don't need to say much about anything. They can make up their own brains on their own. What's funny is that these fans can't even tell the difference between crying and laughing. However, how could the beautiful and eloquent Jiang Ji tear down her own man? She also followed Tang Wei's example, straining her little face with a pained look, and began to continue the live streaming streak. Tang Wei paced back and forth in the corridor full of joy, his eyes glued to the ever-increasing positive emotion value. System alert, positive sentiment value has reached 300. New items are unlocked in the positive sentiment mall. Hearing the system prompt, Tang Wei was even laughing. He secretly decided that he would maintain his image as a positive anchor in the future, from time to time to give fans some poisonous chicken soup, and then some benefits. The positive emotional value is not inexhaustible. Tang Wei hummed a little song and came to the 704 dumps PDF dumps room, lying comfortably on the bed. He couldn't wait to open the positive emotion mall and check out the newly unlocked items. Fruit of experience. Tang Wei froze slightly when he saw that the new item that appeared in the positive emotion mall was the experience fruit. He was a bit moved and wanted to exchange one to see what was going on, but realized that exchanging an experience fruit actually required 100 points of positive emotional value. He hesitated, gritted his teeth, and still exchanged an experience fruit. In an instant, a snow-white jade-like experience fruit appeared in Tang Wei's hand. Tang Wei hurriedly used the system to check the attributes of the experience fruit. Name, Fruit of Experience. Type, Disposable Consumables. Effect, increases experience by 2,000 points. Grade, good. Description, the Fruit of Experience contains great energy. After using it, it can greatly increase the experience value of the eater, and can only be consumed once within 24 hours. Tang Wei secretly calculated in his heart that this one experience fruit could increase his experience value by 2,000 points, equivalent to 20 attribute fruits. Although exchanging experience fruits consumes 100 points of positive emotion value, which is 1,000 points more than eating attribute fruits directly. Attribute fruits have a chance to improve attributes, so there are advantages and disadvantages to both. Tang Wei no longer hesitated, opening his mouth and biting into most of the experience fruit. The sweet and refreshing juice spread out in his mouth, and the juicy flesh made him unable to resist taking a few more bites. When Tang Wei finished eating, the system beep sounded at the right time. System tip, eating experience fruit increases experience value by 2,000 points. Tang Wei opened his attribute panel. Name, Tang Wei, age, 23 years old. Level, 3. Upgrading experience, 2070/10,000. Ability, Class F would attribute alien. Power, 450. Speed, 400. Endurance, 400. Bone strength, 6. Mental power, 450. Wood property affinity, 9. Plant storage, 3/3. Fatigue value, 300/350. Positive sentiment value, 212. Negative emotion, 6,838. Negative emotion, 8,000 to unlock new items. Admiration value, 156. Tang Wei saw that the adoration emotion value had already reached 156, which was about 200 points away from exchanging for a level E ability card. In his mind, he secretly thought that he should find an opportunity to take Song Ting down. According to Song Ting's performance, he should be able to reach a heartfelt reward. Thinking for a moment, Tang Wei decided that he would go after the Imperial Sister Song Ting tonight. He had to exchange his E-level psychic ability card earlier. His current F-level psychic ability was already a bit insufficient in this cruel post-apocalyptic world. Tang Wei saw that he could still redeem 21 attribute fruits for his positive emotion value. After a slight hesitation, he decisively exchanged all of these emotion values into spirit fruits, strength fruits, speed fruits, and endurance fruits, together with the 3 fruits drawn from the twister earlier, totaling 24. Tang Wei gave each of the 8 girls 2, leaving the remaining 8 for his own consumption. Chapter 80, Which Girl is Not in Love? Tang Wei took out 4 spirit fruits and 4 power fruits and feasted on them. System prompt, power fruit enhancement attribute successful, strength plus 50. System prompt, power fruit enhancement attribute successful, strength plus 50. System prompt, spirit fruit enhancement attribute successful, spirit plus 50. System prompt, spirit fruit enhancement attribute successful, spirit plus 50. The system beep came. Tang Wei successfully raised his attributes 4 times. After more than 2 hours, the broadcast ended successfully. For this broadcast, 15 orders were received, though none of these orders have been traded yet and will need to wait until the blood rain has passed. Tang Wei returned to room 702 carrying a canvas tool bag full of 13 attribute fruits. At this point, the women were methodically removing the live equipment. Tang Wei walked over to the study table and took out the 3 attribute fruits drawn from the twister from inside, gently putting them into the canvas bag. He then clapped his hands and said in a loud voice to the women, "Everyone come over and gather ha. In order to reward everyone for their hard work during this period of time, I've decided to reward each of you with 2 attribute fruits." As soon as Tang Wei's words fell, the crowd of women were first stunned, followed by a burst of enthusiastic applause, and the sounds of thanks rose and fell. Thanks Viagra. Thank you Brother Wei. Admiration value from Jiangji +1. Admiration value from Natsuki +1. Admiration value from Yang Xiaoqian +1. Positive emotion value from Songting +1. Positive emotion value from Xia Yao +1. Positive emotions from Lena +1. A series of constantly pulsating mood value prompts made Tang Wei's mood extraordinarily soothing, and he continued. For the sake of fairness, everyone comes to the bag to take 2 random pieces. As for what attribute fruit you get and whether or not you can successfully raise it, it all depends on your own luck. All the women nodded their heads, each one rubbing their fists and humbling each other, but none of them took the initiative to go forward. There was really no other way, so Tang Wei had to start randomly naming people. Zhang Ji, Xia Yao, Xiao Xianwen, Song Ting, Zhao Xin Yue. Soon, 8 girls were holding 2 fruits in each hand, their faces full of desire to improve their strength. Tang Wei signaled the ladies to eat the fruit directly, and the ladies didn't hesitate to chow down. The expressions of the women after eating the fruits varied. Some were happy and smiling after eating one, while others slightly skimmed their little mouths after eating, seemingly somewhat unsatisfactory. It was worth noting that after Yang Xiaoqian finished eating 2 attribute fruits, her expression suddenly stagnated. Tang Wei understood in his heart that Yang Xiaoqian should have upgraded. After all, her experience value had already reached over 800 last time, and now that she had eaten the attribute fruit, it naturally made sense to break through the 1000 mark. Tang Wei utilized the system to check Yang Xiaoqian's attributes. Name, Yang Xiaoqian. Sex, female. Age, 21 years old. Level, 2. Experience value, 60/5000. Ability, G-level power adept. Power, 270. Speed, 170. Endurance, 170. Bone strength, 3. Loyalty, 100. Seiken Hakaichi. Sure enough, Yang Xiaoqian had successfully promoted to level 2, and her strength had even reached 270, becoming a G-level power alien. In today's world, that strength is far beyond the vast majority of people. All the women were immersed in feeling their own changes, and Yang Xiaoqian was even looking straight at Tang Wei with big watery eyes, waves of light flowing in her eyes, full of gratitude and admiration. Strength enhancement, like sunlight penetrating the haze, sweeping away the depressing atmosphere brought about by the blood rain. The crowd once again restored the lively appearance of the past. The women chattered as they began to prepare lunch, with lobster, wagyu beef, roast chicken, and fruit filling the table, as well as a few bottles of ice-cold white beer from the cooler. Tang Wei smiled and took a selfie with the ladies, and naturally the image included this sumptuous and tantalizing lunch. After taking the picture, he sent it to Su Jinyan's green bubble in passing. Negative emotion value from Su Jining +1. Negative emotion value from Su Jining +1. Negative emotion value from Su Jining +1. Soon after, Tang Wei received Su Jingyan's negative emotion value. At the same time, a beep came from his cell phone, which turned out to be a message from Su Jingyan. Su Jingyan, send an angry emoji. Su Jingyan, who was sitting on the bed, was inexplicably a little nervous and elated when she received the message from Tang Wei. However, upon seeing the warblers and swallows around Tang Wei, he immediately felt a pang of sourness in his heart and inexplicably got a little angry. After Tang Wei read the angry expression sent by Su Jingyan, the corner of his mouth rose slightly as he replied with a teasing smile. Specializing in taking in beautiful women, do you want to join our big happy family? guaranteed to let you have food and drink, and my intimate companionship. Su Jin Yen, bah, you're imagining it. Even if this girl doesn't find a date for the rest of her life, she won't look at you, the colorful big bastard who forcibly kissed me. After Su Jin Yen sent the message, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose slightly, seemingly with a hint of undetectable sweetness. But then, as if she suddenly realized something, she hastily curtailed her smile and her face instantly turned red, muttering in her heart, "Why does one feel like flirting with that asshole Tang Wei?" Lin Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on the side, was holding a book, but her eyes were surreptitiously surveying the chat in Su Jinyan's cell phone as well as her expression. She slightly wrinkled her pretty eyebrows and gently skimmed her small mouth as she said to Su Jinyan, "Jinyan ah, you don't really like Tang Wei, do you?" Su Jinyan, who was thinking wildly, was startled by Lin Xiaoxiao's sudden words and hurriedly waved her hand. No, how could I? How could I fall for such an asshole? Lin Xiaoxiao skimmed her mouth full of disdain, raised the book Behavioral Expressions of Women in Love in her hand towards Su Jinyan, and said in a flat tone, "Jinyan, you're acting exactly like the woman in love described in this book. As your good best friend, I feel the need to remind you that Tang Wei is a complete scum, a typical sea king. No, he's more than a sea king, he's practically a pirate king. If you really like him, you have to be prepared to be slagged. Moreover, he is surrounded by a large group of girls. Even if you get together, I guess you can't even be ranked as a junior." Su Jingyan was shocked by Lin Xiaoxiao's unflinching words and her pretty face became more and more scarlet as she glared angrily at Lin Xiaoxiao and pouted, "Tiny, how could I like him well?" Chapter 81, A wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a stealer. Lin Xiaoxiao disbelievingly skimmed her mouth again, her pretty eyes dripping as a wry smile surfaced on her face. Snickering, "Jin Yen, I've come up with a brilliant solution that will definitely make Tang Wei obsessed with you to the point of no return." "Ah, what way?" Su Jinyan subconsciously pursued the question, and as soon as the words left her mouth, she realized that she had acted too eagerly, and suddenly her face was so red that it seemed to be dripping blood. "Che, and you're still stiff upper lip about not liking it? Well, for the sake of us being good girlfriends, I will teach you. As the saying goes, a wife is better than a concubine is better than stealing, and stealing is better than stealing." Lin, Jr., small. After Su Jingyan heard Lin Xiaoxiao's words, her pretty face flushed and she reached out to tickle Lin Xiao's itchy flesh, and immediately, the two girls scuffled into a mess. On the other hand, Tang Wei took out his cell phone and fiddled with it after lunch. He first opened the green bubble and found dozens of friend requests in it. Tang Wei casually swept his eyes and only agreed to the girls' applications, while the boys were rejected altogether. Then, Tang Wei followed the usual practice of requesting photos, and soon received more than 20 photos, which he couldn't stop shaking his head after looking at. After closing the green bubble, Tang Wei opened a certain sound again and checked the background private messages. There were likewise dozens of private messages in the background, from beautiful women applying for membership to those begging for supplies. Just then, Tang Wei saw a private message from someone named Zhou Yuxi. "Zhou Yuxi, hello, Mr. Tang Wei. I'm Zhou Yuxi, the acting president of Binchang University. I've watched your live broadcast over the past 2 days and found it to be very positive. I officially invite you to join us on behalf of the Binchang University administration, and I noticed that Counselor Song Ting as well as Zhang Ji and a few of her classmates are by your side. They can all be public figures at Binchang University, so you deserve to join us. I see that the background of your live broadcast should be in our Binchang University's dormitory building, and since you're seeking refuge in Binchang University's territory, it's all the more reason for you to join us. The entire Bin City is not too peaceful these days. You have supplies and I can provide you with security. Don't worry, as long as you're willing to come, I can give you an executive vice principal position. Mr. Tang Wei, please message me back as soon as you see the message." Tang Wei couldn't help but frown after reading the message sent by Zhou Yuxi, thinking in his heart that this Zhou Yuxi was either arrogant or had a brain problem. A director of the Defense Department, who has appointed himself acting rector and represents the university. Why not say that he represents the United Nations? Tang Wei replied directly, ******* off. I don't have time to play house with you." Tang Wei showed no mercy and directly disliked Zhou Yuxi back, lest this guy pester himself like a dog's skin. Soon, a certain sound background private message received a reply from Zhou Yuxi. "Tang Wei, do you think that being an anchor for a few days makes you great? Let me tell you, Song Ting and Zhang Ji, they are all from our Binchang University. Where you are is also our Bincheng University's territory. No matter where you got the resources from, as long as it's here with us, it's Bincheng University's. Don't you toast to it. Asterisk 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 off. I'll eat your sister, dumbass. Tang Wei impatiently returned a message before directly pulling Zhou Yuxi's certain voice black. Zhou Yuxi on the opposite side of the phone was angry eyes spitting fire. Directly press and hold to start voice input, sent only to find that it was pulled black. Zhou Waoxia only felt a dizzying sensation in his brain as his full force strike hit cotton. Zhou Yuxi violently cursed and vented, and after venting, his face was full of grimness as he commanded his subordinates, draw up a notice requesting that all organizations and individuals within Bincheng University must draw a clear line with Tang Wei. If they don't listen, they are enemies of the Bincheng University administration and will be removed by the university. Tang Wei was still checking out the private messages in the background of a certain tone when the message at everyone popped up in multiple groups of green bubbles. When Tang Wei curiously clicked in, he saw a message sent by a group of people named Bincheng University's School Administration. Bincheng University School, according to the school leadership research decision, hereby notify the following. Due to the anchor Tang Wei released false news, detained our school counselors and students, occupy our dormitory room, refuse to move out, attitude rude and unreasonable. Bincheng University Administration, the university has decided to issue an expulsion order against Tang Wei, who must move out of the Bincheng University boundaries within today, and at the same time, release the detained counselors and students. Bincheng University, if you refuse to implement, our university will take coercive measures. Individuals and organizations within the university shall not provide shelter for Tang Wei. Violators will be expelled from the same treatment. The University of Pennsylvania, in the meantime, information on the location of Tang Wei is solicited, and anyone with information may contact the university at any time. Hereby notify. Contact Director Wine 187 asterisk 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 asterisk. Tang Wei couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he saw this message grouped together in various groups at Bincheng University and thought to himself, this Zhou Yuxi looks like he's messing around and issuing an expulsion order? Why don't you just issue a Jianghu hunting order? At this time, almost everyone within Bincheng University received this message, and for a while, there was a lot of discussion. Some people sided with Zhou Yuxi to denounce Tang Wei, feeling that both the goddess and the material should belong to Bincheng University. There are also people who stand on Tang Wei's side to fight for him, praising him for being a conscientious anchor, and how Zhou Yuxi, on behalf of the school, did not come up with supplies to relieve them. Inside the library of the University of Pennsylvania, Li Wang and Jia Yang are playing My Grassland, My Horse. I can play as much as I want with Li Jiaomei. When Meng Yang, who was waiting in line on the side, saw the group message, he violently stood up and excitedly said to Li Wang and Jia Yang, two bosses, the latest news is that Zhou Yuxi has ordered the expulsion of Tang Wei on behalf of the university, and is still soliciting for Tang Wei's position. Li Wang and Jia Yang couldn't help but slow down their movements when they heard the news about Tang Wei, and Jia Yang even got up and took a step forward, grabbing Meng Yang's cell phone. After reading the notice, a hint of excitement flashed in Jia Yang's eyes, as if he would soon be able to avenge a great injustice, and he laughed sorrowfully. It looks like we don't have to go through all the trouble of trying to find a way to get revenge. Zhao Yang had a grim smile on his face, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly dialed the phone in accordance with the contact information left in the notice. It didn't take long for the phone to connect, and a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. Hello? Who is it? Zhao Yang was familiar with this voice. This so-called Director Wang used to be the teacher in charge of the school league committee. Zhao Yang deliberately lowered his voice and opened his mouth with a few eerie tones. I know Tang Wei's address. The other side of the phone visibly froze, and after a few seconds pause, spoke eagerly. What? Where is Tang Wei? Chapter 82, Stockings Are Meant to be Torn. Li Wang, who had just gotten up and was wiping off his sweat, saw a sinister Zhao Yang trying to reveal Tang Wei's address, hurriedly and quickly stepped forward, snatched Zhao Yang's cell phone, hung up and then directly turned off the phone. Zhao Yang's cell phone was snatched away by Li Wang, and instantly his pupils shrunk violently, and the veins on his neck rippled. He glared angrily at Li Wang and said viciously, Li Wang, you dare to stop me from taking revenge? Li Wang seemed to have long been accustomed to Zhao Yang's irritable and furious state and said in a calm tone, President Zhao, although it's not clear where Tang Wei got the supplies from, those supplies must have been quite a lot, otherwise he wouldn't have been so generous in exchanging them with the outside world. Zhou Yuxi is obviously eyeing Tang Wei's supplies. If you tell him Tang Wei's location, then Tang Wei's supplies won't have us, and in the future, not to mention recruiting, even we'll be starved to death. Zhao Yang, who who was originally about to erupt in thunderous anger. After hearing Li Wang's words, the veins on his neck slowly calmed down and his pupils returned to normal. Just his face was filled with displeasure and anger as he walked towards Li Jiaomei, who was rotting into mud on the bed. Li Wang looked at Zhao Yang's back, and an undetectable hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Zhao Yang's corpse poison attack was getting worse at this point, and every day he was either venting or killing people, and he had already killed several people in the past 2 days. Li Wang turned his head to look at Meng Yang, and after the two of them exchanged glances, they took steps toward the distance. Walking out a long way, Meng Yang glanced at Zhao Yang's direction to make sure that the other party couldn't hear him before he lowered his voice and said to Li Wang, "Brother Wang, when are you going to settle Zhao Yang? I'm afraid he'll go crazy and kill me at some point." Li Wang's brow furrowed as he thought for a moment and opened his mouth. "We can't move him yet. When we're done with Tang Wei, that's when he'll die. How many people have you pulled together on your end?" Meng Yang reached out to hold the frames of his glasses and said softly, "Except for Zhao Yang's 2 diehards that I didn't dare to contact, the rest are willing to follow you. Brother Wang, after all, if you follow Zhao Yang, you might lose your life one day." Li Wang nodded before taking a step back. On the other side, Su Jinyan also saw the group message. She hesitated a little and sent a message to Tang Wei. "Su Jinyan, Tang Wei, Zhou Yuxia is looking for you everywhere. Do you want to consider joining my club?" When Tang Wei saw Su Jinyan's text message, the corner of his mouth grinned to reveal a smile, and he replied with a snicker. "Professional intake of beautiful women, worried about my safety? Why don't you consider my suggestion and join our family? Then you can keep me close and protect me." When Su Jingyan saw Tang Wei's immodest reply, she couldn't help but blush with a pretty face and spit softly at the screen, then continued to edit the message. "Su Jingyan, I'll post your head. I heard that Zhou Yuxia has also awakened his F-class psychic ability. In short, you take care of yourself." Tang Wei saw that Zhou Yuxi had awakened his F-class psychic ability. He couldn't help but frown. No wonder Zhou Yuxi looked arrogant to the extreme. So there was some backbone. He just didn't know what kind of psychic ability he had awakened. And Tang Wei was even more eager to exchange his E-class psychic ability card at the moment. As the third blood rain descends, it's getting more and more dangerous out there, and there's less and less room for ordinary people to survive. Moreover, Tang Wei saw from the video Su Jingyan had posted earlier that the zombies were also hugging and attacking single humans. With his current strength, one-on-one, he had full assurance that he could kill any F-class alien. But what if the other side had 2 Xenos, or even more Xenos surrounding them together? Thinking of this, Tang Wei's gaze couldn't help but turn to Song Ting, who was eating her lunch beautifully on the side. Song Ting seemed to notice Tang Wei's gaze with a different meaning. The two of them looked at each other, and seeing Tang Wei's face with a bad smile, Song Ting's face instantly reddened. Seeing Song Ting's stunning and shy appearance, Tang Wei wished for the sky to get darker quickly. After all, if you do it in the daytime, it seems a bit of a travesty and doesn't fit in with your image of righteousness. After lunch, the rain stopped and the skies cleared. After the women had cleaned up, they began to pack and deliver the orders they had received in the morning. A group of girls gathered together, laughing and joking, a stark contrast to the harsh world outside the shelter. More than 2 hours later, the order delivery was completed, and the women opened the drama mode again. And Tang Wei also thoughtfully provided fruits. When it came time for dinner, it was still prepared sumptuously. Tang Wei took out Nyo Air white wine, Lafite red wine, cold white beer, and took out the colored lights and karaoke microphone drawn from the twister machine. Neon lights were lit up, and a sense of paper-drunk atmosphere was pulled full. At first, everyone was a little embarrassed and pushed each other away, but after a few drinks, the women have been transformed into mics and dancers. Song Ting, in particular, was already a dance major, and with her imperious demeanor, every time she twisted, she was tugging at Tang Wei's heartstrings. Tang Wei was tickled to death, secretly sighing, "Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night." The women sang and danced to their heart's content, using it to vent their pent-up fears in the end times. Tang Wei smiled and squinted his eyes, his gaze wandering over the women. The look was vividly like the old lecherous man who chose the young model in the club. This was in the end times. If it was before the end times, needless to say, so many goddesses, just yanking out any one of them was an existence Tang Wei couldn't kneel to. After more than 2 hours, the women were tired of singing and dancing before the doomsday bombing party came to an end. After packing up the venue, the women ran to 704 to play table cards. At this time, 704 was not just a duty room or monitoring room, but had apparently become an activity room for all the women. Song Ting packed up her things and was also ready to go over to play together, but was shouted at by Tang Wei. "Sister Ting, boil some water for me, I want to take a bath." When Song Ting saw Tang Wei's smirking look, she understood in her heart that Tang Wei was coming at her. This whole day Tang Wei had been staring at her with a cannibalistic gaze. Song Ting nodded with a red face and stayed behind to start boiling water. After the water temperature was adjusted, Tang Wei pulled Song Ting into a mandarin duck bath with him. After taking a shower, Song Ting of course knew what was going to happen. Her stunningly beautiful face was red, and her entire body was shrunk under the covers. Tang Wei then opened his mouth with a bad smile. Tina, I love seeing you in your uniform stockings. Song Ting understood and ran back to 701 blushing around her bath towel, purposely changing into a white blouse, a short hip-hugging skirt as well as black silk and high heels. After Song Ting returned to room 702, she backhandedly locked the door. Stepping towards Tang Wei, the high heels stepped on the floor and made a cackle sound. Tang Wei saw Song Ting coming in style and pulled her into his arms. Don, tear the stockings Song Ting pouted lightly. Stockings are meant to be torn. Tang Wei responded with a bad smile. Chapter 83, Grade E Ice Attribute Alien. Congratulations to the host, successfully subdued the goddess. The goddess heart is happy to obey. Rewarded with adoration value plus 50. Experience value plus 300 points. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for reaching 200 adoration value. The host can exchange items in the adoration value mall. The early morning of the 15th day of the end times, it was just getting light, and the bed, which had only been quiet for a short time, swayed again. I don't know how long it took before the two of them got up and dressed after Song Ting's repeated begging. Song Ting carefully helped Tang Wei organize his clothes and change into brand new sheets. Taking the changed sheets, he stumbled away a little on his feet. Tang Wei wore a smile on his face as he waited for Song Ting to leave and the door to the room to close. It was only then that he couldn't help but grimace and wriggle his aching back, muttering darkly, "This is not a human job. I need to strengthen my muscles and bones more in the future." Tang Wei moved around a bit, and although it was slightly relieved, the effect was not obvious. He directly called Xia Yao and Xiao Xianwen to his room. The two women walked into the room with red faces, and Tang Wei saw at a glance that they both had large dark circles under their eyes. Slightly stunned, he then realized the reason. These two ninnies lived next door in 701 and must have been kept up all night by the noise. The two women's cheeks were flushed, and their eyes were filled with shyness and complaint when they looked at Tang Wei. Tang Wei didn't care about the two little nieces' sultry gazes. He took off his shirt directly, revealing his 8-pack abs and well-defined waistline, and lay on his back on the bed and gave his direct orders to the two women. "Come over here and give me a back rub. I accidentally twisted it when I woke up this morning." How can Tang Wei admit that it is because of tossing the bed that causes lumbar muscle strain? This kind of thing we'll never admit. The two little nieces saw Tang Wei's robust upper body. Their faces became more and more red, and they dawdled and reluctantly walked to the bedside, and started to massage Tang Wei with one on the left and one on the right. Xia Yao was relatively more skillful, and it wasn't the first time she had given Tang Wei a massage. "I still blush every time I touch it, but I'm more or less resistant." Xiao Xianwen, on the other hand, was blushing like a ripe apple. Even the roots of her ears were red. As soon as her somewhat cold little hand touched Tang Wei, she hastily retracted it as if she had been electrocuted. "If you don't press me comfortably, you won't be able to eat for the whole day today." Tang Wei lay on the bed and threatened. Once Xia Yao heard that she couldn't eat, she massaged even more vigorously. Xiao Xianwen, on the other hand, skimmed her mouth, tears rolling in her eyes. Her aggravated look like she had been wronged by the heavens, but she could only use her cold little hands to give Tang Wei a massage. Tang Wei didn't care if Xiao Xianwen cried or not, as long as he could massage it. He plopped down comfortably on the bed like a wicked man. Xia Yao and Xiao Xianwen, on the other hand, looked like two pathetic little maids. Tang Wei comfortably closed his eyes and opened the emotional value panel. Positive sentiment value, 15. Negative emotion, 6,634. Negative emotion reaches 8,000 to unlock new items. Admiration value, 211. Tang Wei looked at the 211 points of adoration value and was in a good mood. Opening the adoration value mall and checking out the E-level alien ability card. The E-level ability cards are categorized into 7 types of abilities: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and special E-level wind and ice. Grade E Gene, Mu, Shu A, Hua. 2 is an enhanced version, with one more skill than Grade F Gene, Mu, Shu A, Hua. 2. Note, after obtaining level F5 elements ability, other ability users cannot awaken other abilities, but can only awaken the corresponding attribute of level E ability. Tang Wei saw that 2 special abilities had appeared in the level E ability card. Tang Wei opened the Wind Attribute E rank ability introduction. Wind Attribute level E ability, able to increase one's speed. Characteristics, can use Wind Blade skill, compresses air to form a cutting line, dealing massive damage to the target. Can use Wind Dance skill, increases movement speed by 30% for 5 minutes. Ice Attribute level E ability, able to master the mysteries of the Ice Attribute. Features, can use Ice Seal skill, can freeze the target within 5 meters. The movement speed of the frozen person is reduced by 90% for 5 seconds. The control time is affected by the affinity of Ice Attribute. Can use Ice Cone skill, after performing the skill, summon an ice cone to attack the target. The The power of the ice cone is affected by the affinity of the ice attribute. Tang Wei fell into deep thought after reading the introductions to the 2E ranked psychic abilities. He didn't consider the 5 elemental attributes. After all, no amount of enhancement could certainly compare to these 2 special abilities. The wind attribute ability was suitable for escaping, while the ice attribute ability was more suitable for fighting, and the ice attribute also slightly restrained the wind attribute. After thinking for a while, Tang Wei finally decided to choose the ice attribute ability, but he wasn't in a hurry to redeem the card. After all, there were still 2 little ninjas massaging him. An hour later, Xiao Xianwen cried even harder, unable to stop her tears from flowing down. Xia Yao also aggressively skimmed her small mouth. Although her hands were already sore as hell, she didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Fortunately, at this time, Yang Xiaoqian came to notify that breakfast was ready, and only then did Tang Wei let the poor 2 women go. After the 2 top technicians' massage, Tang Wei's waist is really much better. After breakfast, Tang Wei asked Zhang Ji to go live. While he ran to the duty room to be lazy, Tang Wei opened the Adoration Emotional Value Arcade and chose to redeem the Grade E Ice Attribute ability card. Only a flash of light was seen in his hand, and a golden card printed with the Grade E Ice Attribute ability card appeared, and a system prompt sounded immediately. Do you use the E-Class Ice Power card? Without the slightest hesitation, Tang Wei directly chose to use it. In a flash, the Grade E Ice Attribute Exotic Energy card disappeared. A cold sensation slowly rose from the soles of his feet. In the blink of an eye, it flowed around Tang Wei's body in a circle, and then the icy coldness gradually dissipated. System note: since the host has used a higher level ability card, the Grade F would attribute ability card has been automatically stripped away for the host. Yes or no to receive the Grade F would attribute ability card? System prompt: host's supernatural power card can be used by the goddess you've taken in. Tang Wei was pleasantly surprised, not realizing that the Class F would attribute ability card could actually be returned to him, and that it could also be used by his own woman. The discovery delighted him. After he chose to receive it, the silver-colored Grade F would attribute exotic energy card appeared in his hand. Tang Wei glanced at the would attribute exotic energy card, and after a slight hesitation, he decided to give this card to Song Ting first. Her milk quantity was definitely good after using it. With his mind made up, Tang Wei called Song Ting to the 704 duty room. Song Ting was still walking a little less sharply, and when she saw Tang Wei smiling smugly at herself, she couldn't help but glare at him angrily. Bad man, what did you call me for? Tang Wei hooked his finger at Song Ting, and when Song Ting saw him being mysterious, she moved closer to Tang Wei. Tang Wei pulled over Song Ting's hand and placed the Class F would attribute ability card in her hand. Song Ting was still a bit puzzled and looked down at the silver card in her hand. She furrowed her pretty eyebrows and was about to ask what it was when the psychic card suddenly disappeared. Chapter 84, The Second Alien in the Asylum. As the alien energy card disappeared, Song Ting only felt a warm power as gentle as the spring breeze, wrapping her entire body. The tearing sensation that had been coming from certain parts of the body from time to time instantly disappeared without a trace, and it was possible to clearly feel that all the attributes of his body had been enhanced. System alert: detected Class F would attribute ability card being used by a submissive goddess. Do you want to take it back? Tang Wei froze, not expecting to actually be able to retrieve the ability card, which meant that he could easily control his woman's abilities. In the future, if they wanted to give them a boost in strength, all they needed to do was to take back the low-level ability cards and give them the high-level ability cards. Song Ting's eyes were filled with little stars as she felt her strength increase, looking at Tang Wei in surprise, her eyes full of love. Admiration value from Song Ting +1. Admiration value from Song Ting +1. Admiration value from Song Ting +1. Tang Wei taught Song Ting how to release and control the mutated plants by hand. Under Tang Wei's careful teaching, Song Ting was able to put it away after a few attempts. After a few minutes, Song Ting was able to manipulate the mutant plants to attack. However, Song Ting's mental power was obviously a bit low, and after just a few minutes of maneuvering, her forehead was sweating. Tang Wei made it stop and wiped the sweat from Song Ting's forehead. Song Ting, who is a full-fledged royal lady, was moved to tears. Her pretty face flushed red, and she poutingly came to Tang Wei's ear, saying softly, Thanks, hubby." The breeze in his ears was like a phantom voice entering his bones, making Tang Wei feel goosebumps all over his body. Song Ting hurriedly took 2 steps back and stood in the doorway and flew a kiss at Tang Wei before running back to room 702. Tang Wei couldn't help but spit out the word leprechaun. Although Tang Wei was happy now, there was a problem in front of him. What about the next time you treat Su Jinyan and Lin Xiaoxiao? Should I take Song Ting with me? After taking advantage of yourself, let Song Ting use Deadwood to cure the poison? There's something weird about this feeling. It's like the husband goes PC and the wife picks up the tab. Tang Wei shook his head and smiled bitterly, opening his attribute panel. Name: Tang Wei. Age: 23 years old. Level: 3. Upgrading experience: 2370/10,000. Ability, Grady Ice Attribute Alien. Power, 600. Speed, 450. Endurance, 450. Bone Strength, 7. Mental Power, 550/650. Ice Attribute Affinity, 0, when affinity reaches 30. Ice Cone Damage plus 30% and Ice Time plus 5 seconds. Fatigue Value, 360/400. Positive Sentiment Value, 15. Negative Emotion, 6,634. Negative Emotion reaches 8,000 to unlock new items. Admiration Value, 17. Tangway saw that the Grady ability card boosted all of his attributes by 100, Bone Strength by plus 2, and Mental Strength by plus 200. At the same time, due to the stripping of the F-rank Wood Attribute Psychic ability card, it resulted in -50 to all attributes, -1 to Bone Strength, and -100 to Mental Strength. For such an attribute, Tangway was extremely satisfied. With a thought, an ice sword appeared in Tangway's right hand, and the ice sword transformed into various forms with Tangway's commands. A thought suddenly flashed through Tangway's mind, and the ice sword in his right hand changed, quickly transforming into a shield-like shape. Tangway tried it and realized that the strength should be around 8. Tangway retracted his ice sword and cast his ice seal skill on the trash can at the door, only to see ice crystals first appear under Tangway's feet, instantly spreading under the trash can 4 meters away. The ice crystals climbed upward, trapping the trash can firmly. It took 5 seconds for the ice crystals to dissipate, and Tangway checked his mental power. 20 points of mental power had been consumed by the ice seal strike alone. Tangway cast his ice cone skill at the trash can, only to see a 40-centimeter long ice cone appear out of nowhere. The trash can was shattered in an instant, and the 40-centimeter ice pick was basically set all the way into the corner behind the trash can. Moreover, Tangway found that the size of the ice cone could be changed at will. Just 40 centimeters of ice cone consumed 40 points of mental energy. That is, for every 10 centimeters, it consumed 10 points of mental energy. Tangway was extremely satisfied with his Grady Ice attribute abilities and was in an extremely good mood, humming a little song as he arrived at room 702. Jiang Ji was broadcasting live, and when she saw Tangway coming, she leaned to the side, leaving a spot for Tangway. As soon as Tangway appeared on the live broadcast screen, there was a sudden surge of messages within the public screen, and the content was heavily polarized. Most of the people on one side firmly defended Tangway. After all, there was no one else but Tangway who could provide supplies in the post-apocalyptic world. On the other side, a handful of people were frantically swiping on the public screen to tell Tangway to get out of Bincheng University. There were also some lickspittles yelling for Tangway to release the detained schoolgirls like Counselor Song and Miss Ji. The more Tangway watched Licking Dog go crazy with jealousy, the happier he was. Tangway hooked his finger at Jiang Ji, who understood and obediently leaned into his arms and sent a fragrant kiss with a red face. A long French kiss that lasted several minutes left the live lickers wailing. Tangway's negative emotion value was also increasing rapidly. Negative emotion value from Luo Dongdong +1. Negative emotion value from Zhaopine +1. Negative emotional values fell like snowflakes. Tangway now had a powerful outlet for his anger, and was unimpressed by the surge of negative emotions. Tangway is not the slightest bit panicked. The big deal is to turn off the live broadcast, lock the door, pull the curtains, and rock the bed and be done with it. The only thing he was a little worried about was his waste, continuous high-frequency output every day. Not to mention the people, or impact drills have to be maintained. Tangway looked at the ever-increasing negative emotion value, grinned, and opened his mouth to the public screen of the live broadcast room. Today's benefits continue. The family members who defended me just now, each of them pre-stored 2 bags of bread, and when you exchange them in the future, if you provide a screenshot of today's live broadcast, you'll get 2 more bags of bread. As Tangway's words fell, the public screen became even more lively, and polarization became even more severe. A large number of negative emotional values interspersed with positive emotional values appeared. Tangway didn't continue to suppress the negative emotion value. The first is that there are so many supplies that there isn't much room left to store them. The second is that nowadays there are numerous girlfriends and there is no fear of entering a state of damnation. Tangway opened a bounty to the live broadcast and said, "Live broadcast families, now offering a reward for the whereabouts of Bincheng University Student Union President Zhao Yang and Senior Li Wang. Those who know can send a private message in the background, and upon confirmation, 20 bottles of pure water and 20 bags of bread will be rewarded. Of course, if someone can finish them off, the reward is doubled tenfold." After Tangway finished speaking, the live broadcast room burst into life. Many people were moved, and there were still quite a few lickspittles on the public screen who were dying to swipe the screen. asking Tang Wei to release the imprisoned goddess. When Tang Wei saw it, he became even more mischievous, reaching out to the side. Song Ting's beckoned, and Song Ting obediently came in style. Just as he reached Tang Wei's side, he was embraced into his arms. This was followed by a deep kiss in front of tens of thousands of fans in the broadcast room. As if Tang Wei didn't find it enjoyable, he had Yang Xiaoqian and Xiaomang make appearances. The entire broadcast room exploded, and even many of the fans who were still supporting Tang Wei before had turned against him.